This audiobook contains 1 censored sentences and 185 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Chapter 1, Part 1, A Pay Dragon and Bales Challenge Japan. Kuo Skyward Household, Jean Skyward Jean-san. Are you okay? Asia was looking at me with concern. It was early in the morning, and she was still in her pajamas. I looked around me, and the girls were still asleep. Did I wake her up or something? Comptoir. Answer. It's 7:48 a.m. in the morning, Jean. Thanks. I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes and yawned. It's been a few weeks since then, and the new term starts today. Great. I'm fine, Asia. We're awake now. So do you want to come and make breakfast with me? Greyfire is probably awake now, too, after she enthusiastically nodded to my question. I left the rest of the girls to sleep. Asia and I headed to the bathroom to freshen up. She's acting the same as ever. Even after meeting Diodora, I was just being paranoid. I seriously doubt she'd say yes to that weirdo. I did fuck with him further, though. I did get an artificial sacred gear from him. Everyone inside me agreed with me that it was probably Vetsa. She is a genius on par with Azazel. Why did she go rouge? Were the rules in Grigori too limiting for her? Splash. Asia had splashed me with water, and my whole face was wet. She started to giggle to herself. Jean-san, you're too worried about. Diodora-san, I love you, and will stay with you. He hasn't been on my mind at all. But I can tell that he's been bothering you. These girls can read me like an open book, even without that weird mind reading this for my lewd thoughts. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. My bad. Anyway, let's go and help with breakfast. Go ahead. I want to check something first. Should we share a quick kiss? As Asia left the bathroom, I take out the sacred gear from my inventory and look at it. Kathoga, reptilian king of the swamps. I hadn't bothered with this, but what the hell can you do, huh? Flashback Japan. Kuo Skyward Household, Jean Skyward. I slowly prepared to use Hakai on him as my anger peaked. Systems online shying. Ushul? W what? How'd I get back out here? Everyone was a bit confused. That sound. Did someone turn off the barriers? What? I looked back at the voice, and it was Kuroka. She looked a bit nervous and was looking around. Ingvild and Rennie were giving her strained smiles as she glanced at me. Nervously, did Kuroka turn it off? Why? Wait a minute. I flash stepped to the kitchen and a pizza box. It's cold. So it's probably from last night. Don't tell me. I flash stepped back and was in front of her. She stiffened and looked at me nervously. Kuroka, why did you turn the barrier off? I can explain. I nod and wait for her to, explain. She looks at the girls who were with her last night, and they looked away. So much for camaraderie. Traitors. I wasn't the only one enjoying that pizza. Irina. Yes. Irina joined Kuroka as she looked guilty too. I could see Griselda shaking her head disappointedly. So, it was a combined effort by these two. We ordered pizza. I can see that. But so, the delivery guy was a guy that just got out of prison after 5 years. He was hired to be one of the delivery drivers. But he wasn't, smart. Apparently prison made him a bit dumb. Boss. He kept on walking forward, and the barrier continued teleporting him back. He looked so high. He didn't notice for at least 45 minutes. He just kept walking, teleporting. Kuroka started to explain, and Irina joined her. I was left speechless. No one could be that stupid, right? I was starting to get annoyed and was about to call the pizza place again when Irina got up and looked through the window and saw the guy just, teleporting back and forth since he couldn't get past the barrier. We walked out there and spoke to him and found out all about that. He said that he was arrested for robbery and assault, but said it was for good reason. He needed to provide for his family back then since they were unemployed, but now they have left him. That's unusual. I didn't think I'd get a whole sob story about a random convict. So, I'm guessing Kuroka was the one who temporarily shut it down and then forgot to turn it back on. I was the one who turned it off and forgot to turn it on. I'm sorry, Naya. I shook my head and looked back at Diodora, who was unable to stand. I noticed something was left where he was previously. Asia picked it up and tilted her head confused. I stared at Diodora as he had a look of horror in his eyes. This is an artificial sacred gear. From the looks of it, it's made by that rogue fallen, Avetsa. Asia, can you give me that for a second? Everyone looked surprised at what they had heard. Asia nodded and came over to me. She hands a sacred gear to me, and I examine it. Cathoga, reptilian king of the swamps. An intriguing name for an artificial sacred gear. To the best of my knowledge, the artificial sacred gears that Azazel will make in the future are Applause Wall, Procelarum Phantom, Scouting Persona, and Twinkle Aegis. His downfall dragon spear had been made, and he soon would have his Blazer Shining or Darkness Blade, which is weird as hell. Who names things like that? Like you're good at naming things, point taken. Comptoir, what's a Cathoga? Comptoir. Answer. The Cathoga is the main antagonist of the 1997 American horror film The Relic. After drinking a potion made by South American tribesmen, anthropologist Dr. John Whitney is transformed into a nightmarish chimeric beast called the Cathoga. Comptoir. Answer. However, from what I can analyze, this creature was made by Avetsa, perhaps one of her divine beasts or pseudo-divine beast. She then sealed it inside. While it isn't on par with the Longinus or New Longinus, it is powerful. Comptoir gives me a quick rundown of what this thing is, so it can transform the wielder into a creature. Huh? Interesting. It also has its own counterbalance as well. While the normal sacred gears can achieve balance break, counterbalance is a bit different. Counterbalance, also known as Phantom Move, it's the artificial sacred gear version of a balance breaker. This allows the user to evolve their artificial sacred gears and use their full abilities. Unlike the normal balance breaker, which is merely the unleashment of power that destroys the balance of the world, the counterbalance is the opposite. Compared to genuine sacred gears, which are already stable by nature, this state is attained by the possessor's power being used to forcibly stabilize the artificial sacred gear. This is concerning. If she can mass-produce things like this, then the whole entirety of Chaos Brigade will have artificial sacred gears then. Ill-informed, the factions and pantheons were in an alliance with them. I looked back at Diodora, who was looking even more horrified. It slowly hit everyone as they stared at Diodora as well. I have enough evidence to put this fucking underworld prison. I guess we're skipping the rating game between them then. Huh? Rias. Yes, I contacted Oni-Isama about this. Why would Diodora Astaroth ally himself with Chaos Brigade? Probably power, dumb idiot. She already contacted him? Great. This makes it quicker and easier. And since it involved this stupid terrorist organization, then they'll respond quicker. Hopefully that really didn't take too long, huh? Shine. A teleportation circle appeared, and from it came Surzex and Azazel. I was wondering why he didn't come back with us. Looks like he was with Surzex then. Jean Cohen, Rias, thanks for contacting us. Surzex greets us casually before staring at the down Diodora with a frown. He had turned into leader mode as he walks over to Diodora with Azazel. I would recommend looking into this weirdo's hobbies and home. GIS peerage is made out of, let's just say, very broken individuals. By broken, I mean mentally and emotionally. Diodora Astaroth has a peerage full of mind-broken nuns and maidens as he tormented them continuously and broke their spirits. Now they're mostly brainwashed and serve him hand and foot. I would have loved to kill him, but if I did that just now, that would have put a strain on my relationship with the devils, even if I did it for a valid reason. I didn't have any until that moron dropped his artificial sacred gear. I spoke to him, but he did not respond. Surzex sighs and looks back at me. Having nodded, I restrain him further, and I also take away whatever power he has left. They can deal with this fuckstick, just make sure he can't leave, otherwise I will kill him. If he escapes, I'm killing him. He has his eyes on Asia. We'll look at it as self-defense and an accident. Surzex thought about it for a second before looking back at me with a serious expression. I nod to his answer. I'm fine with that. All right. I pull out the sacred gear and explain to the two what it is. Azazel sighs and facepalms. Surzex stares at him and waits for him to say something. Ah, damn it, she really got to that level too, huh? If she can make these in mass, along with her beasts, then we're in for trouble, Jean. What other factions and pantheons are you planning to branch out to? I hadn't thought of it that far, but Norse gods and Asgard are next. Maybe Egyptian gods? I mean, Kurosagi is probably from there, so we'll head there and see what that's like. Also, Suzaku and Tobio, I need to make contact with the Shinto gods. Norse, Egyptian, and Shinto gods. I don't know the order, but it'll get that done during my second semester. It's likely that I will just use my avatar to attend school. Would you like me to attend more? I mean, I'll get to them eventually. Azazel nods without asking anymore. Who will I bring with me to those? I'll leave that problem for another time. I know I'll bring Akino with me when I travel to the Shinto gods. At the very least, this person will be useless. Diodora had a dead look on his face, as though he had already given up all hope. I looked at the soon-to-be former heir and read his memories nothing of note. Mostly just him abusing nuns and former maidens, as well as him speaking to Shalba Beelzebub. Apart from that, nothing else. What a useless guy. Flashback in present-day Jean? Jean-san. I look back up to see Graphia and Asia looking at me with worried expressions. I chuckle and shake my head. Did I really zone out for that long? In front of me were vegetables. I was holding a knife to guess I spaced out while cutting these. I also probably walked down here while thinking about all that it's nothing. I was just spacing out. Sorry about that anyway. Let's get this done. I started cutting the vegetables while they watched me. They didn't believe me for some reason. I was just thinking about what happened to Diodora. I turned to them and sighed. I was just remembering what happened that day. You know, when Diodora was imprisoned and sealed up. Jean-san. I know, let's just get this done, all right? Asia tried to talk to me about it, but I quickly moved the conversation on. It's nothing since he's useless now. Even if they break him out, he'll be practically useless. The current Cows Brigade probably wants useful members, and he isn't one. Chop Chop, are you excited for the upcoming term? Asia? Yes. While I enjoyed the summer vacation, I can't wait to see my classmates and friends again. Enthusiastic, as always, she forgot the most annoying part about it, homework. I don't have any problems with it since I can get it done rather quickly, but perhaps in my past life, I was traumatized by it. I mean, who isn't? I wish I was homework, and all it's part of learning. Jean-san. I chuckled as I finished cutting the vegetables. Well, whatever, as long as she's fine with it, thud. Agnaya. I turned around and saw what had caused that loud crashing noise, and it was Kuroka, still not a morning person, and she fell. I could see she was all right, but I rushed over to her. Are you okay? Naya, what? Does she mean Carrie? I obliged her, and I could also see that the others were slowly making their way down. Let's hurry this up then. You guys trained and had a rating game and also only had a few weeks off before the new term started. That doesn't sound like a relaxing vacation. At least Jean got to visit places. We were having breakfast, and Shigen pointed out the obvious. This made the Grimmery peerage sigh helplessly. Yes, they won their rating game, but had to sacrifice their vacation time. Such is the life of the Devil's Youth. You don't need to rub it in, Shigen Naya. Kuroka answered for them, since she was also stuck with them, training them. Shigen awkwardly laughed at the cat girl. Opening ceremony and all that shit, I wonder who'll have a glow-up in our classroom, or you call it shed their skin, right? Or summer debut. Akino and Rias nodded, but they didn't answer me right away since they were thinking. There are a few notable people in our classroom. I know Najima and Kuda won't, so I won't even think about it, sorry guys. Sakura-san was acting strangely before the end of the first term. Maybe her? I don't think the rest will bother. I mean, we're seniors, we're graduating this year. Rias gave her 2 cents, but Akino gave us a reality check. Yeah, she's right, we'll be graduating soon, and we'll move on with our lives. ITLL be even more hectic since they're devils, they're part of the supernatural. I mean, the same could be said for me, right? Though we're going to college, so there's still that, but we'll be starting a restaurant and have to balance that with college lectures. I look around the room and could see a few mixed reactions. Kuroka and Rini were excited for that. Our juniors were, I guess, a bit sad. Asia clearly did. Zenobia and Irina were unsure. Don't be upset, guys. We'll still be there during after-school hours. Plus, you guys live with me. That reminds me. Who will you pick as the next president of the Occult Research Club? Rias? I haven't thought of that yet, but that's true. We'll be graduating soon, and he'll need to pick out a candidate for president, and Akino needs to pick one for vice president. Rias nods and glances around the room at those in the club. Irina is transferring in today, so she doesn't count yet. And I think she'll make her own club. I think it was called Irina Shida Salvation of Love Club, the club that Irina Shida founded after transferring to Kuo Academy. According to her, the purpose of the club is to assist those in need without expecting anything back. This is in accordance with her Christian beliefs, as she would spread God's love to Michael. But the club didn't have any other members aside for Irina, so she was sorted into the Occult Research Club. Zenobia will become the next student council president, and Saji will be vice president, so she's out. In canon, Asia becomes president while Kiba is vice president. I think that's the right course of action here, so not much will change in that regard. No rush. We'll see in the coming weeks or months. Let's not think too deeply about it yet. They nod, and we resume eating breakfast. I was walking to school since a lot of them teleported to the clubroom. Walking there isn't terrible, you know? It was still quite early, so there weren't too many on their way to school. Plus, it was the start of the term. Who would want to? The ones who stayed behind to walk with me were the church trio. Asia, Zenobia, and Irina, those three were chatting up a storm. I was in the middle while Irina and Zenobia were to my right and Asia to my left. We walked past the house with the dog called Snuffles when he saw me. He ran away screaming, barking. Sorry, dude, I was in a lousy mood that one time. At least we get a bit of peace, right? Irina, you'll be in the same classroom as Asia and Zenobia. Good luck. Anyway, do you have any questions? Yes. Can I create my own club? That was quick. ITLL turn out the same as canon. Then rest in peace, Irina Shidu. Yeah, but you'll need club members, you know. Irina nods and proceeds to tell us the name of the club. She also proceeds to tell us what it will do. Safe to say it's the same as canon, and she won't get members. Should I stop her? I'll give it a shot. Irina, other people aren't as kind and generous, and aren't so willing to do things without something in return. I don't have the same mindset either. I still get money and info for my requests. The money doesn't really do much for me. I tend to just splurge on food or something when I do get it. Or I sometimes just put in the girls' accounts. It will get members. Just watch me, boss. She calls me boss again. At least she's enthusiastic about it. We kept on walking until we could see the gates of the academy in the distance. We quickly reached the building, and we saw a steady stream of students zombie walking in, many with unhappy faces. Inalo, giant, Athasama. A male student falls to his knees and starts to sob. Really? We're literally just walking here, dude. Also, is my universal nickname just Gene now? Irina stared dumbfounded at the student. Why don't? We'll talk about it later, Irina. Zenobia stopped her friend by putting a hand on her shoulder. Irina looked puzzled but nodded along. We continued our walk towards our classrooms as we got a few more reactions like that. This is where we part ways. You two bring her to the faculty lounge. Yes, Jean-san. Sure thing. See you later, Jean-senpai. The four of us stopped on the second floor of the building, and I bid the three farewell since I needed to walk up a flight of stairs. Coincidentally, the faculty room was on this floor too, which was a bit weird, but whatever. The same thing with the student council room. As I reached my floor, I came across Tsubaki and Sona, which I hadn't expected. They both stopped to stare at me. Yo, how have you guys been? We have been well. Gene, I heard a certain incident happened when you first arrived back in your home. Yeah, a certain heir came and tried to harass my Asia. I quickly dealt with him. Though, if I'm being honest, if Kuroka's little blunder didn't interrupt me, he would be dead now. But he's just sealed and imprisoned somewhere, I hope, Cositis. Sona answered me, while Tsubaki just nodded as stoic as always. I wonder if she has a crush on Kiba now. It did start to develop after that raiding game between them. So it is true he was collaborating with Cow's Brigade. I always felt something was off about him. I heard from Leviathan Sama that they found quite disturbing things in his personal home. Yeah, no shit. That guy has a weird obsession with nuns and maidens. Hell, hurt. Torture them until their minds are broken. The only thing left is their twisted, undying loyalty. We continue to talk about the state of the supernatural until we reach our classroom. I opened the door, and the two ladies stepped through. The rest of the devils weren't here, but Kuda and Najima were with some other guys, and they were talking about they were insulting each other. A few girls in the classroom stared at them in disgust. I looked at Citri King and Queen. They had also started to rub their heads in annoyance. I walked over to them. Yo, mama's so fat. When she fell, I didn't laugh, but the sidewalk cracked up. You know, Najima, when we played that team shooting game a few days ago, you were shit. Huh? You have the map awareness of Christopher fucking Columbus. I had reached them, and they were shit-talking each other. Trash talk. Well, whatever it was, that insult got to Najima as he started to turn red in anger. Yo, what's up? Oh, Gene, we were just playing Trash Talk, the game created by me, the almighty Kudasama. Want to join? He'll pass. I started to walk away when, oh, come on, man. At least give us a one-liner. A one-liner, huh? I turn back to Kuda and stare him dead in the eyes. I'm going to bend your mother over my knee, shave her ass hair, roll up in a blunt, and make you smoke it. Doom. All of their mouths were open as the room fell silent. I turned around to walk back to my seat. Mission accomplished. I put my head down on the table and waited for the chaos. What the fuck? Ha ha. Roasted. My mother is a nice woman. I look to my side and see Sona and Tsubaki in complete shock at what I had said. Damn, partner. Where the hell did you get that from? No comment, Drake. I have a few more in store. Especially a black man named Requus. But that can be said another time. Open slide him. What's happening here, Sona? When I glance back at the door, I see the Grimmery peerage with Ingvild. Sona just shook her head in even more annoyance and explained what had happened. Aquino giggled while the rest sighed. They walked over to me and stared at me silently. Would you like to hear about the all-powerful Requus? Huh, it's nothing, so need something from me? Sona fixes her glasses and sighs again. If you keep doing that, you'll die of lack of oxygen, you know. The opening ceremony will start soon. The teachers will get us for that. The same applies to everyone else. Be on your best behavior. Do I make myself clear? Oh, that. Yeah, sure, whatever. Sona turns to the rest of them, and they unanimously agree with her. I can only imagine not having that for a long time. Then this happened for the rest of the morning, and until the opening ceremony started. Everyone just horsed around the classroom. I hope everyone was boring. We were in the gymnasium, standing and listening to the principal address us. Everyone was either too tired or was just not paying attention. We were seniors, so we were at the very back near the entrance, while the juniors were at the front. I was standing beside Rias and Aquino. The two were trying to look courteous and give a shit, but were clearly over this like the rest of us. Sona's up. The principal finally finished his long-winded speech, and Sona was asked up. She looked at everyone before she started to speak another long speech prepared by her. But earlier I spotted Griselda as she wore a black and white suit with a habit, the thing that nuns wear over their heads. I was a bit weirded out by it since I didn't see her wear it at my home earlier in the morning, but she looked cute in it. She was standing to the side of the gymnasium like the rest of the teachers. Roygun should become a nurse sooner, or later Rossweiss should be a civics teacher soon. Now that I think about it, isn't this taboo? A forbidden relationship between student and teacher? Like you care. Exactly. Well, whatever. Griselda, Rossweiss, and Roygun, I don't see anyone else coming here to be a teacher. Wouldn't that be stalking if they did? As I also mentioned earlier, there were no glow-ups or summer debuters in our classroom. There were a few in other classes in our juniors, but it wasn't anything too drastic. Some got laid and started to groom and dress themselves properly while the rest stayed the same. Another thing, it's September, so the sports festival is coming up soon. That means all classes have to get ready for it. Great, can't wait. It's not that bad, Gene. Isn't this part of your youth, no? Yes, but knowing that the three factions and probably even our allies will have their own little sports festival that's coming up, I'm sure it will also be hectic. Poke 'em. I feel Rias poke my cheek, and I look at her. She then points behind us. Everyone was leaving. Oh, it's over, thank fuck. We start to leave with each of our class grab. Pull. Man, that was long. I thought I was going to die. Najima and I were grabbed by Kuda, so we walked back together. Everyone else was in their own groups. The perverted duo was being scolded again. I wonder what happened. Why can't we have a sexy middle-aged woman as our principal? Instead of this belating chubby thing, be nice. Could at least our principal is friendly, unlike some other ones we hear on the news or online. Najima has a point. He grumbled, but still agreed. I mean, the principal I had back in Ireland for my 5th year, last year of high school, was, let's say, a constant drunk. He and the vice principal only lasted a year there. He was a man, and the vice was a woman. They had an affair, were incompetent, and bam, they were both gone by my last year. I would rather have this balding, chubby principal than a person like those two. Lunch occult research club. How was your first day so far, Irina? How about you, Griselda-sensei? We were all currently in the club room, and were eating lunch. This also included Griselda, as she had joined us. Azazel was still in the faculty room for whatever reason. It was fine. Zenobia and Asia were there, so I felt very welcome. But I did receive a lot of weird and lewd questions. I hated it. You should be used to that, Irina. You hear or come across a lot more explicit things in Jean's home. Especially the last few weeks, Yufufu Irina blushed at what Aquino said. She did come across one of the girls and I doing very intimate things from time to time. But she also left quickly, so it wasn't that bad. I had a warm welcome from the staff. Though Azazel-san had a hand in that I've been asked out on a date, already HA, is this how it normally works? She puts a hand on her cheek and briefly glances at me. She got asked out on a date already? Hold on, don't stop there. Tell us the rest. Did you accept? Decline. Kukuku. Calm down, partner. Did you accept the invitation, Griselda-sensei? Gasper asks the million-dollar question, and everyone listens intently. A few gave me side glances, since I was also very interested in her answer. She smiles at Gasper and looks at me again before turning back to address the rest. No, I declined. Hoo-hoo. I felt someone hug me from behind. I turn my head and see Aquino. Everyone else was also giving me weird looks. What? Isn't that great for you, Boss Jean? Was I that obvious? Well, whatever. I'm relieved that she declined the invitation. Everyone starts to laugh at me. So, about the sports festival that's coming up, we will win. I was cut off by Rias, as she declared us to win. How competitive is this girl? But I think I'm partially at fault here. I did give her a 2-game winning streak in her matches. The match against Diodora has also been canceled, so it's Sarorg Bale versus Zephyrorg Glaciolabelas, and that bodes badly for the Glaciolabelas peerage. Their plans should have been thwarted, unless they decide to go full stupid and still attack them. Then the girls can take care of themselves. I created more Shadow Knights, like 200 more. They all have one in their shadows. By the way, Irina Shidu, you and Griselda here have both undergone the angel transformation, right? Azazel asks her, and she nods. Yes, I received Michael Sama's blessing and became a reincarnated angel. I heard that the Seraphim used the technologies of the devils and fallen angels to make it possible. She glances at Griselda, and they nod. Jean-san also modified the system back then, too. She continues on to explain the Brave Saint system and how it works. This explanation was already given to her and me a few weeks ago. I see, so what card are you? I'm an ace. Fufufu. As Michael Samus ace. I received an honorable position. I can't even die, even if the Lord is no more. I can continue to live if I'm Michael Samus ace. Sister Griselda is Gabriel Samus queen, and a person called Marana Shadorova is the ace for Gabriel Sama. Also, Michael Sama said he could see a special rating game between evil pieces and brave saints happening in the future. He also said that right now, only the angels of the Seraphim already possess them. But in the near future, the high-level angels, besides the Seraphim, would be given this system, and he is hoping for them to battle each other, just like the rating games of the devils. Azazel nods, seemingly impressed by it all. There are those among angels and devils who are against the decisions made by the top people. We had a relationship where we had wars against each other for a very long time. Therefore, there would be those who would feel uneasy if we suddenly told them to get along. But Michael sure has thought about it. In a similar manner, he is organizing a representative war so that the participants can transform their arguments into battle techniques that they can use. It's just like the World Cup or Olympics of a human world. He looks at me. It also involved the other factions and pantheons that Jean has allied with us too. So, the Irish gods, Greek gods, and West Yukai faction will join in a certain event in the future. I more or less expected this, so I'm not shocked. Though ITLL happened here, right? Since this is apparently the center of this damn universe, I nod at him, and he shrugs. Then would it be possible for the Grimoire group and the angels who are using the new Brave Saint system to have a battle? Kiba asks, and Azazel twitches his neck. Maybe in the future it will. Even if I don't say that right away. At least 10 years, or maybe 20 years. Well, around then would be a good time for you devil rookies, and you will be able to enjoy it. 20 years. That certainly feels long. Devils and angels do have long lifespans. Looks like we were able to enjoy it then. Kiba seemed excited about it, but Gasper was still uncertain. He's already taken part in 2 games, though he's not a fighter like Asia. Speaking of vampires, It sounds like things are heating up over there in Romania. The skirmishes there have been increasing more as of late. It's only time until they reach out to try to get Gasper. Let's stop these types of discussions here and start today's welcoming party for Irina Shidu. Rias stopped the continuation of this conversation and wanted to start a party during lunch a few days later. Kuo Academy. Then, Sakura-san, you'll be doing the scavenger hunt. Yes, it's been a few days since the start of the second term. We were back in the swing of things, but it's still quite early, so we were discussing who would be doing what event during the sports festival. Not many were too enthusiastic about it. Teenagers just want to hang out and, I don't know, be lazy. Sports aren't that appealing to them. Perhaps in other classrooms? But here they're just lazy. But I did hear from Aquino and Rias that their parents will be coming here, which means Barakil may have a camera, as well as Surzek's alright. Next, the three-legged race Skyward Sand. Can I put you up for it? Huh? Wait, what? Why me? I looked at the class president, who was a completely random girl who had black hair. She gave a pleading face since no one else was up to the task. HAA, sure, then your partner will be me. Rias, Aquino, and Ingvild raised their hands, surprising the entire classroom. Even Sona and Tsubaki were staring at the three girls in shock. Sasuga, Skyward-sama. His harem grows. He'll beat those two up later. Why can't they shut up during critical times? Najima and Kuda snickered at me after saying those things. A few of the other guys either glared or had a look of exhaustion on them. The three girls looked at each other. They marched to the back of the classroom and started to have a game of rock, paper, and scissors. That's the default way to settle their differences in my home. Whoever wins well gets to do what they want to do, and in the end, Ingvild won. She pumped her fist in victory. Then Kairi Sand the next day. The whole academy was practicing for the sports festival. My class also changed into tracksuits, and we were practicing on the school grounds with a mix of boys and girls. I challenge you, Zenobia. Bring it on, Irina. Irina and Zenobia are running on the grounds. Asia's classmates are also cheering both of them on. Geez, what are they doing? I'd say both of them are fast. They are roaring loudly on the ground. To be expected from a devil and an angel, though I suspect Zenobia to be holding back a bit. But on our side, it isn't exactly all sunshine and rainbows. Tug, K-Ch-H. I look over to our side and see Rias and Aquino versus Sona and Tsubaki. They were practicing tug of war. I had a small flashback there during our time in the pocket dimension. In spite of the fact that this is intended to be practice, they're practicing as hard as they can. Well, as hard as they can while pretending to be humans. Give up, Rias. No, you, Sona. What in the world are they doing? Ingvild and I were already tied together as we were picked for the three-legged race. So we were just sitting beside each other as we watched those four fight it out. Ahaha, let them have their fun. Gene, I wasn't trying to stop it, just worried they might take it too far. Asia. Did your pay develop during the summer holiday? Kaya, Kiryu-san, please don't grope them. Ingvild and I hear a yell from Asia. We look over and see Aika Kiryu groping her. I make a small pebble float towards my right hand and lightly flick it at Aika's head. Thud. Aya, what the heck? Ow, ow. What just hit me? Head bonk. No bullying normal, humans. I had flicked a small pebble at Aika, and she fell down to the ground, clutching her forehead. Asia turned to give me a light glare while Ingvild hit me air. That was my bad? That's also sexual harassment, so it was justified and sorry. Also, she won't remain a normal human for long. Just like Miltan, Aika will be trained by Rennie in using magic. Those two won't be normal anymore. Ingvild still lightly glared at me as Asia helped Aika up into the infirmary. Huh. Okay, my fault. Let's just go and practice, Ingvild. And I went up to train for the three-legged race. After school, yo. Skyward-sama. You busy? Kuda and Najima came over to my desk as soon as school ended. I glance at Rias, and she nods her head. Yeah, I am. Club sorry. Why? You guys want to hang out or something? TCH. Club this, club that, HA. Actually, yeah. Mom wants you to test out one of the latest breads we made, yeah, they'll be there when I have time. Sorry, you too. They sort of waved me off. Don't worry about it. But seriously, though, come over. Those two want your opinion. I also want to taste your delicious food, Right, anyway, see you guys tomorrow. The two of them start walking away. I had met Najima's parents a little while ago since they own a bakery here. I was thinking of approaching them on merging their bakery with my restaurant. We'll get a lot of business that way, right? So is something happening today or something? We were all making our way to the club room. I could feel that Azazel and Griselda were already there. I more or less knew what was happening is what I would like to say, but now I have no idea. Normally, this is where Azazel or Rias tells us that their next raiding game has been decided, and it would be against Diodora Astaroth. But since he's been sealed and imprisoned, that's become a blank slate. I can only imagine that Grimory Peerage either wins by default or they add someone else as their new opponent. Yes, our next opponent for the Youth Devil raiding game has been decided. Interesting. So, I was right. So, someone else took his place, huh? I wonder who then. I stare at Rias and wait for her to finish it. She smiles and looks back at me. Our next opponent is Silvatila Stolas, the heiress of the House of Stolas. Now, that was unexpected. Her of all people, Ingvild, and I were taking a break from practicing our own three-legged race. While sitting down, I kept taking sips from my water bottle. Asia and Zenobia were practicing their own three-legged race. Normally, it would be her and ISC, but since he's not exactly real here, he's been replaced by Zenobia. It was early morning, and we were behind the school gymnasium. It was pretty spacious out here, so we didn't need to worry about being found by my staff or anything. I also added a small barrier, so no normal human can get through. You two are doing good. Keep it up. Ingvild and I cheer them on. Those two were doing so well. When they first started, they weren't in sync, but now it's different. I guess spending 5 years with each other makes it easier to adapt to one another. Huh? Let's take a break, Asia. Yes. Normally, she would be gloomy right now because of Diodora. However, being in a relationship with me, and as well as his plans and intentions being outed, it had zero effect on her. I am here. Just then, a bubbly and energetic voice resounded throughout the vicinity of the gymnasium. It was Irina. She walked over to us. Good morning. Irina, have you decided on what club you want to join? Yes. I decided to join another club. Or rather, I decided to make one personally. So you're planning to form a club? Huh. What will be the name and purpose of the club? Irina puffs up her chest with pride and says loudly. Afufu, be shocked by hearing its name. The club name is Irina Shitta's Salvation of Love Club. The reason for it is simple. We will help those in need without receiving anything in return. Aya, I will be spreading my love to the sinful pagans for the Lord and Michael Sama, since I hold a strong belief in our teachings. She started praying to the sky while making a weird pose. Man, her eyes sparkled with life. But hearing the horrible taste in her club's name makes it sound like a club where you wouldn't want to ask for help. You have knows. Drop it amazing naming tastes. Are you perhaps bipolar? Fuck you. Yeah. Well, do your best. I decided to ignore the two dragons' ramblings and gave her vague words of encouragement. Irina bangs her chest and continues. Leave it to me. Of course, it'll help out the Occult Research Club when it needs it. This time I will be helping out the Occult Research Club with the race between clubs because of Ria San's request. So she will be joining us for the sports festival then. I'll ask just in case. But how many people are there in your club? It's still only me. Because of this, it's only thought of as an association of like-minded people. So there are restrictions on the activities and funds given. I will have to start by convincing President Sona first. That will be challenging. Sona is really strict. The same can be said for Tsubaki. It will take time for the club to be authorized. So it's decided that I will be put in the Occult Research Club for now. That basically means that she is a member of the Occult Research Club. No, I shouldn't point that out. Putting that aside, let's resume our practice. Zenobia and Irina also joined our practice for the three-legged race, and we had a busy rest of the morning. Fu, I'm a bit tired, Asia says while pulling her tracksuit. It is obvious that she and Zenobia have been running quite a bit since the morning. We are in the gymnasium storage room, located on the corner of the school grounds. We gathered here to put away things such as the ropes we use for practice. Maybe it's because I'm used to running that I have no trouble with this much exercise. As it was still early when I arrived at school, I decided to go to class after taking a break in the clubroom. Suddenly, when I was about to leave the storage room after putting away the rope slam, I could feel her feeling a bit mischievous and playful at the same time. Yes, vocabulary. Anyway, Zenobia was the one that closed the door while looking at me lustfully and smirking at Asia. What's wrong? Zenobia-san. Asia asks. Zenobia replies seriously. Asia, I heard that girls our age start to flirt with others during this period of our life. Asia and I stare at the blue-haired girl. Asia's bangs were covering her face, so I couldn't read her facial expression. But as previously mentioned, Zenobia was quite horny right now. Flirt, yes. It means we can have Gene here, spend time with us. You're already aware of his closeness with the rest of his group. I also heard from the grapevine that you also participate in those inappropriate activities. Asia awkwardly smiles at Zenobia, but still nods to her in the end. Participates? Asia practically searches for me to do those things from time to time. She's a lot different from Canon, perhaps from not dying and having a choice in her reincarnation, or just the personalities that are around her. Whatever the case, maybe she's a lot more forward with things she wants. Case in point, the time when we nearly did it, but Kunu interrupted us. I am aware of the effects of the pocket dimension and killing things in there. You and I have grown, be it our height or our breasts. We're a lot different compared to 5 years ago, but I heard recently that our breasts can grow in a different way. Asia nods sagely while seriously listening to this speech. I was a bit flabbergasted, but kept on listening. I mean, I know where this is going, but I still wanted to see it to the end. There's a girl in our class whose boyfriend is very intimate with her every day. I researched quite a lot. Why do you research and ask those questions so seriously? Didn't you have that outlet during the 5 years? Or whatever. Asia, don't you think it's a good time for us to also experience it? Asia looks at Zenobia seriously, and Jean-san plays with him regularly. Zenobia-san, perhaps it's just you? Zenobia freezes as she blankly looks at Asia and I. She goes back and forth between the both of us before putting a hand on her head. I was about to say something when Asia grabs my hand and pulls me closer. She looks up at me as Zenobia stares in disbelief. I make my way behind Asia. I go to sit down and pull her with me. We fall to the ground together, laughing as she catches her breath. Zenobia slowly started to go red as she watches this lewd act. Ashya. Jean-san, as weird as it sounds, Zenobia and I didn't do anything too explicit during those years in the pocket dimension. Our relationship moved forward a little, but it was mostly hugging, cuddling, and quick pecks on the cheek, forehead, or lips. She's strangely shy when in the one actively while doing it, but when it's her, she's quite aggressive and forward. It's really weird. Chu Jean-san Asia and I start sloppily kissing. She had closed her eyes and was enjoying it. I kept mine open and stared at Zenobia, who was increasingly becoming redder. I also kept holding Asia close during this, and she reacted cutely. Arg, I can't take it. Include me too. Zenobia snapped as she quickly moved closer. She quickly closes the gap and falls to my right. She stares at me with a huge blush. I briefly stop and look at her. What do you want, Nova? KHH. Playing dirty, me too, Jean. I smirk at her, but also oblige, reaching out toward her. You big, soft, squishy nice. 10 points, Nova. My fingers pressed against her soft chest, and she let out a small breath, and yes, this was the first time I'd touched her. She had insisted during the 5 years, but I didn't. I was interested in Zenobia, so this was fine. She also liked me back. I started to playfully poke both of them. They, from time to time, let out cute little sounds. I had felt a certain aura of someone that was quickly approaching the room we were in. I wanted to show her this, so I want stop. Pinch Haya. What a cute yelp. I had startled Zenobia, making her yelp quite loudly. That's when clang. The door suddenly opens. I came here because none of you are coming out, and WWWH, what are you doing in here? The one who came in is Irina. 2 girls and 1 guy in a compromising situation. A scene where I won't be able to make any excuses, though I wasn't going to this as Irina we were talking about, after all, so she might say something Christian-like filthy. But she was slowly changing, whether that was for a good or bad reason, I don't know. Do it in a bed. This place is filthy and is no good. Want to join? Why, I mean no. I invited her, and she gave me an interesting answer. She nearly said yes, what a bold angel. Huh. Also, what she called filthy was something else entirely, making me chuckle. After school's same-day occult research club, I had been in a happy mood all day since I got some action in school. However, I would have preferred it to have gone a little bit further. That was fine. A few of my classmates asked me why. I just gave them a fake answer, obviously. I couldn't just go, well, yeah, I got a grope Asia and Zenobia earlier, great tits, or they'd look at me weird. They already do, for different reasons, though it's mostly out of hate true. Poke poke, that's a lewd face you have there. Jean Senpai, did something happen? Asia Senpai and Zenobia Senpai, maybe? This cat girl is quite perspective. The two in question were just blushing. Normally, they would have started doing their contracts, but Azazel had kept them behind. Looks like everyone is gathered. After confirming that everyone is here, Riaz takes out something which looks like a video. It's a video recording that has the matches of the Young Devils. Our match against the Citri group is also on it. The recording of the battles. Yes, it was determined that they were going to look at the recording of the matches today. So a big monitor was prepared. Azazel then says while standing in front of the monitor, in addition to you guys, the other Young Devils also participated. The house of the great King Baal and Satan Asmodeus' house of Glagiolabalas, the house of Archduke Agar's and Satan Beelzebub's house of Astaroth. Each of them had a match after yours. This is the recording of those matches. It's the video of your rivals, so watch carefully. But I'm sure you're aware of your next match, the one that replaced the Astaroth guy because of his involvement with Cow's Brigade. Yes, the Gremory peerage nods seriously at Azazel's words. Yeah, the House of Stolas is going to be replacing the House of Astaroth. The aftermath of that was that Ajuka remained as a Satan because they found no evidence of any involvement from him. He's also essential, so if they imprisoned him or sealed him, the Devil's technological breakthroughs would suffer quite a bit. I also heard through the grapevine that no future Devils of Astaroth could become Satan. They also suffered quite a bit as the House of Astaroth lost many privileges in the underworld. First is the match between Sarorg, the House of Baal versus the House of Glagiolabalis. The match between Sarorg and Zephyrdoor. The video began, and several hours have passed. The excitement of watching the match of those besides us disappeared as soon as we started watching it. The faces and eyes of every member turned very serious. What we witnessed was a very overwhelming power. A one-on-one contest between Zephyrdoor and Sarorg led to Zephyrdoor being pushed back one-sidedly. The battles between their servants were already over. Both sides had strong servants, and it culminated in a climax. But the problem was the battle between the kings. Zephyrdoor, who lost all his pieces, provoked Sarorg and asked him to fight one-on-one. Sarorg-san accepted without any hesitation. However, all types of attacks created by Zephyrdoor are knocked back by Sarorg. Even if hit, Sarorg fights back as if nothing happened. After finding out that his attacks weren't working, Zephyrdoor started to become more impatient and began to lose his calm. That was the point of no return. Numerous defensive techniques were destroyed as easily as if they were a sheet of paper, and Sarorg's fist digs deeply into the Zephyrdoor's stomach. It was obvious even through the monitor that a single blow from his fist has so much power that it even made their whole surroundings shake. Zephyrdoor dropped down on the spot and fainted in agony while holding onto his stomach. Sarorg only used punches and kicks, but the power of his attacks are on a totally different level. When Zephyrdoor dodged it, Sarorg's blow pierced through the building, destroying most of it, and their surroundings were blown away. The video ends, and everyone in the room was silent. This should be their more harder fights, especially Riaz, since I can see both kings fighting a 1-versus-1 fight. Haha, I really did motivate the guy he's holding back, wearing weights, and doing that kind of damage. He did do that previously, but it's a step higher now. Your previous rating games have been easy. All I can say is that Sarorg and his entire peerage have trained extensively since my first sparring match with him a few months back. I don't think strategy or battle tactics will matter if you guys fight. Both peerages are essentially power types. They all look at me, and I continue. I'm serious about Sarorg holding back since he has no weight. I won't reveal that to them. I like these guys, but I'm also friends with Sarorg. I don't want to piss on that by revealing he has Regulus Nemia. I don't know if Azazel knows about it. Either I look at him, and he's giving me the same confused look as all of them. Never mind. Anyway, all he'll say is that he has a secret weapon that will even the battlefield. So, be cautious, but we need to look at your upcoming match first. I look at Azazel, and he nods. Rias and Sarorg. Both of you have too many one-on-one battles, even though you guys are the kings. Basically, the king can just have their pieces march forward while they themselves don't move. You do know that the game will be over if the king is taken down, right? Maybe those who carry the blood of the house of Baal are hot-blooded. Azazel says that while sighing. Rias' face goes red with embarrassment. Well, she has done that twice now. In both Riser and Sona's matches, she fought the king. Even if Aquino was there to support her for the first fight, she fought Sona alone. Well, I'll show you the graphs. They're the ones that are distributed to each faction. Azazel activates his techniques, and a holographic vision of a graph appears in the air. On the graphs, the faces of Rias, Sona, Sarorg, and the other remaining 3 youth devils appear. Below it, something which looks like a parameter moves and is getting longer upwards. It's written in Japanese. Each graph has the category of power, technique, support, and wizard. So these are the types given during the game. Another one, the king category, also appears. Maybe it's the quality as a king. Rias, Sona, and the Sikvera Agars from the House of Agars are fairly high. At the current point, Sona is higher than Rias. Sarorg, on the other hand, is considerably high. Zephyrdor is the lowest. On Rias' graph, the wizard category, representing demonic power, increases the most, and her power category increases significantly as well. The other categories of technique and support are a bit above the midpoint and are positioned in an average mark. Sarorg, out of the youth devils, he has the lowest for support and wizard, but the problem lies in his power. The graph increases and keeps on increasing so high that it reaches the ceiling. Overwhelming power and his sacred gear. Out of the other 5 devils, other than Sarorg, Zephyrdor has the highest, yet Sarorg has several times more power than him. Sarorg Baal is the first pure devil from the House of Baal who didn't have any talents. He also couldn't inherit one of the traits passed down from the House of Baal, the power of destruction. The ones who strongly inherited the power of destruction are his cousins, the Gremory siblings. But he's the strongest among the youth, right? By doing something, which pure devils who inherited the gift passed from their clan normally wouldn't do, he surpassed the geniuses. Normally volding do? Gasper asks and I nod. An intense amount of training, that is. Sarorg is a rare pure devil who attained power by doing abnormal amounts of training. He only had his own body, so he trained it to the extreme. He had next to no demonic power, so he used his body instead. He's a natural wielder of 10k and has trained it to the limit too. Sarorg suffered a lot early in his life, but a promise to his mother, he kept it and got strong. I bet he increased his extreme training along with his peerage after his loss to me. If I'm being honest, Sarorg is at least true Satan class right now. Hell, he may reach the super devil status sooner or later. He has walked a muddy and bloody path in life, had to look in envy at devils who were born with their clan's traits, but he has surpassed the majority of them with his own power and will alone. He became a next clan heir even without talent. Yulot, he's the real deal. If I had to choose a good rival for the Gremory group, aside from Sona's peerage, then it has to be Sarorg Baal. That guy built himself from the ground up. You better take this seriously. The room falls silent after my little speech about Sarorg. Azazel lets out hot breath out of his nose and speaks. Your next opponent is the heiress of the House of Stolas, Silvatila Stolas, and she's a wizard type. You'll be skipping Zephyrdor Glaciolabalas since he's basically useless now. Sarorg broke his spirit, and he can't fight anymore. Right? Sarorg crushed both his mind and spirit. That fear was carved into Zephyrdor Glaciolabalas' soul. So, it makes sense that the rest of the matches will be held with the rest, and skip him, I finish it for Azazel, and he nods in agreement. First, we need to focus on the next match. We will also watch the video of the Stolas whom we will be fighting next. I heard that they defeated their opponent, the next heiress of the Archduke, Sikvera Agars. The Archduke lost. So she lost even in this universe, huh? I wonder how strong Silvatila Stolas is. Her Her servants seemed quite strong as well, though. We didn't struggle too much against Sona. The Citri peerage received a gold star mark, and Stolas, who also defeated the Agars, also received their own gold star mark. We also don't know much about her or her peerage. Azazel and the Grimory peerage started to discuss their game plan. Normally this is where Diodora would teleport in and offer a trade with Rias, but since he's imprisoned that won't be happening. Irina and Griselda, who were with us, gave their opinions on everything too. Another notable thing I changed, I never thought that Silvatila Stolas would be used as a replacement for Diodora Astaroth. I wonder what else has changed because of my recent actions. I had a mini date with Kuroka and Chiron after that fiasco in the Occult Research Club. Rias still pushed everyone to do at least 1 or 2 contracts, so it was relatively dark now. We were going back home. I had felt Vala and Bicus Aura and Kuo, so I was going in their direction. Coincidentally, it was near my home, so it worked out. It's been a while. Red Dragon Emperor. Biko Valley. What can I do for you guys? Kuroka and Chiron weren't too surprised. I can assume they felt their life energy. They also stare at Biko with no change in expression. Nia. Biko Naya. Why are you and Valley here? Biko stepped out of the shadow, wearing a more casual set of clothing. He waves to us with a goofy smile on him. Well, I came here to accompany my partner. He looks back, and out came Vala Lucifer, the White Dragon Emperor, and it's been a while, Gene Bang. Out of nowhere, a blonde tornado appeared and drop-kicked Valley, the young hybrid. Didn't see it coming, I sensed it, but didn't say anything. I was curious on what was going to happen, but yeah, the wrath of a certain female magician hit him v Valley. Volkun, Loam Telavinia. Ugg Lavinia Rennie had teleported to where we were and drop-kicked Valley. Biko was surprised, as were the 2 cat girls with me. She is basically a surrogate sister to him, so it makes sense that she would act this way. She started to violently shake him. Volkun, stop this and come back to Grigori. I promise to only give you a light punishment. I don't think that's how that works. Rennie Hell probably serve time in prison or something that will have them get those charges dropped sooner or later. Valley didn't respond as he looks to his side with a defiant look. Yua. So that's the ice demonic princess, huh? Shing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Ha. Rennie snapped her gaze to Biko and glared at me, making the monkey Yukai flinch. Rennie finally let him up, and he dusts himself. She stands beside me, now glaring at him. Valley awkwardly coughs into his fist. I'm here to warn you, go on. The next raiding game between the Grimory and Stolas won't be so cutthroat, that's all. You already outed Diodora Astaroth, and that's pissed off even more of the leaders of the new and current Cows Brigade. I see. Well, I was expecting that. Hell, I killed a few magicians that went past the barrier around Kuo, or the ones that tried to teleport in. They had nothing of note in their memories since they were mobs and fodder. Well, I won't get through the skulls of those high-class devils if it's coming from my mouth. But I thought that it might be okay for you to know it. I see. Well, in a way, they'll take my opinion a little more seriously because of my status, unlike yours since you're practically a terrorist. A shadow appears. Valley and Biko also didn't anticipate it, so they also looked that way. That's new. The one who appears from the darkness is a big-build daughter born from a man who has an unbelievable amount of muscles and is wearing gothic Lolita clothes, and he's wearing cat ears on his head like always. Miltan, a regular customer of Issei, how you do? Did he kind of pass by? I felt a human presence, but didn't expect him. No, I never officially met him, but I knew of him. The moment he appears, Valley looks at him twice. He probably can't believe what he is seeing. Niel. He raises his hand and greets me and comes up to me. I also raise my hand and greet him with a smile I forcefully made. We literally never interacted, but he's quite chummy with me. No. Is it Chiron? Judging from his ears, is he in a komata? Even I couldn't sense him until he came closer. Is it Senjutsu? Valley asks Biko with a serious face. No, isn't it some type of troll? Cat troll? Biko also bends his neck and is troubled in how to answer. I'm also troubled at how to answer, so don't bother asking me. But because of Miltan's appearance, the tension here is gone. It also feels like Valley softened his battle instinct as well. You are amazing. Miltan. Well, who cares? Let's return, Biko. That's all you came here for? The two of them start to walk away. Vala looks back at us. I had to hold back Rennie from tackling him again. I was just nearby, so I decided to warn you. That's all. See you later, Red Dragon Emperor. Hey, Valley, let's go to the rumored noddle shop on our way after that. Vala disappears into the darkness with Biko. Whatever floats that Chinibius boat. At least there was a very brief and violent meeting between Rennie and him, speaking of which Miltan and Chiron were speaking to one another along with Kuroka. I guess those two cat-girl siblings get along with him quite well. I turned to Rennie as she was a bit huffy while looking at the darkness that Valley had disappeared into. I'll be back sooner or later. Don't worry about it, Rennie. I brought her closer to me as she calmed down a bit. I swear these two are a handful Skyward household I see. So that's what Vala told you. I'd gather everyone in the living room. In a way, this was the default meeting place, sometimes my bedroom and dining room. I had called Azazel to tell him what went down. I wanted the devils to be aware of this. He entered this town, but we didn't know about it, Jean. Did you know? Yeah, but I felt he didn't have any ill or malicious intentions. So I let him be, though. It was only recently that he came by. Hell, he's only a town over eating. Tug him? I turn to my side and see Latia tugging on my sleeve. She had come to visit when I was out with the two girls earlier. Rennie told me about her visit as we went home. Do you think Silvatila Stolas is involved with Cow's Brigade? I hope not. Why? Why do you know? I know why. If what Keisha Baden had told me was true, then Sarorg and her are involved romantically, and that would break his heart. The guy already had a lot of hardships in life. If I want this to not be part of it. I believe she and Sarorg are involved in a romantic relationship. They stare at me blankly as the slow realization came to them. Unless Vala meant something else by what he said, I think I know where you're going with this, Jean. Anyway, I doubt they'll stop this raiding game from happening. They'll just increase the defense and security. Regardless, I'll go tell the Satans about it. Bye. Azazel cut the communications circle and left us here. Kiba and Gasper get up. We'll get going then, Jean Senpai. They'll go contact Coriana-san. The two of them quickly teleported away and left the rest of us there. Huh, why is this so complicated? If we assume she is part of Cow's Brigade, then she'll probably be imprisoned unless she was either forced into it or is something wrong. Jean-san? I turn to look at Asia as she tilts her head. Kidnapped. I don't think Sarah will sit back if the latter happens. But we'll see when the game starts. The match is in 5 days. It's very soon then. Zenobia says it while moving her piece for the devil style, the game of life. In the entertaining floor, above the bedrooms, the four of us, Asia, Zenobia, Chiron, and I started playing the game of life. Devil style, the game of life, it's the underworld version of the game of life. We start as a low-class devil and move our rank to mid-class, high-class, and then ultimate class. You win when you become a Satan. The actual underworld isn't that simple like this. But just like in the human world, this is also popular in the underworld. Why are we here? Well, Rumble. Earlier something happened, a little disagreement with the sleeping schedule and who gets to sleep with me tonight. Latia had come by. She told us she had become the next heir to the Astaroth house since Diodora is sealed up. To my surprise, she asked if she could spend the night. I had no problems with it. The next surprise was when she asked me if she could sleep with me tonight. That was where the problem arose now. Normally there was no room for negotiations, but the one who said they didn't mind giving up their spot tonight offered to give it up, but under one condition. That was to show them how much they improved. The woman in question was a Leanne. So currently they were in the training facility, fighting. It's been around an hour, and they're still going at it. Latia has been losing during all that time. I had a little floating eye there to see the progress while playing this game. Slam. Close. We turn our heads and see Irina coming in. She had left earlier in the day since she had to go back to the church. Only her, though so Griselda, was in my home. She walks over to us, sits down, and starts watching us play. Is this the game of life? And why are Latia-san and Leanne Sensei fighting? Sleeping spot. Beat her. She can sleep with me tonight. Anyway, can I get a turn? I nod and hand my controller to her. She happily starts to play away after I tell her where and what she had to do. Creak. Open again. The door opens, and I turn to look. Hooped. Eletia. After my little outburst, The rest turned to look at the female devil, and they let out a few gasps of shock. In front of us were Rias, Aquino, and Latia in a bunny costumes. No, not just the Marini. Natsum and Griselda, of all people, were roped into this. This wasn't my idea. I was roped into this. She stuttered out as she was completely red. The same with Natsum and Griselda. The other three were completely fine with it. Sorry for the sudden interruption, but she had a troubled expression on her and sighed. We are getting interviewed. We will be appearing on a television program in the underworld. We will be appearing as the youth devil and getting interviewed. She looks at me specifically and continues. This also includes Eugene. They want an exclusive interview from the middleman and Red Dragon Emperor. So it's come to this, huh? Time to spread our name? Even more, partner. I guess so. Asia Argento, became very surprised. We will be appearing on television. Daily life with Gene San has lots of shocking events every day. Several months have passed since I started living with Gene San. I was able to attend school, and I started to become friends with Kiryu-san, Matsuda-san, Motohama-san, and everyone else in the class. It's been very fulfilling. Rias-san, Aquino-san, Kiba-san, Chiron-chan, and Gasper-kun are treating me very nicely, as well as everyone else in Gene-san's harem. Zenobia-san is my friend who is the same age as me. I also became friends with Irina-san. Aquino-san's parents are also very kind to me. They treat me like their child, another daughter, and my life in Japan is very new and fun. Things I couldn't do while I was in the church are now fulfilled. A sudden proposal from Diodorus. I was very shocked. It was the first time a man did a thing like that to me, so I didn't know what to do. But my mind, heart, and soul was already set on someone precious to me. Gene-san said, "Stay by my side to me." That is enough for me. If I can stay with Gene-san, then that is enough for me. I'm happy if I can live and laugh with that person. Lord, please allow me to be with Gene-san forever. Let me stay next to him forever. We made that promise with each other. I am immortal now, after all. And please listen to one of my wishes. If I can wish for it, if someone were to propose to me next, make it that person. I know I am being greedy, but I love him, so I dream about it a bit. I feel really happy when I embrace my dream. Lord, please look at me with warm eyes while I spend my life with that person whom I deeply love. Azazel, I'm sorry, am reporting to you by this communication system. Surzex. It's about the mysterious death of the heir of the Gladiolabulas and the increase of Diodora Astaroth's demonic powers, and what Silvatila Stolas is involved in. So it was related as I thought. The devils still have many troubles even now. I still don't have any evidence. But if we were to believe in Val's warning, then Silvatila Stolas is... Looks like we need to do that plan which we discussed after all. Man, I already feel down because of one of the guys with me had a certain event. I heard about it. It seems like one of the leaders of the Grigori got married. Man, everyone is rushing things. Not just that, but they were sneaking around behind my back with women from different factions. Shit, am I the only single guy left? Fufufu. How about you settle down with someone now, Azazel? Even Gene Cohen is slowly progressing to that state in his life. Don't wanna. That little brat has what I call an infinite harem. Also, am a man who lives by his interests. There are plenty of W women. Yes, unless Gene Cohen gets them all, you fufu. Anyway, that plan, I trust you in it. Yeah, leave it to me. Though we will be having them go through harsh things, though. Gene Skyward, dear God. Partner, you're bad at smiling when you're forced to. I can only do it naturally. Being forced to just feels awkward. I was in front of a mirror in my room. I was practicing on smiling. I had no problems with answering questions and all that, so I didn't need to worry about it. All I'm asking is that those two Satans, Crimson Bastard and Levi Tan, not to create a TV program about me like what they did with Issei, because sweet God, that will be tiring. Zoom iron, right? Pafu. Click, click. Okay, I get it. That night, Rias received a call from Astri. The business she had with us was the television station offered an appearance on their program. It doesn't end there, since it was an offer for the whole Grimory group to appear as well as me. The rating game for the Young Devils, including Rias, has been broadcast to the whole underworld. Rias and other Young Devils were already famous for being family members of the Satans and such, and it seems their fame increased even more after that game. Even the underworld, there was an article in a magazine that had titles like Princess Rias Gremory Special. I found out that Rias is popular during summer vacation. I mean, that much was obvious, but that just means she became even more popular. For the young female devils, the Kuo Academy girls' uniform is popular, so I heard that it would get released for sale in the underworld soon. There is someone hugging me from behind. I remember this sensation of a pay, and felt her aura coming into my room earlier. When I looked in the mirror, it was Rias. "What are you doing, Jean?" I was practicing because we'll be appearing on television. I can't smile when I'm told. I can only do it naturally, if you get what I mean. A fufu. Is that so? Well, the two of us will most likely get all the questions while everyone else will get smaller or short ones. Rias starts to rub her breasts against my back. Sheesh, woman. What did you come in here for? I mean, I don't mind the gesture, though. Hey, Jean, what do you plan on doing with the Stola's heiress? You're friends with Sarorg, and I can only do what I can, and if I have to be a bit forceful, then he'll do just that. But he'll also read her memories, just to be sure. Lately, you've been thinking about Diodora more than Asia has. He's been imprisoned, so take it easy. Yes, I was also thinking about it too, but it seemed like you were worried about Asia even more. Even more so after Valley told you about Silvatila Stolas. Well, I don't want what happened with Rennie to repeat, so I have my own plans and measurements in place. Though am I really that obvious with the shit I think about? Got up my game then. I guess I have, but I have a few plans for whatever scenarios happen. They're not perfect, so it'll be relying on the rest of you, including the Shadows and Leanne. You're doing fine. Just take it one step at a time and rely on us more. Yeah, I will. Thanks, Rias. I turn around and hug her too. It's been a few days since then, and it's been pretty hectic. The students at Kuo Academy have been practicing for the sports festival like their lives depended on it. The ones that weren't too into it had done a complete 180 turn and were as enthusiastic as the rest of them. Today of all days was the day of the interview. I teleported to the underworld with the Gremory peerage using a magic circle that was made specifically for us. How fancy. The place we arrived in is the basement of the big building, which is built in a city. In the place for transport magic circle arrival area, we were welcomed with warm arms by the staff. We are glad you are here, Rias Gremory-sama, Middleman Sama, and her servant Sama. Please come this way. We were being led by the person who seems to be the producer, and we went to the top floor via the elevator. The interior of the building doesn't look different from those in the human world, but they're different in very simple things. There are many devices that work using demonic power within the building, and on the poster placed in the corridor, it's Rias. The smiling picture of a crimson-haired beauty looks like that of an idol. Then from the end of the corridor, a familiar person comes while bringing 10 people with him. Sarorg. So, you were here too. Yes, the one who Rias and I talked to is the next heir of the House of Baal, Sarorg Baal. He has the noble jacket rested on his shoulder, and he looks wild like always. He's always ready for action since I saw him, with no openings. The blonde woman with a ponytail, who is right behind him, is his queen, Keisha Batten. She looked a little better since last time. Rias, Jean, are you two also getting interviewed? Yes. Have you already finished, Sarorg? Yep, I'm what a hassle. Fwahaha. Is that so, Jean? I will be getting interviewed now. Most likely a different studio from you guys. I saw your match. Rias raises her eyebrows a bit. No matter how much power you have, you will lose if you get trapped. They will aim for the slightest opening with full power. Above all, there are many unknowns in a sacred gear. We want to know what will happen and what it can do. Compatibility is also important in the game. I have learned many things from the match between you and Sona Citri. However, Sarorg then pats Rias on the shoulder. I desire to fight you with only pure power. You have grown a lot since I saw you last, Rias. That is my desire for our game. He looks back at me. I will be interrupting your interview, Jean. Prepare yourself. He smiles at me and starts to walk away. I feel someone tap my shoulder. It was Keisha. Can we speak before you leave, Jean Sama? Oh, sure. The Bale Queen nods before joining back with her group. That was interesting. Why would Sarorg want to come into my interview? Well, whatever, it'll wait until that comes after the greeting with Sarorg. We went to the dressing room and left our bags in there. Azazel didn't come with us because he would be appearing on a different program. Irina is staying back at home, the same with everyone else. Today it's just for us, the Grimmery group and Middleman. After that, we were taken to what seemed like a studio, and we went inside. They were still preparing, and the staff are still doing work. The interviewer lady who was here before us comes to greet Rias and I. They started to speak about what was going to happen and other technicalities. I just nodded along with it all. There will also be questions asked for the other group members, but please don't be too nervous about it. The staff tells us, are Kiba Yuto-san and Akino Himejima-san here? That would be me. Im Kiba Yuto and Im Akino Himejima. Kiba and Akino raised their hands. I think there would be quite a number of questions asked for you two for the interview. Both of you are increasing in popularity. Kiba-san is getting more female fans, while Akino-san is getting more male fans. Right? Kiba is handsome and is known as the Prince of Kuo. Meanwhile, Akino is beautiful and also described as a Yamato Nadeshiko. It's not weird if they are popular. I, however, am a bit annoyed, TCH. That my Akino, you know. Since the match against the Citri was broadcast throughout the underworld, Kiba and Akino's popularity rose. Akino then smiles at me and walks over to me. She holds my hand and winks. Fufufu. Imur's Jean, you don't need to worry. I see so my Jean senpai. No comment, Kiba. And who is the other person? Jean Skyward-san. That would be me. I summon the boosted gear to show my legitimacy. She nods as well as the other staff. Skyward-san will also have an interview in a different studio. You are famous as being the Harem Dragon Emperor and Middleman. Huh? You will partner? No. Agaring Dragon Emperor. Yes. You also have Breast Dragon Emperor, but Dragon Emperor and Thigh Dragon Emperor as your monikers. You have become very popular amongst children. It seems like you're called a Pei Dragon or Ketsa Dragon amongst children. You have been known to love women's breasts, butts, and thighs, correct? That rumor was spread around the underworld, as well as advertised by Seraphal Leviathan-sama in many of her shows. Damn it, Seraphal. Also, Ketsa Dragon? But Dragon. I'm sorry, you two. I feel like I have more lewd nicknames than Issei at this point. At the very least, Vala was meant to be called the Butt Dragon Emperor. I have both, and the Thigh one, then Skyward-san. Please follow me to the different studio. I will guide you. I received a personal script from the staff, and I started cheering up the two dragons up while I was heading towards the different studio. Looking over this thing, dear God, they're making me sing it. Thank you for answering that last question, Jean-sama. That should bang. Slam. The staff got a fright as the one interviewing me jumped at her seat. I had finished singing that stupid song earlier. They're really making me into aw damn it. It's Saror Bale-sama. W, what might you be doing here? One of the staff members asks, and he nods. I came here, Jean. Just like I said, keep those cameras rolling. He gives him a grin, and they did so. I could see his peerage behind him, and he started walking toward me as we stand face to face. He had a confident smile on him, as always. Jean, a few months ago when you were still new to your middleman status, I requested you for something. You quickly and easily fulfilled that request, and that was to cure my mother of the devil sleep disease. She is awake and well now. A few of the staff gasped, and the cameraman was sweating and filming us intensely. Don't have a stroke now, man, after that. I requested a duel with you. That was when I learned of your status as the Red Dragon Emperor. However, it was quite one-sided. I lost easily. I have trained harder since then, and today he looks at me, to the camera, back to his peerage, and to the woman interviewing me. Finally, he looks back at me with a confident smile again. Jean Skyward, middleman, and current Red Dragon Emperor, I request another duel with you. This time, in the viewing of the entire underworld, no, the entire supernatural world. The staff went wild. He just announced that in front of the entire underworld, after the recording, we started relaxing in the dressing room. It's obvious that everyone was tired of it all. So, they started relaxing by leaning on the wall or dropping dead on the table as soon as we entered the room. The program was a collection of questions for Rias from the beginning to the end. How was the match against Citri? What will you do from now? Is there any youth devil you have your attention on? Such questions like that. Rias answered with a smile normally, and she didn't forget to behave with elegance. Her family might also watch it, so she can't show anything shameful. Rias showed us and the visitors an awesome interview as the next heiress of the Gremery. Then, when the questions moved on to Kiba after that, there were cries from the female fans. His popularity among the female audience was the real deal. Even during Aquino's interview, she said that quite a lot of the male staff were looking at her with lewd eyes. I couldn't do anything since I was being interviewed somewhere else. It seems like my armor form looks like a stuffed toy to the kids. So that's why I became popular, not to include my noble goal of uniting the entire supernatural world. Though these two have been crying since the staff member told me of my monikers across the supernatural world. I can't take it back, I'm sorry guys. How they should expect as much. Leave them be, Jean. Ridra dismisses the two dragons' concerns. They start to shout and argue with him. It eventually led to some explosions happening by the way, Jean. Or were you asked to be filmed at the other studio? Rias asks while eating a snack. It's a secret. The staff also asked me not to tell people who are close to me as well. Though to me, it's a bit whatever. You'll see soon enough. I facepalm as they look at me strangely. I understand. I will be looking forward to it. It seems like Rias is also looking forward to it. Then it happened when we were trying to stand up to go home. The door opened and someone enters. It was Ravel. I was starting to wonder if she would show up or not. I had felt her aura earlier, but it took her some time to reach this room. Is Jean-sama here? Ravel Phoenix. What brings you here? Ravel's eyes met mine. It seemed like her face became bright for a moment, but she then makes an unpleasant expression. She then pushes the basket she is holding to me. This. It's a cake. My second eldest brother has a television program in this studio, so I came to give you this since I had time. Is that so? Well, I graciously accepted. When I opened it, a delicious chocolate cake was inside. I could tell it was made carefully. Did you make this? Of course. I have confidence if it's baking a cake. And I promised you that I would make you a cake. She did. I won't say that out loud, or she'd be upset. Well, I think she did. Thank you. But you could have made it for me when we have tea like we promised. I won't do anything to disturb you. You have your job as the middleman in your school, correct? So, I won't waste your time. But I thought maybe I can just give you a cake. You should be grateful. It's Sundara as always, but I appreciate it, Ravel. Then, I will be leaving here. Ravel goes home as if she finished her business. Wait a second, Ravel. I stopped Ravel. I cut a bit off the cake and took a piece of it to my mouth. The sweet taste of chocolate spreads inside my mouth. It doesn't have too strong of a taste and is just right. The softness feels good too. It's delicious, Ravel. Thank you. I will eat this at home. Ha ha ha. I don't know when I'll see you next. So, I thought I might as well tell you how I think of it. We'll make sure to set that tea date of ours in the future here. When I said that, Ravel got teary-eyed and her face became completely red. I also gave her my phone number. Good luck with your work, Jean-sama. After Ravel said her goodbyes to us, she left the scene quickly. When I turned around to everyone, Rias has her eyes closed while raising her eyebrows. And the girls are looking at me with smug grins. Gasper was just shaking his head. I know. I'm not dense, but geez, Ravel, I didn't expect you to go that quickly now. How do I deal with this budding crush from her? Chapter 1, Part 2. Not a rating game. Balance Break and Kaiju's Japan. Kuo Skyward Household, Jean Skyward Clang. Catch Hine. Dang. A few more days have passed since our interview, and nothing much has changed. I was sent a copy of that stupid song I had to sing, and I am a terrible singer. I listened to it and forced the two dragons to watch and listen. They cried a lot. If I had to suffer, so did those two. I was in a training facility at my house as I watched three women clash. One of them was Leanne, the other was Scathack, and finally the third was Ha Ha Ha, another monster comparable to Leanne. I do not know where you came from or how Jean found you, but I got another rival. I'm satisfied with this. Aurelia Le Guin Aurelia has long silver hair and purple eyes. Aurelia wears a blue jacket and red cravat in place of her white one, and a long white skirt that is split down the side. She has a blue cape with golden epaulets now, with violet lining on the inside. She has white high-heeled shoes. Aurelia uses the great sword Arcadia in combat. It has a golden hilt embedded with a green gem and a wide silver blade with red designs down the side. I did not expect for things to be this way. However, it's a welcome change. Cool, me. Leanne smiled at their interaction and joined in their battle. I'm not sure if I should label all three of these women as battle maniacs. I also made two other beings, though they're quite large, and they're in the dimensional gap along with Bellion and Kamish Bang. Oh, it was early in the morning, like really early, so I had time to do things by myself. There was no one else up. Only those three battle maniacs were left, and their quick sparring match had just ended a few minutes ago. I was roped into their fight, so I was a bit dirty. I was in the kitchen getting a glass of mango milk. Yes, I like it, bite me. I made my way to the second-floor bathroom and put a sound-canceling barrier around it. I didn't want to wake anyone else up. Never mind someone else was up. Whatever, I won't try to stop them from coming in here, Slide. I snapped my fingers and wrapped a towel around me as the doors opened. I turned around to see Leanne, Aurelia, and Zenobia. The younger girl was blushing as it looked like she was forced to join the other two, probably by Aurelia. Where did Scat Hat go? I offered for her to join us, but she declined. You will need to work on raising her romantic affection, Jean. Is that so? Aurelia answered the question, and they started to walk towards the large open bath. I joined them as Leanne sat beside me, the other two across from us. You're up early, Zenobia. Yes, I'm just restless since our raiding game is in a few days. I've gotten up early the last few days to get in some extra training, so my senses do not dull. Today I was planning to do more after school. I see. Kuntor did tell me about Zenobia getting up early. The same could be said for the other girls of the Gremory Peerage. While it wasn't every day, they did wake up to train from time to time. Consistency is key to keeping your senses sharp, Zenobia. Good job. Aurelia praised her, and Leanne agreed beside her. The room fell silent as we enjoyed a quiet early morning bath. I could feel Aurelia's gaze on me. I turned to look at her, and she had a smirk on her face. What? A male at your age would take this opportunity to procreate with us, Jean. Why haven't you acted upon it? On cue, Aurelia let her towel down, and her breasts were in full view for me. Zenobia replied with a yes and took off her top. The two of them looked at Leanne, who shook her head, but she also took off her towel and hugged my arm while closing her eyes and smiling. What the hell do I do here? I didn't create you guys just so I could have something to play around with, you know? I understand that, Jean. However, your body language is a lot more honest than you. And everyone else looked down, and I quickly looked away, embarrassed. It pointed towards the heavens and threatened to pierce it. My own feelings and how Jean Jr. reacts are two different things. Aurelia reaches over and removes the towel covering me. When she did, Zenobia blushed. This is not the first time she has seen it, since I've been invited to the girls' side a few times and a few incidents have occurred. In the majority of instances, Aquino and Kuroko were involved, and my harem, both official and unofficial, were already aware of that and had already seen it. Limestar, would you like help with that? No, I'm fine. Thanks, though. Ignoring my answer, Aurelia reached over and began awkwardly trying to assist. She was clumsy at it, though it made sense since she had never done this sort of thing. I am aware I'm not well equipped for this. Please bear with me. Aurelia scooted closer to me and demonstrated a technique with her grip as she experimented with strength and speed. The other two were looking at her doing it. Zenobia was clearly fascinated by it, even though it wasn't the first time Jean. Leanne called my name, and I turned to her. Once I did, she captured my lips. I was a bit surprised, but kissed her back like Aurelia. It was her first time kissing me on the lips this intimately. We had kissed on the lips before, mostly normal ones. This was the first time she used her tongue, and she was a bit clumsy, but I found it cute. Zenobia, come here. Igriagajis. Aurelia called for Zenobia, and she crawled over. I glanced at them, and Aurelia asked Zenobia to come closer to me. Even though she was hesitant, she eventually reached over and brushed her hand against my arm. Unsure of what to do, she started to use her palm to gently rub it. Two beginners trying to help you, Jean. Care to share your thoughts? Well, stroke. I mean, even if it isn't the most, should I say, professional? I mean, I've done a lot with my lovers, and they've become experienced along with me. So, it's fine, it's the thought that counts, I guess. I mean, it'll eventually finish from this. I stopped kissing Leanne to give them my answer. As soon as I did, she brought me back to it. This determined woman wanted to succeed at this. Is she like Graphia? Does she like kissing? Ho, is that so? Then, Zenobia, your thoughts? It's hard and long. I'm more surprised that this thing managed to get inside them. But the man I'm interested in is feeling pleasure from my amateur technique, so it still makes me happy. Grip boy no. Ha ha ha. As expected of the Quetzal dragon. Enjoy but for as long as you want, Jean. With my free arm, I snake my way to Aurelia's ass and grab hold of her butt cheek. It was well-rounded, soft, and yeah, I liked it. She sported a small blush as she continued, probably reading my facial expressions and finding the strength and speed that I liked. Therefore, she kept at it. Meanwhile, Zenobia had started using both her hands. Aurelia mostly focused on the lower portion of my arm. She took hold near the top and kept rubbing the sensitive tip. This combined with me kissing Leanne as I grew overwhelmed. Upon hearing this, Aurelia increased her grip a little more while moving her hand faster. Unsure of what to do, Zenobia is still unsure. She leaned in and did what she thought would please me, and it did. Knowing that she was interested in me, and her doing her best to respond with her lips, it excited me even more. NNNHM. NNH. Meal. More Jean on Leanne's end. Our kissing was becoming more enthusiastic as she started to get the hang of it with my guidance. She had a really cute and captivating expression right now, and it was quite irresistible. To think Zenobia had the guts to do such a thing. I will follow suit in the future. Zenobia seemed to be looking for certain spots. She was looking at me intently, apparently trying to find something specific. She was doing a good job since I was about to finish. As I break my kiss with Leanne, she shows annoyance. Zenovia's eyes widened, and, like a persistent woman, Aurelia did not stop her movements. Hell, she increased her speed even more. So, I kept going and Zenobia had to pull away, overwhelmed. Some splashed onto Zenovia's face, breasts and thighs, while some landed on Aurelia's hand, arm breasts. Leanne was the only safe one, but she had a look of envy while watching the scene unfold with the two other women. HAA. Satisfied, I summoned my towel and wrapped it around myself. Aurelia looks at her hand and licks it. She nods to herself before licking it clean and giving me a very seductive stare. I was an aggressive woman. Zenobia was a blushing mess. She had no idea what to do. Lime and I quickly summoned water above Zenobia, so it would all wash off her. This got her back to reality, and she gave me a thankful look, but I could feel that she had a bit of regret. Perhaps I was too hasty? Let's just get this bath over with. I didn't expect that to happen. Only one day before the rating game. It was clear there was tension in the air for the Gremory peerage, though I kind of shared it. They have no idea what to expect from their new opponent, and Diodora is locked up. What'll happen then? Smack. Man, what's up with your club today? Heck, even President Sona and Vice President Shinra are also tense. Do you know what's up? Najima and Kuda came over to me and inquired. Nah, they're just excited to taste the dish I made last night. I'm heading over to your place later, right? We'll bring some over too. Yes. Everyone jumped at Najima's loud cry, but he didn't seem to care and kept going. After school, I was planning to head over to his home. Well, we'll be stopping by the bakery section to sample their newest creation. Kuda was also tagging along, so they both were quite excited about it. Food Skyward Samus food, although I had not made anything during the previous few weeks. I could recreate a dish that I tried to make. It was from Latia's book she gave me. It was interesting, but tasted good. I hadn't modified anything on it yet. It's basically boeuf bourguignon, but with ingredients from the underworld. Yeah. Calm down already. Class is about to start. The idiot gave me an army salute, and when to sit back down, the female devils gave me strange looks, and I just shrugged at them. I mean, I need an excuse. So lunch occult research, club room, you guys are way too tense. Relax, I covered the area with a calming effect, and they immediately relaxed. Yeah, I agree with Jean. Being this tense won't do you any good, I know. But still, it's our third game with an unknown opponent. We didn't even have enough footage of her. She and her peerage are complete unknowns. We only know that she is a wizard type who has 2 pawns, a knight, 2 bishops, and a queen. Their match ended quite quickly too. They're quite powerful. Rias answered, followed by Kiba. Azazel sighs. I do get where she's coming from, though. That's the extent of the information that they got from him, so heading into this match with next to zero information about anything is cause for worry. Well, it's still being broadcast throughout the underworld, so make sure to perform to your full potential. We have 1 day left and no last-minute training. We need you guys relaxed. They didn't argue, but accepted what I said. Azazel also agreed. While unlikely no, impossible, they won't injure themselves, but having a ready body and calm mind will still help them. I look at Gasper and smirk. He stares at me confused. Make sure to show off even more this time. Jayasuk. Coriana is watching again. www. What are you talking about? Jean Senpai. It's not meeting new people or faces that gets him flustered now. It's Coriana. Geez, man. But I'm happy for him. He has something else to fight for, even if they do end up fighting each other sooner or later. Aquino looks at me with an amusing smirk. Huh? Why? I can also ask you the same thing, Jean. Why did you speak with Saror's queen before we left? She has approached you several times already. Valerie told us about it. I see. Well, it wasn't anything to keep a secret about anyway. As a result, I left it up to Valerie whether she wanted to tell them or not. Yeah, it was an interesting discussion. Flashback Underworld. Jean skyward. Huh? The staff went wild. He just announced that in front of the entire Underworld. Why the hell, Sarorg? You're not one to make these types of flashy announcements. Are the older fucks in the bail putting you up to this? I have no problems with sparring with you again, Sarorg. But why make it this public? He looks at me and nods sagely. He closes his eyes and doesn't speak for a full minute. I glance at his peerage, in particular Regulus and Keisha. They just shook their heads at me, so they didn't know either. I had no time earlier, so when I finished my own interview, I just decided to ask you. I have no other reasons. I didn't sense him lying, though, if I think about it. It's just like how Saror does things. He's straightforward and honest about these things. Now what do I do? I certainly don't mind, but being on live broadcast, we're no secret anymore, partner. I know that. It's just that anyone can see us, including those asshats in Cow's brigade. Well, whatever. I nod. Sure thing, Sarorg. I don't mind. We'll talk about details at a later date, Jean. Goodbye for now. Satisfied with my answer, Sarorg left with his peerage. Keisha looks back at me, and I nod. She does too. I turn back to the staff, and they have looks of excitement on their faces. So let's continue. Yes. They answered enthusiastically because they had more questions for me now. Let's get going, Jean. A few minutes after Ravel left. We were about to leave back to my home when Jean-sama, we turned to see Keisha Baden, Sarorg's queen. She stood there staring at me. The others were also looking at her. Keisha Baden, right? You're Sarorg's queen. Do you need something? Rias asks her, and she nods. Ah, yes, Rias-san. I'm here to speak with Jean-sama. We're planning on speaking about some personal matters. Yeah, you guys go ahead. We'll be speaking with her for a few minutes. It won't take long. Aquino tried to say something, but was pulled back by Rias and forced to teleport away. Gee, she's quite clingy. Love her, though. Sorry about that. Anyway, what's up? Did this get better or something? And no, Sarorg-sama has announced the start of his relationship to us with Silvatila Stolas. Miss Labelle-sama is quite happy with it, and so are we. I'm happy for my master. I could tell that she felt complicated about the whole situation. Happy, sorrowful, and everything in between. I don't know who Sarorg's first piece was, but I would think it was her. He accepts people from any background, regardless of their race. If he sees potential in them, then that's good enough for Sarorg. He does not discriminate. She's quite confident in her abilities and has started to train with Sarorg-sama. So I think the Grimmery Peerage will have a challenging game. I see, but I also doubt that. So what are your plans now? Did you confess? Because I think he knows. She shakes her head and sighs. But as you said, I am sure Sarorg-sama knows of my feelings toward him. Yet I will discard it, as I will be his queen and friend. Nothing more. Nothing less. My goal was to stay by his side forever. However, I will work towards being independent for the future. Thank you for your assistance, even though it was sparse and brief, Jean-sama. Keisha smiles at me and bows. Huh. I didn't think it would turn out like this. She's a lot more mature and love drip drip, huh? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, I guess getting that all off her chest opened the floodgates. She was involuntarily crying now, and she was desperately trying to stop them, but more and more came. We know nothing about each other, but she decided to ask me for help. Not just because I was the middleman, but because I was her master's friend. I grab her arm and pull her into a hug. After using a soothing effect to calm her down, the tears continued to flow. It's fine, Keisha. It's okay to let it all out. Being strong for yourself and everyone else can take a toll on someone. So, just let it all go and then move forward. Are you speaking about her or yourself, partner? Who knows? I'm doing quite well for myself. After I said that, Keisha started to cry harder and buried her face into my chest. Was Sarah her first love? Who knows, but I have a feeling that he was. It took around 2 minutes for her to calm down and recollect herself. At the end of it, she was blushing. I'm sorry for my sudden outburst. Don't worry about it. We all gotta move forward relentlessly, right? Can't dwell on past actions or mistakes forever. We should get moving. I can feel Sarah's aura is still here. Yes, thank you very much. Until we meet again, Jean-sama. She bows again before running off. A small smile on her face. Forward relentlessly, huh? Life the world won't stop for you or your silly opinions. You take what you have and move forward with it. We all know that. Yeah. Flashback end after school. I was on my way to Najima's home. The Grimmery peers were doing their contracts. Ingvild was hanging out with her friends, though they were with us since they wanted to buy some stuff from Najima's bakery. Too bad we didn't win it all this year, Koshian. If Jean didn't go back to Ireland, I'm pretty sure the baseball team would have asked for your help. They made it far, coulda. Our school's male team is still young, but we made it to the top 8. That's something amazing, We were walking there with the Ingvild and her friends. I had seen her try to hold hands with me, but kept herself in check. More controversies would start if she did. The school was abuzz about Rennie and Aquino. My rather dumb comment about having a harem was taken seriously by the males and a few females. We still have the chance for the winter tournament, though. Skyward Sama will surely help this time around. I mean, if they ask for it, then sure. It didn't take us long, and we arrived at his family's store. It was medium in size. The outside had shake it, make it, welcome to Najima's bread shop. We go inside, and there were many shelves and a few tables with all types of bread on them. Vel Jinkun, welcome. Oh, you're here to try out the brand new batch, right? Dear. Najima's dad welcomed us as she screamed for his wife to come over. We heard footsteps coming quickly. The girls giggled at Najima's expense. As energetic as always, dude. Stop there, embarrassing. Najima hid his face as he blushed. Jean-chan. Welcome. Please come over to the back and try them out. Those are girls, honey. Did you bring a girlfriend home? What? And no, they're just classmates. Najima grabbed me by the shoulders and started to drag me back to the kitchen. Dude, you want a girlfriend? At least try to hit on one of them. Not Ingvild, though. It'll make your life miserable if you do. Your friend can come and try them too. The rest of them got an okay, as Ingvild looked at me in pity. I can't go and kill normal humans. It would be too petty. Well, unless they're scumbags, then I can make some exceptions to scare the shit out of them. This is I knew it would be interesting. I was dragged to the kitchen, and in front of me was, well, a piece of bread with octopus tentacles sticking out of it. Is that the head? Did they just shove this in together when they baked it? I'm no expert in baking since I only cook and not bake, but what the fuck? I look at Najima's mother, and she had an expectant look. The father was giving me an I'm sorry look. I guess I'll just truck through then. When I bit into it, I chewed through it and swallowed. It tasted like octopus with bread. There's not much I can add to that. It's interesting, but it's not on par with the others in your store. You may need to do a complete overhaul, ma'am. I had to be kind with my words otherwise. Shed burst into tears. She nodded sadly, but didn't take any offense, thankfully. Anyway, I brought some food with me. Najima should have told you about it, right? It's here. I took out the large lunchbox as Najima screamed again. He was hit by his mother. As mentioned earlier, the dish I was intending to bring was the beurre bourguignon. I had also prepared plastic forks. I gave everyone one and let them have at it. As great as ever. Jean-chan H.A. If only our son was a daughter, I wouldn't have any problems with you marrying into our family, Jean. Najima glared at his dad, who laughed at him. The others also joined in. Ingvild was used to my cooking, so she took it in stride. But he, Jean Senpai, can cook like this, huh? Hey, Jean Senpai, you said you had a harem going. Can I join? The room froze after she said that. I could feel a certain purple-haired diva's emotion skyrocketing. I didn't like where this was heading. Yeah, no. Jean's mine. Doom. Ingvild, her weird jealousy of normal human girls know. This is like for the majority of the girls. They have a weird rule that if a person wanted to be in my harem, they had to be part of the supernatural. I can't understand where they're coming from, but it's a bit extreme you even having Ingvild. Dude, damn it all. The two guys fell to their knees and cursed at me quietly. The friends of Ingvild cheered, while the one who asked me had a smirk on her face. Ingvild blushed and fell for their scheme. Jean-chan has a harem going, damn it, Jean. You're one lucky son of ow, waiting jock ow, I'm sorry. Najima's mother glared and pinched her husband's ear hard. I think she drew some blood. What a scary lady. The rest of our time, there was a bit calmer. This is because I shared some ideas with his mother about what and what not to use for some of the experiments. Jean skyward, it's about time. Ria says that and then stands up. The day of the match. We gathered in the occult research club room late at night. Asia is in nun's clothing, and Zenobia is in erotic battle wear, and the others are wearing the Kuo Academy uniform. They had gathered around the magic circle located in the middle of the room and are waiting to be transported. Our opponent is Silvatila Stolas. Those who belong to the noble house, where she hails from, are unknown, and few know what they are capable of. But I do know that she's a diligent worker. I can only assume the same for her peerage. But the game will end when you take down the king. In their group, there are plenty of guys who won't lose with pure powers. If she comes at them like that, they'll just crush her. But they also have learned other ways of fighting other than just using brute force. Sarorg is a superpower type. I would be in the same category as him if I were in the rating games. I feel Asia hold my hand as she was hesitant to leave my side. I give it a squeeze and soothe her. I gave her a bit of encouragement that way, and then the magic circle glows, and they were teleported away. Rias Gremory, did we arrive? When our eyes recovered from the light produced by the teleportation, we opened our eyes. We arrived at a spacious location. The place is lined with thick pillars. The ground is made of rocks. We look around, and we see a big entrance to a shrine in the distance. It looks like those shrines that appear in Greek mythology. Jean has told us about his trip there. At first glance, there are no broken parts, and it seems like it was just built. The sky is white like always. So this is our base, huh? Something fell off. I think everyone else felt it too. We also didn't hear the announcement of the arbiter no matter how much time had passed. This is weird. I spoke out loud. As I became suspicious of this situation, others were also suspicious. Did something happen to the people in charge of the match? I was thinking such things, and then a magic circle appears on the other side of the shrine. The group makes their stances, but there isn't just one magic circle. There are many lights that had appeared, and they were surrounding us. It isn't the symbol of Astaroth. Yudo says that while making a stance with his sword. Aquino then says it while having her hand covered in electricity. None of the magic circles are similar, except they're all devils. But if my memory is correct, I look around with serious eyes while being covered in a red aura. The ones appearing were many devils. All of them seemed hostile to each other. They glare at us while surrounding us. 1, 2, 3. No, I'm ready to stop counting. That's because they don't just stop at 10 or 100. There are several hundreds to 1,000 of them, and we're surrounded by an insane number of people. The whole area is covered with devils that have just appeared. Judging from their magic circles, they're affiliated with the Old Satan faction of Cow's Brigade. Are you serious? The Cow's Brigade? Why did they interfere with the game of the young devils? No, they're terrorists after all, but why our match? The blood relative of the annoying fake Satan, Gremory. I will have you perish here. One of the devils surrounding us said that to me in a disturbing way. I was right. For the devils supporting the Old Satan faction, the current Satan and the devils who support them must be an eyesore. Kaya. A scream. This voice belongs to Asia. But Doom. Ag! We turned around expecting the unthinkable, but when we did, Jean was there. The place that once was there was completely annihilated. What happened? All those devils just disappeared. Jean skyward, what a pain in the ass. How they managed to do this is beyond me. I had consulted Comptoir earlier, and we concluded that Nyarlathotep had planned for things in advance. Or we speculated that one of our offspring woke up. We weren't sure since we couldn't detect them, and I also didn't feel any disturbances in the barrier around the world. I also got a distressing call from Keisha and Surzex. The match was canceled since Chaos Brigade randomly teleported into different places around the supernatural world and started causing chaos. The thing that involves me, the Baal Peerage, Rias, and finally the Stola's heir. Jean, Silvatila, she's Serorkan. Please calm yourself, Jean, if I may. Silvatila Stolas, the heiress of her clan, has been kidnapped by the Cows Brigade. But by whom? We're not sure, but what we know is she's either in the game field or the dimensional gap. Surzex interrupts Serorg and explains the situation. Damn, she got kidnapped? Wait, what about Asia? Serorg, you have my word, I'll get her back safe. Focus on whatever you're dealing with. All right, I'll leave it to you, my friend. Just like that, the two communication circles disappeared. Keisha lingered for a bit before stay safe, Jean Sama. Huh, she's worried about me? Well, they'll think about that later. I had teleported to the so-called field where the game was going to take place in and killed the devils that appeared. Jijin, what's happening? Why is the Cows Brigade try that Odin and it'll rip your heart out? Geez, lad, I wasn't planning to. I didn't answer Rias as Odin had teleported in and tried to reach for Akino's skirt and flip it. The group was shocked and turned to see the Norse god's leader. Odin-sama, why are you here? Rias asked, surprised. The geezer says it while stroking his long white beard. It will be long if I explain it, but to put it simply, this game has been taken over by the Cows Brigade. The game committee and those from different factions are cooperating to take them on. Actually, we know that Diodora Astaroth was allied with the Old Satan faction behind the shadows. He must have received the red vial from Azrael, which resulted in his sudden power increase. The current Satans know your group is powerful, but they sent me to lend a hand. He'll deal with the mobs while you chase after her. Her? They repeat, and Odin looks at me. I sigh and explain what happened. They were all shocked by this. Why would they target Silvatila Stolas? What does she have to do with Cows Brigade? Diodora Astaroth has escaped. No, he was rescued by certain members. He may be doing this, or someone else. Anyway, they're trying to get to the second strongest in the youth rating games. Sarah or Bale. If they can cause him enough distress, he may act rashly. No, if he does, they can take him out. That young devil has a lot of potential after all. That Astaroth boy also knows he can't hurt Jean or any of you. So he chose this route. Enough talking, go. Then how did you find your way here? Odin-sama? When I gave one my eyes to Mimis Brunry, I became familiar with these types of demonic power, magic, and other spells. The same applies to barriers too. The enemy is the chief god of the north. Our name will rise if we take his neck. Devils of the old Satan faction began shooting the demonic power blocks at once. The number of attacks was considerable. Odin Geezer hit his rod onto the ground once when we were about to take on the shots aimed at us. Baba-baba-bobin. The attacks coming at us get reflected away and perish. Geezer just laughs, ho-ho-ho, while stroking his beard. Even in his old age, he can still fight. The devils changed their expressions when he stopped the attacks. There are many high-class devils among them, but this meant nothing to a literal god. Normally, I can break the barrier with my power, but I could only enter here. So what kind of enemy did this? Though I was told by that brat, Azazel, to give this to you, to be making an old man work this hard. What should I do with that brat afterwards? Odin, you sure do complain a lot. What we received from the old Norse god were small communication devices. Move along, leave this place to this old geezer, and hurry to the shrine. This geezer will be standing on the battlefield to protect you. This is a big privilege, you know? I could just wipe them all out myself. Let me have my time to show off, you brat. He huffed, and then Odin points his rod at us, a shallow aura enveloping us. They'll protect all of you until the shrine. Now hurry. Literally not needed. These guys are HA whatever. Are you sure your old brittle bones can fight them off for long enough? The geezer just smiles energetically. You threatened to rip my heart out, and now you're worried about me? For a baby who only lived for a decade or so to worry about me, huh? I must be blessed then. Something which looks like a spear appears in the geezer's left hand. Gungnir. He unleashed a powerful blow against the old Satan faction devils. Then banging. An enormous amount of aura is released from the spear, and a sound that pierces through the sky echoes throughout the area. A single blow strikes straight to the end of the earth, and it gouges the ground deeply. Dozens of devils have perished with that single blow. Hell, what a show-off. You know, geezers need to work out sometimes too. Now, then, terrorist devils. Come at me with all your might. This geezer here is stronger than you can imagine. We grin at each other before I turn back to the Grimoire peerage. The devils became even more nervous. There aren't any devils who would come at us like before to make their name famous anymore. All right then, Odin, I'll leave these weaklings to you. I thank Odin and nod at everyone else. Let's go. We have an heiress to save. We start to fly away. The battle between Odin and the devils started up again. When we entered the shrine, we put the communication devices we received from Odin on our ears. Then we heard a familiar voice. Are you guys all right? This is Azazel. Looks like you received this from that geezer, Odin. It's Azazel. I know that there are things you want to say, but hear me out. This raiding game has come under attack from the old Satan faction of the Cows Brigade. The field you guys are at, and the special field where the VIP room is, are flooded with devils from the old Satan faction. But this is something Wed anticipated beforehand. Currently, all the factions are working together to defeat the old Satan faction. So the observers are also having a hard time as well, huh? Lately, those who are related to the current Satans started to die mysteriously. The ones who were behind it are the old Satan faction of the Cows Brigade. It was told that the heir of the Glaciolabulas died in an accident, but in reality, it was the old Satan faction who killed him. So Zephyr's relative was killed by the Cows Brigade. Was he targeted because he had the same blood as the current Satan? And the masterminds behind it are the descendants of old Beelzebub and old Asmodeus. As with the Kateria Leviathan that Jean tortured, the hatred of old Satan factions for the current Devil's government is intense. Their first act was to terrorize this game by killing and displaying the dead bodies of those related to the current Satans in order to startle them. There has never been a better time to attack than this. We anticipated something bad ever since the match between Stolas and Agars. Then it means their match was already decided to be targeted by the old Satan faction from the beginning. The ones who are targeted are Satans and their relatives. In other words, Rias. And also, as the bosses of each faction who came to see the match. Then that geezer, Odin, was also one of their targets. Then the reason why Diodora's demonic power increased more than before is? Rias asks, he must have borrowed Azrael's blood. They also must not have thought that Diodora would have used that power during the game or Jean capturing him. That's why in the incident with Glaciolabulas, we anticipated that something would happen in this match. But they didn't change their plan at all. To them, as long as they can finish us off, anything is fine, I suppose. Even for us, this is a chance we can't normally hope for. It's a good time to crush the old Satan faction who seem like they will have a negative influence on the world. Odin, Greek gods, and gods from Sakura's side are also planning to annihilate the terrorists. We told the bosses of each faction in secret about the possibility of a terrorist attack occurring, and we asked them whether they would participate in this plan. They have all decided to cooperate, and they are all thinking about winning. Right now, everyone is rampaging against the old Satan faction devils. All of this was made easier thanks to Jean's efforts in uniting the supernatural. Zeus and Odin were all for it. It took a bit from the Sakura side, but they agreed in the end. Well, whatever the case is, Silvatila Stolas has been kidnapped. I know, Surzex told me. Seeing as how strong you guys are now, and Jean's with you, we'll leave the rescue operation to you guys. But be careful, all right? We will eliminate the rest of the terrorists. This field is made by the Longinus Possessor, who belongs to the Cows Brigade. With Gene, you can enter and exit freely. That guy's an absolute cheat. So it seems reasonable to assume he can. Anyway, the Longinus dimension lost. It exceeds among the sacred gear related to barriers and space. So even that geezer, Odin, who specializes in techniques, can't destroy it. Anyway, their plan means nothing when absolute power is there. It'll eliminate it all. Geez, Gene, fine, whatever. I'll leave it up to you. The shrine had a spacious interior. There seems to be no end to the hall. There are just giant pillars inside the shrine, and nothing else is there. When we go through the shrine, another shrine appears right ahead, so we go towards there. When we kept on repeating that, we felt a presence within one of the shrines. We stopped and made our stances. The ones who appeared are 10 people with small builds who are wearing robes. Hey, Rias Gremory, middleman, and her servants. Diodora's voice echoed throughout the shrine. Good. I needed that. I don't always need your auras. I needed to find other ways. Found you, you little shit. Huh. Freed's here too, as well as Shalba and Silvatila. She seems unharmed, thankfully. Leanne, Aurelia, Silva, Zeno, and Antares come out. The ones I called for came out of the ring. As I tapped my head, I sent out the information and the plan I wanted them to follow. Fu. I shall execute this mission perfectly, Jean Sama. Come you too. Ho, some real action. Antares, Zeno, and Silva quickly left and started on their part. Leanne and Aurelia stood back. Why shall stretch my legs? Till then, Jean. Dash. Aurelia quickly left. Many screams and bangs were heard ahead of us. Leanne nods and stays in the same spot. Let's go. Leanne will stand guard there. Anyone who tries to sneak past will be captured or eliminated. That's her role. Zeno and Silva will examine the entire shrine in order to see if Silvatila Stola's peerage was also taken. I didn't feel them earlier, but if they were forced to take the vial, then in a nutshell, Antares supervised the entire operation. Since he is able to detect so many things, he was up in the sky, giving out information to the others. The rest of us can make our way to the other side with no problems. Aurelia is the one that wanted to stretch her legs, so I let her go wild. Doom! Freed's life force had vanished, and he was taken care of by Aurelia. We eventually reached the spot and could see the once normal human had been transformed into a chimera or cryptid. Aurelia, increase the pace, we'll be right behind you. Very well. Aurelia is preparing to go faster. Let's go. A bit surprised, I increased my speed and ran in front of them. I caught up to Aurelia, much to her surprise. And the rest, they'll confront Diodora. Keep his servants alive if you can. Understood. Whoosh. Why do I feel an oddly familiar aura? It wasn't human, but something akin to a yokai. Whatever the case is, it'll get there before everyone else. I won't forgive myself if I let something happen to her after I promised Serord. Azazel, have taken care of quite a number of devils from the old Satan faction in the raiding game field. The rest of them should be easily taken care of by my subordinates. I left the rest to my subordinates and flew up the sky, heading towards a certain location. The jewel, which has Fafnir residing in it, is reacting towards this way. With Odin's power, I immediately teleported here together with my subordinate and the jewel inside my stomach. When I saw a person at the corner of the field, the jewel increased its brightness. Someone human? It takes on the appearance of a toned, muscular man. His dark orange hair is styled upwards, with the tips somewhat tinged and 2 strands framing the sides of his head. He has several red tattoos on his upper body, including flame-like ones on his face, a red sun that covers much of his left pectoral, and a tribal design that runs down his left arm. He wears loose pants with a fur lining in the middle. The top is dark-colored while the bottom is light. He wears a wrap around his waist, with an apron-like cloth over his pants, bearing diamond shapes and an X design. Bandages cover his right forearm, and his accessories include 3 triangular dangling earrings on each ear and a large gold chain with a cross-shaped pendant around his neck. Who are you? Oh, the leader of the Crows. I didn't expect you to come here. HAA, father is still quite relaxed. Huh? Father? Call me Ignia, the not-so-legitimate child of Gene Skyward. Ushu. Child. Does Gene have a kid? What the hell? I could see the man who called himself Gene's child smirk at me. He exudes power that's beyond anything that I've faced, however. It's still weaker than what Gene showed me that night. Maybe call me Igneous Skyward. Haha, who knows? Anyway, I'm a true dragon god. Nice to meet you, weak crow. Are you the one responsible for this? This? Oh, you mean this mess? No. While I am one of the leaders, I don't really contribute much to planning. I just want to meet my father and see what he's like. Mother had nothing but praises for him. Oh, don't mistake it, Mother created us. Father had nothing to do with it. She's just obsessed with him. Though he did do something to the world to prevent us from coming here initially, but Mother anticipated this, so she gave us a little tool to come and go. It's also undetectable to him. For now, that is. What is this guy spouting? Well, it won't be the first time that a woman falls for Gene. But to make children? What the hell did you mix yourself up in, Gene? What's the goal of Cow's Brigade? Goal? Like I said earlier, I don't know. Ask my other 3 siblings. We look nothing alike, though. I'm just here for a good time, a good fight. You know, I'm a battle maniac, like Vala Lucifer. Then humor me, Ignea. What do you think your siblings want? He nods and answers. Originally, Mother wanted to prank Father, that's it. Though we are individuals with thoughts of our own. So, those 3 had other ideas. They just skewed the prank part. 2 males and 1 female. That's all you are getting from me. Someone is coming. Shine. Ignea dismissed any more questions I had as he smirked and looked to his side. The one who appeared was a man wearing the clothes of a noble. That guy bows at me and puts on a smile. It's my first time meeting you. I am the one who carries the blood of the true Asmodeus. Cruisery Asmodeus. I came here to ask you, the governor of fallen angels, for a battle, as I am the member of the true Satan faction of the Cow's Brigade. Ha ha ha, look at what we have here. It's the appearance of one of the masterminds. I couldn't help but scratch my cheek. Looks like the Asmodeus of the old Satan faction showed himself. Dawn. Before I confirm his identity, he had covered his body in demonic aura. The color is deep black. So this guy also received Azrael's blood. It's not the old. I am the blood inheritor of the true Satan. I will avenge Kateria, Leviathan, right here. She didn't die, though. She's just imprisoned. Is he Kateria's man or something? Well, it doesn't matter. If I can defeat one of the masterminds of this attack, then I can't ask for anything more. So they'll take this challenge on. Fine then. Tannen, what will you do? I'm not a rude guy who would interfere in a one-on-one. I will watch over this Ignea fellow, even if he's leagues above me. I had brought with me one of the former 5 Dragon Kings, the Blaze Dragon Tannen. HAA. This guy really is a warrior. It's a waste having him as a dragon. I'll leave it to you. It has gotten chaotic, but it's about time my students reach Diodora's place safely. Gene's with them after all. That fool, while his powers have been sealed, he is still useful. We have modified him, right, Igneadano? We did something like that, I guess. Dio, that guy? The one who attacks maidens? I guess so. He's basically a chimera or cryptid now. Some kangaroo idiot is with him too. Ha 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 ha. I laughed out loud at what Ignea just said. Well, it doesn't matter. Father will eliminate them. I can see why the crow is laughing. At least this guy gets it. The Grimory Peerage is beyond the current Satans or myself in terms of raw power. The thing we have above them is experience, war tactics, and strategies. The Ignea fellow turns to the descendant and says father is the same as mother. Nothing, not even she can keep up with him. In reality, he can just wipe us out if he feels like it. However, Mother has stated that he has no interest in those. He just wants to live life. Whoever this mother is, she gets Gene. Though he did say she's obsessed with him, we the leaders of the 3 factions have discussed this. We even thought of asking Gene and wiping Cow's Brigade by himself. But a question arose, what kind of compensation would he want? I know he doesn't ask me. Hell, he barely touches the money. What he likes is the info, even if it's mundane. Seraphal jokingly said that he may ask for the majority of women in our factions. Truthfully, I can see it happening. That guy's lust and love are unhinged at times. I took out Fafner's jewel and made a stance with the artificial sacred gear. Now, Fafner, I will have you tag along with me. Our opponent is Cruisery Asmodeus. Let's go balance break. The next moment, I was covered with golden plate armor. When I was trying to show off like that, a magic circle intrudes us. That crest is, I see, so you will come out personally. And the one who appears from the magic circle is the crimson-haired king. Surzex, why did you come? He narrowed his eyes at my question. As part of this plan, I got my little sister involved in the political issues that concern us adults. So I need to come forward as well. I thought it would be inappropriate if I left everything to Azazel every time something arose. I want to persuade Cruisery. If I can't even do that, then I want to be able to face my sister. Man, this guy really is. You're such a Mr. Nice Guy. You know it will be a waste of time, right? Even so, I wanted to ask them directly as the current king of the devils. I pulled away my spear. The moment he saw Surzex, Cruisery's expression turned to that of rage. Surzex, the hated fake existence, to appear here personally. Because of you guys, Look, this is the reality. To them, your existence is the one they hate the most. Cruisery, can you lower your weapon? If it's now, I can still prepare for negotiations. We had no intentions of driving the original and true descendants down to the depths of the underworld. That was never our intention. We did not try to take the focus off of you. Even now, I think maybe there's still another way. I want to prepare negotiations with the descendant of the former Satans. More than that, I would like you to talk to the current Satan Asmodeus. Falbium. Surzek's words are polite. That's why it ticked off Cruisery instead. It's useless, Surzex. To begin with, your words as the current Satan won't reach these guys. You are naive. Cruisery then gets even more enraged. Don't speak nonsense. Not only the fallen angels, but you have allied with the angels, so I don't want to hear that nonsense. You have become filth. Don't talk to me about devils like that. Not just that, but are you telling me to talk to the imposter? That is enough with your nonsense. I sighed and spoke to the angry descendant. Like you want to talk. You guys are in that stupid little faction in the Cows Brigade. You have gathered many outlaws, heretics, strays, and rogues of the three great powers. He smiles. We are not cooperating. We are using them. Angels and fallen angels are beings we use for our own purposes. Understanding each other? Peace. All existences besides devils must be destroyed. Why can't you understand who we devils are? No, we, the Satans, are the ones who have to become the kings of the world. By using Azrael's blood, we will destroy the world and create a new world of devils. For that, you imposter Satans are in our way. Oh God, how cliché can you get? He's spouting crap that villains and bosses in books and games say. The devils are already in danger of making their own kind go extinct. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Surzex, you might have mixed feelings, but you're doing a better job as a king, you know? Because the old Satans were like these guys, the devils were heading on the path of self-destruction. Their thoughts, their beliefs did not match. The gap between both sides is big, and it will never get fixed. Surzex then says it with sad eyes. Cruisery, I just want to protect the seeds of devils. I need to protect the civilians, or else our kind will not prosper. I don't care whether you call me naive. I want to lead the children to a better future. We don't need war in the current underworld. Naive? More than that, it's a foolish reason. Do you think that it will be the end of devils? Devils steal the souls of humans. We lure them to hell, and we exist to eliminate God and angels. There is no need for negotiation anymore. Surzex, the fake king with fake kindness, a fake Lucifer, a fake Satan. We are beings who annihilate everything. Even though you have the power of destruction, why don't you use it against the fallen angel beside you? Like I thought, you don't have the right to call yourself a Satan. I, Cruisery Asmodeus, who in the true Satan will annihilate you. That was the end of the talking between them. It was like trying to have a conversation with a wall. Surzex then speaks to Ignia. And you are? Ignia, Jean's not so legitimate son. Ask the crow about it. I won't be repeating myself. Surzex nods and continues. Are negotiations impossible with you? Me? I don't mind, but my 3 other siblings don't care for it. Hell, the leaders of Cows Brigade will probably just laugh at you. He nods. It seems like he understands Ignia's dilemma, I guess. Surzex looks up and closes his eyes. When he opens his eyes are filled with coldness, which gives me chills. After confirming that, Cruisery distances himself and creates large blocks of demonic powers in both of his hands. Yes, that's it. That is easier to understand. Surzex. Cruisery was hoping for this the whole time. Surzex, there was no way that your words would have reached him from the beginning. Even so, you still wanted to talk to him. Huh? Your thoughts. And the thoughts of the underworld, that is. Surzex raises his right hand and points it upward. Demonic powers were gathering there. An irregular aura appears to emanate from Surzex's demonic power. The power of destruction. Surzex spoke in a strong tone. Cruisery, I will eliminate anyone who becomes a threat to the underworld as a Satan. Don't you dare use the name Satan. Cruisery releases huge demonic auras from both his hands. Surzex doesn't flinch and change the demonic powers in his palms to several smaller spheres, and then he shot them forward. Bang! Go in. Cruisery's demonic power perishes after it touches Surzex's demonic power, as if it was grounded away. The demonic power released by Surzex moves as if it has its own mind and eliminates Cruisery's attack. Surzex himself dodges or uses defensive spells for the attacks which couldn't be eliminated. One of the spheres of power or destruction goes into Cruisery's mouth. Dawn. Cruisery swells up once. When it calms down, Cruisery is also heavily damaged. Blood comes out of his mouth. Surzex then says it. Ruin the extinct. While I can't get rid of the blood of Azrael within you, you aren't strong enough to make full use of it. This obviously angers him even more. However, his confidence from earlier disappears, and now he looks impatient. Surzex's attack. It's my first time seeing it. One of the reasons why Surzex was chosen as a Satan. Overwhelming power of destruction. It eliminates everything it touches. It doesn't even leave a trace. Absolute destruction. Even if it was small, it has outrageous power. He didn't overuse the absolute power of destruction. He didn't even increase its mass. He kept it in a small size, and he is able to control several of them like his own limbs. A technique that requires delicate control and a great level of talent. Surzex has those. Damn you. Just like you. And just like Valley, why do those who carry the name of Lucifer are blessed with powers? Yet both of you clash with us. Cruisery tries to release more shots while cursing. Kubin. But one of the spheres touched Cruisery's stomach, and it took away his whole stomach. Even in its smallest form, the power of destruction has enough power. The moment it touches it, it eliminates everything in its surroundings. Why does the real one have to lose against the imposters? While having blood coming from his mouth, Cruisery sheds tears of blood. Surzex closes his eyes and swings his arm to the side slowly. At that moment, Cruisery's whole body was eaten away by several spheres floating in the sky. What a pathetic thing. He'll admit those things look cool. Hey, try it on me. The both of us were a bit taken aback. Surzex and I look at one another, a bit hesitant. I turn to him and tell him who this person is. I tell him what he had told me earlier before he had joined us. Upon hearing this information, he complied with Ignia's request. The balls of ruin, the extinct, slowly made their way to the true dragon god, Ignia, KWSHHH. Swoom. Ignia had put his hand out and burnt the balls of power of destruction into nothingness. What the hell? How can mere flames destroy the all-famous power of destruction? More specifically, the famous ruin, the extinct. Who knows? You'll find out in the future. Crow, Crimson King, there are 3 more on my level, and many more like my father, Jean. However, they're all sleeping, Mother is trapped, and the others will never mind. Ignia grins at us one last time before vanishing into flames. What in the world is Jean? If that guy's a true dragon god, we won't get an answer out of him even if we try. I sign, shake my head. Surzex was just staring at the spot that Ignia vanished from. I can only hope that Jean is on our side if what he's been doing is anything to go by. I believe in Jean Cohen. Does he want change or betray us? TCH, you're just saying that because he's your unofficial brother-in-law. Surzex smiles. He doesn't say it out loud, but he agrees with what I said. What a fucking siscon, and now a future brocon. I'm too old for this shit, Gene. Skyward the place I had just reached was the shrine that was located in the deepest part of this place. The others quickly arrived behind me, and we headed inside. When we got there, we saw what looked like a gigantic device. It's a circular device which is carved into the wall. There are jewels located in various parts, and it also has mysterious symbols and letters in it. Silvatila Stolas was tied to the device. Beneath were two individuals. The one on the left was Diodora, or whatever the hell he became. I checked and could see he had become a sort of chimera or cryptid. He had a manic grin on his face, the one beside him. He looked familiar. I could tell nothing was done to her, which was good for endangering my friend's lover. You neither of you will have a light death, middleman San. Hee. Ha 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 ha. You came, Red Dragon Emperor. Silvatila Stolas looks up from where she was tied. I won't delay it anymore. Sorry for the wait. I snap my fingers and freeze time within the vicinity. Aurelia looks at me in surprise. She probably didn't think I'd use something like this. Flash stepping to where she was, I broke the shackles that bound her. I summoned clothes and covered her with them. Her previous noble dress was already badly damaged and torn. I quickly checked over her, and she was fine mostly. A few injuries, probably from self-defense. I Flash stepped back and kept on carrying the heiress. I snapped my fingers again and resumed time, and when I did, the two of them had a look of shock. They looked back at the spot where Silvatila Stolas was supposed to be, but could see she was gone. She was in my arms. You are that kangaroo Yukai from Asgard. Why did you join the Monkai Association? He blinks rapidly before going into a laughing fit. Diodora looks at his comrade with a weird expression. Because of you, my life was thrown into shambles. I accidentally found the Monkai Association, and they accepted me. I will have my revenge, middleman. I forgot I intended to go back and do it, but you already spread the rumor and got yourself into that mess. If only you had a little more patience, then you'd be raking in cash right now. But I will admit, the first part of your pathetic backstory is my fault. The rest is yours. He just kept on laughing. Any kind of talking or reasoning won't even reach him. ITLL be a waste of time. All I wanted to do was explain myself, but whatever it is, what it is. Why? Why would you do this, Diodora-san? I had already explained the reasons to Asia in the few weeks before the second term started. However, I don't know if she's in denial or didn't want to accept it, but knowing how kind of a person Asia is, my taste in women. This rich boy certainly has great taste. My fetish for girls affiliated with the church. Yes, the ones you call nuns. Diodora smiles sadistically. And the ones I prey on are the passionate and strong believers. Do you know what I'm trying to say? My servant devils that middleman Kuin and others defeated just earlier are all former believers of the church. The same could be said for the girls who are at my house. All of them are famous nuns and holy maidens from various areas. My taste is really something, don't you think? This devil-rich boy seduced the women from the church and made them into his toys. Oh wait, that's why devils exist. He speaks with sweet words to the passionate holy maidens and makes them fall for him. I guess that's what you call a devil's whisper. Then that means Diodora laughs at Asia's disbelief. The one who wrote the scenario of Asia getting kicked out of the church is none other than me. Diodora Astaroth. The scenario goes like this. One day, a devil-rich boy who was fascinated by nuns found himself his very ideal Bishuju holy maiden. He couldn't help but wanted to be with her ever since he saw her. But he thought it would be hard to take her away from the church, so he used a different plan to win that girl over. His grin becomes wider. You can connect the dots, can't you? Unless you're too stupid to. Even the kangaroo Yukai looks at Diodora with disgust. I guess he has his own standards and morals, even after siding with Cow's Brigade. I make Silvatila Stolas float over to Kiba and Gasper. I give them a nod, and they understood. For added protection, Aurelia stands in front of the group. Yeah, you're just a giant mistake, a failed abortion, Diodora Astaroth. Adon, Don, Gun, boom, boom. I sent out a barrage of punches, or should I call it Saitama's series. Serious consecutive punches? Regardless, everything in front of me and behind Diodora was obliterated out of existence. I looked into his memories and mined one last time. If he was broken out, we can see how and who did it. Disgusting. Having to see the parts of him luring and breaking the former holy maidens and nuns pissed me off. But it was mostly his talks with Shalba and other leaders that I was already aware of, mainly the old Satan faction of the Cows Brigade. But the more interesting parts were one of Nyarlathotep's offspring. Her children, one of them looks like Ignia from Fairy Tale. He was also the one who broke Diodora out along with Cruisery Asmodeus. But the other three children of Nyarlathotep remain obscure, but Diodora has heard about them from the talks. Two were males and one was female. Also, that Jibrail, MK, and Israfil were active within the organization. Azrael serve his purpose. He's a glorified blood bag, so the entire organization can get the red vials from him to increase their power. So much for simping after your goddess, huh? I can't die Hakai. I erased Diodora with the power of Hakai. I turned to the kangaroo Yukai as he quite literally pissed himself. I will admit he reached ultimate class, and that's it. He was horrendously weak when I first met him. The blood made him a little stronger, but that's it. Damn it. Don. Ard. I punch him, he goes down. I reach out to read his memories. Suddenly a purple tentacle and dark red flames shot at me. I jump back and swat the flames away. These flames, they were strong, just a rank below Aurelia and Leanne. Comptoir. Answer. Warning. One of Nyarlathotep's children is here. Out in front of me was Ignia, and a monster stepped through the circle that the tentacle came out of. She looked like Black Alice. I can't have you killing one of our newest members now, can I? He still has a lot of uses, mainly more information, Black Alice says with a wink. The tentacle she used to attack me quickly retracted back in her. Another one shoots out from her and grabs the kangaroo Yukai. I quickly flash step towards him and grab for him. Not so fast, father. Don. Gong. Ugh. Damn. You really pack a punch, even while holding back. Huh? Ho ho. One of the leaders of Cows Brigade is a son of the middleman? No. Our mother created us herself. She's just obsessed with father. So she started to call him our father or papa, so we defaulted to calling him that. Black Alice giggled at the explanation of Ignia. The shock group behind me stared at Ignia. He grinned and quickly ignited his right foot and launched it towards me. I avoid the attack and sent a punch toward his gut. Don. Bam! He blocked it, but was sent backward with great force. He had a pained grin on him. My idle state is now 1% outer god. He's peak of multiversal. The girls aren't there, yet I need to be careful. Shadow Knight's on standby. Suddenly a communication circle appeared beside Ignia's ear. He scoffed but shook his head. Sorry, we gotta go, father. Till we meet again. A little tip. Mother gave us tools to get past the barrier you have around Earth. I knew we'd get along. I'm only here for a good fight. I won't hurt your lovers, but I can't say the same thing as the other three. Only time will tell. I flash step back to her, but Black Alice waves to me as she jumped back into the portal, and Ignia vanished into a flash of flames. Those two, no three, are being hidden by her blood. I can't trace them. TCH. Where did everyone go? Who are you? Rias asks the man above the shrine. It's my first time meeting you, sister of the annoying fake Satan. My name is Shalba Beelzebub, the true successor of the great, true Satan Beelzebub. Am different from the relative of the fake one you fought earlier. He looks at the spot where Diodora Astaroth used to be and scoffs. Diodora Astaroth, I lent you the first batch of Avets's artificial sacred gear. You lost that and got arrested. We broke out from prison, and look at the situation you are in. In the match against Agars, you used Ophis Snake without my authorization and had the enemy predict our plan. You are very foolish indeed. He turns his gaze to Rias and Silvatila. Now, sister of Surzex, as well as heiress of Stolas. It may be sudden, but I will have you die here. The reason is simple. That is to destroy every blood relative of the current Satan. If we kill Silvatila, the Baal heir will be forced to act. Shalba says it with a cold voice. His eyes are also filled with hatred. He must have a huge hatred towards the current Satans. Authority and nobility, and the seed of Satan was taken away from him, and they were pushed away to the end of the underworld, so their hatred must be very deep. So you mean to kill Gladiolubulus, Astaroth, and us, the Gremory? Shalba narrows his eyes with Rias words. That is correct. It is simply displeasing. We, the true successors, to be called the old by you people, the relatives of the current Satans, and it is something very hard to endure. Shalba dramatically sighs. Our plan ends with this. It is our defeat. I never thought that a boosted gear, a mid-tier Longinus, would win against the Dimension Lost, a high-tier Longinus. I can only say that this was something we didn't anticipate. Well, we got significant results for future terrorism, so I have to be satisfied with it. Cruisery died, but it won't be a problem. As long as I'm active, we can still progress even without Valley. The true Beelzebub is great. Now, as my souvenir while returning, Surzek's sister, I will have you dead. You don't challenge the current Satan directly, but kill their relatives? What cowardice! That's all right. I will kill the family of the current Satan first. It won't mean a thing if we don't have them taste despair. Upon hearing all of this, Rias aura raged. She kept on increasing it, and the whole place started to shake. Shalba had a look of surprise. This power, you reached the power of a dragon god. This child, has this world gone in? Boom. If you think I'll just stand here letting you spout that crap out and not do anything, then you're delusional. Shalba Beelzebub. Drag Albion, let's show him something interesting. Yeah, balance break. Welsh dragon. Vanishing dragon. Balance breaker. Shine. The entire underground of the shrine, the entire area where the rescue mission took place, was engulfed in a large white and red pillar of light. Once the light faded, the upper half of this place was no more. Like my attack from earlier, it destroyed everything. Above us was just the sky of Dimension Lost. I had discussed this with Drake and Albion a few weeks back, but we didn't try it yet. Today was the first. It was a combined balance break of both boosted gear and divine dividing. The scale mail was unique. On the left side of my scale mail was the typical red and green jewels of the Red Dragon Emperor scale. Mail behind on the left side was a small lone white cape. To the right side was the White Dragon Emperor's balance break scale mail. It was mostly white with its blue jewels. In the middle of the chest area, the two jewels fused, as both blue and green were present. What is that, Don? Whoosh! I had appeared in front of Shalba and punched him in the stomach, sending him high into the sky with a large shock wave, destroying everything around us. The Shadow Knights had appeared and protected the Gremory peerage with a shock wave. Jin-sama, Antares, Zeno, and Silva flew over to me. They looked at the paralyzed Shalba as he glared at us, unable to do anything. We did not find any of Silva Telestola's peerage. I believe she had sent them to safety before she was kidnapped, or they weren't near her when the abduction happened. Silva and I got rid of a few pests that came your way, young master, right? Yes, they weren't much of a threat. However, the safety of your lovers and yourself is a top priority. I retract my helmet and nod at them. Good job. Be on standby. For now, I will deal with this thing by myself. They nodded and disappeared. I turned back to Shalba. Interesting, I felt Biko, Arthur, and Valis auras interdimension lost. They were making their way to me. Why can I not move? Me, the original descendant of the true Satans. I even consumed 2 vials of Azrael's blood, and that still didn't put you to the status of super devil. You're stuck on Satan class. How trash can you be? Always saying true descendant this. I deserve the seat that how about you work for it? You giant waste of oxygen. Boost. Divide. I boosted myself once and used divide on Shalba once. The guy looked visibly distraught with a lot of rage on his face. You made the wrong choice, devil. I cut my hands together and gathered draconic energy between them. Yes, I was going to unleash a Kamehameha on this guy. Jean's doing the thing. He's doing the thing. I could hear Ria's fangirling on the ground, a few awkward chuckles and acknowledgement from her peers had her calm down a bit. I brought my hands to my side and charged up even more. Just then Valis group reached me. Jean? Wow, look at that. The Red Dragon Emperor, he even has the Vanishing Dragon's armor. How curious. Each of them made a comment. I could feel Valis' disbelief behind me and Arthur's curiosity. It really doesn't matter at this point. Just expect the unexpected when I'm involved, right? Albion, The white dragon emperor's light wings appeared on my right side. Yeah, that's right. Gene, hello there, other me. This left Valley and is Albion shocked. I could tell that much. Sorry for the wait, Shalba. You died today. I pushed my hands forward and released the charged up draconic energy forward, H.A. I didn't say it, but Rhea screamed it beneath me. She really liked Dragon Ball. Huh? Boom. The red and white draconic energy blast kept on getting larger and larger until it covered everything in front of me. The stream kept on going and going until it hit something. When it did, it destroyed it and kept going. The barrier of the dimension around us didn't collapse yet. Thankfully, my attack finally ended, and I look at the destruction. It was like a giant hole of nothingness remained. Did I go a bit overboard? Fuck it, who cares? It's in a different dimension. In a sacred gear, it went beyond that. Drake has a point. He'll fix it soon, leave it. I turned back to see Valley with even more complicated emotions as he frowned at me. You have your own divine dividing? Yeah, I see. I guess I need to compete with you on that as well. Yeah, you better hurry. I have 2 forms beyond Juggernaut Drive with my divine dividing, Valley. I see very well. I had expected him to leave, but oh right, this should be where Great Red makes his first appearance. But a lot of things have changed, and Great Red isn't he, but she. I did leave those 4 in the dimensional gap. I wonder if just then we hear some sort of song coming towards us. We decided to land on the ground where the rest of them were. I quickly sent out a message on what to do for Antares, Zeno, and Silva. Once they received it, they quickly went about doing it. What's that sound? Kiba asked and looked around. He didn't get an answer, though, as it kept getting closer, and then Azazel with Surzex and Tannen appeared. He was blaring that stupid song I sang for them. Ugo by. Gasper repeated, everyone looks at me, and I facepalmed. That's what they made me sing back in the interview, H.A. I guess I got embraced, that stupid thing, now a pay dragon. Ugh, Ketsu dragon. Ag. Both dragons were instantly defeated. How terrifying. The Apay dragon song is Vala look at me with another complicated expression, and I just shook my head. Is this world trying to make me into a worse pervert than Issei or something? Whatever, I'll embrace it like him. Ha ha. I didn't expect you to seriously sing it so passionately, Gene. I've been dying of laughter since I've been listening to it. I gotta give Surzex props to it. Azazel slapped his knee while howling with laughter. He stopped, and the Governor General and Satan Lucifer look at Valley. Vala, why are you here? I sense that. He points at me. I was still in my new balance break, and they look at it in fascination. Vala goes on to say that I also had my own divine dividing, and they just shook their heads. So this is this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. Quite an interesting fellow. Hell yeah, he is. I dismiss my scale mail, but the boosted gear appears again, and Drake answers Tannen himself. Then my divine dividing also appeared. It is quite fun being with Gene. They all let out sighs and got on with it. Did they just get over with all the surprises? Well, thanks, I rather prefer this, actually. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Now what? Gasper screeches as he seemed really annoyed by it. All the rest started to look around a bit tense and ready to fight. Calm down there here. Break, break, boom, boom, shatter, shatter. A gigantic hole appeared in the sky. Even the ones that travel a lot were shocked. From it came a giant moth monster. On its back was a giant lizard with a dragon and a night-looking creature. Looks like they got them here, too. So you had Antares, Zeno, and Silva fetch them from the dimensional gap? Yeah. Aurelia and Leand join my side as we all look at the sight in front of us. That's right, I created Mothra and Godzilla. If King Ghidorah was a thing in the multiverse, I might as well have some of my own kaiju, right? What the hell are those things? My subordinates, they'll land soon. Just be patient. Mothra's imago form overall bore a resemblance to a gigantic moth, with a hairline body consisting of numerous colors, feathery antennae, varied antennae, and 4 large wings which sweep or drag behind her body when they're not extended. Her wings are patterned with black, orange, yellow, and blue colors and possess prominent eye patterns. When her wings are bioluminescent, they glow with a series of brilliant colors. Her main bodice hair is white and brown, and her head is stocky. She retains a facial resemblance to her larval form in the form of her mandibles, whilst her blue eyes are large and slanted, making them appear vaguely more insectoid. She possesses an abdomen shaped like a wasp with a large, retractable stinger. She possesses 3 pairs of insectoid legs, a double-jointed front and middle pair. The latter pair are often kept tucked between and under the former, which she uses as blade-like offensive weapons, and a triple-jointed pair of hind legs. This Godzilla's face is blocky, his neck is broad. His eyes are small with a golden-yellow color, and his teeth are also relatively small and nowhere nearly as straightly lined up as in previous Godzillas. The head and neck tend to lean forward more, and the nostrils are more separate, being located on opposite sides of the snout, creating a more reptile-like appearance. Additionally, this Godzilla is even greater in size, standing at 786 feet, 240 meters, in height and 1,164 feet, 354 meters, in length. However, right now he was in a smaller form, so he could fit on Mothra's back. He and Mothra have the ability to change sizes. Doom! They finally landed, and the ground beneath us shook. Antares, Xeno, and Sylva nod and returned back to my ring. Godzilla and Mothra bowed to me, the ones that were unaware, and that's the majority of them were gobsmacked at what they were looking at. Belian and Kamish also hopped down from Mothra's back and kneeled in front of me. They didn't expect to see another Dragon Tannin was staring at Kamish with interest. No. Gene, where's Great Red? That was my goal in the first place. The reason for me joining Cow's brigade. You seriously are just a battle maniac? Huh? I raise my brow and look at my necklace. Both Ophis and Great Red are in my necklace, Valley. Boom! Another revelation to the ones not in the know Surzex gave me a strained smile, while Azazel face-bombed hard. They're with me, so don't worry about it. If you want to fight either of them, you got to get through me first. I give up. In going home, we still have the mess that Cow's brigade made to clean up Surzex, and Azazel teleported away, leaving the former Dragon King Tannin here with us. Draig and Albion had dispelled themselves, and the 2 kaiju were looking at me expectantly. They'll come and visit you 2 later. Go back to the dimensional gap for now with Belian and Kamish. They both nodded their heads and looked at Kamish and Belian. A rare smile was on Belian as they all hopped back on Mothra. I can't fight any of them as I am right now. I need to get stronger. I will best you, Gene. I promise you that. Vala looked like he desperately wanted to do something, but knew he couldn't exactly do them. So he reluctantly turned around and created a portal. Biko and Arthur joined him. Biko started to wave at us, and Arthur turned to look at Kiba and Zenobia. Kiba Yuto, Shinovia Quarta. I'm Arthur Pendragon, a descendant of King Arthur and the wielder of Excalibur Ruler. Let's clash swords in the future. He summoned Excalibur Ruler and showed it to them. Both knights' eyes widened when they saw the sword. He quickly dismissed it, and they all stepped through the portal, leaving us there by ourselves again. Well, that's that. Huh. Let's go home. I can just assume we won this. So the next match is they'll be against Serorg, no doubt. Vala Lucifer Valley. I received a message from the leaders. That guy, Shalba, is on the verge of death but survived. Seems like that Ignia guy lent him some life force to survive. I see, Biko. Either way, Shalba rushed it. He was talking about resisting till the end, and our ancestors who were exiled by the current Satan's government rushed it too. They destroyed themselves because they only acted with hatred. Those guys from the old Satan faction said they want you to become their leader. What will you do? Tell them I'm satisfied with my current position. I don't want to increase my duty as the descendant of the former Satans any more than this. Looks like the old Satan faction is basically done for. Looks like the other factions will start to rise up now. Kateria, Cruisery, and Shalba. You guys had too much envy. If you chose to live as the prideful descendant of the former Satans, then you should have lived with pride like one. So, how are you feeling about that reveal from Gene? I mean, the guy's full of surprises. I smirk. It's even better. I can beat his subordinates in the future and him as well. I will ascend to become the White Dragon God Emperor. Shalba Beelzebub was defeated. White Dragon Emperor Valley also said he wouldn't stand at the top. I see. So that means the old Satan faction of Cow's Brigade is done for. Well, Maybe it turned out like that because the dimension lost possessor from our group held back. As if you ordered him to do that. So what now? Is it about time that we, the hero faction, which consists of the descendants of heroes, act? Gao gao. Now, what shall we do? I was having fun gathering those with talents, just like the original. But in the near future, we will have to act whether we like it or not. The thing which resides in you won't allow you to stay like that. That ultimate Longinus. True Longinus, huh? The direction this spear is pointing to. Is it domination? Or, a few days later, Gene, Skyward Ugg, it's been a few days since then, and as I guess the rating games will continue, and the final match was decided it's between Rias and Serorg. The other match is Citri versus Agars. That's also going to be big since the rules in that match are all about tactics, by the way. Gene Cohen, I was speaking with Surzex through a portal in my own home. I was at the top floor and was relaxing by myself and coming up with a second song. A fufu. When I was a child, I dreamed of becoming a musician. I'm happy that one of my dreams is fulfilled. Can I punch him? It's possible for me to do so. Is that so? I'm glad for you. He then sighs through the communication circle. Yore, amazing. Dvinkun. Where's this coming from all of a sudden? He chuckles at me and continues. The audience group with the least number for the rating game is no. You can say that it is basically 0, and that audience group is the children. For the children watching rating games among adult devils, it would be far from entertainment for them. The truth is, the only games which are popular among children are the ones with reincarnated devils like Tannin, dragons, monsters, Yukai, and a match with those without human form. For the children, it would be like monster films with lots of impact. Haha, a monster, huh? Certainly. Tannin has the appearance of a monster. In the future, I don't mind if it is just during your sparring matches or exhibition matches. If possible, I would like children who will carry the future of the next generation to see your fights. So you're asking me to become the hero of the brats. I mean the children during my little fights and sparring matches? Yes, but I won't force you. It is just my hope. That's the Apay Dragon. Breast Dragon Emperor. Harem King. But Dragon. I then remembered the children who were thrilled to see me after the interview was broadcast. Somehow there was a side of me that was eager to do this. I never had someone become so happy to just see me because of a dumb little interview. My interview and song had been shown to the underworld. They also knew of Serorg's request to fight me, and that had become a hot topic, not just in the underworld, but beyond. But before I could answer, Surzex continued, you won't only be a hero to the children of the underworld, Gene, but I fully believe in the entire supernatural world. Haha, it's like you were born like this, like the embodiment of kindness, as strange as that sounds. I'm only doing this for my own selfish needs, though at large it may seem noble, but it's far from it. But I guess it's fine. It's not like ITLL kill me. Sure thing, Surzex. I don't mind. The first one is my fight with Serorg, right? Actually, I have to go. The sports festival is today. I know. I'm already here. Your year is looking for you. Rias is getting impatient. Shit. I quickly change and leave my home. I shouldn't have been slacking like that. Bang. Bang. The sound of blank gunshots echoes in the sky. Then the announcements for the program could be heard. It is the three-legged race. People participating, please line up at the starting point. Holy fuck. It's just about to start. The place I teleported to was the forest near the old school building. I run towards the school ground quickly. Now the three-legged race for the class match for the third years is about to start. Gene, it will be faster from here. Rias. So she came to find me. Oh, I see. It will certainly be a shortcut if I go through the tent. Gene Senpai, you are late. Hurry, go to Ingvild Senpai. Saji, who is in the tent, also gave me a cheer. Haha, sorry for being late. But sure, leave it to me. Ah, I finally found the lane. Ingvild is... Found her. She's about to get her foot tied with another guy from my class, and she looks sad. No. I will be the one to run with Ingvild. Ingvild! Ingvild noticed my shout. She looks around and found me. She shouts with a smile, and she's about to cry. Gene, the hero always shows up late. Sasuga, Skyward-sama. Go Harem King. Najima and Kuda do their usual bit. Even Ingvild's friends cheer me on. But what the hell is the new harem king title? As soon as I arrived, I spoke with them. Sorry, dude, he'll run this one. He then pats me on my shoulder. Of course. Go and run with Ingvild-san. He gave me a cheer. Yeah, just watch me. Ingvild, and my combination, that is. Using a rope, I tied my leg to Ingvild's. Jean, let's win this. Of course. That's the only course of action. She had a very determined and excited look on her face. Well, when all of this, damn it. It's the next race. Then it was our turn. We hold each other's hips and made a posture to run anytime. Bang! The empty gunshot echoes through the sky. It started. Let's go. Yes. We showed superb combination from the start and ran fast. Jean, Ingvild, get first place. You can do it. Rias and Aquino cheered us on. Jean senpai, Ingvild senpai, win, win, win. Jean, Ingvild, go. Do your best, both of you. Kiba, Zenobia, and Irina also gave us a cheer. Even Griselda was beside Irina, waving at me. More motivation. Jean senpai, Ingvild senpai, please do your best. Go Naya. Gasper also shouted loudly. Even Chiron was in high spirits. Kuroko was also here. I won't let you off the hook if you lose. Fido. Like hell that will happen. Azazel. Beside him were Valerie and Grafia, who were just waving at us. Go Asia-chan. Jean. Win. Hurrah. I heard both Shuri and Barakiel's voices. I turned to see them cheering us on along with Surzex and Astery. All of them had bright smiles on them. As I predicted, Barakiel had his phone out recording or taking pictures. I finally turned to Ingvild and speak. Ha, being alive and awake is great, huh? She gave me a strange look and smiled. Of course. Let's live this age and many more together, Jean. We slowly approached the finishing line. Bang. We passed through the goal tape. Yeah. We received the flag for the first position, and I made a weird JoJo pose. Gasper, Kiba, and Rias joined along, and we laughed. The rest of the sports festival was intense and had many sports played. Our class won quite a few due to Rias' competitive nature. Barakiel was brought with Aquino for a certain competition. The reason? Strict and loving person. When he found out, we all had a laugh at his expense. Nighttime, Skyward household, I was standing out at the back alone. Now that these events were done, the next one should be Loki. Since I helped Aquino and her relationship with Barakiel before canon started, that part shouldn't exist. But it looks like her children are awake, then they also have a tool to get past my barrier. TCH, she really read me like an open book, huh? I'm not smart, so that's the best I came up with. Ignia, huh? I wonder who the others are. 2 are male and 1 is female. I wonder what their personalities are like. Regardless, I still have a bunch of things happening again. I should take this time to visit her grandmother Gondel. Maybe Rose's parents too? Why didn't ask? I don't think Asgard is just that one floating island. I should try touring the place. Well, I guess I gotta let my avatar take my place during school again. HAAA. Slide tug. I turned around and saw Asia had come out. She had a smile on her face as she beckoned me to her. I do so, and she kisses me on the cheek. Jean-san, please stay with me tonight. Yeah. Chapter 2, Part 1. Odin, Sisters, and Loki Japan. Kuo Jean Skyward, are you sure? We'll have to find another room, you know. It's fine. I already told everyone that we'll be spending the night together. She shakes her head and blushes at the last part. I suppose Asia already told them. Huh. Did recent events make her finally want to connect with me? I see them. Let's go. Lemon-starred Asia was lying down on the bed as I sat beside her. She had changed into comfortable sleepwear. She became completely red. I guess even after all that preparation, she can't help but be like that. This is really embarrassing now that we're doing it, huh? Please say something. Jean-san, this wasn't the first time that I've seen her fully naked. Hell, I mentioned it before, but we did nearly do it during our time in the pocket dimension, but Kunu interrupted us. Nice titties. Bonk. No, I mean. Take this seriously. Moo. Sorry anyway. Excuse me. My fingers sink into Asia's boobs as I grab them. Her skin is silky, smooth. My fingers meet with barely any resistance as they sink into her ample softness. NNGH, geez, Jean-san, you really love boobs, don't you? Yeah. And then what's wrong? Hey. Don't squeeze them so hard. I cup and gently press against her chest for the next few minutes until I decided to gently brush across her collarbone. That got an interesting reaction out of her. Asia's body trembled. I lightly touch along her collarbone and trace along her shoulders, causing her to squirm even more. Hey, NNGH. That's too much. Hiya. NNGH. Then let's move on. Asia lets out a sigh of relief when she sees me pull my hand away. But before she has a chance to rest, I gently brush my lips across her shoulder. Hiya. NNGH. What? I place a quick kiss on her chest. The light sheen of moisture leaves a faint shine on her skin. NNGH. Jin-san, I can't take it anymore. Please. Asia looks at me with a dazed look on her face. She really does look like she needs a moment. She's swaying her hips back and forth. Her alluring eyes shoot an arrow straight through my heart. If you put it like that, I doubt it'll stop midway, letting my own feelings take over. I pull Asia close and guide her onto the bed. I then lift her up so we can hold each other closer. Kaya. Wait, this position is a little higher. Are you ready? Here I come then. I held her close as we came together. I could see that Asia was looking at me with anticipation. NNGH, it's so warm. I can feel your heartbeat, Asia. I love you. Yes, I love you, NNGH. GHH. I declare my love to Asia. She tries to respond, but I move closer to her before she can finish her answer. NNGH, it's overwhelming. NNGH, so intense. Asia clenches her eyes shut and lets out an anguished cry. In order to cope with the pain, she gripped the sheets tightly. I held my breath and gritted my teeth as she squeezed down hard, a mixture of pain and intensity. And then, at that critical moment, something significant happened that marked a profound turning point between us. I was honestly thinking this broke during the 5 years. I'm already assuming so with the rest of the girls that were with me. Jin-san, finally. It's happening. I'm so happy. Asia smiles through it all, even though it's painful for her. My chest filled with warmth at the sight. You can't stay like this for long, can you? NNGH, don't worry about me. You can continue however you like. As she said that, I felt Asia respond to me with a few gentle movements. With labored breathing, she started moving against mine a tiny bit. I wanted to be considerate of her since it was her first time, but she was being bold in her own way. Sorry about this, Asia. I leaned in, gave her a quick kiss, and the two of us lost ourselves in the moment. With each movement, I felt completely swept up. Then I pull my hips back and ready myself for another go. Hiya. So rough and Jin-san. Jin-san. A loud sound escapes from between her legs. I continue and lean back near her ear. Asia, I love you. Don't whisper in my ear. NNGH. No. Hiya. NNGH. Asia's back arches, and she lets out a startled gasp. Aya. What is this? NNGH. It's so intense. No. What the hell? The overwhelming sensation of her body pressed against mine brings me to the edge. Asia trembles and holds me tightly as if I were her anchor. Jin-san. It's my first time, but I'm going to. NNGH. Asia's eyes widen, and she lets out a sharp cry. Hiya. Asia presses against me suddenly, and her whole body arches backwards, trembling. Don't stop. As the moment peaks, she holds onto me tightly. Her walls try their best to squeeze around me. I can't hold on any longer. Push, pop. I felt my own moment approaching, so I give a few more pushes before splurt, HNNG. Jin-san is shaking like crazy inside me. It's inside Jin-san. I let out everything I had inside of Asia. I don't know why. I'm not even backed up, but there was a lot coming out. NNGH. HAA. It's overflowing. When Asia said that, I pulled out, and yep, she was right. I let out way too much. I surprised myself too. A stream of fluid was flowing out of Asia, She was breathing hard and finally went limp with a satisfied smile on her face. Lemon and ZZZZ. Asia had fallen asleep after her first round, but she had a happy smile on her face. I can't bring myself to do it anymore after seeing her like this. I couldn't help smiling myself. I stroke her hair as I lie back down. Guess I'll go to sleep then. Fuahahaha. This is definitely your end. Breast Dragon Emperor. A man dressed up as a kaijin was laughing loudly. What? There is no way the Breast Dragon Emperor, will lose to the Army of Darkness. A tokusatsu hero who is identical to me undergoes a lavish transformation on the screen into a form that looks exactly like my balance breaker state. I, along with the Grimoire group, Irina and Azazel, and my harem, are watching a video on the entertainment floor of my home. The show on the giant screen is a tokusatsu film called Breast Dragon Emperor, a Pay Dragon. Apparently, it's a very popular hero show for kids which is currently being broadcast, and, as you can guess from the title, I'm the main character. But it's not like I'm the one who is acting. Instead, they use an actor who has the same build as me in addition to using CG to insert and alter my face. Apparently, it became very popular as soon as it was broadcast in the underworld. The tokusatsu hero Breast Dragon Emperor, a Pay Dragon. Chiron, who is sitting on my lap and is very well informed about the shows of the underworld, says while swaying her tail. I know that the show is very popular because they told me that last time. From the moment it was broadcast, it exceeded the 50 viewership rate and became a monstrous show. I was actually shocked. Not only was it about the fact that a show with me as the main character was being broadcast, but it was also quite popular. The story synopsis reads like this. A young devil who made an alliance with a legendary dragon, known as Gene Downward. He is a hero devoted to destroying evils that threaten the devils. He is a man who loves Appei and Ketsu, so he fights for them. He turns into the legendary Appei Ketsu dragon to defeat those who do wicked deeds, and so on. I'm watching the show for the first time today, and even though I'm happy, I'm also feeling embarrassed. The House of Grimoire has the copyright to it, and from what I've heard, they made quite a fortune from it. Something about selling merchandise and stuff. The devils sure act fast. A toy version of the boosted gear has been sent to me as well, and it's pretty impressive. It's so identical that it frightens me. It even has a voice module equipped. The boosted gear scale male, which appears in this show, is identical to the real one, and the skill used to recreate it is truly astounding. Kiba is eating popcorn while nodding. It still amazes me how well they were able to replicate my scale male, even from my perspective. Here I come, you evil kaijin. 2. Dragon Kick. The Appei dragon who is wearing the armor used his special technique superbly on the kaijin. A variety of special explosions were also present. After that, the protagonist was in danger because of the power of a special weapon used by the enemy. Then, the heroine appeared. Appei dragon. We have come. The ones who appeared were Rennie and Rias. Both were wearing dresses. Obviously, they weren't the real ones, but actresses who have the same build as Rennie and Rias with their faces altered. Oh, Witch and Switch Princess. With this, I can win. Appei dragon then touched the Witch and Switch Princess breasts. What is this outcome? And Switch Princess. Is that the name for Rias' character? If I remember correctly, it's the name that Biko gave to Rias, but he didn't even say it this time around. The protagonist's body glowed in red and gold after touching the breast, and he regained his power. There is an Appei dragon with a Witch and Switch Princess on the good side, and when they're in a crisis, he turns into the invincible Appei dragon just by touching Witch or Switch Princess breast. Azazel said that with enthusiasm. Spank. And Rias hits Azazel's head with a paper fan. Excuse me, Azazel-sensei. I heard everything from Astri-sama, you know? The one who sent the idea of Switch Princess to the House of Grimoire's data team was you, right? Thanks to that, Rias' face was really red, and it seemed like she was suppressing her anger. Rennie was hugging my arm with a blush on her cheek, but she was generally pleased. How did they even find out? No, it's Azazel, no doubt about it. Who cares? I heard that since you started getting the support of the children, your popularity got higher, right? Azazel said while rubbing his head. If I remember correctly, In the next release of the magazine, aimed for the young people in the underworld, they will change the name of one of its articles from Princess Rias Special to Let's Turn into Switch Princess Everyone. Who would have thought Rennie would be in it too? Azazel, were you responsible for that? Natsum asks the Governor General as he nods and sighs. So it was him, yeah. I mean, you guys do see these two, right? They're like joined at the hip 9 times out of 10, and even then when they're not someone else's. You're included in that now, Natsum. Ha-Harem King Bastard Azazel tried to explain why, but ended up just sulking. They just awkwardly laughed at him. The girl in question blushed a bit, but didn't deny it. I won't be able to walk on the streets of the underworld anymore. Rias said that with a sigh. Even I am now wary of walking on the streets in the underworld. If I get caught by the children, they will likely point their fingers at me and say, it's the Apei dragon, Katsu dragon, or the like. Who cares now? After all, you and I are the Breast Dragon Emperor, as we are the Butt Dragon Emperor too. There were at least 2 others here who sighed in grief. The legendary dragons, Draig-san and Albion-san. It felt like they didn't care about anything right now. I'm sorry, Draig, Albion, but I think it's fun, you know. Yeah, I seriously never get bored when I'm with you. Fufafu, I will also be tagging along with you from now on. After all, Cuckoo. It was inevitable, Draig. Just embrace it. Draig was still experiencing his own midlife crisis, which is why Albion gave up so long ago. Sorry, guys. Just stick with it for as long as you can. But, you know, I feel proud that my friend and senpai is getting even more famous, said the perky Irina, who seems to enjoy Apei Dragon a lot. Although she is an angel, she is blended in with the other occult research club members. Well, she's a club member after all. Jean Senpai, did you have these sorts of shows abroad? Did you like them too? I did. I wander around the neighborhood by myself, doing the poses, she said while doing a transformation pose. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Power Rangers were a thing, so I guess that's the equivalent? I think we did. They call it Power Rangers. I think there's another one, but I can't remember. It sounds like you were a tomboy back then. Irina, now look at you, just like a Bishuju, you really can't predict a human's growth. Mount, suddenly seducing me like that. So you seduced Rias-san and the others like that? Truly a frightening hidden power. I will fall. I will fall down to a fallen angel. That's next to impossible. Irina, I already changed the system, so that won't happen. Unless you commit genocide or something, you won't fall. Seeing that, Azazel laughs heartily. Don't worry. I welcome the fallen. Plus, you're a direct subordinate of Michael. I will welcome you to the VIP seat. No, the boss of the fallen angels is encouraging me to fall. Michael-sama, please help me. Irina started praying to the sky with teary eyes. But it's my pride that Jean-san is famous. Yeah, it will be good public exposure for our group. Asia, who was behind me, and also Zenobia, seem to be enjoying it. Well, I do think that Apei Dragon is a success. I'm not too shocked, and even though I feel embarrassed, I'm definitely not feeling bad about it. Either way, my name is already spread far and wide. The supernatural and whoever was involved with it in the human world, governments should be looking into who I am. What if I can feel something soft on my back? I remember this feeling when I turned around. Akino's face appeared behind my shoulder. Akino placed her face on my shoulder and whispered into my ear in a stimulating voice. Seducing Irina-chan is okay, but I'd be troubled if you forget about me apparently. They're still worried about it, as I suspected. I am just one man, after all. Chiron on my lap, Rennie to my left, and Valerie to my right. Now Akino was hugging me from behind. Hey, Jean, go on a date with me soon? Sure, I don't mean me too. Natsum interrupted me by asking me to take her too. I didn't expect that, but I didn't mind either. Sure, same day or different. The 2 girls look at each other and nod. Same day. A date with Akino and Natsum on the same day. Huh? It seems good, but judging from the way the other girls are glaring at me, I need to bring them on dates too. I then had to promise the rest of the girls I would eventually take them all on their own dates. Problems of a harem-seeking protagonist. He said 47 before you know. It only grows. My condolences, Jean. You guys are having too much fun with this. A few days later, Kuo Academy Occult Research Club. It was lunch, and I was relaxing in the club room with Rias and Akino. Everyone else had their own groups of friends they were with this time around, so it was just the 3 of us here. Rias was giving me a lap pillow while Aquino sulked they had a rock, paper, and scissors match earlier to decide who got to do this. Hey, isn't the school trip for the second year soon? Oh yes, actually Asia, Zenobia, and Irina will be traveling to Kyoto. Along with Yudo, why do you ask? They'll be heading to Kyoto at the same time, call it a gut feeling. Rias gains a worried look. Aquino comes over and pours us some tea. A gut feeling? Like something that might happen? Perhaps the Cows Brigade? Should I contact Oni-sama? It's still a long way away. Rias also. It might not happen, so don't bother telling him yet. But when I do go there, they'll tell you and do it right away. Also, Sharon hasn't reported anything strange happening there. The same with Yasaka and Kunu. If they don't report the incident, Sharon usually does. But she hasn't. She just reports the mundane things they do, but I doubt Yasaka will get kidnapped since she's a lot stronger now and is Sharon there. I also added a shadow knight to each of their shadows. I wish I could go back once we graduate. We have time, so we can just travel there with everyone. Yasaka already gave me the green light for it. One of the reasons I want to go there is to expand her home. Make it larger, you know? Rias and Aquino smirk at me. You'll have multiple homes in the future. Huh? It is due to your ever-growing harem that you want to expand on the home of the West Yukai leader, actually, Jean. Apart from the ones you've mentioned, which faction or pantheon will you go to? I haven't really thought about it that much. However, since the Loki arc is going to begin very soon, I might go back to Asgard to form an alliance. This will be followed by the Shinto gods and then the Egyptian gods. After that, I'm not sure. Luffy, should I take a look at the United Kingdom's mythology? Russia is huge, so I'm interested in that as well. What about America? Is it possible that the natives are seen as supernatural there? I mean, they're a bit too vague, but I'm not sure, Rias. But if I'm approached by any of them, then it'll respond just like what happened with the Greek gods. I have to return to those places as well, don't you think? I have to improve my relationship with them. I gotta grind out my reputation level. Rias just laughed at my comparison and shook her head. I mean it as though I have the strongest relationship with the three great powers as of now. I would say it's followed by West Yukai and then a tie with Irish gods and Greek gods. I still need to increase them even more. Hugh grabbed Boing Haya. Jijing. I had accidentally stumbled right into her from behind, and Rias stumbled forward with a yelp. Aquino was just giggling at her best friend's flustered reaction. Sorry about that. I lost my footing. You were right in my way. How's that a reason, Haya? Then I squeezed it again, forcing Rias to stop complaining. And she did, but she didn't say anything more because she was embarrassed. Just let me enjoy this before we have classes again, the combination with your thighs and lap pillow. Can I call this heaven? Stop being stupid. But fine, she relented and allowed me to spoil myself. Aquino and Rias got into an argument about how long they could do this. I just tuned them out and closed my eyes. After school occult research club, it was usually around this time that we'd head back to our homes, but today we were talking about the trip while drinking green tea. Our advisor, Azazel, didn't come to the club room today because he had to return to the underworld to discuss something. As expected of the leader of the fallen angels, he was often involved in various things. Even so, he still shows up at school, so school life must be fun for him. If I remember, it's about time for the second-year school trip. Rias said elegantly while drinking green tea. We briefly discussed it earlier. She said she wanted to bring it up to our juniors and tell them my plans. Where did President and Aquino-san go last year? Aquino answered Asia's question. We also traveled to Kyoto, and I explored Ginkakuji, and other locations with the president. Rias nodded and continued. Yes, but there are only a limited number of places you can visit within 3 days and 4 nights. You should therefore keep in mind the places you'll be visiting, make a plan beforehand, and act accordingly. If you don't include enough time for eating and sightseeing, you'll regret it, and as you'll mainly travel from one place to another by bus or train, lots of time will be wasted while traveling too. The president wanted to visit everywhere, but unfortunately we didn't keep track of the time we spent while traveling, and thus we weren't able to go to Nijuju, which we were planning to see last. She was literally stomping her feet at the railway station. When Aquino said that with a small laugh, Rias' face turned red. Geez, you promised me that you wouldn't say that, remember? I was in high spirits, and for a Japan lover like me, visiting Kyoto was bliss. Therefore, I had my eyes taken away by the town and souvenir shops more than necessary. As expected of a Japanophile, Ria started talking about her memories of the trip. She must have enjoyed Kyoto a lot. Hadn't you been to Kyoto before the school trip? You could have just teleported there, you know. Ria said no with her fingers in response to my proposal. You don't understand, Jean, how wonderful it is to visit Kyoto for the first time on a school trip. I would definitely not do something as tasteless as visiting through a magic circle. It was the very Kyoto that I longed for. I wanted to walk around with my own feet and feel the breeze with my own skin. Ah, Ria's eyes had a sparkle in them. She becomes all dreamy when it has something to do with Japan. I don't get it, but whatever floats her boat, I guess. I teleported to many places since I came into this world, so it never really bothered me. She did say she wanted to have a lifestyle that involved traveling between Japan and the underworld, even after becoming the head of the House of Gremory. Oh yeah, Azazel said he'd also come with them on the school field trip. He apparently wants to enjoy Kyoto too. After finishing her tea, Rias changes the topic. The next events are with Loki, meaning Rosweiss will be fired from being Odin's bodyguard now. What will she do? Become a devil? Or just live with me and become a teacher? I plan on traveling to Asgard again. When I form the alliance with him, he'll tell them where that stupid kangaroo went. Why did he leave and do that? The trip is imperative, but we also need to discuss what we need to do for the school festival. The school festival is also coming up. At our school, there isn't much of a delay between the sports festival, school trip, and school festival, so they occur consecutively. When I think about it that way, second years like us are certainly busy. Right? The school festival happens after the school trip. There are so many events in the second trimester. That's also around the time the rating game happens. A week before that is my exhibition match with Sarorg. If I guess right, he'll definitely show Regulus Nemia during it and is basically telling Rias, can you beat me in this? Type of deal. How what a guy. Rias received a sheet from Aquino and placed it on the table. It looked like we had to write our idea for the Occult Research Club's school festival presentation and submit it to the school council. That's why we need to discuss the school festival now and prepare for it, if it's decided beforehand. The third year and first year members can prepare for it while all of you are away. There are so many members this year, so it will be a big help. It's just like Rias said. The school trip is imperative, but we also need to focus on the school festival as well. We have one extra member, which is Ingvild, so we'll have an easier time. Will she want to come with me? School festival. I'm looking forward to it. Asia seems like she is looking forward to it. She likes these kinds of events. Yeah, I enjoy high school events too. The sports festival was also very enjoyable. Even though her expression hasn't changed, Zenovia's eyes are sparkling. She also made a big scene at the sports festival and claimed first place in everything. Each sports club tried hard to get her into their club after the sports festival. It will also be my first time being involved in club activities, so I'm looking forward to it. I sure to transfer in at a good time. This is also the guidance of Michael Sama. Irina says while making a pose to pray to the heaven. The church trio seems like they are really looking forward to the school festival. It might also have to do with the fact that they didn't have any chance for these sorts of things due to the customs of their religion. What did you do last year, Rias? I had heard rumors of you guys doing a haunted house. Did you use real ghosts for it or something? Aquino started to giggle, and Rias turned red. I knew about it beforehand, but they really did go with that. Huh? Igriegajis. We did use real ghosts after all, so it should have been scary. Rias composed herself and says this as if it were nothing. Are real ghosts? Ingvild repeated with a stutter. Is she scared of ghosts? Rias responds normally with no change whatsoever. Yes, I requested the help of the Yukai, which didn't mind being around humans to have the role of scaring people. Those Yukai were also troubled because they didn't have a job, so it was a win-win for both sides. Thanks to that, it was a massive success. Rias and Aquino then started to laugh to themselves. We were scolded by the student council afterwards. President Sona, who was the vice president at that time, yelled at us, saying using the real thing is more than just ignoring the rules. Aquino Sona had a point there. Then will it be the haunted house again this year? Or should we do a circus show, including a vampire in a box? Gasper made a weird face and started hitting my head. Jean Senpai is a meanie. You always use me as a joke. Playing with your juniors is a senpai's privilege. I'm planning to pick on Gasper like mad until I graduate. He is a valuable junior after all. I will look after him properly. Rias then started thinking about my suggestion. Maybe we should do something entirely different. Then how about I started to suggest something but got up, surprising everyone. I look to my left and open my hand. When I do, holographic images of beating hearts appear. Jijin? Aquino asked, a bit confused. Everyone was looking at the hearts. Then I crushed them. A few presences of humans had teleported to an abandoned building in Kuo. After reading through their memories, I quickly realized that nothing of significance was there, so I quickly disposed of them. This is supposed to be where the Grimmery Peerage fights off sacred gear wielders from Chaos Brigade, but if they fought them, it would be a waste of time. They're far from them now. Oh, it's nothing, just some magicians from Chaos Brigade. They also have these. From my palm came 3 sacred gears: Flame Shake, Night Reflection, and Staring Blue. These were in the possession of Hero Faction members. They were fodder, so they would have been defeated quickly by the Grimmery Peerage. Flame Shake grants the user the ability to use pyrokinetic abilities, conjuring white-colored flames from their hands and fire at its target. The flames can be shaped into the form of weapons, such as swords or shields, depending on what the user desires, some of which can change direction and motion to catch opponents off guard. Staring Blue creates a bow made of light energy that can shoot arrows that are constructed of light. This makes them deadly to devils, similar to how angels' light weapons are lethal to devils. The arrows that are shot out can be remotely controlled to chase after a target. Night Reflection has the ability to absorb attacks using shadows and redirect them in whichever direction the wielder wishes from any shadow within the Sacred Gears area of influence. In addition, it uses the user's shadow to create weapons for attacking enemies. Moreover, it creates a barrier between the user and others. The user can submerge within shadows and reappear out of them and entangle enemies by binding their movement. They were surprised to see 3 different balls of light on my palm. What are they? Sacred Gears. Chaos Brigade just teleported 3 wielders into an abandoned building in Kuo. I detected them, killed them, and took their sacred gears. I told them what they were and what they could do. I asked if any of them wanted it. These could always be upgraded to have the power of Longinus, but they declined. Now I can see some practical uses for these, especially Night Reflection. The wielder of this achieved a balance break. To be more specific, an X-side balance break. The wielder called Conla. He inherited the spirit of the original Conla, the son of the Irish mythological hero Cuchulainn. Night Reflection Death Cross, also known as the Beastskin of Dark Knight, is Conla's subspecies balance breaker of Night Reflection, inspired by Issei's scale mail armor, which creates a black shadow around the user, covering his body. Death Cross allows him to become one with the shadows, gaining its intangible properties, and allowing physical attacks to pass right through him. Although the wielder is susceptible to most forms of energy, heat-cold. Conla can also shape parts of his shadow body into blades and tentacles that can be used to bind opponents. In addition, Conla still retains the ability to manipulate shadows as he absorbs attacks using shadows and redirects the attack at enemies as a counterattack. Now I would have tried to give this to anyone who's proficient at using shadow or dark magic. Tobio and Gasper coming to mind, but both already have sacred gears and I doubt they'd take this, but Staring Blue could be given an Atsum. She has Griffin, but she's also interested in using light magic. So I granted her the ability to use light manipulation, while whatever ill, just upgrade them in case. Comptoir, help me out here. Before she helped me out, I covered the club room with a barrier. Comptoir, answer, upgrading the sacred gears, Flame Shake, Staring Blue, and Night Reflection. Processing. Comptoir, answer, upgrade success. Would you like to evolve these 3 sacred gears? Only evolve Flame Shake. Comptoir, answer, evolving common sacred gear known as Flame Shake. Processing. Comptoir, answer, evolution success. Flame Shake has evolved into Ashen Burst, also known as White Flames of Destruction. Its power and potential now rival that of the original 13 Longinus. The three sacred gears colors briefly shone brighter. Once the upgrades finished, I evolved the common sacred gear called Flame Shake. It was briefly mentioned that there was a student of the Nephilim Institute in the Armoros class that was a possessor of Flame Shake. Ashenburst, huh? What a strange name, though it changed from being called Hands of White Flame to White Flames of Destruction. What a dramatic evolution. It also rivals the original 13. Comptoir, what can this thing do? Comptoir. Answer, because you're the one that evolved it, as opposed to how it should normally evolve on its own. It has changed quite a bit. Originally, these flames burned hotter than normal fire, but were ineffective against those with higher fire resistance like dragons and members of the Phoenix clan. Comptoir. Answer. After its evolution, its flames are said to be the hottest in the universe, being able to potentially burn concepts and laws. The only stronger flames than the white flames are blue and purple flames. It is said that those two are equal in power. Well, shit. Did I go overboard with this thing? I had dabbled in the thought of evolving Rennie's absolute demise and both of Shigeon and Natsum's sacred gears. But what the hell would happen to them? If a common sacred gear could turn into a sacred gear that could rival the original 13 Longinus, then what would happen to the original 13, even my own boosted gear and divine dividing tap gene? What did you do? I come out of my own thoughts and look up. Griselda, who had been silent during our earlier conversation, stood up and touched my shoulder. How long was I? Bah, who cares, sorry. I put the staring blue and night reflection sacred gears into my inventory. I then explained what I had done to the sacred gear Flame Shake. Safe to say they were all shocked. HAA, you just casually turned a common sacred gear into one that rivals the 13 Longinus? Wait, what will happen to Heaven's system? Don't worry about it. I did something about that when I changed the system. Rias asked me a reasonable question. The rest were also curious. It's one of the other rules I changed. Whatever Gene Skyward does to sacred gears in the future, this system will not malfunction or question the changes. Yeah, I knew I would have involvement in sacred gears in the future, so I saved myself, Altaria, and Michael headaches. Anyway, since no one wants this sacred gear, they'll keep it in for the time being. I put it into my inventory. Since they're all used to this by now, we quickly moved on and started talking about what we would potentially do for the school festival. I had suggested the Typical Maid and Butler Cafe. It was being considered now that I think about it. Tomorrow, as I glance at Aquino, and she smiles at me. My date with her and Natsum. I wonder how that will turn out. They suggested Kuo. I had suggested a trip to Spain, but they said it was fine next day. Today was a Saturday, so we didn't need to worry about skipping school, classes, and any other obligations we had. We had discussed it more after dinner, where we would meet up and at what time. I was standing by a local convenience store as I waited for both girls to show up. Now that I think about it, wouldn't this cause more controversy? The school was already in a buzz with Rennie and Aquino, plusing Viled as of late. Add Natsum to the mix, and HA. No rest for the weary. I don't care anymore. I only have this year, and however long I have in college. Then I'll be free and spend my life how I want. Screw the rules. I have green hair. Did he go insane? He caught what I call Kuroka syndrome. Do you recall her attempt at winning the cards games in the pocket dimension? Let me have a point. Albion scary Kuroka syndrome. Zap. Jaya. Don't insult my cat girl. And what the hell is Kuroka syndrome? I know she didn't exactly follow the rules in most of the card games they played. Whether that be Goldfish, Blackjack, or whatever, she always pulled out a Yu-Gi-Oh card and slammed it down. Comptoir. Answer is 11 o'clock. They should be arriving. Step. Sorry for being late. We got caught up in choosing clothes and talking. I turn to my right and see both of them dressed up. The weather was still quite pleasant. So many people continued to wear their summer clothing. These two were not an exception. Aquino wore a long and flowing white dress. She also had a straw hat on. Natsum. She was a bit more conventional. She wore a light green peplum shirt and gray box pleats. Also had a small wristwatch and donned red Converse shoes. These two. How did they take so long? I mean, Natsum probably took the longest since she's wearing that. You're goddamn right. I've been waiting half an hour. Wah. You fufu, he's pulling your leg. Natsum was shocked at my honesty, but in reality, I was just messing with her. Aquino knew right away. Looks like you still need more time to get used to my weird humor, Natsum. She wasn't amused at all smack, and lightly smacked me, but straight after she wrapped herself around me, Aquino did the same thing. Yep, this will be a not-so-private date. HAAA. I'm not sure if they forgot or what, but I could feel many of the girls' auras near us. Are they going to follow us? I looked with a bird's-eye view and could see them at multiple locations with disguises while hiding behind things. Is something wrong, Jean? They're all following us. Why the hell are Gasper and Kiba here? Whatever. Let's go and have our date. Oh, right. You two look fantastic, by the way. 100 out of 10. Lip service won't get you anywhere, Jean. With me, it might. Natsum blushed at Aquino's comment, but I started to walk and they were pulled along. Since it was the weekend, many people were out. We also saw a few of our classmates. Thankfully, we hadn't come across Najima. Or Ko, what the fuck? Ayo, Skyward-sama. I spoke too soon. Or did I jinx that? I sigh as those two see Aquino and Natsum clinging to me. I could feel the burning jealousy emanating from them. Damn it all. While we're hanging out, you're with two beauties. Shit, this is a sausage fest with you, Najima. Huh, you're the one who asked me to hang out with you. The two of them started to argue, so we promptly left them. A crowd started to form around them as they began to throw fists. They'll be fine. It's not the first time they got into one. Who were those two? Our classmates. Ignore them. Fufufu. Those two get along with Jean a lot. Kuo Aquarium. It was Natsum's idea in coming here. She had spotted the place with Shigeon when she and Rennie went out to explore when they first came here. Apparently, she wanted to come here on a date with me. So here we are. I, of course, had many weird looks all throughout the day. Many of them were from jealous guys, a few were from girls. Anyway, we were going around the place, and it was your typical aquarium, glass everywhere and water with fish behind them, a few corals, random rocks and plants in them. Natsum had let go of me and was running to the glass and looking at the fish with a lot of interest. I wonder if she likes fish or just the sea aquatic life in general. I think they're called aquabiology and ichthyology. Oh, my God. Natsum screamed as we both looked at her strangely. She was pointing at a fish. She kept looking back and forth at us and the fish. We made our way to her. It's a zebra plico. Zebra plico? Aquino repeated what Natsum said and tilted her head. She was confused, so I used Comptoir for some help on it. This bottom-dwelling fish is a real head-turner. The zebra plico, also known as Hypancystra zebra, is a relatively rare freshwater species that is highly sought after by aquarists. Often known as the imperial plico, these fish are not as widespread as other types of plecos. Thus, they usually come with a higher price tag. In the wild, these fish are found in Rio Xingu in Brazil. Unfortunately, this fish is classified as endangered in the wild due to the construction of dams in their natural habitat. Luckily, they are bred in captivity, shy and nocturnal. These fish aren't the most active around, but when they finally come out of hiding, they're sure to be the center of attention in your tank. Wow, these little things are rare, huh? It's cute fufu. Jean, always with the little fun facts, Aquino became a bit interested in them and started to look at the fish with more interest. She initially only wanted to spend the day with me, so she didn't think much in places we went, but someone else was staring at me with awe, or at the very least, more interest. Natsum Managawa was silently staring at me until I gave her a strange look, and she blushed and quickly averted her gaze. You're interested in aquatic life, Natsum? Yeah. But I would say TS both me and my sister who are interested in them. I like animals in general. That's why I was kind of happy when I found out I had Griffin. The same with Shigeon with Po, Tobio with Jin, and the cat with Byakusa. Sister. So Natsum and Kanami were into fish and aquatic life. Huh? We had pet fish while growing up. A dog and cat we just loved them. You know? A pair of sisters with the love of animals. Though I had since Kanami in Japan, to be more specific, she was in Kuo. I wasn't sure if I should mention this. Hell, she's just been wandering around. I had purposely avoided her, so these two wouldn't meet too soon. I don't think they are in a strained relationship. But Kanami didn't really elaborate about Natsum, so I kind of assumed for the rest of the time, we went around the aquarium with Natsum telling us little facts about the fish there. I also chimed in with Comptoir's help. The others were still following us too. We had exited the aquarium, and the others were still following us, but they seemed a bit tired. I don't think they were expecting Natsum to go off like that with her fun facts. Let's shake them off. Huh? Akino suggested with a wink and stuck her tongue out. She suddenly pulled Natsum and I as we ran along with her. Why after them? I heard Rias and Rennie scream from behind us. Playing along, I completely erase our presence as Akino pulled us along after a few minutes of running. It was quite enjoyable since we've only been walking around. Even Natsum had started to laugh during it. Yufufu. We lost and the girls had a look of panic after I erased our presence, and they had run to a different part of Kuo, though we were in a certain area of Kuo. When I looked around, the same with Natsum, we could see signs like rest for, yen, or night for, yen. Yeah, we were in an area with a lot of love hotels. I hadn't been here before, but I was aware of it. A few of my classmates or people in the third year spoke about it well, the ones in relationships. Yufufu, how about we take a break? Akino suggested as she stuck her tongue out at me. Natsum had gone red, but didn't let go of my hand. She was just looking down at the ground. How they really did have to appear, huh? Geez, trying to be romantic with a woman at noon. You sure know what to do, Gene boy. We all looked towards a voice, and Odin was there, with Barakiel, Rossweiss, and Kanami. Why is she with them? Did that? Ishasis. Akino and Natsum were clearly shocked to see them here. Barakiel had a strange expression on him. His lips twitched as he saw Akino and I in such a weird place. Kanami just stared at her little sister awkwardly and waved to her. Odin had a shit-eating grin aimed at me, and Rose was shaking her head. Oh, come on, at least let me explain, damn it. Certain uncontrollable circumstances led us here. Let me explain. They were taken aback by my sudden change in tone and reluctantly nodded, so I proceeded to tell them what happened. In the end, they just laughed at us. Ho ho ho. To think you'd end up here after trying to avoid your harem during a date. HAAA. I more or less expected this outcome, Jean. Please be more careful next time. Akino. I can't exactly try to control your life. Your mother would murder me. Each of them commented. Odin was amused. Rossweiss lectured Akino, who stuck her tongue out at the Valkyrie, and Barakiel, to my shock, didn't mind too much. You're here for a visit, right? Come to my house then, old man. We were actually on the way there, Jean. But Odin somehow wanted to go on a detour. I invited them to my home. But Rose answered me with a very fed-up voice. I look at Barakiel, and he nodded in confirmation. This shameless Norse god, the two sisters didn't say anything, and so we eventually left the area and back to my home. The date ended a bit abruptly. Skyward household, I had told everyone to come back to the house after we had settled back in. They quickly teleported back, and I explained the situation to them. Grafia was here, so she quickly prepared tea with Akino. Ho ho ho, I have come to visit Jean boy. Odin laughed as he sat on a chair in the living room. Everyone else was there, including the Gremory peerage. Barakiel, Rossweiss, and Kanami sat with them. Even Azazel was here. Hey, race your tea, Odin-sama. Hey, race tea, Dad. Kanami-san, Rossweiss, and Grafia was the one to serve the tea to Odin, while Akino gave the other three theirs. Odin didn't have his usual perverted attitude. Why? I don't know. Probably because of my previous ahem threats or something serious. Thank you. Maid-chan, everyone already knew of these guys, well, with the exception of Kanami, so I decided to introduce her to them. It's nice to see you guys again. I also didn't get a chance to speak with you, Kanami. She gives me a sad smile, but doesn't say anything, so I continue. Right, this is Kanami Managawa, Natsum's older sister. I met her in the realm of the Greek gods. She participated in a thing called the Tournament of Power. She did quite well, but was knocked out by one of my new acquaintances. By the way, how's that new spear treating you? The girls had a surprised look and looked towards Natsum. She gave them a strained smile they understood and didn't press for it. Yeah, ha ha ha. It's quite useful. Thank you for upgrading it. Jean-san, huh? You're that young one's older sister? Hoo-hoo. We came across this girl and said she knew you. Jean, so she tagged along. Ah, so that's how they came across each other, but that didn't answer why she was here in Kuo. Did she remember me, saying, I knew Natsum and came here? Azazel joined in the conversation. During the time Geezer is staying in Japan, it's decided that we will be his guard. Barrakiel is a backup support member from the Fallen Angels side. I also have been busy lately, so only have limited times I can stay here. During then, Barrakiel will be looking after all of you in my place. He looks at me and continues. This is also a request from the leaders, Jean. So, you and the Grimmery Peerage will be the escorts for this stupid geezer. I look forward to working with you all. Barrakiel gave a short reply. We already know him, so we didn't need an introduction. So it's a request, huh? I guess that makes sense. So how will this play out? Will they invite me to Asgard before or after Loki's arc happens? Geezer, don't you think you came a bit early to visit here? The date of your arrival should have been a few days ahead. The reason for your visit this time is so you can talk with the Japanese gods, right? Michael, Surzex, and Jean would be the middlemen, and I would be sitting with you in the meeting, right? Azazel asked while drinking green tea. Wait, what? I didn't hear anything about this. I look at Azazel, and he awkwardly looks away. That's about it. And in our country, there's a bit of trouble. Actually, there's a troublesome lad who is against my ways. I thought I should move things faster before he does something. That's why I want to discuss several things with the Japanese gods. Until now, we were basically unsociable to each other, and we didn't have any connections. Geezer made a sigh while stroking his long white beard. So the god from the north also has problems of his own, huh? Well, it would be natural for each faction to have a trouble or two. When you mean trouble, do you mean that you have the Vanir after your head? I beg you, don't start Ragnarok by yourselves, Geezer. Azazel puts on a sarcastic smile. I don't care about the Vanir. Well, there's no point in discussing it. By the way, Azazel boy, it seems the Cows Brigade are increasing the number of those who can use Balance Breaker. Scary, isn't it? But I heard that those are a rare phenomenon. The Grimmery Peerage and the girls were shocked. I had gotten rid of those pests, so they didn't have a chance to fight them. But during some of their requests, they did come across a few individuals with sacred gears. But they were weak, and they killed them. Yeah, they are rare. But there is some idiot who used the quickest, yet the scariest, and easiest way by force to make the rare phenomenon happen. Whoever is knowledgeable about sacred gears can pull it off. But the way they're doing so is sketchy at best. You definitely won't find that method being used by us, whether it be the devils, angels, or fallen angels. It's basically shunned. What is that method? Azazel looks at Rias and answers her question. It's long and drawn out, but it still works. First, you gather humans who possess a sacred gear by force. It's basically abduction. Then brainwash them. Next, you send the sacred gear possessors to the place which is strong foes gathered. The crucial places where superior beings reside in. You continue that until you have someone who reaches balance break. When they reach it, you summon them by force through a magic circle. It's been happening around the supernatural world: Sweden, Russia, Philippines, Ireland, the United Kingdom, Spain, Greece, and other places. The supernatural races that live there have defended their territories, but some have reached it, their balance break. These are things no faction can do even if they thought about it. If I, who has an alliance with the angels and devils, confront them and do the same things at crucial locations, then that will signal the start of a war. So no one wished for that. But they were able to do it because they are terrorists. Azazel turns to me and asks, So, Jean, how did you manage to attain your first balance breaker state with Drake? Everyone turned their attention to me. How do I say this? Whatever, it'll go with that. I was born able to do it. I just needed to train when younger to maintain it for longer periods of time. Odin laughed, and Azazel just shook his head at my answer. They probably think I'm gifted or something. I call it a bullshit answer either way. It's the Cows Brigade's way to abduct humans like that and brainwash them to make them reach balance breaker. What kind of people do those kinds of things? Azazel continues to answer Rias's question. The regular hero faction members are a gathering of the great legendary Yusha and hero Sama. Their physical bodies don't lose out even if they're against angels or devils. They also possess sacred gears and legendary weapons. On top of that, they have Reach Balance Breaker, and on top of that, they have a Pushy Longinus which can even slay a god. From the reports, the hero faction has a strong will not lay their hands on Azrael's blood. So in terms of their power enhancement, it still is unknown. I see. Even in the universe, they allegedly say they don't use the blood of Azrael. We'll see about that. You'll definitely meet them in Kyoto. What are they going to do by increasing those who can use Balance Breaker? Now that's the problem. Odin the geezer isn't even putting on a serious face and says that while drinking the green tea. He was easygoing when I met him, and he still is now. I doubt that will change. Maybe you can say he is a courageous person. Even in the battle from the other time, he went against the armies of mid-class and high-class devils by himself. Something one would expect from a god. Well, this is something which is still being investigated, so nothing will start even if we discuss it here. Geezer, are there any places you want to go? When Azazel asked Odin. Odin moved his fingers with a lecherous face. I sure want to go to the Epee pub. Haha, you sure have good taste, Chief God Dono. Oh yeah, let's go there right now then. Young girls from my organization opened up a shop in this town for the VIPs recently. I will invite you there then. Yo-ho-ho. To be expected from a Azazel boy. You sure know your things. Prepare me a lovely companion right away. I'm going to enjoy the visit. Odin and Azazel look at me and had shit-eating grins. How about we bring J-Bam? Smack. No. Rias and Rosweiss pulled out paper fans from somewhere and smacked both Azazel and Odin. The two rubbed their heads and looked annoyed, but turned to each other. Fine. Follow my lead, shitty geezer. Welcome to Japan. Do you want to untie their kimono, Obi? That's something you must do at least once when you come to Japan. I will show you the Japanese style. Where? I've never heard of such a thing. What the fuck? Hello? Am I behind times or something? I can. Wait for it. I can't wait for it indeed. Both of them heated up and left the room immediately. What perverted leaders. Everyone else was dumbfounded at the sudden turn. It went from serious to outright perverted. And for such a lecherous governor and lecherous geezer to be the leaders of their groups. Griselda was with us, and she was just giving the usual smile. Yes, she was annoyed by this too. Also, I never wanted to go on fine with my girls. Odin-sama. I'm also going. Rosweiss follows after them, but you stay here. It won't be a problem if Azazel is with me. You can stay put in this house. No, I'm going. No, you stay with your boyfriend. Gene boy, take her already. Pumph. Rosweiss turned red and didn't know what to say. Using this as their opportunity, they quickly left my home. I was left here with everyone else, Rosweiss and Barrakiel. Aquino's father turns to me with a complicated expression. Gene, just to clarify, you don't power up through breasts, but through thighs, right? What the fuck? What kind of question is that? Seeing my probably mortified face, Barrakiel's expression softens, and he chuckles. Judging from your look, probably not. But how did you get those monikers? Once he asked me that, the girls burst into laughter. Oi, help me here, don't laugh at me. You though, stop crying about it. Seraphol Leviathan is to blame Shier. Okay, well, I'm partially, but she was the one who broadcasted and spread my love for those across the underworld, and in turn the supernatural world. She does have her own shows, I see. Well, I understand, Jean. Shuri, she ring. Ring. Barrakiel froze as his own phone started to ring. She picks it up and turns on the speaker. He's there, isn't he? Jean, what is with those titles of yours? But Dragon. Breast Dragon. Has my baby been spoiling you too much? Rennie. Natsum-chan. Shigin-chan. Oh no, please don't tell me you dragged Suzaku into this. Shuri started half shouting through the phone lady. Ma'am, what the hell? Okay, I'll admit I am spoiled by them, not much on Suzaku though. I'm working on that. I mean the kids of the underworld, no? The supernatural world like it, so I don't see a problem with it, Aquino, are you okay with this? Yufufu I am, Mom. I don't really mind. Rennie, Shigian, and Natsum don't seem to mind either, right? No, I don't really mind. Punto it's ufine. Shuri falls silent, as we could hear her groan in frustration. I have no idea what you do to those girls, Jean, but they clearly love you fine. I support it. I support everything. You better come back here and cook me the best meals from time to time, though. I got her approval like this. What an all-living fuck. I mean, I'm happy, but it's weird. The call abruptly cuts, and Barrakiel awkwardly coughs into his fist and then puts his phone away. Anyway, you have Shuri's blessings for your harem. Good luck, Gene Aquino has bragged about your cooking, so I also look forward to it actually. May I stay here for a few days? Until Odin Sama returns to Asgard, you may also be invited back to Asgard. Sure thing. I don't mind. Think you'll go and join the mayor. I mean, he'll wait outside the place they went. Aquino just chuckled at Barakiel as he blushed and left. The only ones left now are Rosweiss and Kanami. Rosweiss. Well, she had sat down and was still a bit red. Kanami and Natsum had been silently staring at each other. Natsum makes a gesture with her head, and they leave. So welcome back, Rose. How's your job, Gyuwa? Gene. How well? The professional Valkyrie is gone. Then, since the random visit by Odin was cut short, the girls went off to do their own thing. I'm curious about Natsum and Kanami, so we'll probably join him in a bit. But first, their Odin was mean, wasn't he? I have mixed feelings about comforting someone that's a year above me, though I don't mind. Rose is cute, and I love her. So it's whatever. I don't have Yasaka here to help me with this adorable Valkyrie. So Barakiel did mention it, but I'm probably going to be invited back to Asgard to form that alliance. It'll take that time to explore the place a bit more, as well as visit your granny Gondel. Can you tell me more about your home? Rose? Rosweiss sniffs a few more times before looking up at me and nods. The place you've been to is the main capital. While it may look like our realm is just one massive island, it's not. There are a few islands floating in that void. However, they are quite far apart and can't be seen from the main capital. There's the island where my family and Granny live on. It's around the same size as the United Kingdom. The upper half, north, is mostly filled with modern cities like the human world, while down south is the countryside where my Granny lives. My parents and I live in the middle, near the border of the two, so I had both the north and south culture in me. That's why I have that accent when talking to Granny. Rosweiss blushes at the thought. Yeah, I heard her talk to her a few times. She gets a really interesting dialect when she speaks to her Granny. She's a Granny's girl after all. Her parents aren't around since they work for the Norse gods. The other islands are more or less the same. A few of the Norse gods have homes there, so they're a little more populated than mine. However, they have been visiting my island because of them. Rosweiss started to stutter and go redder. I nod. I think I know what she means. Because of us? My fight with Thor and my relationship with Odin? She shyly nods, and I chuckle at her. She's really shy about these things, huh? I wait for her to continue. Anyway, there are 4 other islands after mine. While we do import some things from the human realm or other realms, in terms of our food and other necessities, we have one island that's responsible for that. My island, down south, we produce many of the vegetables and fruits, but the other island is the one that mass produces it. It is mainly filled with processing plants, storage houses, and the like. There are very few livable homes there. The ones who stay there are the ones that mainly work there all year round. I think you should look at them yourself. Gene and I can help you tour them if you wish. Sure, I don't mind. I look forward to it, Rose. Rosweiss finally calms down a bit, and a few more girls join us as we discuss how things have been, the state of the supernatural world, and a bit more about Asgard. During that time, they started to talk about more female topics, so I took this chance to slip away. I followed the auras of Kanami and Natsum. They were both in the backyard. I silently slipped through the door since I didn't want to startle them with the noise. I stood there behind them for a minute, and they hadn't said anything. Have they been like this during all that time? It didn't feel strained, more like a little awkward. I wonder what happened. Well, whatever. They'll try to start this for them then. Yo. The two of them turn around to see me putting my hand up. I walk over to them and stand beside them. So, Kankan, care to tell me why you dipped before we spoke? Kankan? I sometimes just use a made-up nickname to start conversation. Anyway, how have you been, Kanami? The last time I felt you, you had gone to Russia. Before you ask, I was worried, so I searched for you when I left the Greek god's realm. You did leave before we talk more. Kanami awkwardly laughed and nodded, but she stared into the distance for a few seconds before answering me. I'm sorry, I was just embarrassed and felt ashamed. I had begged Hephaestus-sama to make me a new weapon, but then you offered to upgrade my current one to something even better. I thought, hey, the middleman upgraded my spear. I can surely go pretty far in this tournament, right? No, I have to. He did help me out. He's also my little sister's boyfriend. I can't disappoint. is what I thought, but you saw what happened. It wasn't as one-sided as she thought, though. Kara was just stronger than you, Kanami. That can't be helped. Unless you're in my pocket dimension, the gap between ranks is all too real and is usually hard to overcome during fights. You fought well, Kanami. You made it far. I knew Kara, even if briefly. She had a lot on her shoulders that day. She was probably fighting like her life depended on it. Like if she lost, she might die. I'm not saying you didn't have some sort of the same resolve, but no, I understand the difference in our power. Even with my new weapon HA, I'm sorry for just running away. I thought you would be disappointed in me. I laugh and ruffle her hair. She had a half-hearted smile on her. A little burden is taken away from her just now. I'm not. Just because you lost doesn't mean I would be disappointed in you. Geez, what kind of person do you take me for? I just don't know. There's so many rumors and things being said about you that I don't know what to think. Are you really the Breast Dragon Emperor? How about the Ketsa Dragon? Ugh. Kanami, you unintentionally stabbed 2 dragons just now. I awkwardly laugh at her and confirm those titles or monikers are real. She just laughed at me. Good, this is good. The mood is in the right place. I glance at Natsum, and she was smiling at me. Yeah, she really looked cute like that. Sis on cue. Natsum starts to speak. I see that Kanami stiffen a bit, and she looks over at Natsum nervously. What's up, Natsum-chan? Why did you suddenly leave? You know, Mom and Dad are still worried about you. Suddenly leave? Interesting. Kanami looks back into the distance and doesn't answer. She felt unsure if she should answer or not. What to do, you know? It's better to talk it out rather than just letting these kinds of things pile up. You're both humans, and you never know when you'll last see each other. You're both involved in the supernatural, and death occurs on a near-daily basis. The boosted gear appeared on my right arm, and Draig starts to speak. The two know. The 3 of us were surprised. I hadn't expected Draig to just come out like that and say that. As quickly as he came, he disappeared. I look at the 2 girls, and they'd look back down. Damn, Draig, where did that come from? You said it before, didn't you? Everyone needs a little push in the right direction, right? I'm just going with what you said, partner. Hey, is that so? I was always the overachiever, especially in school. Ever since we were kids, Mom and Dad had high expectations of me. No, not just them, but a lot of the adults around me. But I guess I just snapped. I couldn't take the pressure and decided to drop out of college and do my own thing. Down the line, I got caught up in the supernatural and, well, here I am. I was even more surprised when I found out you were part of the supernatural too. Natsum-chan. But it looks like the tables have turned, huh? You're powerful, in a great team, and have the middleman as your boyfriend. Meanwhile, haha. If we're talking about Japan, no. The East in general, kids have high expectations from their own parents. Even if you're poor or high class, the pressure to achieve, to do great things is always on your shoulders. The Western kids and teenagers, they also have this burden too, though I would say it's only from either very poor families or rich people. I've had many friends back in Ireland whose parents were chill. Most didn't even plan on going to college. And from the brief dreams I've had, it looks like I had some expectations of myself too. My past parents seemed like successful people. I did have a few Asian friends that always complained about their parents' expectations. I always felt bad for them. Near test, quiz, or exam times, they would be stressed to the high heavens. I had a feeling that was it. I had snapped on both Mom and Dad about that. Actually, it was around a week or 2 after you left. We had a big fight about it, but they did understand in the end and blame themselves. They just want you home, sis. Kanami had a look of surprise. I see. That's the little strain they had. Well, it's normal, I guess. That's how families are, I think. I mean, I wouldn't know or remember much of that. Dynamic Natsum walks over to Kanami and hugs her. Kanami hugs her back and silently cries. Well, that's a good ending for them then. Oh, well, that ends well. The 2 sisters break the hug and grin at me. What? Dom, did I do something? Are you interested in sis, Jean? Excuse me? We barely interacted. Natsum, I just wanted to know why she left and why you 2 were acting weird. How does that correlate to me wanting to have her? I'm genuinely confused, and they could see that as they just laughed at me. I was joking, Jean. Geez. It would be interesting to have both sisters, huh? Jean-san. Natsum froze as Kanami tapped me on the forehead. Natsum had a look of shock and disbelief at what her older sister had said. No comment. Anyway, I'll get going. You guys can, mingle, I guess. I walk away as they still kept giggling at me. These girls the rest of the day was relatively normal. Azazel had texted me a selfie of him, Odin, and oh god, Barakiel in that stupid bar, and the poor guy was being grinded on. If Shuri saw this, he would literally die. During the night, Ross Weiss wanted to be spoiled, so she was given a spot in the schedule, so she slept with me that night. Next day, yeah, thank you. The next day, the Grimmery Group, and Rennie participated in an event in the underworld sponsored by the House of Grimmery. It was a handshake and autograph event. A huge row of people is in front of us, and I give my autograph sheet to each kid while shaking their hands. The kids take my autograph, which is written in my bad devil letters happily. Then they shake my hand with a big smile. A pay dragon. Do your best. They say something like that to me. Just seeing that makes me involuntarily smile underneath the armor. I'm strangely happy about it. I was against the idea, but seeing them smile like that, I guess it was worth it. Switch Princess a pay. Switch. Kaya, which princess? Rias and Rennie, who were on either side of me, were also doing autographs and handshakes. A naughty brat was poking Rias' breast. Please refrain from touching her breasts. They belong to me. I warned the boy in the most monotone way possible. Unfortunately, you can't touch it. No one can. Only me. I will destroy this place if they touch Rennie's too. Mao Jean, don't get jealous. It's just a little child who's doing it. They don't know what they're doing. It'll let you touch them later. That's right. Jean, you can touch them later. I'm getting jealous because of kids. The hell's wrong with me? And in front of Chiron, who is wearing a cute, beastly costume, many of her big friends, Lilicons, are lining up. Chiron also has the role as the Hellcat Chan, who is on the good side along with a pay dragon. Chiron didn't hate this role and was giving them proper responses. What a pro. I saw the spirit of a professional coming for Chiron. We finished the autograph session and returned to our dressing room. With this, the event has finished. Its mission accomplished. I deactivated my armor and returned to my base form. A staff member approached me. Jean-sama, thank you for your hard work. The one who came bringing me a towel is the Oju-sama with the roll hairstyle, Riser's sister, Ravel Phoenix. Oh, Ravel, thanks. I wasn't sweating, but I still took the towel and wiped myself with it. When Ravel heard that we would be participating in an event in the underworld, she came to help us out. This is also part of my training, and I think giving dreams to the children of the underworld is a wonderful job. That is why I am helping. It's not like I'm doing this for Jean-sama and the Grimmery Group. Still acting like it's Sundra? Well, whatever. I haven't had time to actually spend meaningful time with her, but it will eventually come. Sometimes I feel a gaze of admiration from her. I don't get it. I started to think that giving dreams to the kids is not a bad thing lately. All the children have their heads full about you. That's not exactly a good thing, they'll grow up to be weirdos like me. So you're acknowledging that you are one? I never denied it, I just said I was hiding it. Yeah, they came to shake my hand very seriously. I thought I might as well respond in kind. Right? They're the future. I'm immortal, so I'll see these brats grow up and see how they deal with the world in the future. Jean, it's about time to return to the human world. Rias comes into my dressing room along with Rennie. Yeah, we have to guard Odin the geezer after this. That shitty geezer keeps on asking for impossible things since his arrival. He goes to an Apay pub and hits on girls walking in the streets, and he does whatever he wants. Should I kick his ass for once? Rose would probably support me on it. Yes, we need to return quickly. Good work to you as well, Ravel. Thank you for today. That's all right. This is all for my learning. Ravel's cheeks turned red when she was thanked by Rias thanked her. Rennie went over and started petting her, making the girl blush even more. Hoo-hoo, Ravel-chan is cute, yes. We will see you soon, Ravel. Yes, please call me for the next event. If you need me, then I will definitely help you out. After having a conversation like that with Ravel, I returned to the human world with Rias and the others. I wonder what kind of events we'll have in the future. Japan, Kuo, Skyward Household, after being dragged around the majority of Japan by Odin and Azazel, they went back to the Apay Club to do whatever the hell they wanted. Barakiel had been called back by Shuri. Somehow, the selfie Azazel took with him was leaked to her. I didn't do it. I think Azazel did it, because he was drunk. We were in my home in Kuo, as Kanami and Rossweiss were still here. Kanami decided to stay here for the inevitable future that also means he'll be meeting Natsum's parents somewhere down the line. I was currently down in the training facility with Kiba, Gasper, Coriana, Natsum, Rennie, Ross Weiss, and Kanami. The two guys wanted to get some sparring with me, and I didn't mind. The two sisters were sparring too. Coriana, Ross Weiss, and Rennie were just cheering us on. Clang. KWSHHH. I had Ascalon out and was using it against Kiba and his sword of betrayer. Gasper was becoming more and more aggressive, maybe to impress or show off to Coriana. Gasper was diving into his shadow and coming out of different places and hitting me with a shadow sword. He's becoming a lot more creative. He opted not to use his sacred gear since it wouldn't work on me. Showing off for Coriana, Jayasuk, and no. Clang. Thang. Ho. Gasper Cohen, you don't need to try to hide the fact our junior blushed, but it only made him move faster and hit harder out of embarrassment. We chuckled at him. Kiba increased his speed, and he disappeared from his spot. Thang. Clang Kachinging. Our swords clash as large sparks and shockwaves erupted in the training facility. Wawa wawa. Those two were going crazy. Huh. They're still holding back, you know. Since you're here, sis. They don't want to accidentally kill you, same with me. Actually. I'm surrounded by monsters. Kiba jumps away from me and goes into a certain stance. Oh, he's using the Sandenzuki. I haven't seen him use it since our time in the pocket dimension. I wonder how he evolved it. Kiba smiles at me. Dwash. Cling, cling, catching, and disappeared in even faster speed. Should we call this super god speed? Haha. He appeared in front of me and unleashed 20 slashes in a single movement. That's quite an upgrade from 3 slashes. I also respond in kind by blocking and parrying all his slashes. This made Kiba grin and snort. He expected this, as the thing in front of me was an afterimage dawn. Crash. Ugh. Kiba slashed down at me, but that was also my own afterimage. I had to peer behind him and elbowed him on his back, making him crash to the ground. Bang. Don't get distracted, senpai. I haven't, Jayasuk. Gasper appeared behind me and fired a point-blank shot of demonic energy. I blocked his attack, and he disappeared. Bam! Gong! Don! Don! He reappeared at different spots around me while throwing punches and kicks my way. They were quite powerful, as each hit created strong gusts of winds upon impact. But he really is trying to show off to her, huh? Coriana is cheering him on even more. I never would have thought that Gasper would do something like it. Love can make you do strange things. An open Jaya. Oof. Uggy had appeared behind me again and tried to punch me. I had grabbed his arm and slammed him to the ground, knocking the wind out of him. Kiba was still on the ground, twitching. Guess that's the end of it. All right, let's end that there. I healed the two, and they slowly got up. The girls who were watching had come over to us. Coriana was babying Gasper as he was turning red. Rennie and Rose were chatting it up. Seems like they were talking about magic. I did come across them a few times talking about it during our 5 years. Hey, you two, what's up? Gene, we were just talking about magic formulas and such. Actually, how does yours work? I've been meaning to ask. Magic is the power born by researching about the devil's demonic power, which also became a power that humans can control. While there exist multiple types of magic, such as Norse magic, fairy magic, and various different types of magic with different equations, including the magic that gods use. It is said that the majority of magic that is used by the ordinary magicians are those created by the great magician, Merlin Ambrosius, which involved reading the flow. My magic? Well, I guess it's basically like the devil's demonic power. I use my imagination, and it just happens. Though that's probably because I was reborn this way, Azathoth and all that. It's mostly like the devil's demonic powers, so mostly based on imagination. I have also seen a bunch of media from movies, comics, anime, manga, and light novels, so I have a lot of that. I have, in a way, an unlimited supply of things to copy. From what I can remember, Luffy mentions that demonic power requires the power of using your imagination and the power to create, as well as having a good sense, while magic is just knowledge to control equations, i.e. using your head and making calculations. So while they seem similar, they are very different from each other. Kuroka further added that magic was something where the user uses the knowledge and calculations to know, for instance, if I do this, this will happen. She elaborated, there are some magicians who are able to use magic that hasn't been solved through using their sense and talent. But these are special cases out there. A skilled magician like Rosweiss developed her own, unique magical formula suited to them and allows them to better use magic. In her case of her formula restrains down how much the magical power is consumed to its utmost limit, but it's also something that strengthens both the offensive and defensive power positively. Some individuals are noted to have a talent and affinity for magic, as demonstrated by Lavinia Rennie, as she was easily able to learn the magic taught by her master. However, there also exists the possibility that a particular magic user might lack talent in using certain magic, though there also exists the possibility that they can excel at other magic, such as Rosweiss, who was incapable of using the spiritual magic that her family specializes in, but was able to easily learn and master offensive magic. If these two were exchanging points of information, then they'd probably develop or make their own magic much more efficient. I did try teaching it to you guys back in the pocket dimension, but you were just used to using equations and formulas, so you just tweaked it to that. Unlike Natsum and Shigian, who hadn't really learned the conventional magic of this world, I basically gave them my magic, so it's based on the Devil's One. So they rely more on their imagination. Still, when I first showed Rennie the ice gun, she almost immediately replicated it. It just shows that she's a genius at this. You're no slouch either, Rose. You made your own formulas after all. The two of them blushed and puffed up their chest due to my praise. Geez. Well, whatever flow I. We hear Azazel's voice, and he flies over to us. Why the hell is he back? He's holding, oh my god, no. The thing is, another prototype for the Epee dragon came to me again. Check it out. When we approached him, Azazel got something out of his pocket. The thing Azazel took out is a small figure. It was decided that Epee dragon was to collaborate with a hamburger chain in the underworld. It's a toy that comes when you order the kids' meal. This one is the toy of you. This one here is the toy of Rias, aka Switch Princess. Well, it does look like my balance breaker state. This one here is the toy of crimson-haired Rias too. It's certainly well made. There's also a gimmick to it. You get a bonus when you collect both of them. When you poke on Switch Princess with your figure, Azazel moves the hand of the toy of me and push the breast of the toy of Rias. Then, Ian, PFFFDTT. What in fuck shit? Rias voice moaned. Why? Who thought of this? We're going to turn all of the children in the underworld into giant perverts. Like that, it makes a sound. Azazel said it while putting his chest forward proudly. The brats of the underworld will turn into perverts. Azazel laughed at what I said, but didn't deny it. Ha, right? But Surzex doesn't care. He praised these and called them as world-shaking toys. Azazel, who was laughing proudly, looks so satisfied with himself. He's a genius, all right, and a giant pervert, it? Wait a minute. If there's one of Rennie, cancel its production. Azazel freezes and starts to sweat. He hurriedly shakes his head. No. We didn't get the copyrights for that. Lavinia, Rennie didn't sign off on it. We would have thought she would. How about me or Rias then? Knowing Zek's head, just do it for her, they probably just assumed I was okay with it. Fucking hell. I look at Rennie as she was blushing and shaking her head. Good. Sweet Jesus, good. You don't have any problems with Rias being on there? I do, but what's done is done. Thankfully, Rennie didn't sign off on it. I look at the other girls I was interested in, as were my harem. No, I don't want them in this at all. Hell no. Am I being possessive right now, or something? Who cares? Fuck that. Jean Sand is quite protective. Huh? Ah, yeah. He is Kanami, and Natsum laugh at my own dismay. Natsum, you're also part of that. All right. So where's Odin? Oh, I'm going back. We're still hanging out in the Epee pub. I blankly stare at him, but he just shrugs me off. He waves us off and leaves again. Leading his faction, being a pervert, and creating shit. Is this how you live your life, Azazel? Will mine be the same someday? Sparring, faction, or pantheon relationships, peaceful life with my harem. That doesn't sound too bad, really. A few days later, nighttime on a certain night, after several days since Odin's arrival. We, Azazel, Odin, and Rosweiss were inside the wagon of the eight-legged warhorse called Sleipnir. And we are flying in the sky, and it was night. This should be when Loki first confronts him. I'm already ready. I have a few shadows on standby, as well as Leanne and the others. I haven't thought of a name for their group. I have the lavender box ready. Yasaka's former husband is also in it. It will make a nice home for Loki. The warhorse is big, but the wagon is also big. Kiba, Zenobia, Irina, and Barakil are flying outside as guards. This is done so we can take on the terrorists immediately if they show up. The Japanese Yamato Nadeshiko sure is good. Geisha girls are the best. Odin was laughing ho 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 while putting on a satisfied expression. He really is relaxed. He barely acknowledges the Gremory peerage as Garta. Lately, we have been dragged to various places in Japan with this giant warhorse. We went to the Kaibakura located in the metropolitan area. We went to the amusement park and also went to a few sushi restaurants. We were sightseeing Japan as Odin wanted to. There were some places that the underage couldn't enter, so we had to be on standby near the entrances. We fell out of place, but had to shrug it off. A few delinquents had accidents since they harassed some of the girls. You're like a Yandere at this point, partner. Whatever when I looked, all the group members had exhausted expressions. Beside me, Asia is leaning her head on my shoulder and is sleeping. But taking care of the geezer sure is hard. When I get mad, he says such things like I'm deaf, so I can't hear you or Azazel-san. Is the pain not ready yet? And avoids me pissing me off even more. But his visit is essential for relations, so I had to grin and bear with it. When I get to Asgard, I swear I'm going to Odin-sama. It's almost time for the meeting with the gods of Japan, so please lose that mindset of being on vacation. At this rate, you will be yelled at by other people when we return to our homeland. The past few days, Rossweiss responded calmly and followed Odin, but it seems like she is at her limit and is about to explode. I had helped her and soothed her many times, but even that is not effective right now. That's been changed, Rossweiss. We left that up to Jean. Huh? Wait, what? I look at Azazel, and he looked away nervously. When the hell were they going to bring this up? And when were you going to tell me this, Azazel? WL, tonight, actually. I didn't get a chance, ha ha ha, we discussed it. Along with Odin us, the leaders of the three great powers and the Norse god. Everyone that was near was a bit surprised, even Rossweiss leaving it to me. Huh? How lazy can you guys get? Kakin. Hi-heen. Suddenly the wagon stopped, and the impact of it stopping hits us. Everyone lost their balance at this unexpected stop. What happened? Don't tell me it's the terrorist? Rias immediately was on alert. I felt him. He was here, no? Someone else too, Ignia? I don't know. Though when things like this happen, it's never anything good. Rossweiss and Azazel were on alert. I heard the cry of the horse. So it means something happened to that big horse. When I looked out from the window of the wagon, Kiba, Zenobia, and Irina were in battle positions while having Barakil positioned at the center. I opened the window of the wagon and looked ahead of Rias and everyone else. I exited the wagon and flew past the others. Jijin. Up ahead, a young-looking man is floating. He's a good-looking man who has a bit of an evil look in his eye. The thing he is wearing resembles the robe the geezer wears when he is dressed up properly, though the main color of it is black. Rossweiss realized who the man is and puts on a very shocked expression. And Azazel made a clicked his tongue. When a man lifts his robe, he made a smirk and talked very mightily. Nice to meet you, everyone. I am the evil god of Northern Europe. Loki. Ignia here. Hey there, father. Chapter 2. Part 2. Instinct, Temporary Alliance, and another appears Japan Nighttime. Jean Skyward. Hey, Odin. Is this that request you were meant to give to me a while back? Yes. Take it as another one from me. Jean boy. Also, what did that orange lad mean by father? Dead or alive? Alive if possible. I look at Loki who scoffs at me. Ignia had a grin on him and waved at me. Jean Skyward is my father. Though don't mistake it, I am not his biological child. Azazel nods and explains to everyone who Ignia is. The girls who knew who I truly was immediately figured out who the mother was. Azazel flapped his black wings and exited the wagon. Loki, a Norse god. Rias says that next to me. If it isn't Loki Dano, to meet you in a place like this. Do you have some business with us? On this wagon is the chief god of Northern Europe, Odin Dano. You know what the consequence of your actions are, right? Azazel asked calmly. The god called Loki then spoke while crossing his arms. Nothing much. Our chief god left our organization to get in touch with other factions, and that is very painful to endure. A thing a textbook villain would say, Azazel changed the way he spoke. You are quite arrogant to say that up front, Loki. He was pissed, even if he looks like that. Azazel likes peaceful days. So he seems to hate those who come and selfishly disrupt the peace. Hearing Azazel, Loki laughs heartily, foo-ha-ha-ha. If this isn't the Governor Dono of the fallen angels. Normally I wouldn't want to meet you or the devils, but can't be helped. Along with Odin and the others, you shall receive my punishment. So it's okay for you to get in touch with other factions? That's contradictory. It's okay if it's to destroy other factions. I don't agree with the idea of peace. It is your religion that stepped foot on our soil and spread the Bible after all. There's no point saying that to me. Say that to Michael or the deceased god from the Bible. Azazel replies like that while scratching his head. True, he doesn't get involved in that sort of thing. He's an inventor and a pervert. He ain't religious. Either way, it is a problem for the chief god, Odin, to negotiate with the gods of the Far East. Then we won't be able to have the day of Ragnarok. What is it you wish to obtain by trading for the information regarding Yggdrasil? Azazel points his fingers and then asks, I will ask you one thing. Are your actions connected with the Cows Brigade? That Ignia fellow is beside you after all. Wait, if I remember, you weren't an evil godsama who would answer honestly. Oh, please. I came across this fellow. We sparred, and I lost. But he said he wanted to meet the middleman, so he followed along. It seems that Loki didn't join up with Cows Brigade, and not sure if that's a good or bad thing. Now, then how should I deal with this? Hearing that answer, Azazel loosened the tension in his body. So, you're not from the Cows Brigade. But this is also a problem in its own way. I understand, geezer. So this is the problem that the North faction faces, huh? When Azazel looked towards the wagon. The geezer had just gotten out of the wagon with Rossweiss. He activated a magic circle under his feet, and he moved in the air along with the magic circle. There are still a few hard-headed people, and that's the current situation we are facing. There are fools like this one who come out like this. Geezer says that while stroking his white beard. Loki-sama, your actions exceed your authority. By pointing your fangs at the chief god. This is unforgivable. You should make an argument at the official meeting. Rossweiss changed from the business suit to her armor immediately and then said that to Loki. But the enemy didn't listen. A mere Valkyrie shouldn't get in my way. I'm asking Odin, are you still planning to continue doing something which is outside our Norse world? Odin, who was urged to answer, did so in a normal manner. Yup, talking to Surzex and Azazel is 10,000 times more interesting than talking to you. I want to know more about Japanese Shinto. They also have an interest in our Yggdrasil. After Jean makes peace, I'm thinking of exchanging our cultures by sending out each of our messengers. Hearing that, Loki smirks. I have confirmed your plans. Such a foolish act. Let's have a display of powers here then. Loki powers up and sends his killing intent at us, however. The Gremory peerage is beyond him in raw power, so he was a bit surprised by them having next to no reaction. I agree. Let's power up then. Loki Barato a brow at me, and Ignia laughs, but his grin immediately fades and a look of panic appears. Ashit, you're on your own, Loki. Ignia quickly left, but was stopped by greed. Ignia didn't look happy as I felt his emotions start to rise panic. That's what he was feeling. Whoosh! My black hair turned silver, as did my eyes, a complex silver and blue aura consisting of rippling, fire-like energy without the sparking particles of the magenta color surrounding my body. But the aura eventually disappears. That's because it fades when you mastered it autonomous ultra instinct, or perfected ultra instinct. Ho ho ho. Gene boy, what is this? Oh, come on. Why use that, father? A shit. Hey, I was talking arg. Damn it. Greed started to attack Ignia, and he was forced to fight back. Ignia was a rank below Greed, so he'll be fine. But I have other shadows nearby on standby, so I till I'll be fine. Dawn. Blah. I had appeared in front of Loki and punched him in the gut. I saw the light in his eyes fade away. He briefly fainted, but regained consciousness as he was launched away. Once he did, he clutched his stomach and tried to heal himself, but had no luck. Considering that I added anti-healing to the punch, you can't recover from that. Loki, you who is so arrogant and full of pride, I wonder how hell feel when being beaten by a mere human. He had a look of fury on his face like he wanted to kill me. Pests. Very well, he'll call it. He spread his robes and shouted loudly. Come out, my adorable son. Loki shouted. After a moment of silence, a rift is created in space. Nu, the thing which appeared from the distorted space is an ash-gray wolf. A giant wolf, which looks like it is 10 meters tall, appears in front of us. Fenrir. Huh. Gene, be careful. That's Fenrir. It has fangs that can kill gods. If you get bitten, I don't think you will be able to survive. Azazel warned me. So what's your opinion, Contour? Contour. Answer. Useless. That thing cannot pierce your skin or get past your true infinity. I guess as much, though Valley will need him and Lu Fei will become close friends with him later, that's right. You should be careful. This one is among the most horrible monsters I have ever created. After all, this one's fangs are something that can kill any god. I haven't tried it, but it should be effective against gods from other religions. It can give mortal wounds whether you are a high-class devil or a legendary dragon. I'll take my chances. Come here, dog. Dawn. Boom. I appear beside the god-killing wolf and punch him on the side, but they failed to react in time, and I sent him flying. Loki looked at me, and he started to activate his Norse magic, but slice. KSHHH. I made a small motion with my right hand and cut off his right arm. An abnormal amount of blood started to gush out of it. The evil god had a look of shock. What had happened didn't register in his mind for the next few seconds until Aya. He howled in pain. His eyes became bloodshot, and his rage rose up even more. You lot take care of Fenrir. I'll deal with him. I can revive the dead. After all, it'll torture him a bit. If I let him continue his stupid speeches, head point at Rias and say head killer. However, I knew that, so I would have to take my own action against him. Neither Greed nor Ignia seemed bothered by their small duel. In fact, both seemed to enjoy it. Now then, FWSH. Fwash. Kaboom. Multiple magic circles in the color of pink appeared and fired their beams at me. I dodged them. Ignia also joined in and fired his own flames at me. I also easily dodged them, but I was forced to fly back since they purposefully created a large explosion at where I was. Ufufu Ignia, you should be more careful with our small guest here. A purple rift opened up, and out came a woman. She felt exactly like Ignia. Is she one of Nyarlathotep's children? She had long pink hair that reached her legs and magenta-colored eyes. A one-piece white dress with black markings on them. She also had a black crown around her head. She had 2 black feathered wings behind her with some sort of large accessory on her back. Near her hips were extensions for her skirt. They were black and purple in color. TCH, so you're here. Lapis. I had it under control. Ignia floated beside the now woman called Lapis. Lapis just chuckled at Ignia, who looked even more annoyed. Of course you didn't. Oh, is that Daddy? Idaddi. Daddy? Well, ha ha ha. He's not that talkative. Oh well. Daddy, my 2 other brothers are the leaders of this stupid organization called Cow's Brigade. Ignia and I are the other 2 leaders below us are the puppet leaders. We can't fight him right now. And this idiot evil god can't fight at all. Let's run away. For now, Daddy's in his perfected ultra instinct, and we can't hit him at all. Well, shove some Azrael blood in him later. Bye-bye, Daddy. I know what you're thinking, but you won't be able to stop me. Mother made me that way. Can I have a kiss? I put my hand out and start to remove her powers, but nothing happened. What? Mother told a lie. Well, she can't make more of that. She can bestow a little bit more power, Contour. Answer. Well, it's a minuscule amount, something like 0.0001. It's still there. She has a minuscule amount of outer god blood in her. You cannot remove or seal her powers, Jean. I believe she's the one who got through the barrier. The tool, it shouldn't be possible unless she used up most of her powers. Perhaps that's why she didn't fight you that time. No, to be more accurate, she had no power either. What a psycho. So will she eventually recover? Contour. Answer. Yes. However, with Azathoth the one sealing her, she can't leave no matter what. If she uses all of her power or beyond it, but she already did with the creation of her children. Her power, Lapis rank, is peak multiversal, while teetering on omniversal. So, she may be the boss, huh? Makes me wonder about the other two, then bye-bye. Chushi waved at us one last time before disappearing back into the purple rift with Loki and Ignia. I quickly appeared before her, but she sent out an attack that I dodged. By the time I looked back, the rift was gone. Oh, Fenrir's disappeared too. I turned back to see that Fenrir had also disappeared. Everyone was more or less left a bit confused. We certainly came at the wrong time. Huh? I looked to my right side, and Sea Valley with Biko. They really did come here, huh? Talk about late timing, dude. Why do you look like that, Gene? Don't worry about it. I go out of my perfected ultra instinct and revert back to what I usually look like, so that Lapis woman is basically a very small and miniature outer god. I close my eyes and look into the future. Jin-chan, you made a new outer god? Once I said that, the eye looked alarmed and turned to Nyarlathotep, who started to laugh. Ah ha ha ha. It's a tiny amount. I doubt you could even call her one. However, I suppose Lapis-chan is a pseudo-outer god. You could say. Ah, you met her children? They're adorable, right? Who else? Ignia-chan. Ah, you reacted. So just those two, huh? Hee hee hee. Choo-choo, I turn away and start to fade away. She started to spot nonsense, and Azathoth looked at me in a way. I understood what he was telling me. This is your next trial. Deal with it. Whatever. When I opened my eyes, everyone was just staring at me strangely. I forgot to turn off the tap at home. They stare at me dumbfounded at my stupid excuse. Of course, none of them believed me, but didn't pursue it as they knew I would say more bullshit. Let's go back to my home and talk about plans. Since they left, and I can't track them, then there's no point in embarking on a wild goose chase. They agreed, and we headed back to my home. Kuo Skyward household, we were in the living room. Everyone was there, including the girls. I had asked them if they wanted to help, and they said they would. Now it was the Grimmery peerage, myself, my harem, Team Valley, Odin, Rosweiss, Azazel, Barakiel, Kenami, and the Citri peerage. Rias had called her earlier, and they were here with us. Saji looked nervous as hell, as he was already sweating. Odin is touring Japan. His original goal was to meet with the Shinto gods. But that's been left to Gene, but he will continue his tour and better the relations between Norse and the three great powers. But in order to do that, you will need to take down Loki, correct? Vala said it without hesitation after looking around at everyone. I would have said you wouldn't be able to fend off Loki, Fenrir, and Ignia with these members, but Gene is here, so I don't know what to say, but I don't think Ignia teamed up with Loki. If what you said earlier about the meeting by coincidence, then Azazel continues. We can assume that Ignia and that Lapis woman put Azrael's blood in him. How much more powerful will he become? They all look at me, and I sigh. As to where Loki belongs, maybe middle or high tier, given that he is at least God class. Depending on how much of Azrael's blood he consumes, I can estimate peak God class, so on par with Shiva, or at least Dragon God class, but still weaker than Ophis and Irene. Irene? They repeated. All right, I didn't tell them that's Great Red's real name, Irene Belsirian, Great Red's real name. Anyway, if we assume that he's at least Dragon God class, then the girls are the only ones who can compete with Loki in our next confrontation. Regardless, we'll need everyone's cooperation here. No, we don't just need a few of them. I just need to remove Loki's powers, and that's that, well, whatever. They're hyped up, so I can let them proceed with their plan. They'll just end it quickly next time. Next day, most everyone slept in my home. I had blocked access to the training facility, but everything else was fine. The same group of people were here. Odin and Rose were in another room, contacting their homeland and telling them of the situation at hand. It felt weird having Team Valley here, though, and they had briefly returned back to their own base and brought Luffy here too. Kuroka had basically left their team, but had agreed to work with them for the time being. They're not on bad terms or anything. Hell, they act like she never left. With Azazel, Surzex, and my word, Team Valley get to pass, so they won't get arrested by the three great powers for now. Therefore, they should vanish once this is done. First of all, Valley, what is your reason for cooperating with us? Azazel, who is standing in front of the whiteboard, asks Valley a question that they all wanted to know, especially Rennie, who had not stopped lightly glaring at him since last night. Vala makes a creepy smirk and then speaks. I just want to fight Loki and Fenrir. Biko and the others have already agreed to it. Does this reason not satisfy you? Azazel nods. I guess that makes them liar. They freeze once I say that. They look over at me, and I look at Vala blankly. I could feel a bit of panic rising in him, but he maintains his cool. What do you mean by that, Jean? I can detect when people lie or tell the truth. Now, for privacy reasons, or unless I need to interrogate someone for something, I keep my mouth shut. But I can't do that here. Tell them your real reason, Valley. Because I know. Vala frowns as everyone looks back at him. Biko slaps his knee and starts laughing. Arthur nods, and Lu Fei was giggling to herself. Better give up, Valanaya. Jean won't let this go, Naya. Since Kuroka left our team, we need more members. We have prepared something to catch and tame Fenrir. We will add him to our team. The room becomes shocked as they stare at the original descendant. Azazel just sighs and rubs his forehead in annoyance. I won't even ask how, since you won't tell me. Whatever. Let's put this matter of Valley to rest for now. Let's move on to the countermeasure against Loki. I plan on asking a certain someone and how to deal with those two. You're planning to ask about Loki and Fenrir? Yeah, there's a certain individual out there that knows a lot about Loki and Fenrir. He'll ask them and how to deal with them. Is it Midgardsormr? I said that while leaning back on the couch. Azazel seemed a bit surprised, but nodded. Yes, one of the 5 dragon kings, sleeping dragon Midgardsormr. I see. So we're still proceeding down that route, huh? I don't mind. I want to meet the guy too. Well, that's an obvious choice, but will Midgardsormr respond to our call? Azazel answers Val's question. We will open the dragon gate with the 2 heavenly dragons, the power of the dragon king Fafnir, Vritra, Tannen, and Jean since he's half a dragon god. We will just summon Midgardsormr's consciousness over there. His actual body is sleeping in the depths of the ocean in northern Europe. Why am I included in this? Sorry, but everyone else are monsters, and him just me. Saji asks timidly. He does have the sacred gear of Vritra, after all. Well, I will have you come as one of the factors needed for a successful outcome. Leave the majority of it to me and the 2 heavenly dragons. Hold on until I get in contact with Tannen. I will find Shimhazai and talk to him about the countermeasure for this. You guys stay on standby until I come back. Barakil, follow me. Roger that. Azazel and Barakil leave the living room after saying that. The occult club members and the student council members are left behind. And also, the members of the Vala team. Red Dragon Emperor. Biko puts his hand up. What's up? 2 questions. What was that flashy transformation you did last night? And can I go to the indoor pool? How do I answer this? Biko looked at me expectantly. Even the ones who left just a few minutes ago walked back. To the question about the pool, I don't mind. Go ahead as to the transformation. That's classified. He shrugs, but is satisfied with the answer. But Vala persists. I don't blame him. I've been showing weirder and weirder things. If we have to cooperate, we need a bit of honesty, Jean. You forced it out of me. At least tell us something about that. I mean, he has a point, I guess. Well, whatever. We'll keep it vague. Also, I doubt they can learn it, unless I provide them with direct instruction. It's called Ultra Instinct, or the one I used was Perfected Ultra Instinct or Mastery of Self-Movement. Anyone can learn it, but it may take you millions or billions of years. Master of Self-Movement? Biko and Valley repeat. They were clearly confused. How do I explain this? Let's go with that, then I look back at them and nod. Perfected Ultra Instinct. It effectively allows for each and every part of the user's body to think and move independently of all the other parts, as opposed to how a person normally has to think about their movements beforehand and let the command travel from the brain and through the nervous system, a sequence which wastes precious fighting time, as command signals only travel through the nerves so fast. With each part of the body able to think and act on its own, the user of this technique is able to automatically react to any situation or threat with the appropriate move with impeccable timing. They don't even need to acknowledge the threat, meaning the user can still fight effectively, even if they're focusing on something else. Ultra Instinct is about your body moving freely on its own. Biko shakes his head as if he is experiencing a headache. That sounds like something out of a fantasy novel or anime hey. Screw the pool. Let me experience it, actually. So, everyone else was curious about it too. So, while we waited for Barrakiel and Azazel to come back, we were in the back garden, and I was about to spar with Biko and Valley. Since they're the ones who asked about it, they'll be the ones it'll be. Well, dodging. In order to prevent neighbors or anyone else in the area from seeing what we were about to do, I covered the backyard with an illusion barrier. That would just cause more problems. Ready self-moving Dragon Emperor. Biko shouted. What kind of title is that? HAAA, I nodded regardless. Graphia was the arbitrator. She looked both at them and at me. Let the match begin. They didn't attack me yet, since they wanted me to transform Jesus, Christ, whatever. I closed my eyes and entered my perfected Ultra Instinct form. Like before, my hair and eyes turned silver while the aura didn't appear this time. I open my eyes again and stare at the two guys. Biko whistles and then dashes forward. First come, first served, Red Dragon Emperor. Extend Nioi B. Rui Jingu Bang, or Nioi B, as Biko named it, is a famous magical staff that belonged to the original Sun Wukong. The staff extended toward me, and I dodged it easily. Biko ran towards me and followed up with a kick, which I also dodged. Tisiasha. I grabbed him by the shoulder and threw him back at Valley. He regained his balance midair and landed gracefully. The two looked at each other and decided to attack me at the same time. Balance break. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. Valley entered his balance breaker state and dashed towards me, followed closely by Biko. Valley appeared behind me and Biko in front of me. Both punched me, but I dodged them automatically. Ultra Instinct plus Contour's future prediction basically made me invincible. If I added observation hockey to that mix, well, whatever. As I thought of those things, I had been dodging all of Biko and Valley's attempts at hitting me. I guess I can afford for my mind to wander, huh? BWSH. FWSH. Bam. Gun. Don. Mun. This is annoying. I can't use Divide on him. I doubt my other abilities will work. So, I won't even try FWSH. 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 Go Jean fight Vakuin. Rennie cheer the both of us on. I look at her briefly and wink. She just giggled at me. This annoyed the two of them, as well as made the others laugh. Should I go Juggernaut Drive? Are you dumb? Both Valis Albion and I ask him at the same time. Biko just laughed at his leader being called that. Even if you do try to enter it, they'll just knock you out before you finish chanting. Huh. Isn't there a rule not to do that? Vali. This is an anime, well, I mean maybe, but still. I will do that. For any future opponents that will have a chant or whatever, I will punch them and then let them continue. Would you like to find out? Vali grumbled something, but kept on attacking me. This carried on for the next few minutes before I jumped further back. That's enough, right? Let's call it swish. Let's call it game. I turned my neck as Arthur had crept behind me and tried to stab my neck. A couple of gasps were let out by the crowd, but I just shook my head. I turned to look at him, and he nods. My apologies. I just wanted to make sure it was true. I already sensed you, you know? Well, whatever. Then, he nods again at me and dismisses Excalibur ruler. Biko puts away his staff, and Valley comes out of his balance breaker state. I also leave my form. Graphia looked confused as to what to announce. I put my right arm up and said, "It's my overwhelming victory." Like hell it is. Fidno. Both Biko and Valley immediately responded, eliciting another round of laughs from the crowd. Graphia just shook her head at me. After Azazel returned, Saji, Valley, and I teleported from my residence using the transportation magic circle in order to summon that Dragon King we talked about. Even though we made special preparations, we still need to succeed in summoning his consciousness. The place we arrived at was a white space. Is it those places where a raiding game holds its games? When I look around, there isn't anything remarkable, but there was. A huge dragon was waiting for us. It hasn't been that long since we last met, all of you. Former Dragon King, Tannen. Hello. Tannen nods at me and looks at Saji. So, the one over there's Vritra, huh? Saji was trembling while being looked at by everyone, especially Tannen. Didi. Dragon. A Dragon King. An ultimate class devil. It seems like his feelings were mixed with nervousness and admiration. Why so nervous, Saji? From what I've heard from Drake, he's a pretty chill Dragon King. Jijijijin Sompe. He's the ultimate class devil Tannen Sama. Have you never heard of him? I mean, I have, and yeah. He's chill Saji, then says it while pointing his finger at me. Ultimate class devils are those that only the chosen ones can become in the underworld. Add to that, the current top 10 rankers in the rating game are all ultimate class devils. The amount of contribution, the results in the game, your ability, you can finally reach that rank when you receive the best estimated value in all of those areas. For the devil, it is the best ranking there is. Saji said that in a fervent tone. I also knew that. Thank you very much for the explanation, Saji. Ultimate class, huh? I guess at this point in time, it means something, but it will become irrelevant soon. It'll take the girls back to the pocket dimension after my visit to Asgard. White Dragon Emperor. The moment you show the slightest suspicious movement, I will bite you apart without hesitation. Tannen glares at Valley. Valley just grinned bitterly. Azazel activated the spell immediately and drew his personal magic circle on the ground. A light runs through it, forming a special symbol. But will that guy actually come? Even I only met him 2 or 3 times. Tannen says while sighing, hey, even he has his doubts, huh? If the 2 heavenly dragons are present, then he will respond, whether he wants to or not. Also, Jean will make it easier to contact him. Azazel says that while drawing the magic circle. This catches Tannen's attention. Meaning? Azazel stops and points at me. This brat is a hybrid. He's half human, half dragon god, Midgard-Sormer. Can't ignore something like that. Add the 2 heavenly dragons and 2 more dragon kings? Yeah, I doubt it. Tannen gave me a surprised look and eyed me with more curiosity, but he then rolled his eyes. Well, see, that guy basically never moves. He's the type that will only move at the end of the world. He is sleeping till his role is to start. He has come up to the surface at times, but even at those times, he continued to sleep. Several hundred years ago, he finally declared that he would continue to sleep until the end of the world. Makes you wonder how the hell he was even declared a Dragon King. But spending all his time down there, huh? But that will never come since I'm here. Sorry, dude. The base of the magic circle is completed. Now everyone, stand where I tell you. Having been urged by Azazel, we all stood on top of the points with the unfamiliar symbols on them. Apparently, the symbol below all of us represents the marks of the 2 heavenly dragons and the Dragon Kings. As soon as Azazel confirmed that we were at the points given, he used the small magic circle in his hand and began the last part of the process. Flash! Through the magic circle, shallow light runs, and where I am positioned, I can see a red glow, and where Valley is standing, I can see a white glow. The one Azazel is standing on glows gold in color. The one Saji is standing on glows black in color. The one old man Tannen is standing on glows purple in color. Each of them reflects the color of each dragon. Drake says, they aren't here right now, but the blue represents Tiamat, and the green represents Yulong. Blue. Huh? Tiamat, she won't be the only blue-haired dragon in my life. Huh? Partner. Jean, sorry, Drake, Rudra. I'm interested. I would like to meet this Dragon King. You don't want to, but I do. Hell, even if it means finding her treasure you lost. Also, we'll meet her sooner or later. Do what you want to. Blame yourself. Shut up, Albion. Comptoir. Answer. Jean, you can one moment, Comptoir. Answer. Yes, it's possible we can make contact with Velgrind if you and Rudra wish to meet her, though not physically. Then, after all this is over, come to your soul. Jean, make contact. Did I hit some sort of requirement or something? Well, whatever will take it, I guess. I need to at least get to know the chick. I know. It'll be there when this crap with Loki is over. Then the magic circle was activated. But there wasn't any response, and we stood there for several minutes. Interesting. I would have guessed he would have responded because of what I am. However, is that giant dragon just literally in a deep enough sleep that he didn't wake up? A projection of something starts to appear. The projection appears to form a shape above us. I was a bit surprised, like when Comptoir told me my own dragon form size, because the vision keeps on expanding. When I looked, Saji had an even more surprised reaction than me. What appears in front of us is a gigantic monster which appears to fill the whole space. The novels didn't justify how fucking thick this guy was. No, he's a chonky boy. He's bigger than Irene. Excuse me. How did you hear that? Wait, no, Irene. She didn't answer me, H. Women. I look back at the dragon. He appears to be a huge dragon. Although it has a dragon-like head, it appears as though its long body is coiled. There are two types of dragon in this world, Western and Eastern. Midgardsormr seems to be of the Eastern variety. This guy has the biggest body out of all dragons. It must have 5 or 6 times the mass of Great Red. Yeah, definitely he's a lot bigger than Irene. Givigagagon. What a lazy dragon. I mean, I am too, but at least I'm a little bit more active. As I thought, he's sleeping. Hey, wake up, Midgardsormr. When Tannen calls out to him, the gigantic beast opens its eyes. This nostalgic pulse of a dragon. Fwa, a single loud sigh. Wow, what a huge mouth. It's so big that it can swallow all of us whole. Comptoir. Answer. You can swallow the sun if you transform, Gene. I know, but like, you really had to ruin it there, huh? Oh, it's Tannen, it's been a while. He's quite laid back. I think I can vibe with this guy. He then looks around us. Even Draig and Albion are here. Also, Fafnir and Vritra. Is it the end of the world? No, it isn't. We came here today because there are things we want to ask you, so we summoned your consciousness to this place. Tannen starts, but Midgardsormr starts to fall back asleep. Wow, what an interesting guy. Goo. Guvigagin. Don't sleep. Jeez, you and Yulong never fix your lazy attitude, so I can't stand either of you. Tannen loses his temper, and Midgardsormr opens its big eyes once again. You're always angry, Tannen. So what is this thing you want to ask me about? I want to ask you about your brother and father. Tannen says, I thought we were here to talk about Fenrir and Loki. Saji was confused and looked at Azazel. I just smirked, and he looked at me even more confused. Saji, Midgardsormr is a dragon created by Loki. Tannen and Azazel nod, and Tannen continues for me. Even though it had enormous power, due to its gigantic body and its lazy attitude. Even the Norse gods didn't know how they can use him, so they ordered him to sleep in the depth of the ocean. They told him to do something at least when the end of the world was to come. So that's why he is called the Sleeping Dragon. He really is indeed a huge sleeping dragon. Saji nodded and looked at the dragon again in awe. Midgardsormr answers Tannen's question. So it's about Wan and Daddy. Okay, Daddy and Wan are beings I don't care about anyway. But Tannen, tell me one thing. What is it? Aren't Draig and Albion going to fight? He looked at Valley and I with its huge eyes. Tannen looks at Azazel and I, so I answer for him. I already kicked Valis a number of times. He can't defeat me, so he has to train a bit more, but I'm not interested in our rivalry. But for now, we're teaming up to beat Loki and Fenrir. Midgardsormr smiles at my answer. Interesting. I was wondering about it, because both of them are standing together without fighting. I guess this current Draig is stronger. Huh? I chuckle at the giant dragon, and Valley clicked his tongue. After saying that, he answered his question. Wan is more troublesome than Daddy. You would die most of the time if you were bitten by his fangs. But he has a weakness. The magic chain Gleipnir, created by the dwarves, can capture him. You can seal his movement with that. Wan, huh? An interesting nickname by Midgardsormr, but if we take into account his size, then your little doggy is accurate. We have already checked that. But from the reports from the north, the Gleipnir didn't work. That's why I thought about getting another method from you. Should I make my own Gleipnir? Or we just make Enkidu chains of heaven? Like the noble phantasm? I already have my mana chains and mana rope, and they basically function the same way. Maybe Daddy enhanced Wan. If that's the case, then ask the dark elves living in the Norse world. If I remember, their elder knows a technique to power up the magic residing within the dwarves' items. I will transmit the location of the place where the elder is living to the sacred gears of Draig and Albion. Azazel looks between Valley and I. I shake my head as he looks at me strangely. I haven't fully explored Asgard yet. I plan on doing so when all this is behind us. Just like what I did with Irish gods and Greek gods. Azazel nods and then points at Valley. All right, send the information to the White Dragon Emperor then. I've already met a dwarf there. I'm curious about the dark elves of Asgard. I've heard a bit of the structure of Asgard from Rose a few days ago. I spoke my mind. I've only met one dark elf in the Greek god's realm, and the other elves in Ireland. I wonder where else they reside in this world. Does Nienna belong to the ones in Asgard? I'll know when I visit. The majority of them hid themselves in the other world due to the major change in the human world. Small groups of them still live in secret areas of the human world, though. Valley receives the information and then speaks. I receive the location. Azazel, show me the world map using the holographic vision. When Azazel opens his mobile phone and uses it, the holographic image of the world map appears on the screen. Vala pointed at a certain point. Azazel then sends the info to the rest of Vala team. Oh, you actually know that much. Tannen says it to Midgardsormr with admiration. Yeah, when I went up to the land, the elves and dwarves took care of me. How does that work? Isn't he a little too big for that? Unless he can use transformation magic, or can just change size at will. So how do we take care of Loki? Tannen asks about Loki this time. I join in. We either get Mjolnir, or I personally take care of him. Knowing that he's powered up by Azrael's blood, then he's probably a dragon god class. They nod, but Midgardsormr was just confused, so he added. Yet Daddy would probably be okay if he used Mjolnir against him. Hearing Midgardsormr, Azazel put his hand under his chin. In other words, we basically have to attack him normally, huh? But will the god of thunder, Thor, lend us his Mjolnir if that shitty geezer Odin asks him? I doubt Thor will let us borrow it. That is one of the weapons only gods can use. Valis says that at Azazel's opinion. I again add in. I can probably ask for a favor from Thor, or at least for my spar with him, in good terms, but if not, I can just make my own Mjolnir. They blankly stare at me. I shrug and proceed to create my own Mjolnir in front of them. They just sighed, and I put the hammer in my inventory. This drag is really something, huh? But there is another way. Ask the dwarves and dark elves I mentioned earlier. They should have received the replica of Mjolnir from Odin. Thank you, Midgardsormr. Your knowledge will be helpful to us. Azazel thanked and smiled at the giant dragon. No. Talking like this at times is fun. Now I'll be going then. They'll be sleeping again. From Midgardsormr makes a big sigh. The vision starts to turn off. Yeah, thanks. It seemed like Midgardsormr's big mouth smiled at the Tannen's gratitude. It's okay. Wake me up again if something happens. After saying that, the vision turns off completely, and he finally disappeared. Midgardsormr. He's an interesting dragon king. I can definitely vibe with him. I like sleeping too, even if I don't get tired. Japan. Kuo's Skyward household, how'd it go? Odin asks as we come back to my home. Azazel goes over to him and tells him of what had happened. Everyone else listened intently. So that's the plan? Ho ho ho. Certainly it will be interesting. Gene boy, show me the Mjolnir you made. I shrug and summon it. I gave it to Odin and he examines it. After a full minute, he nods and gives it back to me with an amused smile. You are certainly full of surprises. Gene, it's really like the original. I will inform Thor of what happened. Depending on his reaction, we may need to get the replica. I guessed as much. I just literally made his signature weapon for shits and giggles, but hopefully, he'll be a good sport about it. If that's the case, then he'll get going with Odin. Vala, go with your team to retrieve Gleipnir. The rest of you can take it easy until then, or do what you want. But don't overstrain yourselves or train too hard. We need all of you in your best condition. They agreed with Azazel. Vala team immediately left. Kuroka came over to give me a kiss and a hug for good luck. Sheesh, what an energetic cat girl. Azazel and Odin start to leave. Rose gets up to follow them, and Odin starts to wave her off. Odin-sama. No need. Rosweiss. I have Azazel with me, and am only going back to our homeland briefly. It would be a waste for you to come with me. Stay with your boyfriend. Rosweiss turned red again, so they took that chance to slip away. When do I know? They'll do it after I speak with Gondol. If I ask now, Rosweiss will probably run away as she did in the Pocket Dimension Maidens or complicated nighttime. Since we were going to confront Loki soon, everyone just stayed in my home. Which also means we'll be skipping school until the time comes. Sona didn't like that, so she went to school today with her peerage. When they came back, they told us what happened, which was nothing. It was boringly normal. Everyone had split off into their own groups and mingled. So I was left on my own, In a house full of people I'm alone. How sad is that? Whatever'll sleep early then. Jean's soul, really? I was in the same part of my soul where I met Belzerd and Elsha. The endless blue sky was above me, with the blue surface of the water beneath me. The clouds above me were slowly floating around. How does that work? Elsha? Belzerd? Comptoir? Drake? Albion? Rudra? Nothing. Why am I here? I was going to speak with Comptoir about Velgrind, so this doesn't make sense. Suishada. Ho ho. I hear two voices behind me. One sounded like a man, and the other was a woman. I didn't recognize either of them, and when I turned around, I was greeted by two individuals I didn't recognize. The man has the body of a 55-years-old man. His white hair is slicked back with a single strand hanging over his right eye. He also has a mustache. He wears a white blue military shirt with a black top underneath. He has white skinny jeans with professional-looking black shoes. The woman is a very beautiful, pale-skinned girl with hip-length silver hair that has bangs hanging over her face where it mostly hangs over on the right side, and clear sky-blue eyes. She carries a medium-sized curved pistol with a knife attachment, similar to a bayonet, and appears to be a very skilled shooter with it. She wears a jacket-like trench coat with a white button-up shirt and black skirt. She is seen wearing a blue pendant gemstone with red ribbons. She also has golden chains looped around her left shoulder. Who are you two? They both smile at me and look at me curiously. They walk around me, observing me like some sort of animal. So, this is the current wielder of Albion. Huh? Interesting. We've been watching you like Belzerd and Elsha, Jean. The man speaks, and the girl also nods. So, these two are past wielders of divine dividing, huh? Inta esting im Gerrit. Garrett Ritter. Some say I'm the strongest wielder of divine, dividing in the past, since I did kill 3 of the past wielders of the boosted gear. Huh? He looks at me, and I stare at him in surprise. He killed 3 other Red Dragon Emperors, huh? That's one more than Belzerd, I mean. I'm an old man, right? But my reign ended when a young Belzerd killed me. That boy had a lot of potential, we've spoken, and he's the strongest Red Dragon Emperor. Huh? Not including you or Elsha-chan. Garrett looks at me and then to the young woman. She nods and speaks. I'm Amaris Unwa, and before you ask, I'm half Irish, half South Korean. I guess I'm the second strongest White Dragon Emperor, though I would call myself an Empress instead. I have the same kill count as Belzerd. We've been in contact with Comptoir. You're an interesting fellow, Jean. We've also spoken to Albion. He really wants to stretch his legs. And no, he doesn't mean by just coming out of the sacred gear. I was planning on using him more since I did reveal I have my own divine dividing, and that will spread across the supernatural sooner or later. Also, we're past a certain point, so I don't really care, sure thing. I already planned on it. Excellent. Now, then, catch a dragon and a pay dragon. Show us even more fun things. Amaris, show him your ass bam. Do not let him affect you, Garrett. Jean. We'll be watching you along with those two. I will also fight back like Elsha if you choose to try to bring me back. You're already expecting me to? They both smile at me before vanishing. Aw shit, Japan. Kuo. Skyward household, Jean? Jean. Shake, shake. Shake. Huh? I was being violently shaken by. Sona? W what? What's she doing here? I look around me and am still by myself. Is it morning? No. Sona? Dinner, yeah. Sorry, you'll get up. Sona shakes her and turns around to leave my room. I got up and lazily hugged Sona from behind, making her yelp. Jijin, what are you doing? I woke up from my power nap. Help me. I'm not sure if you're reliable or not so tan is reliable. She sighed at me again, but also helped me out of the room. I was just lazy right now. Well, after I met 2 of the past wielders of dividing, can you blame me? Amaris and Garrett, huh? Can't wait to interact with them more next day, the next morning. We finished our breakfast and gathered at the hall in the basement. All of us in the Citri group aren't going to school today. Well, I made temporary clones of everyone. They worked like my avatar. Once the school day is over, they'll vanish and the memories will go into everyone. The decisive battle against Loki is closing in, so we have to take some rest. All the members of our group were feeling down because they were looking forward to school life. I don't get it. I mean, I like Kuo. More fun there than at my old school, I think. Unless I enjoy the rampant drug, sex, and other crap over there Japan is just usually straighter and more proper. It seems like Sona also felt frustrated that she can't go to school. It's probably because she is the student council president, so she must feel that something might happen while I'm not there. Soon enough, Azazel appeared while muttering. He has a very unpleasant expression on him. Here is the present from Odin the Geezer, the replica of Mjolnir. Geez, that shitty geezer was actually hiding this thing. But that Midgard-Sormer, I can't believe he actually knew about this. How did Thor react? When I asked, Azazel laughed at me. He was shocked and amazed, but in the end, he didn't really mind. In his mind, you're worthy, Gene. Man, what's up with you and getting buddy-buddy with almost any god or goddess you meet? Infinite charisma and luck? Who knows, at least I think it's me not treating them like they're beneath me or being an asshole, even if I could be at times. Though, some of them are suspicious of me or not so trusting. Anyway, it's the replica of the legendary weapon wielded by the Norse god of thunder, Thor. This has the lightning of a god running through it. Everyone looked at it in interest. They're not too amazed since, well, I show a lot of random and crazy shit around here. Yes, Odin-sama said he will lend this replica of Mjolnir to Gene. Here you go. What I received from Rosweiss is a normal hammer. It has gorgeous ornament and design on it, though. Once I had it, I put my aura through it. Flash. A single flash. After that, the hammer gradually starts to get bigger. I eventually stop so it doesn't get too big. Interesting, it's a lot more flexible than the one in the MCU. Biko, good timing. I received a message directed to you. Azazel then looks at Biko. Huh? To me? From who? Biko points at himself and look confused. It goes, fool. I will punish you as soon as I find you. It was from a Shodai. It seemed like he was looking for you with Yulong. That shitty geezer is. So he found out about me being a terrorist. On top of that, Yulong too. Biko started sweating a lot after hearing what Azazel had to say to him. Hey, you got what you deserve, my guy. Though, I never thought that this guy who is always laughing would become so panicked. Shodai, that's definitely the first-generation son, Yukong. Biko, should we go to your homeland one more time? It might be interesting to meet Yulong and the first-generation son, Yukong. Don't do that, Valley. Putting aside Yulong, who seems to be retired, the first-generation geezer is a real monster. He can still be considered active. That geezer has mastered Senjutsu and Yujitsu, so he's really strong. I'm quite interested in personally meeting the first-generation son Wukong, seeing as how worried Biko is. All right, they'll be going over our plan one more time. First, we'll wait for him to show up at where our meeting will be held. He doesn't know we changed it for Gene to do the alliance. Then the Citri group, Lavinia, Rennie, and Graphia will use their powers to transfer you guys to a different location along with Loki and Fenrir. The place you guys will be transferred to is a demolished stone pitting site. The one taking on Loki will be Gene. We will counter him with him since he nearly killed and captured him before. The ones taking on Fenrir would be the other members of the Gremory team and Vala team who will use the chain to capture it. Vala, you lead them. The rest will be there for backup. Knowing Loki, he won't fight with just himself and Fenrir, so everyone else will take out whatever he brings with him. After that, well, see, Vala said he plans on adding Fenrir to his team, but I don't know about that. The fangs of that wolf can crush a god. Even if it is the chief god Odin, he will die if bitten by those fangs. We have to stop that from happening at any cost. Vala scoffs, but doesn't fully answer Azazel. Anyway, that's our plan. The Citri group with Rennie and Graphia will transfer us along with the enemy. They'll shortly join us after, then I will take on Loki. I'm leaving Fenrir and whatever else he brings to the other guys. I will also have my Shadows and Leanne on standby. They'll finish it quickly. I won't let him escape. That was a mistake on my part. But my gut is telling me that those two won't help Loki out this time around, but Odin wants him alive, so we'll just seal his powers up and go from there. Now, since we left the chains to the Elder from the Dark Elves, we just have to wait for it to be completed. So what is left is Saji. Azazel calls Saji. What is it, Azazel-sensei? You're also important for this strategy. You do have a richer sacred gear after all. Saji becomes so shocked that his eyes were about to pop out at Azazel's words. PL, please hold on a second. I don't have insane power like Gene Senpai and the White Dragon Emperor. I won't be able to fight by taking on a god and Fenrir. I thought I just have to transfer everyone with President and others. He is panicking. I don't blame him as he is right now. He isn't much help, but Grigori does have them. Azazel sighed while knowing that. I know. I won't say to go fight in the front lines as you are now, as harsh as it sounds. You'd hinder them. But you will play as the support, especially for the Grimmery Peerage and Vala team. As support. For that, you will need a bit of training. There is something I want to try out. Sona, I will borrow this guy for a bit. Azazel asks Sona. That's fine, but to where? I'm taking him to the fallen angels' territory in the underworld. Grigori's Institute. Azazel has a cheerful face on him. I see he's doing that, huh? You're doing that, Azazel? That? Azazel sighs annoyed at me. The rest got even more confused. How do you even know about it? Did the slash dog woman tell you? He looks at the girls, and they shook their heads. Now he just looks confused at me. Penemu wouldn't. The same with Shimhazai and Barakil. How do you even find these things out? Whatever, go ahead and tell them. TCH. They all look at me, and I shrug. Grigori has the rest of the Vritra's sacred gears. Saji will go and train before they shove all the other parts in him, or they'll put it in him before training. Either way, he'll be complete by the time he returns to us. Wait, what? You're not shoving anything in me. Saji screamed, while Azazel dragged him into his own teleportation circle with an evil grin. Jean Senpai, President Sona. Help! I saluted Saji as he disappeared. Since I was given the hammer Mjolnir to work with, I was messing around with it in the backyard. I had locked away the training facility for the time, being since Biko might accidentally lock himself there for the next 100 years. I was messing with it, shrinking it, and making it bigger. Everyone was doing their own thing, whether it be light training, chatting, or whatever. Some did come and follow me out here. It was the Slash Dog girls with Kanami. I had thought of it last night, but not everyone is ready to face a Dragon God class being like Loki. That's why I'm taking him on by myself. Fenrir, he should be in his own ranking and somewhere around deity class. I'm worried about everyone but Griselda, Irina, Kanami, and anyone else that's not at least God class and up won't be too useful. Knowing Valley, he'll be using his Juggernaut drive and fighting Fenrir in another space. But Griselda and Irina have the rings, so they should be fine. Kanami, on the other hand, I might as well. She's Natsum's sister after all. I start walking over to the girls as they were sitting on the bench chatting. They notice me and wave to me. Jean Rennie got up and hugged me, and I hug her back. She goes to my left side, and I look at Kanami. She tilts her head confused. Kanami, sorry, but it'll be blunt if you go into this fight. You'll die. She freezes and stares at me. Natsum frowns, but I can tell she agrees with what I said. I sigh and summon a ring. Both sisters' eyes widen. Kanami looks at the ring and at the ones that the girls had. She then blushes. Wait. Have you heard from Natsum on what it does? She shakes her head. Natsum then tells her what it does, and she's obviously amazed. I put in her hand. Put on no, keep it. It should keep you safe for the foreseeable future, especially in the upcoming fight. Thank you, Jean-san. Don't worry about it. Everyone else should be fine since they're taking on Fenrir in a giant group. The girls can cover for the rest. In the last floor of my house, the upper deck, where the open-air jacuzzi was Azazel, and I were there, suddenly Azazel, I have returned. It was Valley. Oh, so it's you. How is it? Valley put his hand forward at Azazel's word, and then activated a small magic circle in the air. This is... The emblem carved on the magic circle resembles the ones used by the Norse gods. I learned quite a bit of Norse magic. I should be able to withstand Fenrir's attack for some time. What Valley is carrying in his hand is a book that he has been reading this whole time. What a diligent guy. He learned some Norse magic in this short time. He's gifted through and through. A hybrid, the White Dragon Emperor, and now this. Azazel nods after confirming that. All right, I've been working on something for a bit now. We'll go rest up. Azazel puts away whatever he had with him and gets up to leave. Valley and I were left there. He and Biko tend to just go out of my home. They're probably exploring Kuo or something. They probably also don't want to associate with me that much. I don't know why, though. I mean, yeah, they're terrorists, but still. Vali. I call out to him, and he looks up from the book he was reading. What do you think of the current world you live in? Is it boring? Is it painful? He smirks. I just find it boring. That's why I can't feel anything but joy for this joint battle. Then how about you, Jean? Is peace really all you truly are after? Not including your harem. Yeah, I have no other goals. If I achieve peace, I can enjoy my days peacefully with my lovers. Constant fighting is bothersome after all. I guess we look at things differently, huh? Well, I do have one more aim. He looks at me seriously. I will surpass you. You know, not happening. Sorry, Valley. I can admire your determination, though. Yes. It certainly is wonderful. I can feel the youth from you, too. Odin the geezer appeared out of nowhere. Did he finish his business? He, for some reason, was emotionally moved by our conversation. The red and white of this generation are unique. The ones in the past were all wild horses. They rampaged in every location. They started the battle between the red and white selfishly while destroying the surroundings. And then died. They activated Juggernaut Drive when they felt like it. Just think how many mountains and islands were blown away. Geezer says that while sighing. Rossweiss, who is behind him, then adds, certainly, one of them is a harem-seeking dragon, and the other one is a terrorist, which makes a very dangerous pairing. But you two are calmer than I thought. Rossweiss looks at me and smiles. She had an apathetic look when she looked at Valley. I thought fighting each other immediately is the way of the Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor. By the way, White Dragon Emperor, what part do you like? Here it is. Rossweiss face palms, but I tap my lap, and she with a red face comes over and sits on it, making Odin laugh. What are you talking about? The women's body part that you like. Jean boy over here loves breasts, butts, and thighs. That's why I thought you also have a fetish like that. No comment. Am leaving. Vala begins to walk away when he likes hips, so the butt. He's also a butt dragon, the butt dragon emperor. Vala freezes, and then his Albion cries out. En Nguyen. The two dragons within me start cackling at the other Albion's despair. Vala quickly leaves without saying anything. Odin nods sagely while stroking his beard. He also leaves. I guess it's you and me, Rose. Yes. Time to flirt a bit. She said nothing but got redder. She wraps her arms around my neck, and we shared a quick kiss. Rossweiss wasn't used to it, so she was completely red while doing this. It took a bit of coaxing, but she's quite affectionate when the time comes. Oh my. Who would have thought Rossweiss was this affectionate? That doesn't count, sure. She didn't say anything else but buried her face into my neck. How adorable. I was laying in bed with a couple of the girls. The rest were asleep. The ones who were still awake were Valerie and Rias. Quite a few of them expressed their worries, I guess. They have fought godly beings in the pocket dimension. However, I never explicitly told them that, in their mind, they just fought regular monsters. But what we're facing soon is a god, an evil god, though in the one fighting him, they're dealing with Fenrir. He's still known as the god-devouring wolf, Jean. I know. But how will that affect them? Will it affect dragon god class beings? I mean, they're not gods, but they have your rings. I know. I mean, the others I'm worried about all of them, but yes, I have those rings as a safety net. Ha! What a do grab squish boing. I was brought out of my thoughts when I felt a soft sensation in my right hand. I looked to my right and see Rias looking at me. She had taken my hand and guided it to hers. While like this, Rias, what's the special occasion? Didn't I promise you that I would let you touch them after that signing event? Also, you look tense. I could see some uneasiness in your eyes. Grabbed you. I felt my other arm get hugged. I turned to look, and it was Valerie. She was also staring at me while hugging my arm. They were in between her breasts nice. You have a lot of plans and train us a lot. Jean, I know some of the newer girls aren't in the same power as us, but the rings can help with that. The same with your shadows, Leanne, and the others as well as us. Yeah. You guys are right, just do what I can when the time comes. I feel a tug on Valerie's side. I stare at her, and she had an expectant glint in her eyes. Right. Yeah, this is kind of romantic, right? I lean towards her and capture her lips. She happily kisses me back. After a few seconds, we pull away, and she had a satisfied smile on her tug. I feel Rias tug me back and was a bit huffy. I chuckle and kiss her too. This goes back and forth for the new few minutes before we fell asleep. Odinjo, the fake meeting is starting soon. Our preparations are progressing accordingly as well. So it's you, Azazel boy. What is it? You rarely have such a serious face on you. I started to think that my ways of governing are causing trouble to those in my homeland and the young ones here. Azazel shakes his head. I hated the Norse guys who have old ways of thinking and shunning themselves doing nothing. But you came out. The chief god himself came out to the front stage. You came to us as well. We're trying to create peace among the three factions. Azazel laughs. It's like what Gene calls them. I heard it from Ajuka. He calls them boomers. I was confused, so Azazel boy explains a new word to me. I also chuckle, yes, boomer, huh? I'm a geezer, perhaps a boomer too, after all. Sometimes I feel like listening to the thoughts of the young ones, Gene Boy's world, is very appealing. And also by thinking about the future of the young ones in my world, I think that I need to prepare a new path for them. Yes, just like a certain harem-seeking dragon that's making the waves in the supernatural as of now. A new path, a path with less war and more peace. Try to make that dream real, geezer. You came here to talk to the Japanese gods for that reason, right? But we did leave it to Gene in the end. Once he's done with it, we all can send our own messengers there. A cultural exchange, no doubt hell, get some female Shinto gods in his harem. We both laugh at that. If it's him, there's a high chance of that happening. You looked around this country under their religion while saying you were sightseeing, though that did turn into a reality. We will help you with it. I know that even if you don't tell me. I will make you tag along with me in drinking sake today, youngster. Haha. Yeah. Though for all the shit I give Gene, he's doing all of us a favor, even if it's mostly for his own selfish needs. Harem for peace, huh? Ho ho ho. The audacity of Gene Boy. Next day, the Thai, a pay, and but made cafe are all rejected, Gene. Rias rejects my idea again. We were in the living room, and we're discussing what we might do for the upcoming school festival. We should be confronting Loki tonight. We all skip school today, too. If we do that, Gene Senpai, other male students will see those parts of President, Akino-san, and Ingvald Senpai. I completely forgot about that. What a shock. A shocking revelation just happened. Reject all of it, Rias. They all laughed at me. My face was too obvious. You know, Gene, using an Eki theme certainly seems like we can get lots of customers. But the student council won't allow it, and the teachers will also reject the idea. There's also that hurdle. Well, whatever, I don't want those guys to see those sides of theirs, but seeing our lineup. Rias, Aquino, Ingvaldija, Chiron, Zenobia, and Irina will get a lot of customers. Regardless of what we do, Kiba is famous in his own right. The same with Gasper, he has his fans. The same with me, though it's mostly from the clubs and a few other students. How about a contest to find out who is the most popular girl in the occult research club, for example? It's something I blurted out without thinking much. And the girls look at each other. I'm curious which one of the two great Wani Samus is the most popular. Gasper says, then Rias and Aquino look at each other. There is no doubt I am the most popular. Rias and Aquino's words overlap each other, and then they glared at each other. They both have a smile on, but they have a very intimidating aura around them. Ara, President, did you say something? You too, Aquino. Didn't you just say something I can't ignore? These two need to calm down. It feels like they might start actually fighting. Like this, the two of them started to have a quarrel, and the meeting was dismissed. It was decided that we would choose what to do for the school festival on another day. Will we really be able to decide this before the second-year school trip? Azazel was looking at our meeting quietly while sitting on a different couch drinking green tea this whole time. But now he's looking outside the window where it is getting dark. It's dusk, huh? Hearing that, the relaxed and easygoing mood vanishes. The time for the battle draws near. It's still too early for a Ragnarok. You guys were going to protect our peace. Go all out for this. Yes. They all shouted, and I looked back out the window. I felt Ingvald squeeze my hand. I was sitting beside her after all. Let's get this done and over with. The time for battle. The sun has already set, and it's night. We were on the rooftop of a high-rated hotel building in the suburb, where the place of the meeting of Odin and the Japanese gods will be held. If that was going to happen, of course. They told me that the Japanese gods won't be coming here. They're expecting my visit down the line, so they're in no rush. First Norse, then Shinto gods. After that, Egyptian gods. On the rooftops of the surrounding buildings, the members of the Citri group are positioned on standby. I could also discern a person standing afar. Saji should come late with his Vritra promotion and make it easier for their fight with Fenrir. I wonder if that wolf got Azrael's blood too. Contour? Contour. Answer. No, I can still feel his presence. It's faint, but I can feel it. Azazel has to pretend to be the middleman for the meeting, so he is staying beside Odin. Replacing Azazel, who can't participate in this battle, Barakiel is on standby with us on the roof. Rosweiss is also participating in this battle, so she is wearing her armor while on standby. Everyone in my household were also on standby at various places. And very high up in the sky, Tannen is there. If he flies up there like that, he will be seen by humans, and it could make things chaotic, so he has a spell cast on him so that normal humans won't be able to see him. Valley and his team are waiting for the battle, a bit further away from us. It's time. Rhea says that while looking at her wristwatch. The false meeting should have started on one of the floors. We had a few of Azazel's subordinates dress up and look the part of Shinto gods. Notrix, you have my respect. Valley made a bitter smile. Break! Break! The sky above the hotel started to become distorted, and a big hole was created. The one who appeared from the hole was the evil god Loki and the giant ash-gray wolf, Fenrir. They appeared to us head-on. He's dumb. Did his ego grow because of a new power? Target confirmed. Mission start. When Barakiel-san said that from the small communication device on his ear, a gigantic barrier-type magic circle was activated around the hotel. The Citri group, led by Sona, with Rennie and Grafia, activated the magic circle in order to transfer us, Loki, and Fenrir to the battlefield. Loki senses that, but he just showed a smirk and didn't retaliate. We were then covered in light. When we got there, it was just a spacious field. It's filled with rocks. If I remember, this was supposed to be an abandoned ancient mine. Apparently, it isn't used now. Since I knew where the battle was going to be, I had my shadows all over the place already. Leanne and the rest are ready to come out anytime. I confirmed that everyone made it here safely. Led by Rias, everyone is here, including Irina. Barakiel and Rosweiss are also here. Valley and his team are also here a bit away from us. And in front of us are Loki and Fenrir. I stare him down. You're stupid, you know that? Loki laughed. I could see he got his arm back, all shiny and new. His rank is also Dragon God class, though it's at the lowest the girls could take him on as a group and come out victorious. There is no need for me to flee. All of you will retaliate anyway. So I finish you all here, and then I can go back to the hotel. It's just a matter of time. Even if he does or doesn't participate in the meeting, I will have Odin disappear. You're insane. Barakiel says that. Huh. The insane ones are you. No, it's the Red Dragon. He wanted peace and, conveniently, an alliance between each faction. To begin with, when the three great powers recorded in the Bible decided to have an alliance, everything became distorted. There's no use in talking to a soon-to-be sealed god. I enter my perfected ultra instinct and Loki frowns. That troublesome form again, huh? I am more powerful since last time. Red Dragon, prepare yourself. Barakiel started to cover his hand with the holy lightning. From his back, 10 black wings appeared. Vanishing dragon balance breaker. Valley is also enveloped in a spotless white plate armor. His team and the Grimmery Peerage get ready to confront Fenrir. It doesn't seem like Zenobia is using her sacred gear. Everyone else looked ready. The girls stand back. I could see that the Citri group was teleported here with Rennie and Grafia. Everyone's here, let's start this. Loki. Doom. Loki powered up, yeah. It's really there, huh? He grinned at everyone, but they didn't seem surprised, which made him a bit disappointed. Dawn. Swash. Loki disappeared and reappeared in front of me. He tried to punch me in the face, but I dodged it swiftly. He gained an annoyed expression. I could also hear the rest of them starting their fight with Fenrir. Loki clicked his tongue and flew backwards. He looked at Fenrir the wolf, sensing its father and creator looking at him, howled. Nine Buyin. At the same time, Kuroka smiled. Magic circles are activated around her, and a very big and thick chain comes out of it. The magical chain, Gleipnir. It was fortunate that we received it earlier than we anticipated, but because it was very hard to carry it, Kuroka hid it inside her personal territory. Having been led by Tannen and Barakiel-san, My comrades and Valis comrades grabbed onto the chain and then threw it towards Fenrir. Fuahaha! It's useless. Countermeasures against Gleipnir were already leaving Loki laughing out loud behind. The magical chain, which was enhanced by the dark elves, wraps around Fenrir's body as if it has its own consciousness. Owa! The giant wolf howls painfully, which echoes throughout the area. Fenrir captured. Barakiel says that while looking at Fenrir, which can't move its body, the dark elves whom we never met did an outstanding job. I can't wait to meet them. If Fenrir's movements are sealed, the group can defeat it with ease as long as they don't let their guard down. I just need to beat the shit out of Loki and get on with it. Loki spread his arms wide. Their specs are lower, but the space on both sides of Loki becomes distorted. From the distortion created in the space, a new thing appears. Ash-gray fur, sharp claws, eyes without any emotion, and a very wide-open mouth. Skull. Hati. It howls loudly towards the sky as if it responded to Loki's call. Olen. Olen. The cloud under the night is blown away, and a full moon giving out a gold color appears. Having the moon shine on them, the two giant beasts. No, the wolves howled. I changed a Jotun woman living in Jernver to a wolf and made it breed with Fenrir. As a result, these two were born. Their specs are quite a bit lower than their father's, but their fangs are the real thing. They can easily kill a god, and all of you. Midgardsorm must have had no idea about this. Well, whatever he'll deal with, no. The girls are here for this reason. They'll let these to them. Loki kept on laughing. I put my hand towards him as he looks at me confused, and I stole his power. Loki quickly started to plummet to the ground, a look of panic on his face. He kept on trying to fly, trying to activate his powers, his divinity, but it never came. Boom! Crash! When the dust settled, Loki was coughing up blood, and both his legs and an arm were bent in an unnatural way. Blood was pouring out of them. He had a look of disbelief. I land on the ground and stare at him, a lot of anger present on his face. What did you do? How does it feel to be human? Evil god Loki? Vala Lucifer, what is this? In front of me was pure and utter chaos. Were we even needed? The Grimmery group was playing with Fenrir's children, with Lavinia and Jean's harem, sometimes helping out. How powerful are they? I floated there in my balance breaker state, not sure in what to do. What do we even need to do anything? I glanced to my side and see Biko there, as he also looked at the scene in front of us. It seems I may be the one lacking in training. Arthur was also watching with us, along with LeFay. My comrades had complicated expressions. Naya, haha, you can blame Jean for our increase in power. Naya and no one can catch up with us if they don't rely on Jean. Doom, doom, doom. The Knight of Grimmery, Kiba, Yudo, blitzed around the battlefield, almost like he was playing with the children of Fenrir. The one called Hattie had all its tendons cut and could only defend itself, but wildly biting around itself. It was also being restrained heavily by the Bishop of Grimmery, Gasper Vladi. He was using his sacred gear quite efficiently. Each time Hattie tried to bite, he was stopped. The other, Skull, was also being toyed by the other Grimmery members. Rias Grimmery, Akino Himajima, Kaneko Tuju, and Ingvild Leviathan. Their other bishop was used as a support. Bang, SKWSH, Dawn, BZZZT, Flash. Small balls of power destruction were rapidly being sent towards Skull, as well as flashes of holy lightning. Kuroka's little sister was hitting it with aura bullets while also punching it from time to time. This wasn't a fight, it was a one-sided beatdown. It doesn't matter. I have my own objective. I approached the currently trapped Fenrir and start to chant. Rias Grimmery, let's end this. Everyone. Yes. I start to charge up my power of destruction, Kamehameha. Akino was also readying her own attack. Kaneko and Asia had stepped back. Yudo and Gasper had hit the other wolf, known as Hattie, towards the one we were fighting. We planned on ending their lives at the same time. I look at Akino, and she was ready. Asia puts her hand out to us and enchanted our power. Ring bolt. Doom. Flash. The two battered and weakened wolves didn't have the strength to move or run away, and our attacks hit them. Once the attacks ended and the dust had settled, the two children of Fenrir were gone. They were dead. Suddenly shying. President, look. Kaneko points towards Fenrir and Vala Lucifer. He was flying towards it. What's he doing? Who am about to awaken, they are going to be blasted away. They certainly are going to be blasted away. Voices that do not belong to Valley echo in the area. A chant? Yes, chanting? Jean mentioned this before, one of the special powers of both the boosted gear and divine dividing. He called it the Juggernaut Drive. The Juggernaut Drive temporarily removes the seal placed on the heavenly dragons, but the users will lose their sanity while their lives are devoured by the power. Can Vala Lucifer negate such an effect? Am, the heavenly dragon, who has taken the principles of supremacy from God the Dream, will end. The illusion will begin. I envy the infinite, and I pursue the dream, everything. Yes, give us everything. I shall become the white dragon of supremacy, and I shall take you to the limits of white paradise. Juggernaut Drive. The whole abandoned mining ground was shining with a bright light. A huge output of light is flowing out from Valley and started to engulf Fenrir too. Kuroka, transfer me and Fenrir to the allocated place. Valley, who is glowing with light, tells her to do that. Kuroka also smiles hearing that and directs her hand at Valley, then starts to move her fingers in the air. So, this is what Juggernaut Drive looks like. The magical chain meant for capturing Fenrir also got transferred to Vala's place. Kuroka must have done that. If the chain is used well, then the current Valley should be able to finish it off. Doing Valley, who is turned into a giant mass of light, and Fenrir get wrapped by many sashes which look like they're made from demonic power. Valley and Fenrir start to synchronize with the scenery of the night, and then disappeared from the area. Gene Skyward looks like Valley is using his Juggernaut Drive your son won't win. Red Dragon Emperor. Loki screamed as he started to crawl towards me. It looked pitiful, like a crippled man angrily and slowly coming towards me. Let's Gene. Wait. I turn off. Boing boing. I received a face full of Valkyrie titty. Then hello, a pay dragon. Kuntwar. Answer. Chichigami-sama. I wasn't expecting this. Holy shit. Please calm down. I'm using this Valkyrie's breast in order to communicate with you. As you know, I am the breast fairy which serves Shikigami-sama, the god who rules all Ape. Your love and craving toward Ape has summoned me, as well as other perverted fetishes. Oh, you're not her. I instantly deflate Albion. Yes? Kill me. Kill me first. Please don't be too disappointed. Shikigami-sama will communicate with you in the future. Ape Dragon, Breast Dragon Emperor, Gene Skyward. That god did not only interfere in the Draconic Dais, but also our own. We are losing this war much faster. Please power up everyone in your world. Or else they will lose. Hello. Hello. I look up and realize I had grabbed Rossweiss in an awkward, unwanted way. She had tears in her eyes and was visibly upset. I can explain, so please don't scream or hit me. I tap her head and relay what just happened to me. I hold her shoulders and say seriously, Rose, you're my Ape queen. Pumph. She went completely red and fainted. I caught her. I turned back to Loki, who was looking at us with confusion and uncertainty. Fuck you, dude. She's my Valkyrie, and am adding the goddess of breast to my harem. Partner, there are more pressing matters I know. Looks like Nyarlathotep messed with Eviatold and their evil god shit. I guess I have to help them too. Fuck it, whatever. I look at Loki and use my mana ropes on him. He falls to the ground and starts to curse me out. I look at my inventory. I had a couple of powers with me now. Ares and Loki. What would happen if I mix these two together? Kuntwar? Kuntwar. Answer. An even more powerful power will be born. The god of war from the Greek mythology and the god of mischief of the Norse mythology. I do not know what it will turn into. However, it will be on par with a dragon god class being. Boon. Oh, right. Saji. He really did appear after the battle. Giant magic circle which appears on the ground. From the center of it, a black flame shapes into a dragon. Dvinkung. Can you hear me? It's me, Shimhazai. I heard a familiar voice from the microphone I have on my ear for the little mission. Joe, the one who sent that big black dragon, was you Shimhazai? Yes. I was told by Azazel that I have to send Saji-kun to that location after Saji-kun's training was completed. Haha. You really did turn into Vritra. Don't worry about it. It'll get him out of that state. Really? I see. That's good. I will leave him to you then. Saji, in his Vritra promotion, started to go wild and attacked everything in sight. What a troublesome junior. With Rose in my arms, I temporarily put Loki in the lavender box and flew towards the rampaging Saji. Everyone else was dodging his wild attacks. The ones who couldn't were being helped by the others. Leave Saji to me. It'll revert him back to normal. Just dodge his attacks for now. I communicated to everyone, and I got a variation of answers. I arrived by the Black Dragon, and he tried to hit me, but I dodged them all. Saji, can you hear me? You. Oh, I got a response. Saji, it's me, Jean. Jean Samp. What's happening to me right now? I don't know why, but my body feels so hot that it might burn out. Get a hold of yourself. You came to the battlefield, albeit after it in a really cool and flashy way. And now you're just wildly attacking everyone else, our allies. What should I do? Go beyond your limits. Excuse me. You'll run out of steam soon. Just focus on restraining yourself and not attack anything that just moves. Okay. Saji did just that. His wild flailing and attacking almost immediately stopped, but the giant black dragon was still shaking violently. I wanted to give him a bit of training, but let's not push our luck. I reach out and touch the long body and use snatch. Draining the remaining energy and stamina of Saji, his Vritra promotion started to disappear. Sahi. I woke up my friend, who was unconscious at the center of the battlefield. He reverted back to his original appearance from the Black Dragon state. Nah, is it Eugene Senpai? What happened to the battle? He was struggling to get up, so I touched his shoulder and healed him. He immediately had no problems in doing so. He started to look around. It actually ended before you got here. You did show up, real, flashy-like, and started to attack us. Saji cringed and shook his head. I see. I wasn't very focused as I was barely conscious at the time. But I heard your voice. I was happy. While I was suffering from my body, which was getting burned, your voice came to me. It gave me lots of moral support. Is that so? Well, I can't support you forever, so you better get a hold of that new power of yours, Saji. I know you can do it. Yes, the place around us was in ruins while the battle didn't last long. Everyone did let a bit loose since we were in an isolated area. There were giant craters in the ground and other areas with a lot of damage. Griselda, Irina, and Kanami were all sitting on rocks or fallen pillars as they were panting. I guess they had a lot on their plate. I'll invite them with me to the pocket dimensions soon. Valley and his team already disappeared, and Kuroka was still here. I look at her, and she shrugs. Right, she wasn't too heavily involved in their planning this time, so she won't know where they went. I turn around and reverse time on the area. The destruction started to repair itself. Good thing with your mysterious powers, Jean, was it? Tannen stands beside me as I slowly start to finish the repairs. I guess so. It's just convenient this way. So that's the Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor. We have also confirmed the Vritra and the Holy Demonic Sword. Vritra is in a burst state, but it's heading towards a new path. The Holy Demonic Sword is an irregular thing, just like the information we have says. It was right for us to come and observe them. It seems like the technology team's theory will be able to gain positive proof that the percentage of sacred gear possessors who get involved with the Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor even once will have an irregular awakening at a different level. Grigori's technology is also a threat. So have you found a way to defeat the Juggernaut Drive? I think we can stand up to them using a sacred gear, which increases its consumption rate. We don't have demonic powers, and if it consumes their lifespan, we can aim for that then. The problem is the Red Dragon Emperor and Middleman. According to rumors, he has found a different way to use his sacred gear. As what? We don't know. White Dragon Emperor is also a problem in that regard. I got a call from Chow Chow just now. Momai, this is... What happened? Is it perhaps... Yeah, the Dragon Eater was found. With this, the Infinite will end. We also confirmed where she is at the moment, but it will be difficult in kidnapping her. Vala Lucifer, the Juggernaut Drive, which I haven't used in a while, burned me out as it was dangerous. If I can, I want to reduce the number of times I have to use it. Otherwise, I won't last at this rate. So, what happened on your side, Arthur? It seems like I can do something about it by using the power of this Excalibur, which controls ruling. To Fenrir, that is. It has restrictions, so Fenrir's power will decrease quite a lot. But even if you had your eyes on its fangs, you sure have a weird taste for taking in such a dangerous monster to our team. Valley, we received a call from Chow Chow. Biko, what did he say? To make it short, we will act on our own. Just don't get in our way. That's what he said. Gao Gao. Let's hope that nothing happens to both of us. Though we won't hold back if you were come at us. But man, Gene sure is something. Huh? That self-movement thing, having both boosted gear and his own divine dividing and fusing a balance breaker state. What an interesting guy. He's my biggest obstacle now. Probably bigger than Great Red Cuckoo, Gene Skyward No. If he's serious about Lavinia, then Aniki. He'll catch up to you eventually. Azazel, I'm sorry. I can only say it to you through this communication circle. Azazel. You saved my family again. Yeah, but, you know, Sir Zex, this was quite easy, Gene. He really powered up his harem. I almost didn't recognize some of them, for what Barakiel told me. But it seems like the Apay Dragon saved the day again. Man, he is filled with mysterious powers, that guy Gene. But I feel strangely okay with it. Anyway, we're going with that, right? The one where we had a talk about a promotion, right? The discussion about that is rising for Kiba and Akino-chan, right? Yes. Kokabil's attack, the terrorist attack during the Three Great Powers negotiation meeting, and the terror by the Old Satan faction. Rias and her group prevented all of them. There are enough achievements for promotion. And also preventing Loki's attack is a big achievement. You can say that the promotion for the two of them is guaranteed. Well, their achievements are top rank among the devils who have been living in peace for a while. Akino-chan is Barakiel's daughter. Kiba has the irregular holy demonic sword. They are all excellent and promising devils. In terms of power, they already have that of high-class devils. It's all due to Gene's help. Yes, that's right. Their powers have grown exponentially over the last few months. How about giving all of your sisters peerage a promotion then? I will discuss it with the other Satans. Gene Cohen can't really gain any more popular down here. Unless he does something else that's outrageous. He's not a devil. After all, promotion and such things are out of reach for him. He's grown a lot in a small amount of time. I guess as messed up as it sounds, Lavinia, Rennie getting injured like that, kicked him in gear, but he still has room to grow. What's the situation with your sister and him? I heard of that, and yes, I do agree, but I doubt something like that will happen again. He's become a bit jaded. In regard to my sister, I'm not too sure. They have not made it official yet. Yeah, well, ITLL happened eventually. All those girls are smitten with him. Vice versa too. Yes. Also, it's about the hero faction. Did you find something? No. Gene has sent me and Grigori information on the sacred gear possessors he's killed. We also had captured a few that tried to attack us. They all had unnatural deaths. All of them? Yeah. The cause of it was Azrael's blood. So they drank it as we thought. No, that's not it. The possessors themselves didn't drink it. I hypothesized that they put the blood onto their sacred gears once they materialized it. That somehow stimulates it. Most likely, instead of the possessors, it forcefully drags out the hidden potential power of the sacred gear. Instead of its attack power, it was made to stimulate the unknown factors of the balance breaker, which still has many hidden factors about it. It's the most delicate and dangerous way of doing it. If it goes wrong, the sacred gears will break. They keep on repeating such forceful experiments. I checked the remaining leftovers of the blood, but it is made to stop working if either the possessor dies or if the possessor reaches balance breaker. Something like increasing the number of those who can use balance breaker, including us. It is a feat we cannot copy right now, even if we want to. So those are the methods to increase the number of those who can use balance breaker. If the sacred gear goes into a burst mode and breaks, then the possessor will die. Either way, it's a method which they don't mind because the possessors would die if they can't reach balance breaker. Bargain sales of balance breakers are scary, but the thing we have to be the most cautious about is the birth of a new Longinus. G knows of a few, but won't say where I think he's monitoring them personally, so we can leave it to him as well. This will become messy. We need countermeasures against sacred gears. If I think about it, the ones who will cause the biggest nuisance are sacred gears with variant types of special abilities. If it's a simple power type, then it will be easy to deal with. But it's a pain since there are many abilities which can seal off and kill power types. Sacred gears are interesting, but they are scary because of it. The parting gift of the God of the Bible, useful to the humans when used right, or dangerous, they've been supporting the supernatural in the shadows over the years. But they're starting to become a problem and an obstacle. Gene Skyward After School Occult Research Club. Oh, it's been a few days since then. I was given an invitation by both Odin and a messenger from the Shinto gods. The letter basically said I could come whenever and they will await my visit. But I have to show this letter to the guards when I enter their realm. It's currently stored in my inventory. You guys sure have been busy lately, huh? The second-year girls in Kiba have been busy buying things to get ready for their trip to Kyoto. They'll be joining them there, with the pretext of checking up on Yasaka, Kunu, and Sharon. But before they'll be going back to Asgard. I had told everyone about my plans, so they were currently talking about what kind of underwear to use. They were also free to stay in Yasaka's home, since they basically know each other. In other news, I was comforting Rosweiss, just like in canon Odin left her. She was currently depressed, and I was cuddling with her. The professional Valkyrie was gone, and I was left with a blubbering and adorable Valkyrie in my arms. Chiron was a little annoyed, but a few head pats and candy did the trick. Horrible. Odin-sama is so horrible. To leave me behind. Fired. This must mean that I'm fired, doesn't it? I worked so hard for Odin-sama, and he left me in Japan. Just like he says, I can't do my job properly. I'm a virgin. I'm a woman where my age equals the number of years. I haven't had a boyfriend. We've kissed, we went on a date, Also, we'll be going back to Asgard. Soon. Isn't Gene-san your boyfriend? Rosweiss-san? You're being spoiled by him. Right now, Asia points this out, and Rosweiss stops her little tantrum to look at me and blushes. We are kind of unofficial right now, Mao. Don't cry, Rosweiss. I made sure that you could work in this academy. Rias rests her head on top of my head and looks down at Rose. You are really? Yes, just like you wished for. You want to be a teacher, correct? And not a student? Of course. Despite my appearance, I have already graduated from school in my homeland by skipping grades. Even though I'm still young in age, I am qualified to teach students. Yeah, I already knew of that. The forbidden relationship will start soon. Partner. Gene, leave me alone. Let me have my weird fantasies. Both dragons just sighed at me. But will I be able to live in this country? But if I returned home, others would get mad and say you must be brave to show your face when you returned after Odin-sama's arrival. And I probably would have my position removed. And I was finally able to find a job where I could have a stable life. She's quite depressed. Certainly, she would look like a complete idiot if the chief god, who she was supposed to be escorting, arrives home before his bodyguard. Oh, fufu. So that's where this plan would come in. Rias got closer to her and took out a document of some sort and showed it to her. If you come to the underworld now, you can get privileges like this and privileges like that. Rosweiss was shocked after looking through the documents. Really? There is this much insurance. And there are tax refunds. That's exactly it. Also, don't you think that a service like this and a system like this is wonderful too? It's amazing. So, D-Devils get paid this much. The base salary is totally different from ours. Even if you compare them to Valhalla, these have better requirements. She's bribing the Valkyrie. My Valkyrie. Rias, she really seems like an insurance woman now. So this is what you call a whisper from a devil? Devils do make contracts with humans with greed as their job after all. This is the way of a high-class devil, Rias' expert way of convincing people. I think she has a natural talent for doing this. This is what you would call a devil. By the way, if you come under me, then you will also get these benefits. I heard that one family member of the Gremory household promoted to a Satan and that the specialties made within the Gremory territory are very popular and are receiving high sales for it. That's true. You can even do that job for your career. The Gremories are looking for very talented people. Rias, who is continuing to bribe Rosweiss, takes out a crimson chess piece from her pocket. That's how it is. So won't you become my servant so you can start a business in the underworld? I think you will be able to become a magic canon member by attaining the rook piece and with that magic of yours. I just hope that will be possible with just one chess piece. They look at Rias in shock. Rosweiss looked a bit unsure. Everything was so tempting. She then looks at me. I won't stop you from becoming her rook, Rose, but you're aware of what I plan to do for the future, right? Start a restaurant? Both in the human world and supernatural world? I nod. Yes, that will also mean I'll need a secretary type of person, someone beside me. Sharon is busy and Grafia prefers being a maid, and I don't want to burden her like what Surzex did, haha, anyway. I was thinking of asking you for that position, Rose. She looks at me with wide eyes. I glance at Rias, and she was huffy. Sorry. Rias I Chapter 3, Part 1. Asgard and Rosweiss, Japan. Kuo-jin skyward Rias Kamonhoof. She won't stop moping. Rosweiss in the end took my offer. So, she didn't become Rias Rook. She's still quite upset about it. So, Rosweiss is still a Valkyrie and not a devil, and Rias is currently missing a rook and 8 pawns. It's been a few days since, and well, yeah, she's a bit huffy about it all. Every time I get close to her, she just turns away or moves. HA8Gs, Rias. Rias, we'll try to help you find new pieces. How about that? I'm heading back to Asgard in a few days. I'm also planning to meet the Shinto gods, and I'll try to get in contact with the Egyptian gods. Come on, she freezes and looks back at me with a little pout. Adorable, but please, geez. Really? Yes. Fine, she walks back over to me, wraps her arms around my neck, and kisses me. She then starts to shower me with kisses. Talk about a complete change. Shishim's still young. Asgard Brynhilder, it's been a few days since Odin-sama came back from his vacation for Japan. He has told us that the meeting was canceled since they are leaving the alliance to Gene Skyward, the middleman. However, he will visit our realm again in a few days with the intention of signing an alliance. With that in mind, we are currently preparing for his arrival. When he first came here, it was just to formally meet him. Since then, his deeds and name have spread across the supernatural world. At first glance, they seem admirable, almost noble. To unite us all, however, it came out that he just did it to gain a harem. Many laughed at it, but still found it admirable. I am unsure whether to call him stupid or honest. But he is still making progress with one of his recent alliances with the Greek gods. What draws people to him? Right now it is obvious, but what about then? When he first started, he is a kind and considerate person, but that usually isn't enough. He isn't too charming, and his looks are above average. So what draws people to him? Right now, as I said, his name, deeds, and achievements have spread. So, when you meet him, you have a sense and idea of what to expect out of him. I do not understand. He was too casual towards Odin-sama and his sons. He was lazy and didn't train, no. That's my own assumption. Perhaps he does train, whatever the case. Our realm is formally preparing for his arrival. He is already well-liked here by many. I can assume it will only strengthen over time. Brynhilder. I turn to see. Vidar-sama. I stop and speak with him. Vidar-sama, how can I help you? Jean will be coming here in a few days. Father asked if you and Rosweiss could be his guides. He apparently heard he will be touring our realm more than his first few visits. Guide him? As in tour guides? Will I be able to last? I haven't met him since his first visit here, although I briefly saw him when TCH. Those two went on a date, Brynhilder? Yes, of course, Vidar-sama. Excuse me, I was lost in thought. Worry not. Jean is a man shrouded in mystery. After all, one can't blame themselves for thinking about him. Though for what Father has said, he and Rosweiss have become quite close. She may finally find herself a man. Haha, that's quite something. Yes. That's all I had to say, as you were. Vidar-sama nods to me before leaving. Jean and Rosweiss have gotten close? My junior will have a boyfriend before me? For some reason or another. That annoys me, Brynhilder Senpai. I turn around to see more of my juniors calling for me. I walk toward them. No rest here. I must continue with my work. Odin, Father, was it really necessary in leaving your bodyguard Rosweiss back in Japan? I looked up from the book I was reading, and my son Thor, the god of thunder, asked me such a strange question. Of course, I see it as a necessary step for her. Both for her to grow as a person and for her to finally be with Jean. Distance isn't the problem, but if she stays as my bodyguard, their romance will move at a snail's pace. What? My son was staring at me like he had seen a ghost. Was why I said that strange. I'm not just a geezer and pervert, I can act like an actual leader from time to time. It's nothing, father. I did not expect that from you. But yes, I see where your reasoning is coming from. Rosweiss always looked at her phone whenever she had time. Bah, of course she denied it, but she was already starting to like the lad after their date. Thor chuckled. Of course, after the day of their date, Rosweiss was hounded by her fellow Valkyrie about many things. They questioned her relentlessly and even gave her a brand new moniker. And it's the Valkyrie who tamed the Red Dragon Emperor, or the middleman's Valkyrie girl. I expected Gene Boy to be aggressive, but I did not expect him to ask her on a date with her that soon. However, it's a positive thing. So will we join the alliance, father? Isn't it obvious? I want the cultures of the factions and pantheons that are allied with Gene. Devils, angels, fallen angels, Irish gods, Greek gods, and soon-to-be Shinto gods. Did you know? I ate quite a bit of the cooking by Gene in his home, especially some Irish dishes during my stay, and they were delicious. He even made some Greek specialties. You were after the food then? Culture. So, the culture. The goddesses of those pantheons are out of reach, knowing Gene. He will be after them, whether it is intentional or not. I have heard from Azazel Boy that he has made artificial sacred gears. Their technologies will also be shared with us. The Irish gods and Greek gods also have access to this. Perhaps we may be able to create our own? With that, Thor's eyes lit up. Yes, sacred gears are usually out of reach for being other than humans or hybrids. However, it is now possible thanks to Azazel and his research. Father, if I'm not mistaken, Rius Grimmary's Knight, Zenobia Corda also had a brand new sacred gear that is on par with the original 13 Longinus. Gene was the one who crafted it, wasn't he? Yes. I was there, I did not ask him about it, but if what that young devil said was true, then yes. Gene can create sacred gears with the power and potential of Longinus. Then should we not request him to make one? Surely he will do it. I see where your thinking is going, son. However, what kind of compensation would Gene want? My son, that's clearly more than simply wanting a kill, a capture, or other mundane requests. It's creating a tool, a weapon that can break the balance of this world. Gene Boy is well-meaning at heart, but he doesn't do things for free. Now, if you become good friends with him, then I would assume he would do certain things for free. But we are in a unique relationship with him, as with the other factions and pantheons. Thor nods and closes his eyes. I don't think Gene would agree to it without a hefty compensation. What would it be? I do not know, perhaps asking for a Valkyrie? Have I or my sons do something humiliating? I can see Gene Boy doing such a thing. That aside, after we sign the alliance, will Gene be staying here? Yes, for what he said, he will be bringing Rosweiss with him here, perhaps someone else from his harem, but he will be exploring our realm more. My son nods and begins to think. This is our main island. It's quite large. There's Rosweiss's home, which is a mix of agricultural countryside to the south and a modern city to the north. The Dark Elves Island, the industrial island with the agricultural island. It's the same as Rosweiss's home, except the north is the industrial part, while the south is mostly agricultural work. And finally, an island that my sons have homes in. It's a mini version of this island. Will Gene go to the Dark Elves? Perhaps to the dwarves working on the industrial island? I don't see why not. He's certainly interested in exploring many realms created by the supernatural. I can only hope none of my sons challenges him to a battle. It will be entertaining if they do, though. Ho ho ho. Japan, Kuo, Academy lunch, Gene Skyward no. You idiot like this. Slam. Know this. Slam. It was lunch, and I was in the classroom. Rias hadn't called everyone to the clubroom, so we were enjoying lunch in our own way. Tsubaki was there as well, although I had opted to stay in the classroom. Najima, Kuda, and a few of the other guys had put some tables together and were playing the knockoff Yu-Gi-Oh card game. I wasn't playing because I had no cards, so I was just watching them. I summoned Papusu in attack mode. You need to sacrifice 2 cards for that, you idiot. The other guys facepalm. This was Kuda's first time playing the game. The card he put down had 4,000 ATK, and Def, I really don't believe he's that stupid. Perhaps he's just hyped? I synchro bleh. Kuda tried to synchro summon something and was punched by one of the other guys who lost his temper. It was a brawl. Just then Sona came in as well and frowned at the two fighting. She, along with Tsubaki, walked over to try and scold them, but the other guy who hit Kuda first took a swing at her. Sona dodged it, but had a look of surprise. Damn, is this what you call a nerd rage? WRYYY. Dio. The guy howled like Dio and started frothing at the mouth. Now he was just swinging around himself wildly. Now what will you do, President Sona? But why is he looking at me? He suddenly charged me. What the fuck? Why? I had nothing to do with this. I mean, if you take into account your own status in the school and, Akino and Ice Princess, what's that got to do with the current situation? That's one weird leap in logic, but it's kind of believable. The guy was quickly approaching me. How do I deal with this? The guys were looking in my direction in anticipation. I glanced at Sona and Tsubaki. What do I do? They had a look of shock at the sudden communication. Sona shook her head. As painless as possible, if you can. No promises. The guy reached me, and I quickly did a sidestep and put my foot out, making him trip and his face slammed against the wall. Oof, my dude. Gotching. Sasuga, oh shit, he's not done yet. I looked back at the guy, and he had gotten up with a bleeding nose and looking even more pissed off. Huh. Dude, please give up. He started throwing punches at me, and I say, someone please get a teacher. Rosa Weiss had already started as a teacher, and the students gave her some titles. Might as well get her, actually. Rose? Jijin, where are you right now? I in the school faculty room. Why? Please come to my classroom. Am currently dodging some normal human raging at me. Huh. Okay. Slam. That was fast. The door opened again, and came a very angry Rossweiss with another teacher and Azazel. They tried to calm him down and reason with him, and no, it didn't do anything. I look at them, and they gave me the okay. Sorry, dude. I dodge one more punch and grab that arm. I then lift him up and slam him to the ground. The guy stopped moving after that. Damn, why do we need to have school drama today of all days? I kneeled down and felt for pulse. I confirmed that he was still alive and breathing. I didn't kill him, thankfully. This is self-defense, right? It is if the parents try anything legal, I can just drag it out and make them financially broke. Okay, that's evil. It's an if scenario, Albion, but if they really do, I will do that. Azazel and the other teacher got the knocked out student, and Rose stayed behind to ask about what had happened and why it started. HAAA. How troublesome. The classroom eventually returned back to normal. Rose and I look at each other before she left. I was sent with Najima and Kuda to the infirmary to see Griselda since she was the school nurse. Damn, man, I didn't know you could fight. Kuda was holding his nose while looking at me. Najima also looked curious. I just sigh at them. I just did some self-defense classes back in Ireland. I mean, the students, they're getting fights way more often than here. Seriously? I think just my school, though, but I did sometimes hear other schools had full-on brawls. Ireland's wild. I think that's just Western schools in general. We kept on talking about random crap as we finally reached the infirmary. Once we got there, Griselda was in her Nurse Plus nun uniform. She looked quite sexy in it. These two horn dogs agreed as they just stared at them. Smack! Come on, you idiots, quit gawking. Ow! Am the one injured here? She was sitting on a stool watching our interaction. I just shook my head and pulled the two inside. Once there we explained what had happened to Griselda, and she smiled at us. We will need to bring the other injured here, but I need to treat Kuda-kun now. Najima-kun, can you tell Azazel-sensei to bring him here? Yes, Griselda-sensei. Najima quickly left, and Griselda started treating Kuda. It was an easy fix, so he was sent back to class with a large Band-Aid on his nose. How is school treating you? Everyone has been nice to me. Jean, please don't get into fights. Come on. Griselda, I defended myself. I even held back from retaliating until the teachers got there. You heard it from those two idiots. Griselda quietly giggled to herself. Was she teasing me? Jean? You're traveling to Asgard in a few days. Are you planning on bringing anyone else apart from Rossweiss? The girls know, so they just need to tell me if they want to come. If not, then it's just Rossweiss, and I am on good terms with everyone in Asgard, but I'll probably bring some over when I travel to Egyptian mythology. I don't know anything about them, but I probably won't bring any of the second-year girls. I think they'll need all the time they get to get prepared for their trip to Kyoto. I think Rose will go with them, as well as Azazel. He'll be in Kyoto too, since I need to visit Yasaka and Kunu. Oh, it's like a father away on long business trips going home. Griselda chuckled at her own joke. I guess so. I mean, we do text and call. Sometimes she uses the communication feature on the ring. So it's not that problematic. Sharon also reports back to me. So, Jean, can I come with you? Sure, I don't mind. I can just make an avatar for you during our absence. We'll get back to class then. Lunch is almost over. Griselda doesn't answer me, but I do feel her gaze on my back. Oh, I wonder why she wants to go. Well, maybe having a representative from heaven isn't a bad thing. So there are 3 of us for now anyway. They'll see when the time comes. After school occult research club, you wanted to work with you on contract? We were all in the club room, and it was after school. Chiron had approached me and asked me if I could accompany her on one of her jobs. I hadn't been asked this before, and I was sort of curious. I don't mind, but why? I take the sheet of paper from her. It says that the human wants to do a photo shoot. Since they have been reading the supernatural newspaper, they know the middleman and the Red Dragon Emperor are close to this devil household. So, a request came through to have the Hellcat and a paid dragon be in photo shoot. Hell, advertise it in the human world and the supernatural world. Interesting, sure, I don't mind. I usually hang out here after school, so the girls don't expect me to come home for another few hours. Let's see how this goes then. Well, it does request the both of you, so it's fine. Rias nods and doesn't mind, so it's set using the piece of paper. Chiron and I teleported into a large studio. There were various types of equipment around, and the people inside were stunned that we actually came. Oh my, so it is real. A devil, and I'm the so-called middleman. Yeah, she's the devil. Call her Kaneko. I'm a humanoid dragon, the middleman, Jean. A flamboyant man dressed in very luxurious and colorful clothing is stunned to see us. There were also others there, and they also shared the same look. He nods and continues. Kishiro, these are my staff. Anyway, how do we proceed? I looked at Chiron, and she explained to them what the deal was and what would happen. He didn't mind, so he ushered us to change into the clothes they had prepared. From my brief glance, nothing too outrageous. I was put into a male's changing room, and Chiron was in the female's. I was alone since there were no other guys when we had teleported in. Maybe they had already gone home? I quickly got dressed and stepped out. It was some fancy-looking clothing. They probably had names for these. Chiron also stepped out. She also looked quite fancy in hers. We snickered at each other and joined back with Kishiro-san. Marvelous. The both of you look amazing. Now come here. Let's start the photo shoot. It started, and we were made to do very weird poses. One where we had to do a move in tango. Others were also questionable, but nothing that I thought was too bad. We were then asked to change into different clothes. I quickly changed, and again we were outside. Is it always like this when you do photo shoots? Yes, she was used to it. She sounded a bit lifeless about it. I feel for you, Chiron. We quickly got back, and another round of photo shoots happened. This carried on for at least an hour more until he was satisfied with it all. Thank you. As a result of this, my blog on the supernatural will skyrocket, as well as the human world. Chiron nods and proceeds to finalize the contract and deal with him. Once it was done, we quickly left the studio by teleporting away. We had teleported back to the club room, and Rias was the only one there. Azazel and Griselda, who had been here earlier, were absent. Welcome back. How did it turn out? It was fine. The guy was interesting. Is that so? Anyway, Azazel-sensei headed back to Grigori for something, and Griselda-sensei returned home for the day. I heard she's accompanying you to Asgard. Chiron puts her completed piece on Rias' desk. She tugs on my arm, and we share a brief kiss before she leaves again. Yeah, she asked me during lunch. I didn't mind, so she's traveling with me. So far, it's her, Rossweiss, and me. If anyone else asks, they can come. Rias makes a sigh and closes the book she was reading. I wish I could go, but since I need to deal with this territory, as well as be king, I can't really leave all that often. Although Sona is here, both of us are needed. If it was the weekend, perhaps. I can always make an avatar for you. She shakes her head. No, it wouldn't work, H.A. Thank you, though, Jean. I shrug and make my way to her. I look at the book she was reading, and it's another light novel. I've reincarnated 19 times, but on my 20th, I became a villainess. But I'm a guy. That's one mouthful of a title, a long title there. Is it interesting? Well, the guy that has to act like a girl. So yes, it's focused on comedy. No romance a divertido. Rias and I sat down on the sofa and started reading it. She wasn't too far into it, so she didn't mind starting over. Later that night, Skyward household dinner, so I'm returning to Asgard again to form the official alliance. That's in a few days. Griselda and Rossweiss will be coming with me. Anyone else want to go? Rennie frowned and puffed her cheeks. It seems like she wanted to go, but couldn't. I looked at her, then at her teammates. They just shook their heads. Azazel had to go and give us a mission. Moo, I can't be with Jean in Asgard. Griselda, who was beside her, started to pat her back. She really was upset. It'll comfort her later. I look at Valerie, and to my surprise, she shakes her head doubly. I'm genuinely surprised. Shigian puts her hand up, and I nod. Actually, Azazel said he wanted you to bring someone with you from the fallen angel's side. He said to call him, and you'll find out that way. What? Why? I mean, if that's the case, he'll need a devil with me. But if not, he'll just fuck it. He'll do it after dinner. He'll teleport over to Grigori and check for myself after eating. Coo. Hoo. The fuck is wrong with these two? Brain damage. No, we just have an idea of who is tagging along with you. Right. It's obviously Penemu, duh. The two dragons didn't answer me, but just snickered at me. I'm coming with you. But with you. Okay, Rennie insisted on going with me. It won't take too long. Everyone just chuckled at her. Does she really want to go that much? They'll ask Azazel about it. That looks like something out of an anime. It was after dinner. Everyone was doing their own thing. The majority of them were in the living room, as was I. Natsum pointed at me as a few girls snickered. That's right, Lavinia Rennie was quite literally clinging to me like a koala to a tree. Both arms and legs were wrapped around me. I can feel her extensive love for me this way. Anyway, we'll get going. We'll see you guys in a bit. Grigori, I had teleported to the lobby of Grigori. There wasn't much left here, since Azazel did tell me that they were planning to relocate to the underworld in the Fallen Territory. Since this place is located somewhere in the human world, I wonder what will happen when they fully leave. Rennie, are you planning to stop hugging me and walk? She responded by hugging me tighter. He'll take that as a no. I looked around and checked the entire place, but there were only a few more people left. We made our way to Azazel's office. I flash-stepped there to save time and arrived there quickly. Once there, I pushed open the doors. Inside were Azazel, Shemhazai, Penemu, and Rainier. They turned to look at me, who has just stepped in. Oh, Jean? What in the world is happening there? She's upset that she can't go to Asgard with me, so she's trying to be with me for as much as she can before I leave. After I explained myself, they chuckled at me with the exception of Rainier, who looked nervous. I give her a nod, and so does she. So, you came here to see who's coming with you, right? Shigen-chan should have told you. Yeah. So my guess is I glance at Penemu, but she shakes her head. During the dragon's cackling, I was surprised. I look at Rainier, and she looks back at Azazel. I see, so it's Rainier? Yeah. You don't have a problem with that, do you? No. It's fine, we made amends. We're starting anew, so it's fine. Anyway, here, I'll notify you through this. I give her my phone number. She nods, and I turn away. That's all then. See you then. All right. What will happen to this place after you fully leave? Azazel? I mean, put it up for rent or sell it. Money is money after all. I see. After leaving the room, we didn't immediately go home. So Rennie became confused and poked me. We're not going home yet. Just got to check if Shuri and Barakil are still here. I quickly flash-stepped to their home, and yeah, it's gone. Nothing but empty space there. So they moved to the underworld already, huh? They're not here. Yeah, it seems they're already in fallen territory in the underworld. Let's go home then. Jean Solem here then. Partner. Jean. The two dragons were in their human forms and were playing chess. Kuntor was watching from afar, and Rudra was the arbiter, I guess. Anytime Drake tried to pull an illegal move, Rudra slapped his head. Jean. So, are you ready to try making contact with Velgrind? This caught the attention of the others, who set aside the chessboard and came over to us. Rudra especially looked eager. He had this glint in his eyes. I mean, that's why I'm here, right? So what do I have to do? Kiss me. Excuse me. I was taken aback by Comptoir's demand. Even the other three were looking at her strangely. She giggles to herself and shakes her head. Forgive me, I was joking. I just need to hold your hand, Jean. She steps towards me and holds both my hands with hers. She closes her eyes and, well, nothing happened. I get it, it takes time. So well, just why KSH. Behind Comptoir, white clouds or puffs of smoke start appearing. A figure of a female starts to materialize and Velgrind started to appear. The azure blue hair was kept in twin buns with black ribbons and deep gold eyes. She wore a dark-colored cheapao dress with a golden dragon pattern, as well as white long gloves and white thigh-length boots, both adorned with gold ornaments. She looked confused as she frantically looked around until she spotted all of us, and her eyes widened. Rudra, to Rudras, what's going on? Rudra walks over to her and explains the situation to her. Comptoir opens her eyes and looks at Velgrind too. Once he was done explaining things to her, she had a pained expression on her face. She looked at Rudra and back at me and sighed. I don't accept it. There has to be a different way. Unfortunately, my soul has come to its end. I can't be reincarnated or be saved. Once a soul has run its full course, then we can't do much about it. I also reincarnated myself numerous times, Velgrind. That definitely did more damage than anything else. He is correct, Velgrind. Comptoir joins in their conversation. She looks at Comptoir with a complicated expression. Since Rudra basically reincarnated himself over and over, his soul was damaged over many times. If he let the natural process of reincarnation happen, then he would still have many years left in him. Rudra laughed as he shook his head. So it was my fault, wasn't it? We can't change the past, nevertheless. They'll leave her to you, Jean. Velgrind scrunched up her face and looked at me. Her emotions and feelings were confused. Right now, I was also Rudra, but Rudra was also beside her, so she didn't know what to think. After all, I did fuse with one of his soul fragments. I need time to process this. Where am I actually? Inside my soul. You're not physically here. I would think you're still traveling the multiverse. Rudra, did you tell her about? He shook his head. I thought I would leave that to you. Come, the three of us will talk about it. Excuse us for a bit, you three. Rudra looked at the two dragons and Comptoir. They didn't mind, so the three of us walked over to a different corner of my soul. When I first came here, I had changed this part. It's peaceful in here. You can thank Jean for that. He changed it. I see. I felt like a third wheel here in a way. Velgrind felt a bit hostile to me? HAAA. Whatever. I just need to explain what has been happening to her. We arrived at an empty spot, so I snapped my fingers and created a bench. Rudra sat in the middle. I was to his left and Velgrind to his right. Now where do we start? I would say the beginning. Rudra and I looked at each other before chuckling. And so we did. From what Rudra could remember and what I could remember, we relayed to Velgrind what had happened so far, my death, who and what reincarnated me, the real truth to her. Rudra's involvement in recent events. She had a range of emotions during it, but her previous hostility to me was gone, and it had been directed to Nyarlathotep. But that didn't mean we became best friends. Those two males were dragons? They seemed quite strong. I'm more surprised you hadn't had an outburst yet. You can thank Comptoir for that, as well as me. I believe she's being forcefully calmed down in here. Rudra looks at me and closes his eyes, and then opens them back up. It seems so, I'm not that bad. Yes, you are. K-H-H-H. Velgrind blushed as she glared at me. Wait, what? Why me? A few minutes later, she got up after talking about more things, which both of us found confusing. Where are you off to? If what you said is true, then I want to fight those two. No, I want to fight Jean as well. That's not possible. Comptoir had appeared and told her that. Velgrind looked confused, so Comptoir continued. As I previously mentioned, you're physically not here. You could say you're here spiritually like a hologram. Try touching Rudra. She does as what Comptoir told, and her hand passes through him. She seemed a bit surprised and tried again and again and again. This repeated for a few minutes as she looked quite distressed. She finally stomped her foot like an angry child and huffed. When will I be able to meet Jean? Once he evolves, it will be soon, I believe. However, You can come back here like this if you wish to speak to us. I see Velgrind didn't look too disappointed. I mean, you can see Rudra again, so it wasn't so terrible. Also, she nearly called me Rudra. I feel like that's bound to be a recurring thing. Jean, Kuntwar, can you leave us to chat for a bit? I wish to tell Velgrind some things. Sure thing. Kuntwar and I left. I carried her, and she looked satisfied with herself. When we got there, I didn't expect them to be here. Drake and Albion weren't alone. I could see Elsha, Belzard, Amorous, and Garrett. Oh, the man of the hour has come back. Garrett was the first to notice us, and he exclaimed, notifying the rest. We walked towards them after I landed near them. Hey there, Garrett, been a minute. I didn't expect to see all of you here. Yuwu, partner, this is like a dream. Drake Bear hugs me and starts comically crying. What in the world is happening? You found yourself an interesting wielder, Albion. Garrett pats Albion on the shoulder, and he sighs. Jean is an interesting individual. Never a dull moment around him. It's been some time, Jean. Elsha boing eyes up here, mister. Elsha had leaned forward, and her chest jiggled, making me look at them. When I looked back up, she had a small smile on her face. Yeah, everyone started to speak to one another. Garrett and Belzard wandered off and started to have their own conversation. Everyone else stayed with each other, with the exception of Amorous, as she had gone away and was staring at the scenery in front of her by herself. Nudge, I felt someone nudge me. I turn around to see Albion gesture with his head to go to her shore. Whatever, I walk over to Amorous, and we stare at the scenery together. If I'm not mistaken, her first name has a few meanings in Hebrew. It means promised by God, and an old Irish, child of the moon. Hey, Amorous, do you have a hobby for sky gazing? I see the corners of her mouth form into a smile. Is it because of my name? Just a hunch. I remember looking at the sky a lot when I was alive. This place isn't bad. You also have the same hobby, Jean? Yeah, I like it. We fall into silence again. I didn't really know what to talk about to her. She's a mystery. The same with Garrett. I did just meet them recently. All I know is these two were the strongest white dragon emperors before Vala came to be. You're Irish, yes? How's Ireland these days? Same old, same old. Nothing much changed, drunk teens doing their thing, I see, Jean. Garrett already said it, but use divine dividing more. I know. The next few places and fights I'll use it more. I already revealed I have my own to the supernatural, so I don't need to hide it anymore. Satisfied with my answer, she taps me on the shoulder and walks back to everyone. Another mysterious person, what secrets do you hold? I just shake it off and join back with the others. It seems like those two aren't done talking yet. Chug, chug, chug. When I arrived at the bench, Belzard and Garrett were shouting chug towards Drake, who was downing a large bottle of beer. I look at Kuntwar. She just shook her head disappointedly. No, not just her, the rest of the females felt the same. What happened? How did we even know one thing led to another, and Drake is now chugging beer? Elsha answered me as we look on at the rowdy bunch. Albion was also then pulled into it. He looked really uncomfortable, but Garrett just shoved a large bottle of beer towards him, and he reluctantly started drinking it. What's happening here? I glanced to my side to see Rudra and Velgrind had returned. She had puffy eyes. Was she crying? Rudra sees me, and he smiles sadly at me. It'll ask him another time, then the rest of my time inside my soul was relatively peaceful. Velgrind eventually had to go. Rudra and I saw her leave. But before she walked away, she was staring at me intently. Did I do something? Because Rudra said so, I will go along with it. I will be interacting with you more, Jean skyward. Rudra shook his head and sighed. I guess that's not what he wanted her to say. Let's try getting along from now on. Sure thing. She nods and disappears. She and Kuntwar were speaking earlier. From the small bits and pieces I heard, it had something to do with how she could come back here. Kuntwar also did something, so I guess it ties into that. I'll let her be. It will take her time to adjust to this. As I mentioned before, she's quite a hot-headed individual. She cares not for complicated plans and schemes. She's also very loyal to me, but seeing as how you're also me in a way. Well, see in the future. You have a very strenuous and complicated future ahead of you, Jean. I wish you luck. For however long I have here, I will lend you my aid. Do not hesitate to ask me. Sure thing. Rudra. He holds his hand up for a fist bump. I chuckle and bump fist with him a few days later. Japan. Kuo Jean Skyward.eu. HAAA. Rennie was genuinely sad and heartbroken that she couldn't go with me. I had asked Azazel about it, and he wouldn't budge in the mission thing. She was crying, and I felt like shit. God, it's adorable, though. Does that make me a bad person? But seriously, what is happening? She wasn't the only one like this. I look at Aquino and Kuroka. Yeah, those two. Huh. I don't want to eat anymore, Naya. Kuroka was curled up into a ball as Chiron was trying to comfort her, while Aquino was just lying on the couch with zero energy and motivation in doing anything. They had been like this the last few days. Comptoir, any ideas? Comptoir. Answer. Perhaps it's because of your bond with them? They just feel less motivated with the thought of you gone. They're the ones that's been with you the longest. Chum might give Rennie a quick kiss and say, if you can get your mission done quickly, then just call me, and I can yes. Natsum. Shigian. Let's go. Rennie gave me another peck on the lips before she grabbed both girls and teleported away. The two didn't have enough time to react and had looks of shock. I turned to the rest. I promised to try and return home as soon as I can. Kanami, you have free reign. If you have any questions, just ask the girls. Anyway, we'll see you guys soon. Roger that, boss. Another one that started to call me boss. I shook my head and teleported to Asgard. I had teleported to Asgard with Rainier, Rossweiss, and Griselda. I had contacted Rainier the night before and told her to have someone teleport her to my home at a specific time. Azazel took it upon himself to make sure she got there on time. Her powers were still sealed, so I have to protect her for however long he'll be here. As we teleported in, the Valkyrie guards looked at us and smiled. They had no problems in letting us through. Welcome back, Jean-san. Yeah, glad to be back. I greet them as we walk past them. Once through the entrance, I was greeted by a very lively and crowded Asgard. Is some festival happening or something? The other two were also amazed by it. Rossweiss was the only one not affected by it. Rose? Is a festival happening? The silver white-haired beauty shook her head. Then what's happening? I doubt they do all this just for me. It would be absurd. Brynhilder-senpai messaged me. This is being done because of the alliance that's going to be signed. So that old geezer is agreeing to it. He definitely won't let something like this pass, being able to exchange culture between these factions. He did get a taste for some Irish food from me, as well as Greek ones. Let's get going, then they'll need to read over the documents. They'll keep increasing as more factions and pantheons join the alliance. But I do try to just keep the relevant things in it. I saw you preparing it the last few days. The amount has increased since I saw you present it to the Greek gods. Yeah, I did discuss these with the other leaders. Mainly the three great powers. I then sent some copies with updated info on them to the allies with us. Anyway, it's not too many. Originally, Azazel and Surzex had around 500 pages worth of crap to read through. It was small when the three great powers first signed it. Then it increased when I formed an alliance with the Irish gods, West Ukai faction, and then Greek gods. How much did you reduce it to? 201. It's still a lot, but I believe most of it is relevant. The things I removed can be communicated through word of mouth, or I can answer those questions for them. I answered Griselda's question, but she still looks shocked. Yeah, 500 down to 201. ITL only keep on increasing, you know. I grabbed Raynar's hand, and she looked mortified. Since your powers are still sealed, I need you to be as close to me as possible. I can't have you die, so you'll be stuck to me until we leave this realm. Okay, since we're here to conduct business. Rainier was wearing all-black business suit. Rossweiss had her usual outfit, and Griselda wore her nun outfit since I guess that's what she typically wears. All right, let's get going. We start walking towards Odin's home, and I was greeted by many people there. They range from Yukais to Valkyries and human magicians. Were they from Grauzauber or just solo magicians? Maybe they heard that I was coming here and also came here themselves. Griselda and Rainier were looking around the place as it was the first time they were here. It did look quite well. But it'll also be like then once we explore more of this realm, floating islands in different sizes that are in the void. I wonder if they have water flowing down into the void too. It didn't take us long to reach his home, and the guards are also let us through. We stepped through the entrance and welcome back Jean Rossweiss. Brynhilder was there. She was wearing her suit this time, and she nodded at us. I guess we're following her. How have you been, Bryn? I have been well done in stopping Loki-sama. He is currently sealed underneath this island. We're also thankful for those seals you gave us to use, Jean. Right. After the battle, and after I repaired that place, I accompanied Odin back to Asgard. He led me to some sort of room beneath his home, and there was some sort of crystal there. Loki was placed in it, and he as well as his sons added seals onto it. For added protection, I also added some of my own, so if the Cows Brigade tries to recruit him, it'll be impossible to break him out. I also added seals to the room Hel. His daughter can't enter it. She can only look through the doorway. It didn't take long for us to reach the same room as I had been to multiple times. Brynhildr pushes them open, and we all step through. Unlike the last time, she joined us instead of leaving on the table in front of me were several Norse gods. Some I recognized, and some I didn't. Therefore, I used Observe on them. Odin, Vidar, Thor, Freyr, Baldur, Hel, Jinne, Fulla, Hlyn, and Surtur. There were also other higher-ups there. They looked stiff. Vidar is a very tall and somewhat rugged-looking man with shoulder-length, unkempt blonde hair, a beard, and blue eyes. The jacket he wears is sophisticated. It has an orange, fur-laced coat bearing several belts and crosses. Each leg of his pants also has a cross to match the jacket. He also wears black, fingerless gloves. Baldur has long, straight, light blonde hair and green eyes. Baldur's outfit consists of a white blazer with gold embroidery. He wears it with a white dress shirt and a blue tie. He also wears it with a black-gray vest and a black belt with a sun logo as the belt buckles. His pants are gray-colored dress pants, and he wears it with white boots. Hel is a beautiful woman with a tall figure with long white hair with red eyes and wears a Nordic goddess Gothic dress. Surtur has long wild red hair and orange eyes. He has golden ornaments on his wrists and neck. He's also wearing some kind of red toga. With a green-colored wing attachment, he certainly looked the most unique out of everyone. He was also drinking wine out of a golden cup. G&A, Full, and Hlyn were all wearing maid costumes. They each were different. Hlyn has long blonde hair that stopped at her waist. She has red eyes. Fulla has short white hair and had almost hazy blue eyes. She had 2 swords on her waist. Finally, G&A has long green braided hair that also stopped at her waist. She also has green eyes. Ho ho ho. Jean boy, you've finally arrived. You've also brought companions. And Rosweiss. Odin says that as Brynhildr goes to stand behind him. So, she's his new bodyguard, huh? While also being the strongest Valkyrie, how do you even manage? Odin sama, oh right, you're fired, Rosweiss. Though I guess you figured that out. Everyone on the table shook their heads as Odin laughed, as per usual. Rosweiss sighed, but wasn't too bummed out about it. She's currently a teacher in Kuo, as well as my first employee, I guess. I mean, I do pay her. So I'm here, Odin. So, should we get on with it? Straight to the point. I see very well, Jean. Let bang. As soon as I heard those words, I snapped my fingers and summoned the documents from my inventory onto the table they were on. A few of the higher-ups got a fright. Odin looked at the number of documents he had to go read through, and as I twitched, all of this? Odin, this was originally 500 pages. I had to go through that myself and keep anything relevant if Azazel and Surzex had their way. You'd be going through 500 instead. This is all 201 pages. Take it or leave it'll take my chances with 200 then. Very well. All of you grab 5 pages each and start reading. Vidar looked like he was going to pass out. Thor and Baldur just chuckled. Hel looked like she wanted to kill me. The rest did as they were told. If I remember correctly, G&A, Fulla, and Hlyn are maids for Odin's family. Jean boy, are you interested in my family's maids? I can't even look at women before people start assuming that. Huh? Ho ho ho. He didn't even answer me and just laughed. The 3 maids look at me and smile before they go back to reading. Whatever, we're not needed here, so well leave. We'll get going then. They'll come back when you're all done. Yes, yes, he waved his hand at me as he was busy reading. I shrug and start walking out of there. I pulled Rainier along as she was shaking like a leaf in front of those gods. Even more so since she had no power. Grab squeeze, are you? Huh? Rosweiss looked a bit concerned. She had grabbed my arm and hugged it. Please don't tell me you're talking about what Odin said. I just looked at them. Rose, I just shook my head and tried to move this conversation along. Well, take this as a holiday. I want to explore this place a little bit more. We'll also be going to your home island and meeting Gondel, right? Ah, yes, we'll be meeting Granny. We get to meet Rossweiss Sensei's grandmother? I wonder if she has pictures of you when you were a child, Rossweiss, turned red and Griselda's teasing. I didn't think she would start teasing her all of a sudden. I shook my head and kept on walking. Rainier was silent since she had no idea in how to respond to this. At least she's behaving open-close. We heard the door behind us open and close, as well as footsteps quickly approaching us. The girls looked behind us. Brynhilder Senpai? I've been assigned to be Jean's guide and escort throughout his stay. Wherever he goes, I do too. Brynhilder joined us as she explained why she had run to join us. An escort, huh? I guess this is my group for now. If Rinny, Natsum, and Shigen finish their mission on time, then he'll have even more here. And then, I guess, we're going to explore this island more before we go to Rossweiss's home island. Then he'll guide us. Rossweiss and Brynhilder say that at the same time. Both of them stop and look at each other. A weird tension suddenly appears. Let's just walk around. I've been here before, but not everywhere. Not wanting some kind of weird fight to happen, I interrupt their stare down and suggest that. The two of them turn to me and then back to each other before they nodded. I guess that settles that, huh? Oh, ye here for food, lad? Been a while. You got even more famous. I had decided to pay a short visit to the small place that Rossweiss and I had eaten at before. It looks like Anvari is doing well, hell. His business seems to be booming. Oh, just stopping by. It's still too early for that unless you do takeouts, Anvari. Unfortunately, not yet, lad. But me wife's been telling me to start up. I'm considering it. Wife. He has a wife? She wasn't here last time. I see him grin and pat me on the shoulder before turning to another customer who had come up for something. Aye, we have been married 15 years. Thanks to the teleportation pads and the magical trains on each island, getting from place to place is quite easy. Even for us lot that ain't too good with magic. Teleportation pads and magical trains? And here I thought Asgard was behind a few years. I guess not. Anvari keeps helping the customer until he was done and looks back at us to continue. I believe our home is in the same place as Odin's former bodyguard. Even in the same little town. We have a little diner there too. I look at Rossweiss and she nods. Granny and I go there frequently. In a way, we're regulars anyway. Mamma Mia is as good of a cook as Anvari. Mamma Mia? Here I go again. My. The two dragons break into a song, and I forcefully cut the link. I didn't want to hear that. I see. Well, I guess we're going there for dinner then. Anyway, we'll get going then. Maybe before I leave, he'll come here for some grub. You better, lad. We start to leave as I wave my hand to him. Odin and now me, because we go to this place, it got even more popular. If that kangaroo idiot weighted head be like that too, whatever. He's a lost cause now. Once we were out in the streets, we got a few glances and greetings. I look around trying to find out the pads. Hey, so how we find those pads? I mean, I won't go yet, but it won't hurt to know. Rossweiss points to a certain building that had a glowing rock in it. If you see those, that's where they are at, Jean. There are 4 on this island as they split into the other 4 islands. There's one in the north, south, east, and west on this island. My home, we take the south one. I nod and glance at Brynhilder. She sees this and sighs. My home is to the west. Cool. If we have time, maybe we can have a pit stop. She doesn't answer me, so I left it at that. Time to explore a bit more. Then after that, we went around the main island of this realm. It was a lot more unique than I had thought. There was a red light district area courtesy of Odin and Vidar. We did go there briefly, but quickly left. While there weren't any Valkyries, there were other beings there, Yukai, and what surprised me was some fallen angels and monsters. But it was quite populated even in the morning. Horny transcends all, right? There was a pool center, but we didn't go since, well, Rose said we couldn't. Probably because they didn't have any swimsuits. But there were a lot of shops for weapons and armor. Quite a lot of them were being run by dwarves according to Rossweiss and Brynhilder. The dwarves mostly live in Rose's northern part of our island, the industrial and agricultural island, and the Dark Elves Island. They apparently get along, so they share it. It's been around 2 hours. Rossweiss received a call from her granny an hour ago and said that we should just arrive for lunch since she's cooking it. That's why we decided to extend our tour here. Rainier had been silent for all of it, but her emotions didn't lie. She was fascinated by all of it. An excited glint in her eyes all the way through. At times like this, she seems like a normal girl. Huh? We had arrived at that building with a glowing rock. Inside, it was mostly white marble with fancy furniture in it. Not many people were there, but a Valkyrie stepped onto it, and she vanished. A purple and red portal appeared behind her and sucked her in. Is that instantaneous, or it will take 10 seconds to reach the islands? I see. Seeing as no one else was there, we stepped onto the pad. When idle, it glows a soft red. But when activated, it glows green. Once everyone was one, it turned green, and the portal appeared behind us, and we were sucked in. If I had to compare this transportation to something I previously knew about, then it's like the warp in Borderlands 2 when using the fast travel. We were flying through a purple and blue world, and like what Rossweiss said, it only took around 10 seconds we had arrived at a similar-looking place, and like over the main island, not many people were here. Rossweiss and Brynhilde left the pad first, followed by Griselda, Rainier, and I. We go out of the building and fwash Rhine. This island's breeze hit us, and a large city was in front of us. In front of us were many buildings. However, unlike the ones on the main island, they all practically looked the same. The roofs were all colored in red, and the walls were white. They all ranged in different sizes. Rossweiss and Brynhilde started walking, and we followed them. I briefly looked behind me, and there was a giant rocky wall behind us. Is that where we came from? Also, there were buildings on and on top of the giant cliff. I didn't know there were animals here. What did you think our realm was like? The two women gave me weird looks, and I shrugged. I don't know. I didn't exactly expect the Irish gods' realms to look like they did. The same with the Greek gods' realm, like the main island. There were many shops here, and everyone carried on with their normal lives. But I could see there were more dwarfs here, unlike on the main island. I wonder how many will be on the Dark Elves Island and Industrial Island? You heard the train earlier, right? Yeah, we will use that to go down south. It should take around an hour to travel max. This island is quite substantial after all. The rest vary in size, but I do believe this is the largest. The main island is the second largest. I see. We continue to walk as Rossweiss and Brynhilde told us about this place. We eventually come to a different part. In front of us was a small bridge. To the far left, I could see rails. Is that where the train was? So, we're going towards the train station then. Why didn't they just make those portal things for transportation? Well, whatever below the bridge was water. Wait, a river? You guys even build artificial rivers. Huh. Does this flow off into the void? Like the ones on the main island? Yes. However, this river is quite long as it goes from north to south. You will see it in Rossweiss's home. That's pretty cool. Is there a river like that in the human world? The one that comes to mind is the Amazon River, but I think it's longer. Fish here. Fresh. Like socks? I do. Why do you think I sell it? River tour. Just €5 per person. A guy just selling socks? In a river tour, I didn't think they would have something like that. Even on the bridge, as we walk on it, there were many merchants trying to sell things. Even some food vendors, the street food of Asgard, as we were approaching the train station. Rossweiss. A voice calls out Rose's name. We turn to our left and see a male and female. The female looked like an older version of Rossweiss. She had the same silver-white hair. Her eyes were emerald green in color. She, I would assume, is also a Valkyrie, since she was wearing battle armor. Beside her was a middle-aged man. He had short, bushy brown hair, blue eyes, and a small beard. He was human, but I could feel his lifespan wasn't normal. I wonder what that's about. He wore a gray business suit. And mother, father. They both smile at her and approach her. They hug briefly before her mother's side. Brynhilde, it's been a while. I take it you're well? I hope Rossweiss isn't causing too much trouble. Yes, I've been well. Ma'am, Rossweiss has been easy to deal with and a very hard worker. I see. That's good to hear. Who might these be, Rossweiss? Brynhilde and her mother have been talking, and finally, they turn their attention to us. Rose nods. This is Gene Skyward. He's the middleman and Red Dragon Emperor. He's here to make the alliance official, though he's currently out since he gave Odin-sama and everyone else documents to read through. They both gained a surprised look and smiled. I see the middleman. It's an honor to meet you. You're a lot younger than I thought you would be. Her father puts her hand out for a handshake, and we shook hands. Her mother did the same thing. My apologies, Imrezi, Rossweiss's mother. This is my husband, Willermus. We were on our way back to our jobs. Forgive us, Rossweiss. Rose shakes her head. And no, it's fine. It's an honor to work with our gods, I understand. Don't worry. Gee, Granny and I are usually fine back home. They've both had apologetic smiles aimed at Rose. They hug her one more time. Thank you for being understanding. We have to get going now. Until we meet again, Rossweiss, Brynhilde, and Mid-Jean. They nodded before walking away from us. I glanced at Rossweiss, and she had a very nostalgic look on her. She closed her eyes before looking back at us. Now then, let's get going. Our train should be arriving soon. The train station didn't look anything too fancy. It was like any other one in the human world. Platforms, benches, and the like. We had our tickets, and were waiting for it to arrive. Never mind. The train looked like the bullet trains of the human world, with a round nose, slick white design, and the works. We wait for the ones inside to get off and enter. We find a bunch of seats that were unoccupied and sat there. Rossweiss and Rainier sat beside me, while Griselda and Brynhilde were across from us. So, an hour's journey ahead of us, huh? What can you tell us about your little town, Rose? Rang. That was quick. The train rang again, and the ones who were slow about getting in or buying their tickets started to rush and get in. After waiting a few seconds, the door started to close, and then zoom. While the bullet train rocketed forward, Rainier was caught off guard, and she started to fly forward, but since I was holding her hand the entire time, I caught her and pulled her back. Are you okay? Why, yes, sorry. I leaned back in my seat and looked at Rossweiss. Looks like she was waiting for the train to start before she told us. It's nothing special. I live with my grandmother, Gondels, since my parents were away at work for most of my life. It's a small to medium-sized town in the countryside. There are quite a lot of rice fields. The town itself isn't anything special, and Granny's home that's just a little bit outside it. Above the town is something new. She looks at me and smiles. Once Thorsama lost against you, he made a small castle above our town. He raised the earth and built it there. Now, he doesn't stay there that often, but when he does, it gets quite hectic there. Why? Rossweiss shook her head. I guess she doesn't know the reason, no. I think he made it because of Odin's comment about me taking her all those months ago. Apart from that, it's like any other town. A few shops here and there, homes, and a lot of greenery, open space, and mountains. It's a quiet place. Rose had that nostalgic look on her again. I guess she loves that place, huh? She's also a granny's girl. To boot, it's been around 50 minutes, and we're close to her home. I mean, in the last 10 minutes, the view from the window has mostly been a lot of open fields and nature. So I would assume we were close. Everyone else had fallen asleep. So Rainier and I were the only ones awake. But the views I saw on the way here were something. There was a small, how do I say this, border? I guess. Somewhere in the middle, it was quite obvious where north and south ended. Once all the modern buildings and the city life ended, there was a lot of nature. Trees, animals, and the like were everywhere. There were also a few small towns here and there, but it was mostly nature towards the south. Rossweiss said some of those towns were mostly yokai and other beings residing in them. How have you been? Good. Rainier answered me, but didn't take her eyes off the window. How do I even talk to her normally? Even while in my home for a short time, she was nervous and looking at Asia. The girl had already forgiven her. I tried to continue the conversation, but she gave me one-word answers or just shrugs, so I stopped. I guess I'll try another time. Rang. The train rang out once again. The girls slowly woke up due to it. Rose looked out the window and smiled. I followed suit, and... So that's our little town, huh? While we were still far, it did look small. The castle was on an elevated hill on the left. Beneath it was the town, and beside the town was a large lake. I could see the sun glimmering off its surface. Behind the town were many rice fields, and around it were mountains and just trees. Can't wait to explore it. It took around 2 more minutes, but we reached the station for Rossweiss's town. It was normal, a little run down, but normal. No one else got off. Lead the way, Rose. We weren't near it. The place where the platform for the bullet train was quite far from it, but it had some shade above it, as well as the natural shade from the trees around the place. Yes, follow me. Brynhilde and Rossweiss walked in front of us as they spoke. They left us to just take in the surroundings as we walked. After the initial sea of trees, we come to a small clearing, and we had a better view of the fields. It seemed, well, endless. There isn't much here, so I suggest we fly there the rest. Didn't have any problems with it. But seeing as how Rainier can't fly, I had to carry her. Rosweiss and Brynhilde started to float, and Griselda let her angel wings out. Since I promised them, I let out my divine dividing out. Rainier looked surprised. Huh. How do you have that? Don't worry about it. Anyway, let's go. It didn't take us long, but we eventually reached one of the entrances to the town. We flew over a little bridge that wasn't too far from there. We also flew over a house. It looked like a Japanese house. Rose said she enjoyed quite a lot of here youth there, whatever that meant. We landed, and I let Rainier down. She was a blushing mess the entire time. That's the most I got from her, by the way. Rose, where does Ghana live at? We flew over it. Actually, it's back over there. Oh, the Japanese house we flew over? She smiles and nods. So, we're checking out the town first, huh? We quickly enter the town, and it was normal. Old wooden houses with brown, black, or red roofs. The ground was made out of stone, but it had wear and tear in them since there were a few cracks, small plant life, and flowers were strewn about. Rose-chan. Oh, Rosweiss is back. Big sis Rosweiss is back. Suddenly the town folks recognized Rosweiss and started greeting her. She blushed and waved to them. Is Rosweiss popular in her hometown? A few of the locals came up. They even recognized Brynhilde and greeted her too. We sat back and let them catch up and talk for a little bit. Eventually, a big enough crowd had gathered that they noticed Griselda, Rainier, and I. Big sis Rosweiss, who are they? A young boy pointed at us. Rosweiss giggled and pat the boy on the head. The other adults also look at me, a few eyes widening, probably figuring out who I am. That man is the middleman and Red Dragon Emperor. He beat Thor-sama a few months ago, remember? The kid's eyes got wide, and then a pay dragon. I smiled at the kid, and my mouth twitched. Whatever, they're happy about it. The kids started to gather around me and started to sing the Apay song. I humored them for a few minutes until the parents whisked them away. I won't ever get used to that. You did well, Jean. I awkwardly smiled at Griselda as she tried to praise me. Well, at least I'm getting money out of this gig, even if I'm not exactly the one acting. The merchandise and all that, though, I have no use for it. They'll just save it up so I can pay my employees in the future or donate them to orphanages or charities. Let's keep going, shall we? We nod and follow the two Valkyries around the small town. There's a single blacksmith shop here, but it's beside the local tavern, and it's just a glorified extension to the tavern. Apparently, in the rare cases, someone does order a weapon or armor. The one running it is quite skilled. Most of the buildings in the town were either houses, apartments, or small businesses. There was only one hospital here and a large square for the market. It's quite active even now, but it's usually crowded during the morning or towards the evening. Crowded in terms of this little town like the other places I've visited, the lights are floating and are powered by Norse magic. There is a school here, but it just teaches normal subjects and not anything about fighting. If they wanted to do that, they would need to go to the main island or find someone to help train them and apply to be a Valkyrie or some form of work for the Norse gods. Rosweiss leads us somewhere. We find ourselves in front of a certain shop. It was the tavern. We go inside, and it was like the one on the main island. Could this be in Var's wife's diner? Once we go inside, there are also a few patrons in there. They turn to look at us and cheer. It's Rosweiss. Looks like she brought home a boyfriend. They burst into laughter, but someone interrupts them. Wait a minute, the boyfriend is the middleman guy. Whoa, Rosweiss struck gold, huh? Another round of laughter. Rosweiss just laughed along with them. None of the teasing seemed hostile, so this was probably a common occurrence. It's been a while. Everyone is Mamma Mia here today? I glance around and could only see younger staff working. I also checked with Observe and found no one called Mia. Nope. She said she got a call from her grandmother. Actually, maybe she's over there helping? Mamma Mia went a granny? I see. I put it together. And so does Rosweiss. Maybe Gondel asked Mamma Mia for help in making lunch? I mean, we were arriving today, so it makes sense. I see. Thank you, Indy. No problem. They all went back to drinking and talking among themselves. We quickly left the tavern once we found out about Mama MIA's situation. So, are we going to your home now? It's nearing the time most people have lunch. Let's fly back. We can come back here before we leave for wherever you like to go next. I nod and we fly up into the sky. Once we did, a few kids saw me and waved to us. We quickly fly towards Ross Weiss's home. The closer we got, the more we could see of it. It really was designed like a traditional Japanese home. We land by the gates and take in the sight of her grandmother's home. The pathway was made out of small rocks and pebbles. There were also larger rocks around the place as a sort of decoration, a few bamboo trees planted around, and a small pond. The house was your typical traditional Japanese home. I wonder why they chose to build it like this. Is Gondal perhaps an otaku? Slam. The door to the home suddenly slammed open. Out came a woman. She has brown eyes and long brown hair. She wore some sort of apron in front of her clothes, which consisted of a blue above-the-knee dress with long puff sleeves and a white collar. Mamma mia. My, how can I resist you? Oh, Rose-chan, welcome home. Gondaloba-san is just in there cooking. I'm going to go and get some ingredients, so lunch will take a little more time to finish. The woman now, called Mia, looks at us and nods. So this is the middleman, huh? She grins and winks at Ross Weiss. You caught a good one, Rose-chan. Better put a ring on him soon. Ross Weiss blushed as Mamma Mia started to walk away. She stops by me and pats my shoulder. All right, the name's Mia Grand. You probably met my husband Invari Grand, right? Stubborn old fool. We'll be visiting him in a few days. If you're still around, come and join us. She says that and then leaves. One energetic woman, she seemed like a fun person to be around, though. Ross Weiss doesn't say anything, but starts to walk towards the door. She may not look like it now, but her Anvari and Gondal-sama were quite well known back in the day. Brynhilde says that as we follow Ross Weiss in, once we were inside, we could smell a mouth-watering aroma throughout their home. We follow the smell and rose, and we found ourselves in the kitchen. There was Gondal, busy away at the stove, humming to herself. Granny am home. Upon hearing that, Gondal turns around and has a smile on her. She puts down her kitchen utensil and hugs her granddaughter. They stay like that for a few seconds before parting. She looks at us and nods. Brynhilde, Jean, and his friends, welcome to my home. It isn't much, but please do enjoy your stay. I let go of Raynar's hand, and she took it back immediately. Once she did, she realized what she had done and slapped my hand away. You're the one that grabbed it back, lady. I shook my head and went to Gondal. I'm good at cooking, Gondal. If you want to know, you're the guests. Leave the cooking to Mia and I. Just go and relax. Wuno, boots. I sigh and went back to stand beside Griselda. I look around the room, and it's quite cozy. Typical Japanese kitchen, regular old brown dining table, and chairs, nothing fancy. I would have guessed that she would have had a lot of money. Do they not get paid a lot for being well? Working for the Norse gods? I would have imagined that they would, seeing as how dangerous their jobs could potentially get. Rose grabs my arm and pulls me away. The others follow. We get to the living room. A fireplace, medium-sized TV, a few couches and chairs around, tables, bookshelves, and decorations around the place. So this is where you grew up in, huh? It's quite homey. Ross Weiss sensei. I haven't been to your home before, Ross Weiss. Everyone else commented on the place as they sat down and looked around. Ross Weiss didn't say anything and just looked around. I let go of Raynar's hand again as Brynhilde and Griselda started to chat with one another. Raynar just started to twiddle with her thumbs. Azazel, what was the point of her going with me? While we started anew, she isn't exactly that responsive. Whatever, it'll just wait for her to be. I glanced around the room and found that Rose had left. Mamma Mia also had come back. I left the living room and followed her aura. It climbed up the stairs. The walls on the right side of the stairs had pictures of a young Ross Weiss with her parents. It also had pictures of her cousins or family relatives. A few with Gondal and other people I didn't recognize. Her aura was outside a door that had her name on it. I knocked on it, but got no response. So I put my hand on the door and it pushed itself open. I guess she didn't lock or fully close it. Once inside, it was, well, normal. A single bed, a desk, shelves, a wardrobe, and other items necessary for a bedroom. It fit what Ross Weiss would look like at first glance, a strict and hardworking woman. Take that down, and you get a deeper and more girly Rose. Rose? Thud. She jumped and hit her head on a shelf. I didn't think she would be lost in thought. I chuckled at her, and she puffed her cheeks. Jijin, did the nostalgia get to you, or something? Haven't you been down here? Or were you preoccupied with your job as Odin's bodyguard and didn't have time to come back down? Yes, you're right, I didn't have time to visit Granny. I also didn't get a chance to visit her much. I always felt bad about that. I wish I co-rose. Jean, lunch. The loud voice of Mama, resounded throughout the household. It felt like the house shook. We both chuckled before going down to have lunch. Gondel had put on some kind of classical music while we had dinner. It was going well, as everyone was chatting with the exception of Rainier. She had asked Rossweiss about her job and what she was doing. Gondel was shocked to find out that her granddaughter had been fired and now was living in Japan working as a teacher. I had also hired her for my future restaurant. I was already paying her, and she was earning quite a lot. So, Jean Skyward, I heard that you have a harem going for yourself? Yes, ma'am. She nods sagely. Mamma Mia had joined us for lunch and was chuckling to herself. The women of the supernatural are a lot more understanding about these sorts of things, Jean. If you tried that out in the human world, oh boy. Yeah, I guess so. If my husband tried that on me, that woman had the creepiest smile on her, and the aura around her also changed. I guess she's the few that aren't too fond of it, unless she has another opinion on it. Seeing our confusion, she adds, "Don't get me wrong, I don't mind. But if he did it behind my back, I would have a problem with it. You yourself have announced to the entire supernatural world your intent. So most women who become interested in you know what they're getting themselves into." Smart woman. Indeed. Harem, huh? Wait, that voice Velgrind? You're there? Sorry, Jean. Yeah, she's here. We're as surprised as you are, though Comptoir did explain it to us. She's been watching and listening since you got to Asgard. I see. Looks like Velgrind's there as well, huh? Well, sure, whatever. She can find out what kind of person I am, and this is when Rose first went into kindergarten. We had finished lunch around an hour ago after it. We stayed there just chatting about anything and everything. Gondel is certainly an interesting woman. She told us many tales of her youth. She was quite active and a powerful magician and Valkyrie. As sad as it was, her husband passed when they were quite young, well in terms of the supernatural. So she was mostly on her own until Rossweiss arrived, and after that she taught her everything since her parents were away a lot. That's how Rose became a granny's kid. Mamma Mia was also an interesting person. She had a lot of things to share, but from what I could tell, she had the pants in her marriage. Well, maybe it's equal, but Anvari didn't seem like a person who would, well, never, I'm not sure. Zex seemed intimidating when he first showed up, when I read the light novel, but seeing the dynamic he had with Grafia. Now I'm not sure with Anvari. All three of them were ultimate class fighters, and that's just raw power. Who knows about their technique or experience. Kuvuhu Rossweiss Sensei's cheeks were quite chubby when she was young. We were currently in the living room as Gondel showed us many of Rossweiss's childhood photos. Everyone was interested, even the silent Rainier. They were all gathered around her as she flicked through photos and told us a little story about them. Rossweiss was obviously embarrassed, so she was in a corner covering her face out of embarrassment. As much as I would like to comfort her, I do enjoy hearing these. Sorry, Rose. Mamma Mia had left earlier since she had to attend her tavern. We will be going there for dinner tonight. This is when Rose became a middle schooler. She's starting to look like her now, right? The chest isn't there yet, though. Granny. Rose looked mortified as she stared at her and me. She then covered her chest with her arms. I wasn't even looking, but sure. Even staring at the photo, she had that strict look on her. I wonder when she started to have that face on her. I had asked earlier since I was curious if any kind of trouble was happening here or on any other island. But they said no, so I don't think anything will happen here. It just seemed like a regular countryside town. Well, that's for here, and her own thoughts. That doesn't mean it will hold true. Whatever. We'll see by the time I get to those places. Nighttime, Pa. Give me another one, Mamma Mia. Aye. We were in the tavern, and were having our dinner. It was even livelier than in the daytime. Many of the regulars were here, but apparently word spread that Rose was back, as well as bringing her middleman and a paid dragon boyfriend, so there were even more customers. Mamma Mia was quite happy with that outcome. Smack! Smack! Lad. So, when are you getting married to Rossweiss? Rossweiss, who hadn't drunk anything since she didn't want to. Be well, drunk, blushed at the question that was aimed at me. In the future. Probably after I graduate college or something. Hear that? Ha! Good on you, lad. Rossweiss, you better invite us all. Another round of applause and laughter went throughout the tavern. At least the folks here are nice and friendly. It beats having to tiptoe our way around assholes. Gondel was fine with this. As she ate her filling, she also joined in on the banter at times. There's certainly a lively bunch. Griselda, who had drank a few beers, looked a little flustered. She was leaning against me for support. Rainier, well, haha, another one, please. Mamma mia, had cut loose. While she could hold her own, she had drank too much and had become outgoing and open. She was being rowdy and energetic like the rest of the patrons here. Will Rainier be fine? Brynhilde was also still with us. She had said she would be by my side until I left Asgard, so yeah, she was sitting to my other side. She had opted in not drinking any alcohol, so she was sober. I had drank some, but I can't get drunk, so I just had the awful taste of beer in me. Maybe I'm responsible for her, so leave her to me. Would you like another serving, Jean? I turned my head, and Mamma Mia was back over the counter. She prefers being called that. She said only her husband calls her Mia, as well as Gondel. Even the Norse gods refer to her as that. Why? I don't know, I didn't ask. No, thank you, I'm fine. Though comptoir. Answer, it's 11:02 p.m. We should start heading back soon. Hickjwine, we were flying back to Gondel and Rossweiss's home. We left around 10 minutes ago, and it's nearing midnight. I was flying using Divine Dividing. I had Rainier in my arms as she went in and out of consciousness, and Griselda was hugging me from behind since she was also quite drunk. I would say, can sisters nuns even drink? But I did change the system, so after reincarnating, she shouldn't have a problem. It didn't take us long to arrive back home. We quickly enter, and Rossweiss showed us to our rooms for the night. If you want to sleep with Jean, Rose. I do not mind, but keep the noise down, okay? GG Granny. Huh, Jean, bonk. Please don't hit me out of embarrassment. I'm still carrying a drunk Griselda. Thank God for putting Rainier in her room first. She was out like a light. Gondel just smiled at us as she went into her room. Rose eventually got over her own embarrassment and led me to Griselda's room and then to my room. We stopped her good night, Rose. Gee, good night, Jean. She quickly left, and I shrugged. I went into my room. I can't sleep. This has to be some kind of thing like an illness or something. Also, Ghana wasn't in her room. I had felt her leave it. I thought she may have wanted some water or something, but she hadn't left the spot she was at for the last 10 minutes. Perhaps she did it on purpose, partner? Maybe she wants to speak with you privately. I do feel her directing some of her mana towards your room. Yeah, I did feel that earlier, but wasn't sure. Whatever. Let's have that conversation with dear old Granny Gondel. I quickly got up from my bed and quietly left my room. Everyone else was asleep, except Rose. Even Brynhilde was knocked out already. I quickly went downstairs and followed Gondel's mana and aura. She was by the back of her home on the porch. When I arrived there, she was looking at the moon and the bamboo she had planted. It took you a while to come here, Jean. Sorry, I was speaking with Drake and Albion. Part, he isn't lying, though. We did briefly speak with him. Is that so? To think you would have two sacred gears within you, she chuckles to herself. And then we go silent. I stare up at the sky, and the moon was slightly bigger than the one in the human world. Did they do that on purpose? Rose left her room, and I could feel her. She was listening to us. I'm sure Gondel is also aware of this. Jean, are you serious with my granddaughter? Yes. Gondel stared at me after I gave her my answer. I can see where she's coming from. I'm quite honest with what I want out of my job. I announced it to the world. She also was married once and never again. Maybe she has mixed feelings about this, but she's quite calm right now. I've been worried about Rose since she left my home. Her parents rarely come home, so it was left up to me to raise my own granddaughter. However, I don't blame them. Even back in my day, I was almost a workaholic. You mentioned earlier that you met her parents on the way here. Yes? HAAA. They're on good terms. I just wanted them to spend more time with her. I was quite surprised to hear when she became a teacher in the human world. Even more so when you said you hired her for your future business. I'm also to blame for her current personality, perhaps even her life so far. I was quite strict with her. When Rose was younger, I warned her not to get involved with bad boys or recklessly lose her chastity. To them, Gondel chuckled and continued. But Rose interpreted that as not having any sort of intimate relations with any men until marriage. I only wanted to do good for her. You understand, right? I always pestered her about finding a man whenever I found the time to visit her. I just didn't want to worry about her anymore. She's quite clumsy at times. I'm sure you've seen it, that I have a bit too many times in the pocket dimension. So when I first heard about you and saw you with her, I was quite shocked. But seeing both of you interact today, she let out a satisfied sigh and smiled. I can rest easy. Please take care of her. She's my beloved Rose, after all. Leave her to me, ma'am. I swear I'll do right with her. After that, I felt Ross Weiss leave through the front door, instead of going back up to her room. I'll get to sleep then. I believe Rose wants to speak with you after a little chat, no? She gave me a wink and slapped me on my back. She chuckled to herself as she went back upstairs to her own room. Valkyrie, you're both idiots. Once I felt Gondel enter her own room, I decided to join Rose outside. Once out there, she was wearing a one-piece white dress with blue polka dots with white slippers. Rose grabbed, she smiled at me, but before I could finish saying her name, she grabs my arm and pulled me away. I didn't question it and let her have her way. Our fingers intertwined, and we walked silently through the silent rice fields. Our own footsteps were the only noise present. After a little while, we come back to a little bridge with a small stream of water. She lets go of my hand and walks over to the railing. Once there, she leans against it and watches the water flowing down. Not too sure in what to do, I join her. You heard everything? I start, and she nods while sporting a small blush. Well, she gave me her blessings, though I would like your parents' blessings somewhere down the line as well. She nodded again without saying anything. Well, better make it official with her. Rose wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me. I was a bit caught off guard, but I kissed her back. We stayed like that for a full minute before pulling away from each other. She stared at me before laying her head on my chest. I'm a serious person. I prioritize work and being professional. I missed out a lot on my own romance in youth. I was made fun of it for a long time, but you came along. Truthfully, I was skeptical about you when I first heard of you. I don't blame you. I am the harem-seeking dragon after all. Even still, I'm clumsy and can make rash decisions at times. I also have a bad tolerance for alcohol. I snorted, and she lightly hit me. I have weird quirks, like buying things that are as cheap as 100 yen, and also wanted to open a 100 yen shop in this small town in the future. Even still, you accepted me. You treated me like a normal girl my age. If we do, I'll make it official. Because of my job, it will be looked down upon and frowned upon. She finally looks up at me, a serious and determined face on her. Even still, I don't care. I love you, but we do need to keep this a secret while in school. A forbidden and taboo love, huh? I don't mind, Rose. Don't say it like that. Even if it's true, she buried her face back into my chest, and I kissed the top of her head. We enjoyed each other's company for a brief while longer under the night sky of Asgard. We had arrived back at her home. I was about to enter my room when Ross Weiss grabs the back of my shirt. Her other hand was on her chest as she blushed. Jean, see, can I sleep with you tonight? I blankly stare at her, and she quickly corrected herself. I don't mean it in that way. I chuckle and nod. Ross Weiss smiles as she heads back to her room. I walk into mine and wait for her. A few minutes later, she entered wearing a quite erotic pink nightgown. She was blushing while she joined me on the bed. I had expanded the room and bed, so we had more space. That's quite erotic. Where did you get it? Areni and Ingvild helped me pick it out back in Kuo. I see. Well, good night, Rose. We went to sleep in a spooning position. She was Little Spoon, and I was Big Spoon. Tomorrow, where shall we go? Maybe the Dark Elves and Dwarves? I'll ask Mamma Mia and Gondel about it before we leave Chapter 3. Part 2. Dark Elves in Trouble in Svartalfheim. Ignia ho ho ho. So you got your butt kicked by Papa San, Ignia San? It's been a few hours since I had met up with Father. Lapis took Loki with her. She said she was bringing him to that fallen called Avetsa to get some Azrael. No, it's technically Mother's blood. We were in a meeting room that Lapis had picked. We rarely meet up after we all woke up, but when we do, it's always like this. 2 of my other siblings were already here with me. The room was plain and nothing special, just a rectangular table with 4 chairs. The head of the table was empty. That's where Lapis would sit. My other brothers were to the left and right respectively while I was at the end. You should know none of us stand a chance against him. Ho ho ho, of course, but I would like to think I can at least even the playing field. After all, I am a conqueror. I hate this guy. Damn lizard. In general, my other brother looks like a white lizard-like creature. His skin is pure, solid white with purple sections on his head, shoulders, forearms, abdomen, and shins. The purple-lined sections on the sides of his face vanish, though the lines on his cheeks remain intact, giving his face an almost mask-like appearance. KSHHHMI. No need to be so hostile, brother. Lapis should be here soon. The other one is also quite strange. Hell, he probably looks down on all of us. I get the feeling he thinks of himself as a higher life form. He is muscular and toned, despite his relatively small frame compared to us. He has 2 long antennae on his ears and a large shell-like armor over his head that resembles a helmet. There were dark pigmented areas on his arms, legs, chest, and head. He possessed a powerful tail equipped with a stinger that served as his weapon. Both his hands and feet had only 4 digits each. Slam! Sorry for the wait, Loki-chan wouldn't stop squirming, so I had to knock him out. Let's get this meeting started. Showy Lapis came in, I still don't like her. As she stated herself, her personality resembles our mother's. The most unsettling thing is that even though she is the strongest of all of us, I believe we still have the advantage in actual combat. Tobio accused KZKZHSHSHS. Boom. Boom. Lavinia, I think you should slow down a bit initially. I wasn't sure what I was looking at. In truth, Lavinia Rennie, our magician, was quite excited and irritated at the same time. After the 3 of them had teleported back to Grigori, the one in the underworld, she was quite eager to complete the mission. I had asked Shigyun and Natsum earlier. They said she wanted to get this mission finished as quickly as possible because she wanted to join Jean in Asgard. I let out a sigh. She's really in love with Jean. Huh. I never would have thought the day would come. She's really gung-ho about this, huh? SE was beside me, as well as the other members. We were currently in Ireland since Jean's alliance with them. Azazel was contacted by them to clear up some cryptids that had appeared in a place called Inishtig, County Kilkenny. It was either us or Jean, and seeing as how he's in Asgard for the alliance with the Norse gods, then we were called instead. Thankfully, it was in a barren part of the place, so we didn't need to worry about the locals finding us. However, it seemed endless. When one was killed, another was teleported in. Natsum, Shigyun, switch with her. We need Lavinia to find the circles and disable them, otherwise this would just drag on. The 2 of them nod. Rennie, switch. They dash forward and grab Lavinia's shoulder, surprising her and flinging her backwards. She let out a small kia, but landed safely by herself. She seemed a bit stunned, but calmed herself down. What's up with you, witch? I know you said you wanted to finish this quickly, but being reckless isn't like you. Cookie's right, Lavinia. Calm down and analyze those magic circles for us. Disable it or destroy it. Once done, we can clean up here. Sorry, Toby. Shark-chan. Who will get on it right away. By using quick breathing exercises, she quickly regained her composure. Once she was done, she opened her eyes back up and looked around. She waited for both Shigyun and Natsum to kill a cryptid and watched where the magic circles would appear. They seemed to appear at certain points. Yes, I just need to go over there and analyze them, but I will need space for that. I look at Cookie and SE and nod. Cookie, you do your own thing, defend Lavinia. SAE, you're with me. You've recently reached Ultimate Class, and you're doing quite well with Natsu, so don't get too reckless. Clank, I looked to my side and stared at our newest member. He had a sword out that was given to him and created by Grigori. Ajamu, a few more missions before Azazel can clear you for Jean to restore your power. Defend Lavinia as best you can. I will leave to me, accused San. Just call me Tobio or Toby. Very well, Tobio. As we were about to go forward, a voice stops us. How about I lend you a hand? Team/dog? Who's there? Everyone around me tenses up. Suddenly a flower comes from the ground, and blooms out came a woman. A young woman with emerald green eyes, slightly pale skin, and long dark green hair tied in a segmented ponytail that hangs down in front of her appears from it. I am Goddess Danu. You are Jean's comrades, yes? A goddess. She also knows Jean? The tension around us disappears as she smiles at us. And then at Lavinia? Lavinia also stares back at the woman. I will lend you my assistance, team/dog. We can talk later. Lavinia, Rennie, you will be protected by my powers while you analyze those magic circles. Rest assured. We look at each other and nod. You heard me earlier. Let's get to it. I summoned Jin as he turned into his larger form. We followed Lavinia to one of the magic circles. She starts to analyze it. Meanwhile, a transparent green barrier surrounds her along with some vines. She paid no mind to it and kept analyzing the circle. Cookie was already rampaging around and killing anything that came his way with Byakusa. Ora, ora, ora. Out of my way, you freaks. Slash, slash, zap, zing. While watching over SE, I evaded an attack from Cryptid. She has come a long way. She had also started taking lessons from Lavinia in the use of magic. While she can use fire manipulation through Natsu, SE wanted to be able to use other elements if certain circumstances arose. Boom! In front of us, roots came out of the ground and pierced the cryptids, killing them. I look at Ajamu, but it wasn't him. He was still using his sword. Then the Irish goddess, Danu, was the one manipulating them. Incredible. Ajamu could do something similar, as we had sparred a few times over the last couple of weeks. I could easily burn them, so we were just a terrible matchup. Do we even need to do anything? Lavinia, how's the analysis going? Nearly done. Toby not wanting to feel useless, I summoned a scythe and dashed towards some cryptids. Together with Jin, I hacked and slashed through them. I had been training with SAE these last few months, so I wasn't slacking off in my own training. Oi, lady, watch out. I heard Cookie shout and turned to see a number of cryptids had snuck up on Goddess Danu. Shit, I need a swish. Slice. Cut. Slice. Her eyes were still closed when she made a small motion with her right hand. The cryptids that were behind her suddenly were cut up into pieces. What was that? Wind? Just now a small breeze hit me. What kind of goddess is she? If I remember correctly, Azazel said that she wasn't a goddess that could fight. But what she showed there was Jean. Do you know about this? Mr. Tobio. KSH. Bam. I turn around, and multiple cryptids were impaled by roots. Jin was standing on top of them as he slid a cryptid's body off his blade. Done. Shatter. Lavinia announced happily as the magic circle in front of her shattered. Noticing this, Goddess Danu undid her barrier and roots as Lavinia walked around destroying the rest of the magic circles. Once that was done, no other cryptids appeared. Shall we finish up then? Agreeing with the Irish goddess, my team and I quickly killed the rest of the cryptids. Why did they send them here? Are they gathering information? Causing chaos? I didn't feel anything special about these cryptids in particular, unlike that one I faced months ago. Danu-zama, thank you for the help. I'm quite surprised you know Japanese, so will the rest of team/dog joined us as Goddess Danu also removed her roots and vines from the place. She smiled at us and shook her head. It's probably due to Jean. Jean? Lavinia points to herself, Shigyun, and Natsum. When he took us to his training spot, he gave us the ability to understand and speak all languages around the world. I would assume this happened with Goddess Danu too. That would be correct. Jean gave me that ability after his sparring match with Scathack. He also gave it to another Irish goddess. Before then, he was using an ability on us, so we could understand each other. With this, it's much easier. Amazing. Would he give us that ability if I asked? It would certainly make missions in different countries a lot easier if you could speak the language. Now then, I belong to the Gaelic Alliance, and I no longer feel these cryptids in our country. You can report back to your superiors, Tobio accused. I see, sorry for asking, but what kind of god are you? I am the primordial goddess of earth, nature, and wind. The winds of Ireland told me of your battle, so I came here. Normally I wouldn't, however I have met two of your teammates before. It has been some time. Natsum Shigyun, a primordial god. I didn't think I would meet one. She's also quite powerful. But it seemed that only SAE and I are surprised by this. Yeah, it's been a while. Danu-sama. Hello. Nice to see you again. The three of them started to catch up while also dragging Lavinia with them. Oh, what? What do I do in this instance? I look at SAE and she just smiles at me. HAA, brother's been busy. Even has a goddess in his grasps. Huh. That is the kind of man Jean is, even if our meeting and interactions were brief. That is what I sense from him. Cookie looks at Ajamu and shrugs. Regardless, I took out my phone and speed dialed Azazel. He picked up instantly. Hey, Tobio, what's up? Finished with the mission? Yes, we had some unexpected help. Goddess Danu came here to help us. We just finished. We'll be coming back soon. Is that so? She's not a fighter, though. Well, whatever. Come back here and report everything, right? I ended the call and waited for the girls to finish their conversation. I held Sa's hand as Natsu rubbed himself against her cheek and mine. I could see Cookie's expression change to one of irritation. But before I could say anything, God, am I the only single one in this team? I'm also single. Cookie. Cookie looks beside him as Ajamu had his eyes closed. Oh, right. My bad, man. But still, Cookie, aren't you working towards romancing Calawarna-san? I made zero progress, even with brother's advice. KHHH. Am I cursed? Cookie went on to explain what Jean had said, and SAE laughed. Well, I don't think it's terrible advice. Act like yourself. But your own personality can be a bit much for some. You would really need to find someone who will accept that part of you. Cookie. We're done. While Lavinia dragged the two back, Goddess Danu had a smile on her face. She nodded to us before disappearing, like how she came in with a flower. Let's go. We're ready, right? Ooh, Yes, we are. I was cut off by her forcefully teleporting us back. Jean sold Jean skyward. I would really rather be sleeping in dreamland with Rose. I turn around to see chaos. My soul is safe, right? Drake and Albion were fighting. That wasn't anything new. What was new? Well, Belzer and Garrett were also fighting. They didn't have the boosted gear or divine dividing anymore, so they were literally just brawling with their fists. The female hosts were having tea with Kantuar, Velgrind, and Rudra. I shake my head and sigh. I turn to join the Kammerbunch. Hey, so what the hell's happening there? Hello, Jean. And as to what's happening, they got into a minor argument. Their past wielders sided with their past partners, and now they're fighting. Elsha answered me while sipping tea. Kantuar offered me some, and I agreed. Honestly, I kind of saw Garrett to be more logical and calm. I mean, for a man his age, so nothing new then. Gotcha. Elsha smiles at me and continues. What are your plans when you wake up, Jean? You to get a new lover. Ho. Dark Elves Island. They'll also meet the dwarves. If I have time, they'll also check the agricultural and industrial islands. Brynhilde is getting updates through another Valkyrie, who is Odin's temporary bodyguard. They're still working on reading all of the documents. I wouldn't be able to read all of that. So much hassle. I give you props, Jean, for being able to sit down and sift through all of that and keeping anything relevant. Amorous says as the rest agreed. Rudra had a strained smile on him as Velgrind laughed and poked him on the cheek. We look at each other and knowingly nod. You suffered through this as well. I feel your pain, man. Someone's out to do it well. Whatever. It doesn't matter. What's done is done. Jean. Kantuar calls my name out, and she had an amused smile on her. Why? I give her a strange look, and she continues. You were quite Yowu Shikigami-sama. She was interrupted by Drake screaming. We looked back over at the guys, and they had finished. They had their arms over each other's shoulders and walked back to us. Drake was grinning at me, and I sighed. So, mind explaining your sudden perverseness, partner? We know you're one, but you upped it by quite a lot. I mean, Chimian Chapati is her real name, and she's known as the goddess of breasts. I wasn't sure whether she would get in touch with me or not. But the breast fairy did, and revealed some shocking stuff. Don't worry about it, it'll tone it down. I was just a bit surprised and excited. I also saw a kid touching Nevermind. Anyway, I'll watch myself. Drake snickers at me, and I roll my eyes. Yes, it was quite shocking to learn that Nyarlathotep powered up the EXE gods. So, we can assume they're multiversal instead of universal threats? Albion looks at Kantuar, and she nods. I would assume so. I cannot feel them, so they must have their own version of Azrael blood. Will you be heading back to the pocket dimension soon? Cummer looks at me, and I nod. I want to bring them back there after my stay in Asgard and thinking 10 years this time around. Hopefully, that gives everyone enough time to reach multiversal. If not, I may add 5 more years, but we may need to take a break. Maybe 10 years or 15. I turn to Velgrind, who had been watching me this entire time silently. "So, why are you here, Velgrind?" I was given permission to come here whenever I liked, so I did. I also found a different universe to lie low for the time being, seeing as how I'll be prevented from reaching you in your universe. I shall spend time here instead. I will be a regular from now on. She looks at Ridra and back at me. It's close to the technology of your world, so I'm also learning things when I'm not here. Ridra smirks at me. He probably put her up to that. I feel like you're playing matchmaker here, Ridra, but she clearly still loves you, so whatever. Seeing as how I still have a lot of time left, I decided to chat it up with everyone else. That's how the rest of my night unfolded. Asgard, next morning, Jean skyward, I woke up first. Well, not in the entire household, but in my room. I felt Gondel, and she was downstairs already as I could smell breakfast. Now I was in a real bind. Brynhilder woke up, and like her usual strict self, she came to wake me up. However, during the night, Rossweiss had crawled up on top of me and was currently sleeping while drooling. Normally, that wouldn't be an issue, but at a glance, it looked like we were in an awkward position. So, Rose was drooling on my lap. She kept on changing her gaze from me to Rose. She finally shook her head and left. I don't know if she understood what happened or just assumed something. I breathed in, boy. Slap. Jiggle-I-yain. I slapped her, but since it was directly in front of my face. Rossweiss woke up immediately and let out a surprise sound. She quickly stopped herself and looked down. "I'm sorry, it happens sometimes." She quickly repositioned herself and cutely glared at me. "Good morning. Don't good morning me like that. Why did you do that?" She shouted at me. But I mean, it was in front of me. It was practically screaming, "Slap me." You know, she shook her head and we shared a quick kiss. I didn't think Rose would transition this fast. That almost seemed natural. Never mind, she's blushing. I told her what, or who was here just now, and she looked horrified. She quickly got up and ran back to her room. I guess she really likes her senpai. Huh? I chuckled to myself and get changed. I made the bed and left my room. Once I did, Rose was also back in her business attire. We both go down to the dining room. Once down there, everyone who was already there turned to look at us. Am I expecting grandchildren soon? Rose? Brynhilder's mouth started to twitch while Griselda just giggled to herself. Rainier, she drank a lot, so she was blankly staring at the cup of tea in front of her while holding her head with one hand. GG, Granny. Don't expect any until I graduate college. But yeah, I can promise you, you'll get some in the end. Oh, is that so? What a reliable grandson-in-law I have. Rose, who was standing beside me, was completely red and lightly tugging on my sleeve, her way of telling me to stop. Sure. Why not, though? It was a lie in a way. I have no idea when he'll have kids. I want to take no as an answer this time. Granny, am helping with the rest of breakfast. Look at it as a way to test my food for the future. Gondel laughed at me, but let me help her make breakfast. This is delicious, Jean. My Rose picked, right, and glad that she likes it. It was a simple dish. She showed me her personal recipe, and I just followed through with it. Everyone also felt the same. Even Rainier, who was acting like Kuroka as she was devouring the food made by me and Gondel. So, before we go to the Dark Elves Island, I would like to go to that lake. Anything special about it? It's just a normal lake, Jean. However, you said you wanted to explore our realm more. Yes? To what extent do you know of it? Gondel answers my question, but also asks me one. To what extent? Honestly, I have a basic understanding of it. The things I know are either incorrect because it's DxD in an alternate universe or for some other reason. I know there are 9 realms. Asgard, Alfheim, Jotunheim, Midgard, Muspelheim, Nidavellir, Nilfheim, Svartalfheim, and Vanaheim. But I know this through, human media. Gondel smiles and looks at Rossweiss and Brynhilder. The humans are familiar with the names, but they are not familiar with the history. Rose, Brynhilder, do you mind giving Jean a quick history lesson about her realm? Let's start making some snacks. That left no room for argument on my part, so I kept silent. I looked over at the 2 younger Valkyries. Both Rainier and Griselda were also quite curious. I will try to explain it as simple as I can while also using more modern terms, words, and phrases. Please bear with me. Rossweiss says and looks at Brynhilder, who agrees with her. The 2 of them closed their eyes for the next few minutes. The only thing we could hear was Gondel doing her own thing in the kitchen. Everyone inside of me was also listening. Let's start with Asgard. Asgard, you can say it's a central hub for everything. A place of gathering by all the 9 realms with a few exceptions. You know many of its primary gods, as you have already met them. These include Odin-sama, Loki-sama, Thor-sama, Vidar-sama, Baldur-sama, and the like. You heard Azazel mention the Vanir before we confronted Loki-sama, didn't you? But that's misguided since Odin-sama has made peace with them long ago, while we are still working towards better relations with them. It's better than having war, isn't it? Brynhildr nods and continues. Alfheim is a sub-realm of Asgard. In Norse mythology, this is where the elves live mainly. You have seen some here in Asgard, yes? They, like the Dark Elves, mainly reside in their own realm. Freyr-sama is the one who leads the elves of Alfheim. They do not have a queen or king, but have their own council to help govern the realm when Freyr-sama is not present. Brynhildr finishes, and Rosweiss continues. I guess they'll switch back and forth then. Jotunheim, sometimes referred to as Utgard, is the realm of the giants and frost giants. Loki-sama is typically based there, but as you know, he's currently sealed. However, not many venture there as it's riddled with chaos. Odin-sama and Thor-sama have journeyed through it before. Odin Geezer went there for, I believe, Mimmisbrunner's Eye, right? Thor. For I don't know. Too many myths and folklore that don't really lead anywhere. Midgard, the realm of humans in our mythology. Ask-sama and Embla-sama were the first to populate it. Everyone else were descendants. Family relations. Sweet home, Alabama, wait. Doesn't that include Kuna down the line? PPPPP partner. Drake. Shut up. He acknowledges it. Are those Miltans? That's a bit too cruel, Gene. Miltan. I will explain. Velgrind. Muspelheim is the realm of primordial fire. Unlike what has been told in the human media, Surtur-sama is not a giant, but just a regular god. He's the primordial god of fire, unlike Loki-sama, who is sometimes portrayed as such. He's only known as the god of mischief. As the name implies, that realm is primarily made up of flames, and there are few places to stand within it. Individuals who have immunity to fire or have a high tolerance can enter the realm. Not many creatures or monsters are there, but the ones that are there, they're used to such conditions. Rosweiss finishes as Gondel comes back with some cupcakes. She gives all of us one each, then places a large plate of them in the middle. Everyone takes a bit, and then Brynhildr continues. Nidavellir. It's the home of the dwarfs. Like the elves, they mostly stay in their own realm, but many have started to move to Asgard and our many islands. They are known as master craftsmen and blacksmiths. They are the ones responsible for the creation of Gleipnir, as you saw used on Fenrir. Their realm. How do I describe it? Brynhildr was the one telling us this as she looked at Rosweiss for help. Rose closed her eyes for a bit before opening them up. It's steampunk-esque. Many homes are also shops that create weapons, tools, armor, and other such things. They're the ones responsible for making the trains of Asgard, as well as many of our buildings and items. They're also helped by the elves and dark elves. They're on good terms with each other now. Unlike many years ago. Va? I asked and they all nodded. I guess some things just remain the same in history. Doesn't matter if it's humans or supernatural beings. Why though? Land? Resources? Greed? Pride? Everything. Next is Niflheim, the primordial land of ice, mist, and snow. Hel-sama is the one who governs that realm. She is the daughter of Loki-sama and almost never leaves the realm with a few exceptions. It's an empty realm, mostly frozen. Even the ice giants do not venture there. If I remember correctly, the dragon Nigr should reside there. Well before he was killed by Drake, right? Yeah. In the past we met, I was still quite rowdy and we fought. In the end, I killed him. He was known as the Abyss Rage Dragon and the Extrajudicial Death Dragon. Right, and if my memory serves right, he's one of the evil dragons that Clippeth resurrects. Looks like you'll have a rematch with him in the future, Drake. It doesn't matter. I will kill him again and rid the world of him. He is greedy and sadistic. He ate dragon eggs for crying out loud. Eggs? That partner. Let me fight him when the time comes. I have a personal vendetta against him. Sure thing. Thank you. Svartalfheim, the realm of the Dark Elves. Nidavellir and Svartalfheim are sometimes seen as one realm, but it is not. As mentioned earlier, Nidavellir is home to the dwarves while Svartalfheim is home to the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves that live in one of the islands of Asgard and are ruled by a different queen, while in Svartalfheim they have a king. The Dark Elves in their realm are peaceful as far as I know. They're being ruled by a king. They're a little old in their ways, but are working towards modernizing their realm. Is it really peaceful? Comptoir? Comptoir. Answer: no, there's a problem. They have a tyrannical ruler. The last king and queen have both passed away. There were 2 queen candidates, but they were forced to flee. Comptoir. Answer: many detestable things happen there, things you personally do not like. When that request comes, please prepare yourself. Please don't go barging in there, Jean. Though, I do hope the request does come soon. What can you tell me about the current Dark Elf King? Comptoir. Answer: he is half devil, half dark elf, a hybrid. He is a cruel individual. To compare, treat him like the old Satan faction devils. Add to the fact his hatred for dwarfs, light elves, and other races. I get what you're saying. He'll expect the worst then. Finally, Vanaheim. They're a group of gods associated with fertility and wisdom. As mentioned before, Odin Sama was once at war with them in the past, but we are on friendly terms now. Freyr Sama is an example, as he's a Vanir god who mostly resides in Asgard or Alfheim. And that's all about our realm. If you wish to know more, well, you may need to visit them in the future. That's true. There's no way in hell I can visit all that in the next few days. I'll stick with Asgard for now. They seem interested, though. During that short explanation, we had eaten through all the cupcakes and were ready to leave for the day. I quickly washed the dishes for Gondal, much to her protests. I had stepped out into the hallway earlier than the rest. Seeing as how she'll be my family in the future, I don't want her to get hurt. I tapped the ground and create the same barrier I had around my home. I then created a simple necklace for her. If she dies because of my enemies or something, or maybe Cow's Brigade invading, then I want to give her some protection. It has the same protection functions as the rings, minus the inventory function and communication function. Finally, they arrived at the front door with her. Well, get going, Granny. I'll visit more in the future. I have a very flexible second job, after all. Make sure to bring your husband with you. His cooking is top-notch. Actually, Jean, you said you would be opening a chain of restaurants in the future. Does that? Yes, it will also include one here. Truthfully, I want to hire Mamma Mia to do it. Or maybe merge the two. Can I have you try to convince her for me? Gondal laughed and flexed her arm. Leave it to me. This sleepy town deserves more exemplary food. If we combined MIAs and yours, I can only imagine its success. Maybe even attract more to move here. Thank you. Also here, I give Gondal the necklace and tell her what it does and what I did to her house. Safe to say she was shocked. The same with Rainier and Brynhilder, though the other two just shook their heads. It's par for the course for them. Once the initial shock was past, Gondal got on with it. She thanked me and Rossweiss. Rose hugs Gondal one last time and also pulled me into a group hug. Once we were done, we quickly flew back up and flew towards the town. I saw Gondal putting on a necklace before we picked up speed. We had just returned to town. It was early morning, so not too many people were out and about yet. Why don't we just fly directly towards it? Did you not want to see the scenery and views on the way there? Rossweiss answers me. Well, she has a point. We didn't cover all of the town yesterday, but the area we were walking through had mostly small shops, houses, and a salon and barber shop. The two Valkyries were greeted again and stopped to chat for a little bit. We finally passed through the gates on the other side, and in front of us was a short path. To the right stood a small house, and an old man and woman were there. The man was fishing by the lake, and both of them turned to wave at us. They are Mr. and Mrs. Knacknebel. They chose to build a house near the lake because they both love fishing. The lake has many types of fish in it. Vidar Sama, when younger, decided to try to get as many types of fish in the human world and bring them to Asgard. I didn't know he was that eccentric Natsum would like this place. I should bring her here again. Also, how did these fish even survive the change in climate and other factors? Dwash, splash. Suddenly a giant, is that a whale? Came out of the lake and made a huge splash. I put a barrier in front of us and the water hit it. The old couple laughed as they were soaked. It's Barry. Little Barry came to greet us. Looks like they gave the whale a name on the other side of this lake. Is that a house? I tap Rose on the shoulder and point at the house, but instead of answering me, she gives me an awkward laugh. If you don't give me an answer, you'll just have to take a look myself, you know. Lisa Sand is over there, Lisa? Lisa Sand is a human magician. She's famous for being our town's witch. As far as we can tell, she's either immortal or has some kind of longevity. I mentioned her once to Thor Sama when he first built his castle, and he said so. The purple rose is hiding here. Huh? I didn't understand what he meant by it. Lisa, purple rose? I wonder if she looks like her. Well, I won't know until I meet her, but I can't waste any more time today. I need to get to that island. Let's go and wait for that bullet train then. We have a busy day ahead of us. As we waited for the train, we were on the platform. According to both Valkyries, the train should arrive in 5 minutes. Ring my phone went off, so I summoned it and answered it. Hey, Levar. Giant. A crying Rennie came from my phone. What's wrong? Rennie? I can't make it. Did something else pop up? We have a follow-up with our last mission. We met Danu Sama, though. Danu, goddess Danu? You guys were in Ireland? How'd it go? I wasn't expecting them to go to Ireland, but hey, life is full of surprises. Rennie describes what they had to do and how goddess Danu helped them. I see. I'm glad you guys are okay. Also, yeah, they'll come and unseal Agimus powers soon. I just need the final okay from Azazel. By the way, Rennie, do you know someone called Lisa? Or Purple Rose? Purple Rose? Oh, you mean Lisa Sand? I haven't heard of that moniker in a long time. Is she in Asgard by chance? You know her? So she's part of the Grauzauber? Yes, Lisa Sand and I were the candidates to become Mephistopheles Sand's right hand, but in the end, Lisa Sand declined, so I was chosen by default. Not too long after she just disappeared. Some thought she went rogue, but she's not the type to do things without reason. Interesting, I hope to have a chat with her soon. Then why did she suddenly disappear? It has to be for a good reason, right? Right. Looks like my train is here. We can keep talking, or Rennie. We have to leave. Say hi to Jean for us. From the background of Rennie's phone, I heard Natsum shout. I guess they're busy now. Then you'll see you soon? Yeah, I shouldn't be here for too long. Maybe a day or two, and he'll be home. Iloa. Natsum. Give at BA, the phone got cut off. Whatever, I put my phone back in my inventory and waited for the train to stop. It's been 20 minutes since our departure, and Rainier fell back asleep. She did get quite drunk last night. I was more surprised she managed to stay awake before we got onto the train. Which way are we going for the Dark Elves Island? East, the island with the Dark Elves and Dwarves, is that way. The north is the island where Odin's Samus sons live, not including the main island. The west is the agricultural and industrial island, and it's where Brynhildr Senpai's home is. I see Rosswise finishes explaining and puts her head on my shoulder. The sleeping Rainier was also doing that. North is where those guys are at. West is Bryn. East is the elves and dwarfs, and south is Rose's Island. Then how the hell do I get to the other realms of Asgard? Whatever, I'll ask Odin when I see him again, unless I go to his son's island and meet them there. Though it's unlikely unless they're done reading those documents. Comptoir, wake me up when we're around 5 minutes from the station. Comptoir, answer. Yes, Jean. This is I was dreaming again, and I was back in my old room, but now I'd be a good boy, okay? We'll be back soon. My past self's mother kissed a very young version of me. If I had to guess, I would be around 5 to 7 years old. She turns to another woman, and they speak. It looks like they hired a maid to take care of me. As the maid and I walk into the kitchen, my parents leave through the front door. She started making lunch, I believe. I glanced at past me, and he didn't look too happy about this situation. You had it rough in your own way, huh? Around me, the scene started to change. I looked older, around the same as before. I think I was still in high school, or, as it's called, secondary school here in Ireland. Past me was lying on the sofa while reading Konosuba. Nice. Looks like I was only on volume 1. In an instant, my phone rang, and past me put the book down and got dressed. He puts on his shoes and leaves the house. I follow after him. Once outside, we walk around the town, while he periodically looks at his phone. Hey, Aoife, it looks like it's a date. No Ryan and another girl a double date? Past me runs to them, and they start walking away. They eventually get on a bus. We were on it for quite a while. They were just chatting about random teenage gossip. The longer they talked about it, the more I remembered God. I care about that crap when I was that young. Hey, you still considering being an author? Or are you just hyped and inspired by reading all those light novels? One can dream, one can dream. But I can't write for shit. So who gives a shit? I mean, Miss T said to go for it during guidance council, but I think she's just saying that to, encourage me and shit. Ryan nods sagely and laughs. Guidance council, huh? We're still second years. Who cares about that stuff? Ask us when we're fifth or sixth years. Fucking hell, right? Pure bollocks. Smack. Language Aoife smacked past me, and I began to get teased. He grumbled an apology, and the scene started to change. What was that about? Swash KSHSHSH splash. Splash. It's night? Why am I outside at night? Past me was Idle standing there. I looked around and saw that we were still in Dunleagere, but this was a bit away from my home, around the northwest, due to the fact that my home was near a tiny cliff and below it was the ocean. I looked back at my home and all the lights were turned off. When I stood beside him, I looked into his face. Well, it seemed like he was dead inside. I looked below the cliff and the waves were crashing against the rocks below. Jesus Christ, I got to this place back then, huh? He took a step forward and another, then another until he was just at the cliff's edge. It felt weird watching past me. Was he planning to jump or something? HAAA. But in the end, he falls back on his ass and looks at the ground. Don't even have the balls to do this. Should I just go be a terrorist or something? Fuck that. Too much effort. At least I'm lazy in both my past and current life. Laziness prevented a potential terrorist from becoming real that day. Thank you, God of laziness. HA, am useless without. E for the scene change again this time. Where the fuck am I? I look around me and there were a lot of rocky cliffs, trees and bushes everywhere. Hurry up. I heard the voice of my past and glanced up. Son of a bitch, is he rock climbing? He looks really old now. Ryan was also just a little below me. I see. Is this me living my last few months however I like? It certainly looks like it. Shit. Holy fucking shit. I can't do this, say. Holy fucking shit. I'm scared of heights. Say that earlier, you fucking leprechaun. Fuck you too. Past me came back down and helped Ryan up after a lot of cursing and shouting. I jumped up to the top and waited for them. I could hear them cursing and arguing even more. But they eventually got up here. Never again. My God, it wasn't that bad, you wuss. Aren't you scared of heights too? Well, I'm a man living on borrowed time. I don't have time to be scared. Past me laughed and smiled, but Ryan looked down instead of saying anything. Past me started patting him on the back. I'm the one dying here. So stop being sad about it. He'll be dead, but at least you'll still be alive. Keep my dumbass memory alive for me, will ya? Ryan punched me before laughing. Fine. Be that way, you dumb fucking walrus. Let's do this again. Look at you being gung-ho. How about we do a triathlon? Are you trying to kill me? KSHHKSHH, my memories came to an end. I guess Azathoth wanted to show me a bit of my past lives well past. I was now back in the infinite white void. What a hassle. I fall flat on my back. Kuntor should be waking me up soon. Rudra told me about that your past. Huh. I straighten up and see Velgrind with Irene. Irene was smugly looking at me while Velgrind had an apathetic look. How the hell can she come here? Kuntor gave me the ability to enter your dreams. She said it would give me a better chance of knowing more about you. I see I nod at her. Did she do it when those two spoke? I look at Irene strangely. I have been busy, Jean, right? Come now, do not be upset. I, along with Ophis, have been watching you. Do you know why she hasn't come out since she told you? Her feelings? Trusfelli, no. Irene smiles at me. She's embarrassed. Isn't that cute? The dragon god of infinity is embarrassed. She can't face her new lover at all. Ah! She laughed like Scat Hack, but I see. That's why Ophis hasn't been out that much, huh? She's just shy and embarrassed. I guess I'll have to visit her myself soon before we go into the pocket dimension. I also need her to come out for that too afterwards. Velgrind turned to Irene, as did she. They stared at one another. A strange tension appeared. A true dragon interesting. Irene just smiles without saying anything. She then disappears. Hold up, lady. You didn't even tell me why you were busy. Velgrind then walks over to me and pulls me up. She stares at me for a few seconds before letting go and sighing. Dedudum, you're starting to disappear. Other than the dream's ending, you better leave then. I have no idea what'll happen when I leave first. She nods and instantly disappears. I mean, we spoke in amicable terms, right? Nowhere near friends or anything, but it's a start. I opened my eyes and could see Brynhilde was staring at me. No, beside she's drooling Rainier was drooling on my SH no. Both of them were. I glanced at Griselda, and she was also asleep. How long? 10 minutes after you fell asleep, they both started to drool. Ain't that nice? I glanced at Rose, and she had a happy expression on her while she drooled. So many of these girls drooled, drooling championships. Who will win? And how does one decide on the winner? Whoever drools the most. I don't get it. Do you have a drooling fetish or something, Drake? And no. What the hell? I ignore the complaints of the Welsh dragon and look out the window. I could start to see the tall building again, so we were definitely close. Rang. Once the train rang again, the two of them woke up. I'm sorry, Jin. Bang. Ow. Rosweiss apologized and wiped her drool off herself. Rainier panicked and smacked her head on the window beside her. All right, I'm fine. All right, then all that commotion and ringing also woke up Griselda, as she cutely yawned. Next is taking the teleportation pad and going east on the main island. We were back on the main island. Rose looked around when we got off the train. She probably hoped to meet her parents. There weren't many people there on the teleportation pad, so we managed to get back here relatively quickly. This place was still pretty crowded, though it's still only been a day, so I shouldn't be too surprised. The two Valkyries started to walk away, and we followed them. Since we're south, we just needed to go east and get to the teleportation pad. Now that I think about it, will it teleport us directly there? Yes, their island is probably the smallest. We won't need to do anything extra. Brynhilde answered my question, and we quickly reached the pad. It was weirdly empty. Even the south one had a few people. Are they not popular or something? No, you would need an actual reason for traveling to the island, like why Team Valley went. We stepped onto the pad, and we were sucked back into the portal. This is certainly a bit different. Instead of being in that plain-looking building, the place that we were transported to looked a bit fancy. The furniture around us was white and green. So this may be the color scheme of this place? Earlier, I had felt the same gods were still in Odin's home, so they were either not done or were discussing what they had read. Either way, no one was here on this island, well, no Norse god. Brynhilde and Rosweiss started to walk away, and we followed after them. There weren't many decorations around, only a few as they consisted of flowers, a few strange-looking ornaments, and pictures of a female dark elf. I can assume it's the queen of this place. We quickly left the building, and once outside, there seemed to be some kind of glowing tree with no leaves. An ethereal white and green glow emanated from it, and some sort of particle was visible. Around us were buildings that had green roofs and grayish-white walls. There were trees around the island, and their roots covered some areas around us. To my right, what appears to be a church-like building and has some sort of glowing thing on it, perhaps a crystal? Oh, Brynhilde-san, Rosweiss-san. How can I help you today? The female dark elf has white hair in a ponytail. She has red eyes. She wears a white, vest-like top with a snake-themed collar and a simple pattern on the back. The vest also has one red gem on each breast surrounded with a spiral pattern. The collar also has fur, and she wears turtle shell shoulder plates with a red dot on the back of each. Her skirt is basically just a silver metal snake wrapped around her waist and nether region. I don't think she has underwear on. She has white shin guards with dull green thigh highs underneath. Faluni. No, the man in our group is the middleman. He's just here for a short visit. She looks over at me and nods. I see. Welcome to our solitary island. It isn't much, but I hope you enjoy your visit. The dwarfs are either underground or just around. The rest of the dark elves are also going about their daily lives. I will immediately inform the queen. Faluni nods at us before jumping away towards the tower-like structure in front of us, northish. Bryn, what does that tree thing do? She shakes her head. So she doesn't know, huh? Kuntuar? Kuntuar. Answer. It is how the dark elves. The queen performs the ceremony to strengthen Gleipnir. Is that so? They'll ask the queen more about it then. But underground, huh? There was no doubt that I could feel quite a few auras down there. However, it did not consist entirely of dwarfs. I also felt some dark elves down there. Partner. I'm surprised that you're staying calm. You did freak out about elves when they were mentioned to you back in Ireland. Drake, in all honesty, am barely keeping it together. Elves and dark elves are a delight to be around. If I didn't say I would tone it down earlier, I would have freaked out already. Is that so? Then good job. Let's go meet the queen now, I suggested and started walking towards where Faluni ran off to. But we were quickly approached by a man and another female dark elf. They look like guards. One has an old wine gourd around his hip, and the other has a unique-looking sword on her back. The male dwarf has a strong physique, and he fits the stereotypical dwarf height, which is short. He has white hair, as well as a long white beard that is tied in multiple sections. His outfit is Eastern style, and he wears what seems to resemble a type of cuirass on his waist. Most of the time, he carries a wine gourd. The female dark elf also has white hair tied into a ponytail. She has red eyes, and her skin tone was well brown. She has her typical elf ears, and her outfit was unique. Her front side was fully covered, while her backside was mostly exposed with a few straps of white cloth covering parts of her body. She also had multiple ornaments around her body, which consisted of black, yellow, and blue. The front side of her attire was mostly red. The sword that she was carrying was also as unique as her no. I would say that's a double-sided saber. Oh, you're the middleman? You're certainly tall for your age. Imrazis, local dwarf. Nice to meet you, kid. Sephora. A pleasure to be of acquaintance, middleman. Both of them introduced themselves as they looked me over. I nod and introduce myself. Call me Jean. So you guys here to get us? Also, I'm just here to look around. Anything noteworthy I should look out for? Jean. A fine name. Apart from the leafless tree? That shining beacon to your left, am I right? But nothing too noteworthy here. Maybe the underground section? We dwarves did try to replicate our previous realm's feeling, if you get what I mean. Steampunk? He grins. Steampunk. Anyway, the queen's asking for you. Faluni notified us after all. Just follow us. We start to walk away, and Razis starts to explain some of the things around us, how they managed to get an island built with permission from Odin and the other gods. Apparently, he just wanted to spread his wings, explore other realms. So he left and set up shop on the main island. He just uses the Dark Elves Island as a home base. Down the line, he took up being a guard for the Dark Elf Queen here. He says he has more freedom than the rest, whatever that means. We go up a flight of stairs, and we're led down a long hallway. Razis started to drink from his wine gourd. Everyone was curiously looking around, even Rossweiss. But not Brynhilder. Lad, you like elves? When Razis asked me, all eyes were on me. But yeah, I'm a big fan of them. Why do you ask? Huh, you've been staring at Sephora here since you saw her. You're going to put a hole through her with all the staring. My bad. Was I that obvious? I mean, apart from like elves, her unique appearance also got me interested. Even that sword item. Kalia, Slayer of 1,000-headed dragon durability. 786,871, 999,999 effects. 1. Consume. Consumes the blood of any enemy killed, repairing the weapon. 2. Tracker. Once an enemy or foe is wounded and draws blood, the weapon can locate them anywhere in the world. Now, that's an interesting weapon. Did the dwarfs make it? After I kept thinking about that, we eventually turned right, and a large door stood in front of us. Razis opened it, and we found ourselves in another throne room. It's been a while since I was in a throne room. I believe the last one was the orcs and minotaurs, though, but that was a unique one. They were essentially just warriors. Neither of them answered me, but Razis made an amused grunt. The queen was on the throne with another dark elf beside her. The other dark elf from earlier was standing to the left and nodded at us. Strangely enough, there wasn't a single male dark elf here, but there were a few other dwarfs and dark elves around. Most of them looked generic, but a few stood out. A dwarf to my right. He looked like a classic dwarf in appearance, short and stocky. His hair and facial hair are white and dense, red eyes, and wears a furry coat with shoulder guards and brown boots. Another one beside him has a black helmet on. He also has the same furry coat and black armor around his body. What stood out was that he had an even longer beard, and it was orange in color, a ginger dwarf. My, how exotic. A female dwarf. She appears to be a beautiful girl, but she only stands at a height of 140 centimeters, 45. She is small and thin. She has thick black hair that is short and curls at her shoulders. An attractive face with a slightly raised nose, big, powerful eyes, and a small mouth. Besides that female dwarf was another one, but she was taller than the rest of the dwarves here. She has brown skin, long black hair, red eyes, and wears an eye patch over her left eye, almost like Hephaestus. However, her eye patch covers the opposite eye. She has a well-endowed chest, which she keeps in a sarissure, and wears a red hakama and sandals. She sees me looking and gives me a toothy smile and wave. Well, at least she's friendly. Now that I look at it, the dwarves were on the right and the dark elves on the left. Why? Nevertheless, to my left a dark elf with golden eyes, flawless light purple, almost amethyst hue skin tone, long slender legs that ended at well-formed hips and ample chest. Her waist-long snow-white hair is usually tied back in a ponytail. Her eyes are shorter than the others around her. She carries a silver sword and wears maroon-colored corset-style leather armor with a matching colored skirt and stocking, usually accompanied by a dark-colored cloak. Beside her is another female dark elf. She seemed to be around her 20s. She has caramel-colored skin, silver hair, and a mantle and leather bindings. I look back at the queen and the one beside her. The dark elf beside her had a long white dress that complemented her white-gray hair that went down to her waist. She had peanut brown eyes. The queen has long black hair, amber-colored eyes, and a golden hair ornament on her. She had a very elegant, but also erotic dress on. Her top was white and had a keyhole that showed off her chest. Her bottom was just a long fabric that covered her nether region, but showed a lot of thighs. She also had black stockings on her legs and arm-length black nylon gloves. She certainly didn't wear your typical queen attire. She's quite free in this sense if I take into account whatever their realm is going through right now. It's nice to meet you, Red Dragon Emperor. I heard you have come to visit our island? Yeah, Odin and all are still busy with the documents I gave them. Or, well, maybe they're just discussing them. Well, they can contact me when they're done. So I decided to tour Asgard for a bit. She nods and makes a gesture with her hands when she did. All the others in the room, with the exception of the dark elf beside her, and Sephora leaves. I am queen of this island. You can call me Frida. Beside me is my sister. Yuanth, the middleman, takes requests, correct? Yes, I do. Our realm, Svartalfheim, is currently being ruled by a tyrant. It was kept a secret from the Norse gods, Hel-Sama, and Loki-Sama turned the other cheek in a way. They supported it. So they also kept the other gods in the dark. Every time someone from our island stepped forward, they were immediately turned away or threatened by those two gods. However, once Loki-Sama was imprisoned after his actions, we tried again. However, Hel-Sama was the one who threatened to destroy our island if we tried to bring this subject up again. Our hands are tied. Please help us. The queen got up from her throne, walked down, and got on her hands and feet. She was doing Dejiza. I looked beside me, and Brynhilde was shocked. Her sister, Yuanth, was also bowing. Please stand up and tell me what's happening over there before I go charging in. I guess my vacation is cut short. Huh? Will I have time to go visit any of the other islands? Whatever, I can do it in the future, the same with the other realms. I also don't like people doing that. It feels weird. I can pay with my body. Excuse me. We can talk about compensation after you tell me what's happening. She got up and blurted out. She looked quite serious about it. Jesus Christ. What's with elves and throwing their bodies at me? First, that weirdo elf queen in the Greeks' realm, and now here. Though this matter is a little more serious. Around a year ago, the last king was ill, so they were in the process of looking for a new ruler. Normally, the queen would be the one to inherit that position, but she mysteriously died of an illness. How fucking convenient. Am going with poison. Any other bets? Ditto. Assassination and then covered up. Either can work. Let's keep listening. So, the elders had me and my sister as candidates. We had been working towards improving our realm in many ways. While we may be behind some aspects, my sister and I were working towards integrating more modern living there. And I'm guessing the current tyrant didn't like that? She nods at my question if what Kuntwar said earlier about him being half devil and half dark elf, as well as having the old Satan way of thinking and whatever grudge he has. That's just a recipe for disaster. He had a large group of supporters. The ones that were in opposition either adapted, did as they were told, or were killed. My sister and I went against him. However, the ones with us started to fear him more and eventually betrayed us. We were forced to flee. We lost many good allies as we fled. But their influence ends in our realm. Anywhere else, they were nothing more than regular dark elves. So they can't spread their influence the brief time we stayed there, and as well as spies I've sent. Sephora is one such spy. Queen Frida looks at Sephora to continue, and she nods. I spent a week there, and what I saw was disgusting. Rampant corruption, men, women, children, and the elderly being used as slaves. The truly unhinged did open killings and unspeakable acts. It almost felt like complete anarchy. The Dark Elf King, Vunzer, he didn't care, no, he encouraged it. Maybe it's his devil side and twisted personality mixing, but he's an irredeemable scum. Sephora started to shake, and her anger started to rise. A single tear left her eye. That sick bastard. He and his subordinates ate a newborn. They took it away from its mother, killed, and cooked it, and were laughing at her grief. What? I thought elves only ate fruits and vegetables. Wait, no. The ones in Greek's realm also ate meat. Yuanth walked over to her and put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Sephora came out of her retelling and calmed herself. Forgive me. Cannibalism? Why? I sort of understand why with Nyarlathotep. She's just an unfeeling monster. Her love is twisted. I wonder if it's the same for the other outer gods? Whatever the case, all right, it'll help. Bryn, can you return to the main island and tell Odin? He'll head there with these three. Very well. This is a problem in our realm. Nevertheless, knowing you personally and your role as the middleman, we would appreciate your help, Jean. Brynhilde nods and leaves the room we were in quickly. I have no idea on how to reach that realm comptoir. Some help here would be great. Comptoir. Answer. I can teleport you there, Jean. You have my thanks, Jean. I know. We will compensate you well. I promise you that. It'll help anyone else that's against his rule. Anyone else will be sealed or killed, depending on how they act. I tell that to the queen, and she agrees. I relay that same message to Brynhilde telepathically and tell her to say that to Odin. I look at Rainier. She just seemed pale now. She has no powers. Do I leave her here? Rainier, you should have going. I don't have powers since you sealed them, but I want to help. Even if I die trying. Fine, but stick close to me. She nods, and I put 2 dragon knights in her shadow. Griselda and Rossweiss gather around me, and I look at the Dark Elf Queen one last time, and Jean Sama. Let me come with you. Sephora runs over to me. The Queen and Yuanth look uneasy, but I reassure them I can look out for her, and they eventually let her leave with me. Stand beside me. Follow my orders. Understood? Yes. 9 realms, Svartalfheim. When we teleported into the realm, we were immediately floating. Sephora started to fall, so I caught her along with Rainier. Rose started to float, and Griselda had her angelic wings out. I create a platform underneath us, and we land on it. The realm is in a purplish light and hue. The night sky is ever present with stars as well as the moon. Beneath our platform is water, most likely an ocean. In front of us was a massive tree. Is that their home? That is our home. Our city is inside the large tree. The floors are separated, and every floor gets wealthier. However, everyone was treated fairly. If you earn enough money, you had the option of moving up 1 level. As Sephora explained, and I examined it, I noticed some lights and a lot of greenery. To the left, near the bottom, there seemed to be a waterfall of sorts. However, when I spied for my queen, it didn't matter anymore. If you had the power or supported Vunzer, you had many luxuries and privileges. Everyone else was just a tool or toy for you to use. She points at the top of the tree. Up there is where Vunzer is, along with his subordinates. In the past, that's where we buried our past kings, queens, and loved ones. But they made it their base of operations. They disturbed their resting place for their own selfishness. There are a few entrances, however. We can use that cave over there. It's unguarded since the guards he deployed are lazy. That's how I sneaked in and out before. All right, give me a moment. I close my eyes and scan the entire tree, locating anyone and everyone. finding out if they were part of Vunzer's group or not. There were a lot of dark elves in there. Men, women, the elderly, and children. Even now, the degenerate behavior is still happening. A plaza on the bottom floor. There seems to be some sort of troubling group misconduct taking place inside. How many do you think are in there total? How about those are against Vunzer? Just a rough estimate would be enough. Sephora closed her eyes and thought about it. Suddenly, brat. A magic circle appeared beside me. Through it, Odin's voice resounded. Odin, we're still going over those documents he gave us. We're discussing it along the way. Anyway, I heard the situation from Brynhilder that we have Helen questioning and sealed. I leave it to you. He'll owe you own, personally. Ilsa, no need. It won't take long. He'll contact you once I'm done. Is that so? All right, then. The magic circle disappeared, and Sephora answered me. There should be around 9,000 in total. 7,000 against his rule, and 2,000 for it. But that may have changed since I was last here. Please keep in mind that some of them were against it, and may have just changed sides to survive. I know. Comptoir, do that. Comptoir. Answer. Scanning all dark elves within the realm. Reading memories. Comptoir. Answer. Scanning complete. 7,500 are with Vunzer's group. However, the original 2,000 are genuinely in it, while another 2,000 joined it because they liked his rules and ideas. 3,500 joined for survival. The remaining 1,500 are the ones against it. I see. All right, run this plan by the 4,500 dark elves. The rest, they'll mobilize my shadows and the Electa. That's what I named the beings I made, like Antares and Leanne. Electa in Latin means chosen one. So I went with it. I summoned all the dragon knights that I had in my shadow, as well as Greed. Shala, Elsa, Antares, Zeno, Silva, Leanne, and Aurelia also came out of the ring. I tapped my head and sent the instructions to everyone. You know your roles. Go. The shadows and Electa vanish from their spots. The Shadow Dragon Knights will be spread across all the floors of the giant tree. They will be at certain points to guide them to safety. At the designated spot, Greed with Silva will be there. Everyone else had their roles of subjugating anything that was from Vunzer's group. Antares will be the one leading everyone else. I, with everyone else, will go to the top with Leanne, Aurelia, and Elsa. Shala and Zeno will stay out here and stop anyone from fleeing. Below the tree were boats. I can assume they're used for something other than fishing and recreational activities. I tapped Sephora and give her the ability to fly. She seemed confused, and I told her what I did. She thanked me. All right, they'll run you by what my plan is. I tell them what I had informed them, and they agreed. I look back at Shala and Zeno. Leave it to us, Jean Sama. Capture first. If they retaliate violently, then subjugate. Don't worry about it, young master. I nod and carry Rainair with me. We then flew towards a tree. I could already feel the chaos start inside. We quickly arrived at the cave and enter it. It was overgrown with moss and shrubbery. It looked slippery, but thanks to my clothes, I didn't slip. Once we reached the end, there was a metal ladder and a hole above it. Is this some kind of sewer or something? Sephora went first, followed by the rest of the girls. I wanted until they all had climbed up and just jumped up. I covered the hole up again, and we were in. Many of my shadows had many men, women, and elderly subjugated. They were tied up and on the ground. To the left, near the fountain, were Silva and Greed as they watched over the victims. Silva gave them some food and water, as well as blankets to cover themselves. There were many buildings and shops here. However, due to the nature of the current ruler, they were all in ruin. Many had their windows broken. The insides were much better. All of them were made out of wood. The walls were brown wood, and the roofs were dark purple in color. Above us was a giant light that was illuminating the entire floor. It seemed like a giant crystal of sorts. It was being powered by magic, making it float. The ground was made out of stone, but like the buildings and shops, it was cracked and destroyed all over the place. This place will need a lot of repairing done. They'll do that too. It'll save them some time. Greed and Silva nodded to me, and suddenly a male dark elf ran toward me. He fell and ate dirt. I walked over to him and helped him up. Are you okay? When he grabbed my hand, I healed him up. He seemed surprised and nodded furiously. Thank you. But who are you? Middleman. Queen Frida asked me to help the Dark Elves. Odin also gave me his okay. And middleman, our saved, he started to quietly sob. He went on to explain that both his son and wife were killed. His child for not wanting to do anything that was being forced onto him, including subjecting the child to horrific acts against his own mother. The mother died as a result of those terrible acts. He was forced to watch. It'll end this, don't worry. Go rest up. We start walking away. I could feel everyone's emotions were in a flurry, but they were all clearly pissed off at what they had heard. Can I cut his bowels open? May I slice his lower half off? Elsa and Aurelia say at the same time. I was surprised to hear that from Aurelia. She has a lot of honor in her. So for her to say that Leanne had a dangerous glint in her eyes, she was silently seething. I can infinitely revive the guy. Go for it. Anyway, let's rush to the top then. They silently agreed. I'm more surprised at myself. Normally I think I would be furious at this, but I'm strangely calm. I grab Griselda, as she can't keep up with the speed I was going to use. To wash. As we quickly passed by each floor, I could see the same exact scene unfolding. Many cries of relief as their torture ended. As we reached the last floor before the top floor, there seemed to be some sort of rally happening. We won't let you pop boom. Splat. Both Elsa and Aurelia dashed ahead of us, and the guy just exploded. The Dark Elves who were shouting along with him, with their weapons, just stopped and stared at the two women. You either put those weapons down and let us arrest you, or we kill all of you right now, Sephora says in a serious tone and glares at them. The two of them waited for their response, but they suddenly charged at them. So that's what they chose. At least they stuck with it in the end. Slice. Bang. KSHHH. In one quick motion, both of the women appeared behind the men, and they all slowly started to fall apart, piece by piece, body part by body part. Blood started to spray everywhere as Sephora and Rainier looked on in shock. Let's go. I didn't let them say anything and decided to quickly move on. We entered the final room, a large spiral staircase. We start to run up it. The final level could be seen from where we started, so it didn't take long for us to arrive. The inside of that spiral staircase had holes at certain points. Perhaps they were used as windows? There was a large crystal that was used as a light source like the ones on the previous floors. The crystal this time was long and vertical. The inside also had some vines and leaves scattered about. Once at the top, it was a large open space. Above us were the leaves of this enormous tree. Around us there were some gravestones, but the majority of them had been destroyed and vandalized. Northwards there was some kind of throne. It was made out of the tombs of the buried here. Vunzer, Sephora screamed as the hybrid smiled at her. My, if it isn't Seph, did you finally come back here to be my whipping boy? You even brought friends. Maybe they can join you. Kukuku Vunzer had white and black hair. The left side was white while the righty was black. He had yellow eyes, typical elf ears, and horns on his head. He wore a long coat that was black and white. He grinned at us as black-colored thorns started to appear around him. Had some sort of tattoo on both his hands. In front of him were 6 other dark elves. All of them had different builds. 2 of them were tall, and the rest were around 56 to 58 in height. They all had the same hair color, white, pale to brown skin with yellow, blue, and green eyes. They were all just exuding anger and lust. Allow me to introduce to you my personal guards. I dubbed them the Sinister 6. It took me some time to come up with that. You know? They excel at certain elemental magic and are quite powerful. They're ultimate class, so I guess they are. Oh well, whoever that male is, kill him. We can deal with the women he brought with him. Sif, Yure Mine. Okay, I put my arm in front of Rainier and Sephora. Let those 2 take care of the 6. Leave Vunzer to me. I'd like to have the first kill on him. Sephora agreed, as she had already seen what those 2 are capable of. Boom! Boom! The outside of the tree suddenly shook. Did some try to escape? I guess Shala and Zeno had that covered. Let me see your Ti Shing. Slash. One of the dark elves, who looked like they specialized in wind magic, had dashed towards Elsa. She just made a small motion with her dagger, and the dark elf stopped midair and exploded into 1,000 pieces. Ada. I didn't mean to do that. I was meant to just slice your bowels open. How careless of me. She licked the blood of her dagger, and smiled at the other dark elves. Vunzer squinted his eyes at what had happened. The other 5 were a bit shocked, as their ally was quickly killed. Shit! Fur clang. Bang! Crash! Another one of the dark elves tried to use magic, but was stopped by Aurelia, who appeared beside him and smacked him with the flat surface of her great sword. The guy was sent through the walls and probably plummeted down to his death. Shala, check if a dark elf corpse with this description is in this area for me. Thanks. I quickly spoke to Shala using the communication function of the ring, and she gave me yes. I looked back at the one-sided fight in front of me as the other 4 started to scatter and fight the 2 women. Shit, these sluts are insane, kill them. The dark elf says while a magic circle formed in front of him. Out came a torrent of ice attacks. Aurelia grunted and slashed the attack apart. The dark elf clicked his tongue and prepared another attack, but Aurelia instantly appeared in front of him. Why slam? She did the same thing to the guy as he was sent through the wall on the opposite side of his other comrade. But this time he was still conscious, and we could hear his screams, but it eventually faded. 3 down, 3 to go. Jean-sama, all the dark elves that were part of Vunzer's group have been restrained. I will begin repairing each floor. Go ahead. Good work, Antares. It is my pleasure, Jean-sama. Looks like everything is settled down there. The only thing left is this guy and his fan club, or whatever's left of them. Elsa quickly maneuvered around the place and dodged the attacks being sent her way. She was having fun with it, as she would occasionally and mockingly giggle at her opponent, who kept on getting more and more frustrated with her. Meanwhile, Aurelia ended hers. So, there was only 1 left. There were 3 left. She sliced one down vertically and killed him. The other, his head, exploded as she tried to hit him through the wall, but instead hit his head and it exploded. Elsa, finish it already. She glanced at me and swayed her hips. Is that a yes? Elsa quickly summoned some needles and threw them at the dark elf who didn't react in time. It pierces him in different places. In total, she threw 6, maybe mocking their group's name, 1 on both shoulders, 1 on both knees, 1 on his crotch, and the last one on his forehead. The guy died instantly once it pierced his head, but Elsa, as sadistic as she was, dashed forward and sliced open his bowels and smiled at him sweetly. Mission accomplished, clap, clap, wonderful performance. How about we, Don? Gua. I appeared in front of Vunzer and punched him in the gut. The guy vomited and keeled over. The black-colored thorns then shot towards me, but I slapped them away, destroying them. He had a look of disbelief. Comptoir. Answer. Those thorns seem to have some kind of paralyzing effect. Perhaps that's what he used to restrain and then violate women. I see. I summoned Divine, dividing behind me, and raised my hand. Slap. Divide. Once I slapped him, I also used Divide on the guy. What? Divine dividing. Are you the White Dragon Emperor? I then summoned the boosted gear and slapped him again. Slap. Boost. Vunzer's eyes glazed over, but then he regained his consciousness. It slowly dawned on him in who I am. Fuck slap. 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 Boost. Divide. Boost. Divide. I casually slapped him back and forth. Each time I did, I lowered my strength since a boost and divide increased them. I kept doing it until I put a bit more strength into it, and his head exploded. Hugh, my bad, come back to life. Ingle. I summoned some blood on my fingertip and let it drop to the ground. Whose blood is it? I don't know. Once the blood hit the ground, a magic circle opened up, and Vunzer was brought back to life. What happened to me? Resurrection, a nifty tool, no? I restrained him with mana chains and read his memories. I see. He was just broken from the start then. The amount of sexual assaults this guy did, his history, and how he was brought up, it didn't make sense. His parents were loving. He was brought up in a good and loving environment, but he still turned out like this. He was literally wired wrong since birth. A devil from a low-class family left their family and wandered the world for a while before coming to Asgard and going to Svartalfheim. The male devil met a female dark elf. They fell in love, and Vunzer was born. In the time he was born, the feud and hatred between the dark elves, light elves, and dwarves was long gone. But due to his own being, he fixated on it. His father, the devil, did not have that kind of personality. I guess this guy would have been fine with being a part of the old Satan faction if he did leave Svartalfheim and go to the underworld, though I have my doubts about them accepting him. His mother was a normal dark elf, a sweet and loving mother slap. Splat! I slapped him again and killed him again. I repeat this a few times and revived him using Ingle. Finally getting some anger out of me, I stepped aside as Vunzer kneeled there not moving. Perhaps dying and being resurrected took a toll on his mental health. I glanced at Aurelia and Elsa, but the swordswoman shook her head. Maybe she got her fill fighting his lackeys? Elsa, however, was more than happy in ripping and tearing him apart, and so she did just that. She stood over him and started to slice him apart with her dagger. I had to use Ingle over and over as she would kill him instantly. This was the first time I've seen her like this. It almost seemed personal. One last time she announced in a sing-song-like manner before cutting open his bowels and shoving them into Vunzer's mouth. She made some sort of satisfied grunt before walking away. I looked back at the dead king and shook my head. I started to walk back to the girls. And Terry's report. The first 2 floors have been restored, Jean Sama. Leave the rest to me. Check the outside and fix anything out there. Yes. Let's go. We're done here. I started to walk away as I needed to repair and check out the rest of the upper floors. I only had a short glimpse when we rushed up here. I stopped by the entrance and turned around. You guys go down first. I put my hand out and restore the place. I put the body of Vunzer into my inventory once in there. I looked around one last time. Everything seemed to be in order. The holes in the walls that were made by Aurelia and the tombstones were also put back where they once were. SWHHHSH, thank you. Green orbs appear, and a humanoid shape is formed from them. It was a male dark elf. It's probably the former king. I nodded to him as he smiled and vanished. I finally left the area and jumped down. I gently land and wait for everyone else to join me. I had seen them walking down, but they apparently never saw me plummeting down. They eventually got to the bottom and looked at me in confusion. I jumped down, so that's what that breeze was. Aurelia nodded and joined me. The rest shook their head, and we started walking back down the Dark Elves' home. On each level, I restored the sections back to their former glory. I also made them a little stronger, so they won't be destroyed as easily. Sephora told us a bit of history in each level. When I look back on it, the highest floor did look very fancy, like the devil's homes or rich homes of humans. They'll also trust in what she says about being able to work your way up to it. Once we arrived at the ground floor, many of the residents were there with Greed and Silva. I summoned a communication circle and contacted Odin. It's done. We need Valkyries or a god to be stationed here or something. I heard from Michael Boy that you made them a new leader. Would you make one for them? Ho ho ho, lazy little ill, think about it. Anyway, they'll be contacting the queen. Are you guys done yet? I see and know. We'll be done by tomorrow. So come back then, Jean Boy. I see. I dismissed the circle and contacted Queen Frida. She quickly answered me. Ashino, Jean, it's done. They'll make a portal, so come over. I didn't wait for her to respond and create a portal that connects to their island in Asgard to here in Svartalfheim. She eventually steps through along with Yuoth. Once they came through, the current residents of Dark Elves started to make a fuss. It's Frida. It's the queen candidate Frida. More and more started to join in. The two of them walked towards the Dark Elves. Everyone forgive me. I failed you. I failed to stop this horrendous event from happening. I do not deserve to be called queen. I will step down and let my sister know I won't accept it. Even if I was a candidate, I always felt that you deserved it. I only helped you along with your campaign. I didn't do anything. Please, Frida. The crowd begins to cheer her on, even though they were just pulled out of a nightmare. You try to do the right thing, and was slowly convincing the past elders in modernizing our realm. We still support you, Frida. You even had the middleman help to liberate us. I always believed you had a plan to save us. Sephora leaves us and joins Frida and Yuoth. She spoke to her, and she starts to shake. More and more dark elves started to speak until the area was covered in many voices. Clap. I made a loud clap that overpowered the chatter, and everyone goes silent. They look back at me, and I nod at her. She turns back to address the crowd. I truly don't deserve it, but if it's for all of you, then I will take the throne and do my best in leading our race and realm to a better future. Please bear with me, everyone. She bows to them, and they cheer. I cover the area around them in a magic circle and heal them all. Looks like my work here is done now. I can explore both places. Well, no, I already kind of looked at this place. Back to the Dark Elves Island, then. We're done, then. We can meet up with Bryn once we go back. I look at Rainier and Griselda. You two okay? Yes, I am Jean. Yeah, good, because I can in good conscience have you hurt or ID make Gabriel sad, as well as Irina and Zenobia. The school would be down if you were gone too. Griselda smiles, and I turn to Rainier. You too. She doesn't say anything, but turns away. I shake my head. Why that Sunder act now? Well, whatever. Let's go grab Midno, Jean. Thank you for all of this. She bows to me again, as well as Sephora and Yuanth. I wave him off. After hearing what that guy did, as well as seeing it for myself, I was more than happy in killing him. That came out wrong. I was more than happy in stopping him. They stop bowing and look back up at me. Queen Frida smiles at me and speaks. Now for the compensation. She touches her chest. No. Like I said, we can talk about that. Yes, you probably heard me wanting a harem. No, I will not just take anybody who throws themselves at me. Now then for what I want. Let me just come and go here anytime I want, as well as the Dark Elves Island in Asgard. She stopped herself and looked at me in surprise. She looks at Sephora and Yuanth and then laughs. Is that truly all you want? Yeah, you probably didn't hear my conversation with Razis earlier, but I like elves in general, so if I can come here and spend some time without being hassled for identification or whatever, then that should be all I need, really. She nods and grabs Squishomph. She grabbed my head and pulled it in her chest and started to laugh. I have no quarrels with that, Jean. I welcome you to our realm, Svartalfheim. Please visit any time you like, as much as you like. I will inform the future elders and guards, as well as anyone else relevant. I squirm myself out of her grasp and awkwardly smile at her. All right, anyway, thank you. We'll go back and check out the rest of your island. Yes, of course. Please enjoy your time there. If you wish, you can sleep there for the night. Then I'll take you up on that. Yuan steps forward. I shall guide you then. Wherever you want to go, I will be your guide there. I can also bring you to the inn you can sleep at. Yuan says and glances at Frida, who giggles at her sister. Yes, I think that would be a fine idea. Are you fine with those arrangements, Jean? I glance at the girls, and they didn't seem to have any problems with it. I nod. Sure thing. I appreciate it, Yuanth. They'll get rid of this portal. You can get back on your own, right? She nods. They'll ask Yuanth after we get back. She steps through first, and the girls followed. I look back at the realm of the Dark Elves one last time. Mission complete. All of you come back. A large number of shadows quickly started to go back into my own. Silva and Greed, who were with the Dark Elves, walked over to me and vanished back into my ring and shadow. The rest followed suit. Fwashoho, young master, we brought those corpses with us, Zeno says, and drops the damaged bodies of the Sinister Six that fell. Shala also dropped another. Nothing out of the ordinary. Jean Sama. I see, good job. You guys can rest now. They smiled and nodded before returning to the ring. Leanne was still here, and I look at her. She shook her head. Aurelia had left earlier. I sort of thought she might want to stick around, but I have a feeling she may come out by tomorrow. With all that done, I with Leanne stepped through the portal with Leanne. Chapter 3, Part 3, Dwarves, Brynhilder, and Danger at Kyoto. Japan, Kuo, Academy Occult Research Club Lunch, Rias Gremory Aquino, come on. Rias Gremory was currently in my own club at my school. Jean had left a day ago for Asgard as he was planning to form an alliance with them. Everyone understood this, but Aquino Himejima, my best friend from childhood, the vice president and queen, was lying on the couch in the clubroom and sighing. She really loses her motivation for anything once Jean is away, or, at the very least, not in close proximity to him. Aquino suddenly pulled her phone out of her ring. She looked at it for a few seconds before springing back to life. Did she get a text from Jean? President, what shall we do today? She was back to her usual self. What in the world? It was lunch, so not much could be done. We could go over what we might do for the school festival. How about the school festival, then? Sure thing. President, she wasn't the only one like this. Kuroka and Rennie were down. I could see that Valerie, Ingvild, and Graphia were also starting to show cracks. Ingvild and Valerie would periodically look at their phones, and Graphia would sometimes make small mistakes when cooking or doing chores. Are we that dependent on him? Satan forbid that Jean somehow dies. No, it's impossible. Why am I being paranoid? Stupid thoughts like that shouldn't cross my mind. Then let's get to it. We could suggest it to our club members after school. Skyward household, Graphia Lucifuge, I'm dying Naya. I had finished my daily routine and was in the living room of Jean's home with a few girls. It's been a day since he left for Asgard, and 3 of the girls in his harem have taken it the hardest. They've become quite lazy. Apathetic? My current example is Kuroka. She normally has an appetite and is quite energetic, but since Jean left, she's been quite unmotivated. Kuroka, why not have a snack? You did not eat that much for breakfast. I suggested it to the Nekashu, but she shook her head lazily. As of today, Ingvild Leviathan and Valerie Teeps have started to become a bit restless too. Those two were constantly looking at their phones. Initially, I thought it was normal for Ingvild, but I saw Valerie doing it as well. I started to change my mind. As embarrassing as it is, I'm also quite affected by this. It's been a week since Jean touched me. Saying that to myself is quite embarrassing. However, I wish to be more intimate once he comes back, and, if possible, I wish to travel with him on his next trip to a different faction or pantheon. I never would have thought that I would be this dependent on him. When I first met him, and to now, if I could travel back to the past and tell my past version such a thing, she would scoff at me. This is one thing I'm certain of. But I can see it. No, everyone can. After that incident with Lavinia Rennie, Jean changed. We were uncertain if it was a positive or a bad thing, but he started to act like his usual self before it happened. He's been smiling more naturally and making those stupid jokes. He doesn't seem to be able to come to terms with it. I think it's just him. We can't really help him there. It's up to Jean to overcome that part of himself. But I believe Kantor and the 2 dragons within him can give him the advice he needs. Grifianaya, you're pouring too much tea into your cup. I come out of my own thoughts after hearing Kuroka speak to me. I look down and see that my teacup has been overflowing. What a blunder. I take a cloth and clean it up. I was distracted. I'm sorry. I guess we're not the only ones affected by Jean leaving again. Leaving, hey, the multiverse and omniverse are real. Do you think Jean will go exploring in the future? The room falls silent as Kuroka and I stare at Valerie. That certainly is possible. However, I am more surprised that such a topic did not come up during our 5 years in the pocket dimension. Universal traveling, what are Jean's thoughts on such a topic? Will he? I believe he will. For how long? To where? He told us during our 5 years that there are stronger entities out there in the omniverse than the strongest 10 in our world. Such a thought was terrifying at the time, but he also said we could contend with many of them. But we need to keep on getting stronger. He showed us his personal list of rankings along with Kantor. The majority of us, with the exception of Kunu, belong to the Dragon God class. Our goal is to reach multiversal or omniversal in the future.